This story will tell us about brave warriors who were called raiders for their craft. They were the ones who hunted the various monsters that were bothering and harassing the locals. As a reward for this, the daredevils received recognition, fame, and of course, money. They were considered to be the ones who protect people from evil monsters who were always trying to take advantage of their weakness and attack. Although the work was quite dangerous, the raiders were considered real heroes. And as we know, heroism does not live without envy. To be a raider means to be someone who makes people's hearts beat faster. But few people know what makes the raider's heart beat faster and what consequences accompany this. Only one thing could bring the brave warrior to such a state, namely, the understanding that death was already very close. This is the only thing that made the people's favorite and hero stop and feel how fear, along with blood, fills his veins. The cafe was surprisingly quiet, as if the bustle of the city could not penetrate the premises through the huge panoramic windows. But suddenly, an indignant cry disturbed this peaceful atmosphere, causing the visitors to turn around indignantly in search of the source of the noise. The guy sitting at the table slammed his fist so loudly that his drink almost spilled on the table, but he didn't pay attention to it and asked his interlocutor if he really wanted to make a human shield out of him. The man sitting opposite him raised his hand in a conciliatory manner and with a hint of alarm, urged his interlocutor to take this information more easily, since the guy himself had said that he needed money. The guy was silent for a second, thinking about what he had heard, and realized that it was not surprising that this man was luring him into raiding the dungeon. The man's name was Young Woo Min, and he worked for a raider agency that was in charge of giving jobs to loners like this guy. When Young Woo Min called him, the guy thought that he had finally come across a profitable deal that would help solve his financial problems. But when he heard that he was offered to stand in the vanguard during the clearing of the Dungeon of the Dead, he was extremely disappointed, because he did not want to go to slaughter like some kind of meat. The guy thought sadly that life had been unfair to him, because even guys who were lower in rank than him found much better offers. Chung Woo Min sensed this disappointment in his interlocutor's eyes and sympathized with him, so he had a desire to somehow console his potential employee. The man said that regardless of rank, raiders of combat classes are rarely given tasks, to which the guy only smiled sadly and asked if he was really being refused because of his class. He ironically apologized for being so useless, but Young Woo Min couldn't console him, because in fact, that was exactly how it was, because recently, magicians had occupied all the workplaces. The employer explained that everyone else found work with varying success, since soldiers were much more often injured, and because of this they were avoided so as not to bother with compensation. This was the reality, as mages could fight monsters by keeping them at a distance, thus preventing them from harming themselves, and also excelled in teamwork. Warriors were very different from them because they mainly fought in close combat and received much more injuries in battles. The boy understood all this. And although he didn't know how things were 10 years ago, now he saw that there seemed to be no place for raiders of his class anywhere. Probably it was necessary to become a mage. 11 years ago, he had a good result in the identification of predispositions, thanks to which he was able to enter a professional academy for training raiders called Milas. The guy's magical abilities also increased to 97%, which was almost equal to Song Ina, who was at the peak of her magical skills, possessing 92%, which made the guy's performance incredible. Despite the fact that his predisposition to martial arts was only 34%, the guy still chose the path of a warrior for himself, although there was no good reason for this. It's just that at that moment, his personal assessment of the magicians was quite categorical. He thought that their ranks consisted of worthless buffers who, without the support of warriors, could not kill even a cockroach, but now everything was exactly the opposite. The boy sadly thought about whether his life would have been better if he had chosen the path of a magician rather than a warrior. Usually, a raider's development stopped at the age of 20, so there was no point in regretting the past, since nothing would change anyway. The employer turned to Hyun, who was sitting opposite him, saying that such an opportunity doesn't come along often, and that he could offer this job to others. But knowing his problems, he immediately came to the guy. Hyun angrily slammed his fist on the table, remembering the time when his talent made magicians jealous, but now he was a worthless D-rank warrior. He realized with disappointment that the difference between his past and present was too great. Therefore, Hyun accepted Young Woo Min's offer, which caused the man to look at him with confusion. They sat in silence for a while, because the guy didn't want to admit even to himself that he had no choice in the first place. He clearly understood that in order to survive in this swamp, he could not refuse even such work. The guy was pulled out of his depressive thoughts by the joyful voice of young Woo Min, who convinced him that he was doing the right thing. The man said that they should meet at 7:30, which surprised the guy, because he thought that young Woo Min had too many things to do and had no time for meetings. Hyun said that there was no need to waste his time on him and insisted that the man calmly go about his business. But young Woo Min smiled and said in a friendly manner that he also needed to be at the gathering place, which he would announce a little later. The next day, many raiders gathered at the designated place in a clearing near a tree, in the roots of which was a portal. Hyun leaned against a tree with a bored expression and watched the commotion created by all the people gathered. From time to time, he glanced at his phone, expecting that young Woo Min, who had promised to come, would at least send him a message, but nothing happened. The guy closed his eyes and thought with annoyance that the man could have said right away that he wouldn't come. Then he wouldn't have built up vain expectations. This situation upset him greatly and made him consider himself not a strong and promising warrior, since they didn't want to waste time on him. Looking at the men sitting nearby, Hyun thought that it would have been much more profitable for Jung Woo Min to work with more capable raiders. After all, the guy was only a D rank, so he wasn't someone you could place high bets on. After all, he was now surrounded by much stronger warriors, such as A-rank mages and the like. Hyun wondered why Jung Woo Min needed this raider bureau. He could join any guild, so it was strange that he was wasting his time in such a place. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by an ominous whisper that he had been hearing in his head since the moment he arrived at the raiders' meeting place. This whisper became louder and more intrusive. It kept repeating that the guy was nothing but trash. Hyun tried to ignore the voice that was spinning around in his head, but it was hard to concentrate when even his own mind was telling him that he wasn't worthy of a respected place in society. The guy's inner voice was distracted by the real one, which belonged to the man who called him by his full name, Jae-hyun. The fair-haired warrior smiled affably and waved his hand, showing with his whole appearance that he was glad to meet him. The guy was surprised to see Myung-ho-hyun, but he said that recently there was too little work, and although this business was dangerous, it paid a decent amount. Jae-hyun bowed his head, agreeing that this order could bring in a good salary. Myung-ho-hyun said that their brother had nowhere else to work except here, in his opinion, people no longer had a passion for martial arts. They preferred to shoot fireballs from behind their comrades. The guy didn't answer, but he thought to himself that he wasn't interested in passion because now he was literally dying of hunger. The blonde warrior didn't notice any changes in the guy's behavior, so he said that they needed to do everything well, and when the work was finished, he suggested they pop a bottle of soju. Jae-hyun looked at him tiredly and said without much enthusiasm that it was not a bad idea. Only he had problems with money, which he told his brother, but Myung-ho-hyun shook his head and said that he paid last time. Jae-hyun smiled shyly and rubbed his neck while looking at the ground, clearly ignoring his brother's probing gaze. Myung-ho-hyun realized that he would have to pay again, so he gave in and said that he would pay for the soju they drank together. He cleared his throat, as if trying to look more important, and said that this was the last time he would sponsor their joint entertainment. Watching this spectacle, the guy laughed and said that he felt somehow uncomfortable being in his debt again, but to himself he thought that this guy was a simpleton. The conversation was interrupted by a loud shout from a man who was standing right next to the portal and announced that everyone should gather at the entrance to the dungeon. A tall man in dark glasses announced that the raiders would be entering the location in half an hour. One could hear the crowd begin to sigh and talk apprehensively, hoping to learn more about the task that lay ahead. Such pessimistic sentiment slightly confused both Jae-hyun and his relative, who were watching the crowd's unrest. In order not to show his worries, Myung-ho-hyun said in a businesslike tone that it was time to get ready to fulfill the order. Jae-hyun didn't answer again, but only looked away thoughtfully, showing with his whole appearance that he wasn't in the mood for conversation right now. He checked his phone's messages once again and sighed in disappointment when he didn't find a single notification from Jung Woo Min. The guy began to think about how, during campaigns, a raider needed to remember that blind luck was a very dangerous ally, just like luck, which was capable of inspiring any of the warriors, but it paralyzes the brain and becomes fatal carelessness. There is no need to neglect attentiveness, because the moment a person stops soberly assessing the situation, the worst thing happens. The dungeon, without wasting time, immediately begins to test the raiders' strength, trying to find out how strong the opponents who entered it are. And then there was only one question left. What the raider now had was luck or a tragedy hidden behind it. The guy was pulled out of his reverie by his relative, who asked why he was stuck in one place and not going to the entrance to the dungeon. Myung-ho-hyun asked laughingly why he was staring at his phone again. The man noticed that the guy always did this before going out, so he asked if he was really looking so engrossed in the photo of his girlfriend. Jae-hyun just chuckled at the suggestion and said that there was nothing important on his phone. As soon as his annoying relative turned away, the guy's gaze fell again on the mobile phone screen, and a soft smile appeared on his face. The photo showed Jae-hyun and a woman standing next to him, smiling sweetly and hugging his hand. The guy muttered a promise to his mother that he would return to her soon. Turning off the phone and putting it in the pocket of his pants, the guy headed towards the portal that would lead him straight to the dungeon. When they entered, they found themselves in a strange place, which was illuminated by a greenish flame and cast eerie reflections on the walls and the people standing there. But as they got closer, the raiders realized that in front of them were not people, but monsters that were advancing on them with open mouths full of sharp teeth. One of the warriors ordered the vanguard to hold their shields tight and maintain a line so as not to let the monsters get too close. Jae-hyun was outraged by the tone of this man, who continued to give orders and say that the vanguard must hold the line even on the brink of life and death. When the paw of one of the monsters almost touched Jae-hyun's neck, he suddenly realized that he had almost no strength left to hold back the enemy's onslaught. Behind them, the sound of the mages chanting could be heard, calling upon the shining light of Alfheim and the fierce flames of Surt to destroy their enemies. The world behind Jae-hyun began to glow, and the hands of the magicians were filled with the flames of the deity and the fire giant Surt. The boy took another look behind him and saw that the light of blue and yellow shades merged together to destroy the common enemy. The fire rushed straight at the vanguard standing in front, but did not cause it the slightest harm, affecting only the monsters, who did not slow down the onslaught. The flames began to consume the vile creatures, causing them to scream in pain and writhe in their death throes. Jae-hyun watched in surprise and a hint of fear as what was left of the once human-like monsters burned before him. The boy couldn't watch as the fire consumed the bodies of these creatures, so he turned away and chose not to see what was happening right before his eyes. He remembered that this guild of rookie mages that was quickly gaining popularity was called Meteor. Taking a look at these self-confident mages, Jae-hyun realized that no matter how much he liked them, he most likely wouldn't die with them. When the carnage was over, the raiders dispersed to different sides of this strange dungeon to at least somehow catch their breath after what they had seen. Myung-ho-hyun coughed after taking another sip of the strong drink that was in his glass, and then laughed at his clumsiness. The man sighed and turned to Jae-hyun and asked if they really only had to go through the room with the boss now. While looking through some information on his tablet, he said that if he had known how hard it would be now, he would have trained more when he was younger and raised his level. Jae-hyun countered by saying that the man was still as fresh as a cucumber, as he was a level higher than him and had quite good skills. The relative asked the guy if he had knocked out any items, because good things could be found in this dungeon since it was A rank. Jae-hyun replied that he wasn't sure if he found anything, but he still looked at his tablet, wanting to check if he had found anything valuable. The guy was focused on clicking on various areas located on the tablet screen, trying to find something useful. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the fact that the device began to behave strangely and stopped following his commands. The device's screen began to ripple and disintegrate into many small pictures that showed nothing but a bluish light. Jae-hyun was completely confused and at a loss, because he didn't know what to do with it and how to return his work tablet to its original state. After several minutes of unsuccessfully struggling with the technical device, the guy desperately put his hand to his head and tried to figure out what he should do. He didn't understand what caused such a strange breakdown, because he didn't do anything new with his tablet, and it was unclear what had just happened. A few moments later, a graph appeared on the device's screen, indicating that the Escher system was no longer working, and that communication with the user had been lost. It was very strange, because this had never happened before, and now, for an unknown reason, the launch of the Escher system was cancelled, and the guy did not understand what this even meant. As the raider tried to think about the situation, small flashes of light flared up around him, and he heard a quiet whisper that told him to follow this glow. This strange phenomenon seriously scared Jae-hyun, because now you are immersed in your own thoughts, and a second later some whisper appears in your head, calling you to certain actions. The boy watched with apprehension as new information began to appear on the screen, stating that an unknown object had invaded the Ashir system and that safe mode restoration had been cancelled. He tried hard to understand what this unknown object was and whose voice he had just heard right in his brain. But the strangest thing for him was the call to follow the light, because he even became interested in where this radiance would lead. Perhaps it was a clue to who the voice belonged to. Jae-hyun was distracted from these thoughts by Myung-ho-hyun, who approached him and began to ask what he was muttering in complete solitude. The boy looked gloomily at his relative, who always came at the wrong moment, and said that he had not said anything. But to his great surprise, Myung-ho-hyun repeated his phrase, which was to follow the light, meaning that he was involuntarily speaking his thoughts out loud. When the boy looked at the man again, instead of his face, he saw a bright ball of light that attracted all his attention and prevented him from concentrating on anything else. Jae-hyun looked around anxiously and discovered that the entire space of the dungeon was filled with similar balls of light that were floating in the air. The fact that strange, glowing objects were hovering around caused the guy no small surprise. But what was even stranger was that it seemed like the people around him didn't notice anything. Questions kept running through his head about what this light was, why he had to follow it, and where it would lead. All this time, Myung-ho-hyun had been observing his relative's strange behavior, so he worriedly assumed that perhaps he had a fever. Jae-hyun was so lost in his thoughts that he seemed to hear his brother from somewhere far away, but he still replied that he was okay. Continuing to watch the light, which had now formed into a small path, the guy finally realized that only he and no one else could see it. This realization struck Jae-hyun because the dungeon was not ordinary and everything in it had meaning, so he decided that he needed to check where this light path would lead. Myung-ho-hyun asked Jae-hyun with a worried voice where he was going, but he only replied that he would be back in a few minutes. The boy was so absorbed in his thoughts about the glowing spheres that he completely ignored what was happening around him and didn't even look at his brother when he answered him. Wanting to figure out what was going on, he went to a remote corner of the dungeon, where the spheres were becoming larger and brighter. Jae-hyun tried to touch one of the bright balls, but before his hand could touch the phenomenon, it immediately dissipated, as if it had never existed at all. He then opened the tablet again, hoping that it would work, but only saw an information window that said the system was not working, and that the specifications could not be loaded. The guy got even more confused when he saw a new notification that a feature corruption had been detected, and a safe mode recovery had been launched. He focused his gaze on the flame and thought about how he had been awakened since he was 10 years old, and that in all these years the system had never failed. There had been no damage or restoration. Jae-hyun decided that all these strange things were connected to the voice he heard in his head, so he wanted to figure out what it all meant. The guy began to analyze what had happened, starting with the penetration of the unknown object into the Ashir system and its subsequent collapse. He also did not ignore the voice he heard throughout his entire stay in the dungeon, ordering him to follow the light. Going deeper and deeper into the depths of the dungeon, the guy thought that perhaps all these events meant some changes. It only remained to find out whether they were for the better or for the worse. The name of the Ashir system comes from the word Asa, which was used to refer to the gods of Asgard, Odin, and Thor, and this invention was the last hope of humanity. It happened 20 years ago, in a year that was rich in various disasters that harmed people. In the middle of the Pacific Ocean, a tree of unimaginable size grew, and when it opened its buds, in just 9 days it covered the entire sky with its leaves. Some people and wise men said that this was a harbinger of the apocalypse, and that a real nightmare would soon begin on Earth. Others were inclined to think that this tree was a blessing from God, and that now life would begin to improve, and the planet would prosper. In reality, this phenomenon was nothing other than Yggdrasil, the world tree spoken of in ancient myths and legends. On the 9th day, when the tree's growth had ended, the Earth was engulfed in fires, and an invasion of various monsters began, which began to commit their atrocities. Many people were doomed to die at the hands of the monsters and be torn to pieces by their sharp teeth and claws, while the survivors were doomed to suffer from hunger and plague. Seeing how the creatures that mercilessly killed everyone indiscriminately were rampaging on the streets of their hometowns, people fell into despair. But soon, the people had a glimmer of hope, which was embodied in a man who could help deal with the invasion of monsters. The bloodthirsty monsters were eager to put an end to the potential threat to their existence. But for them, everything was not so simple. This man possessed unique abilities that helped him fight the various enemies that came to their world with the advent of Yggdrasil. This is how the world learned about the appearance of the first awakened one, because no one had previously been able to resist these creatures. This awakened one possessed the power of God, and by showing that it was possible to fight the invasion of enemies, he lit a spark of hope in the hearts of people. As the number of awakened increased, they split into different groups, including raiders who professionally hunted monsters. Around the same time, the Asura system was created, which is a powerful weapon and is controlled by awakened people. Jae-hyun thought that when such a stable and constant system experiences such disruptions or changes, it is difficult to think optimistically. While the guy was thinking about this, he didn't notice how he approached the large lights that illuminated the space, filling it with an eerie greenish light. These lights illuminated the massive door, on which various drawings of monsters were depicted, and the guy froze, not knowing whether he should go further. Taking a closer look at the huge door, Jae-hyun suddenly realized where it led and couldn't help but let out a sigh of delight, because he didn't believe that all of this was real. The symbols on the door indicated that in front of the boy was nothing more than a gate that led to the treasures that could be heard about in legends. The gate to treasures was a hidden room that appeared extremely rarely and could only be found in high-ranking dungeons, as it contained special and very rare items. Jae-hyun walked up to the door and smiled in anticipation, because the cost of one item from such a treasure could exceed several hundred won, and he really needed money right now. He suddenly realized that if he could find an item of Class A or higher, he could say goodbye to the dark days of his life. Jae-hyun suddenly felt a strong sense of anxiety, so he closed his eyes and turned to the Almighty, saying that if he existed, then let him send him an item of Class A or higher. Having offered this prayer, he opened his eyes and resolutely pushed open the door, mentally preparing himself for what awaited him inside the hidden room. The atmosphere of the room was completely different from the dungeon, because behind the door it was quiet and cozy. Soft, warm light filled the space, and stars were visible through the tall columns. Slowly entering the spacious hall, Jae-hyun saw that in the center of the room there was a raised platform on which some object was located and was shining brightly. It was surprising to the guy that there was such a large space inside the hidden room, which meant that what they were talking about on television was not an empty fiction. Coming closer and closer to the column, which was located in the center of the hall, one could finally make out a spherical object that blinded with its radiance. The guy was happy, because if this thing had the ability to emit such light, then perhaps it was of a high enough rank that it would help him get out of the financial hole. Jae-hyun realized that he didn't want to stand there and wonder what was in front of him, so he gathered his courage and walked closer to see how useful the find was. He reached out and touched the ball, which felt like a small, warm light bulb that could warm you from the inside and replenish all your internal resources. The guy immediately felt how the tablet with the Escher system came to life, and displayed information that some of the functions had been restored, and a new piece of equipment had been received. But the good news does not come alone, because the piece of equipment received was the lost eye of Odin, with which one can study runes, reverse magic, or destroy it. Jae-hyun couldn't believe that he now possessed the only item in the world that was classified as a mythical class, so he rubbed his eyes, trying to clear the illusion. But when he opened his eyes again, the information about the object had not disappeared, but only revealed even more details about what abilities the owner of Odin's Eye would have. The boy remembered that, out of all the items he sold at auction, the best one was the C-class. It quickly went for tens of billions of won as soon as he registered it. Magic items could be priced independently, but for a mythical class, one could get an unimaginable amount of money, because the item was the only one of its kind. Jae-hyun was thrilled to realize that he would no longer have to work hard to feed himself. The guilds would no longer ignore him, and he would no longer have to be cannon fodder in the dungeons. The boy was blinded by joy, so he decided that since Odin's Eye now belonged to him, why not try it on himself and feel this power while there was still an opportunity. He looked at this little thing that beckoned him, and decided that he would wear it just once before selling it at auction. But suddenly an announcement appeared in front of him that when used, the item is assigned to the user, so the guy decided that he would not touch the eye so as not to ruin anything. Jae-hyun thought that there was no need to activate the item, since if he sold it on the black market, he could earn hundreds of billions of won, Getting that kind of money was a higher priority for him, because after 20 years, he could no longer raise his level, and he had no desire to continue getting dirty in the dungeons. The guy took Odin's lost eye and decided that this thing would definitely bring him benefit in the form of a large amount of currency. He did not see any other value in the mythical find. The system collapse was an anomaly and a change that no one expected, but Jahyun had long been accustomed to such occurrences, because once the dungeons became a reality, incidents for raiders ceased to be a rare occurrence. Unforeseen situations usually resulted in either luck or tragedy, so the guy decided not to linger in the hidden room and return to the rest of the raiders. At this time, Myung-ho-hyun tried his best to somehow justify Jae-hyun's absence to those who led this expedition into the dungeon, saying that the guy went off on his own business and would appear any minute. He tried to prove to the magician standing in front of him that it was worth waiting for his relative just a little longer, when suddenly the man saw that the missing guy had finally returned. Jae-hyun walked straight towards them, not in a hurry at all, as if the mages and the entire raider squad weren't waiting for him to continue their mission. Myung-ho-hyun began to hurry him, telling him to quicken his pace since they had to finish their adventures in the dungeon. The guy apologized to the magician for being late and promised to be careful in the future, because the magician began a lecture about how one cannot act rashly in their situation. Jae-hyun looked at the departing mage with annoyance and thought that it was unfair that these arrogant individuals were commanding them and managing the mission. Seeing the boy's bad mood, Myung-ho-hyun patted him on the shield and told him in a soft tone not to be upset by the mage's words. Jae-hyun smiled at the gesture as he was pleased with the man's support, so he said that he was okay. As he left, he said that they would drink soju at his expense tonight, since he couldn't be a freeloader all the time, and these words caused a wave of surprise in the man. Myung-ho-hyun looked at his relative with bewilderment and rubbed the back of his head, wondering if the guy had gone crazy at the age of 27. Once Jae-hyun stepped aside and wasn't surrounded by annoying people, he realized that he was lucky to get by without any unnecessary explanations for his absence. He understood that they were inside a dungeon, where there was no law or rules, and everything that happened would remain within these damp and gloomy walls. Therefore, bragging about having found an expensive thing was tantamount to suicide, because there will always be those who want to take away an expensive thing and appropriate it for themselves. It would be wise to sell Odin's eye after the raid was over, because the most important thing now was not to attract unnecessary attention to his person. The mage who was in charge of organizing the raid said that since the formation had been reorganized, they could continue their mission, but suddenly, his voice died down, as if he sensed something was wrong. A second later, an unexpected situation really happened, because the entire cave began to shake, and stones began to fall from the ceiling. Jae-hyun's eyes widened in surprise, because he didn't know what to do if they suddenly got trapped under a rubble. It would be very difficult to get out of the cave if the entrance to it was buried under a pile of stones. Following the scattering of small stones, large boulders began to fall from the ceiling, trying to crush those who did not manage to jump back in time. Jae-hyun barely managed to jump away from the rock that was flying straight at him. He avoided the blow, but lost his balance and rolled to the side, trying to avoid another collapse. He lay on the damp floor and tried to cough, because the fall knocked almost all the air out of his lungs. The guy did not understand what was happening at all, and how this rockfall happened. But these were not all the strange things that the raiders had to endure, because now the gloomy space of the cave was filled with a strange purple smoke. Those who inhaled these vapors immediately began to cough, because this smoke burned the lungs very badly and displaced all the air from the body. The guy quickly realized that only poisonous smoke had this effect, so he immediately covered his airways with his palm. The poisonous purple smoke burned not only the lungs, but also the eyes, which were terribly watery, and prevented them from seeing the road that would help them get out of this cave alive. Through the haze and tears, Jae-hyun managed to see his brother, who, covering his mouth, was able to mumble to him that they needed to run, because the smoke was very dangerous. Myung-ho-hyun began to loudly tell everyone who could hear him that they needed to get out of this cave right now, but suddenly his voice fell silent, and the space was filled with drops of blood. Jae-hyun watched in horror as his talkative and slightly annoying brother was pierced through and through by a sword from the monster standing behind him, whose eyes glowed an ominous red light. The man didn't even have time to fully realize what had happened, as blood was already pouring out of his mouth, which meant imminent death, since vital organs were probably affected. Jae-hyun could only stand there dumbfounded and watch as his brother's nearly lifeless body fell limply onto the damp ground of the dungeon. The realization hit the guy's head like an arrow. It suddenly became clear to him that deadly, dangerous monsters were hiding in this impenetrable smoke, and he needed to get out of this damned place as soon as possible. The guy, with all his strength, ran away from the place that became fatal for his relative, hoping to escape and get out of this mission alive. When he slowed down a little, he began to replay what had happened in his head, and suddenly realized that those explosions, toxic smoke, and dead people were not just an accident. It was all connected. Having stopped, the guy tried to catch his breath, but he was hampered by the realization that there were forces involved in all of this that were more serious than those he had already encountered. He was almost 100% sure that all this was not done by monsters, but by those who were called dungeon thugs. The main goal of the thugs was to destroy the Meteor Guild. The guy realized that if he went to the exit, he would run into toxic fumes, and killers could be waiting at the entrance, so it was better to stay inside now. Suddenly, Jae-hyun felt such despair inside of him. It seemed so unfair that everything always went so badly for him. But he exhaled, gathered his last strength into a fist, and decided that now was not the time to come apart and shed tears because of his difficult fate. After all, he had found a mythical item, and those who thought he would give up easily were simply unheard of fools. Suddenly, the guy felt someone's insistent presence behind him, as if the power of this person was so enormous that it literally boiled within him. The surrounding world burst into flames, and Jae-hyun stood there in a stupor for a few moments, not knowing what to do. Literally at the last moment, the guy managed to jump away from the chain of fire that the mysterious man standing behind him directed at him. The fire disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared, and through the ashes that were flying in the air, Jae-hyun tried unsuccessfully to see his attacker. The man's face was hidden by a shadow cast by a deep hood, and the mysterious man said that he knew Hyun would survive his attack. The voice the boy heard was too familiar to be mistaken for anyone else's, so Hyun realized with horror that it was Youngwoo Min, the one he had been waiting for messages from, standing in front of him. What stood before him now was not the respectable man with glasses he had seen in the cafe. At the moment, Youngwoo Min was a man with something crazy shining in his eyes. The man, as if playing, lit a fire in his hand and smilingly told the guy that he had warned him that he would come to the dungeon today. Jae-hyun could only squeeze out one question. Was all these problems really created by his employer, who had chatted so nicely with him over a cup of coffee? Youngwoo Min replied that he was only responsible for the poisonous smoke and the attack on the Meteor Mage Guild. Everything else was a confluence of unfortunate circumstances. After the man answered, he began to laugh suspiciously, which began to raise doubts about the truthfulness of his answer, but now it was not so important. But Jae-hyun was already shocked by what he heard. But he decided not to panic ahead of time and calmly figure out the situation, so he asked why the man did this. The answer was a dismissive wave of the hands and vague words about how this was the request of his sponsor, who clearly did not like the mages from this guild. The guy clenched his teeth in anger, listening to the story about how Meteor was hated by many people because they were disrespectful to other guilds and thus quickly earned themselves a bad reputation. Jungwoo Min mentioned that the dungeon thugs use the narrow passages of the caves to carry out their dirty deeds without being noticed. With the help of these passages, they managed to carry out illegal, as they called dirty contracts unnoticed. The man said he was confident that the attack on Meteor happened in a blind spot, which is why it was successful. Rubbing his shoulder, bruised as a result of the cave collapse, the guy began to think about the strategy for his further actions. He analyzed his strong opponent and tried to understand whether he could cope with him alone. His intuition and experience told him that it was simply impossible. After all, Jungwoo Min was an A-rank mage, and such strong representatives made up only 2% of the entire population of the country. Jae-hyun was only a D-rank, which made him neither weak nor strong enough to face such an opponent. Suddenly, an unexpected thought came into the guy's head, which suggested that he was not a target for attack, which meant that he just needed to keep his mouth shut. Since the Ashir system was broken, Jae-hyun wasn't even sure if he could escape from this place unharmed. In his worldview, running away was, of course, a dishonest act, but the guy simply didn't see any other option. Of course, He would very much like to avenge all those with whom he fought shoulder to shoulder during today's mission. He especially wanted those who were involved in Myung-ho Hyun's death to pay long and painfully for what they did to his bright brother, who did not deserve such a fate. But looking at young Woo-min standing in front of him, the guy understood that at the moment, revenge was simply impossible, because no one would feel better if he also lay down in this dungeon. When Jae-hyun said that he would pretend that he hadn't seen anything, he was only thinking that with the appearance of Yggdrasil, the world had become so cruel that there was no longer room for the weak. Hyun wanted to continue persuading his opponent to let him go in exchange for silence, but Young Woo-min irritably cut off the guy's speech. The man didn't say anything, but from the way the surrounding world was filled with fire again, it was clear that he didn't like the guy's plan. Apparently, the magician had his own vision of the situation. Young Woo-min concentrated all his energy and directed it straight at Jae-hyun, hoping that this time, not even ashes would be left of him. The guy realized that this time the attack was stronger than the previous one, so he quickly covered himself from the fire and jumped back to a safe distance in time. He felt a trickle of blood slowly running down his cheek, and at that moment the boy realized that if he had reacted just a second later, he would have turned into a charred corpse. When Young Woo-min saw the blood he had drawn from his enemy, he smiled madly, as if he had sensed his opponent's weakness, and was now ready to strike with renewed vigor. Laughing like a mental patient, the man said that the target for elimination was not only the Meteor Guild, after which he looked meaningfully at Hyun. The Mad Mage left the sentence unfinished so the boy could figure out the meaning himself. Then, without wasting any time, he put his hand forward and attacked again, directing a wall of fire at his former employee. Jae-hyun was luckier than ever today, as he was once again able to dodge the napalm that was aimed straight at him in just the right moment. And although the guy was not harmed by the fire, he was still wounded, as evidenced by the blood running down his hand and face. It was the lesser evil that could happen to him, but still, his strength was slowly leaving him, and he understood that he needed to get away from here urgently. When the mage attacked the guy with a fire spiral once again, Jae-hyun thought about why he needed a simple D-rank raider who did not pose a strong threat. At this time, Young Woo-min created 3 more fire spheres, which, with the first wave of his hand, would fly towards Hyun and would try to burn through him. Clutching his bloody throat with his hand, Hyun thought only about what he had done that such powerful opponents wanted him dead. The guy began to diligently go through in his head all the potential enemies he had ever crossed, and who might want to kill him. Suddenly he remembered the persistent whispers he had heard before entering the dungeon, insisting that the boy was trash and his life was worthless. The realization struck Jae-hyun like lightning, and now his head was filled with guesses about who could possibly want him dead. He asked Chung Woo-min if it was really his father, and this question left the magician stunned, because the man did not know what to answer. There was a tense silence in the air, and it seemed that even the fiery spheres had fallen silent, waiting for what would happen next. Young Woo-min was so unprepared to hear Hyun's suggestion that he even covered his mouth with his hand in surprise, so as not to blurt out anything unnecessary. But then the magician burst into a mad laugh, which had already become so familiar to the guy, and did not answer the question asked about Hyun's father's involvement in this matter. Young Woo-min began to evade the question, saying that Jae-hyun was a good guy and he liked him, but he had an order that he needed to fulfill. Everything became clear to the guy, and this realization burned inside much more than the burns from the magician's fire spheres, because it's not every day you find out that your own father wants you dead. He remembered the photo of his mother, which he kept even on his phone and looked at before dangerous tasks, as if his mother was able to protect him even in this way. A thought came into his head that didn't give him any peace, and he asked if he could ask one more question. Images of days gone by flashed before Hyun's eyes, namely his mother's dead body lying on a cold table in the morgue, covered only by white sheets. He remembered how he cried so hard when he learned that his only close and beloved person was deprived of life, and he would never again be able to hug her or smell her familiar scent. Jae-hyun asked if it was really true that in the winter, 5 years ago, his mother was also killed on the orders of this vile man who called himself his father. Young Woo-min responded in surprise that he didn't think that the guy would be able to put everything together and guess the true reasons for his mother's death. Suddenly, the mad magician's eyes widened in admiration, and he said that the guy had simply amazing thinking skills to be able to understand everything. Hyun looked at the man standing in front of him and didn't understand how, when he had talked to him before, he hadn't noticed that young Woo Min was simply insane. But what was even more incomprehensible to the guy was how he could have done this to his wife, and now also intend to kill his own son. In response, the mage sent only a new volley of fire, but after all these discoveries, Jae-hyun was so indifferent that he did not even flinch from the new attack. Young Woo Min smiled kindly and said that this was all too much, so it was necessary to end this battle. But by this phrase, the man did not mean that he would let the guy go alive. He hinted at a quicker reprisal, so he formed several more chains of fire. When Hyun heard the man begin to say goodbye to him, he realized that he needed to take action now. Otherwise, it might be too late, and he would allow his father to win. Suddenly, an image of the object he found in the hidden room flashed in his mind. Odin's eyes seemed to hint at the boy to use it. Seeing Hyun's confusion, young Woo Min became even more excited and jokingly began to ask if the guy wanted to say anything before leaving. But all the fun was cut short when the man saw that the guy began to fill with some kind of incomprehensible and very powerful energy that was capable of destroying everything around him. Chong Woo Min was seriously scared because he didn't expect to be given any resistance. He expected a quick and cleanly closed case. And here in front of him stood a guy who made the entire dungeon tremble with his power, which the man had not even suspected before. The presence of this energy became stronger and stronger, and the magician did not even know how to understand it all and what to do next. Young Woo Min concluded that he needed to finish this guy off quickly because he had a bad feeling about what would happen next. He created another chain of fire, and this time he put the rest of his power into it, saying that now the jokes were over and this time Hyun had to die. The fire was increasingly enveloping Jae-hyun, intending to leave not even bones behind. But the boy stood and did not move at all, as if the remnants of his fear had died in him. After hearing the news, a flame was seething inside the guy, which was much worse than what the magician sent at him. Hyun opened his eyes, which glowed with cold rage, but in addition to this, a fire flared up in them, which was ready to avenge all the loved ones who died due to the fault of his father. The flame, which was getting closer, was stopped by huge shadow claws, which did not allow it to get to the guy. Seeing this, Jung Woo Min was simply astonished and could not utter a word, because before he had never seen anyone possess such powers. Jae-hyun also didn't expect that anything could save him from this stream of fire. He was so shocked that his face couldn't show a single emotion. Suddenly, a tablet appeared, the information on which stated that the item Odin's Lost Eye was used, and since it was assigned to the user, Hyun would not be able to sell it for money. The guy was thinking about the fact that he had another empty card, when suddenly he was distracted from his thoughts by the shrill cry of young Woo Min, who could not come to terms with the loss. The powerful but insane mage could not understand what was happening and why his magic seemed to dissipate, and did not inflict the necessary damage on the enemy. Jae-hyun stepped forward and said in a cold, rough voice that he would finish the man off in the most brutal way possible, after which his blank card was absorbed. The guy's eyes widened as he felt a powerful force growing inside him that was capable of demolishing the entire dungeon along with the magician. The information that was displayed in front of him was that an active skill called Super Speed Chain had been created. After that, fire spheres began to swirl around Hyun, which were similar to those created by Young Woo Min, but there were more of them, and they felt much more powerful. The magician stood and blinked his eyes in surprise, his mouth open, because he couldn't understand how the raider, who owned rank D, had the super speed chain. Looking at how skillfully the boy managed to create a chain, the man indignantly remembered that it took him years to master this complex spell. Jung Woo Min gritted his teeth in anger and said that he didn't care how the guy managed to learn the highest spell, but he still didn't have a single chance to stand against the A-rank mage. Hyun ignored his opponent's provocative tone and said that they had to fight to see who would win. After these words, huge fiery tentacles stretched out towards the magician, which were just trying to accuse the enemy's body. Hyun's firepower was simply astounding in its power. It seemed that he didn't need any rest or respite between attacks, because the streams of fire hit one after another. One of the strikes from the high-speed chain landed right under young Woo Min's feet. If he hadn't pulled his limb back in time, it would have been fried right there. Jae-hyun watched with absolute indifference as he sent more and more streams of fire at his opponent, because after hearing this, he only wanted to kill this bastard. The man, who just a couple of minutes ago was laughing, enjoying his triumph, was now running from one place to another, trying to hide from the enemy's attacks. When he had a small respite, Jung Woo-min took advantage of that short moment and created a fire sphere from the remaining strength of his body. The mage made another attempt to attack Jae-hyun and directed a stream of his power towards where his enemy stood. Hyun's eyes widened again, and information appeared before his eyes, stating that the skill Absolute Calculation was being activated. Thanks to this technique, the super-fast fire chain moved with incredible precision and was now heading straight for Jung Woo-min. The man also understood that this blow would be much more difficult to avoid than all the previous ones put together, so he clenched his teeth from the tension. He put his hand forward, and a blue shield appeared in front of him, which protected him and did not allow the fire to reach the magician's body. This maneuver only made Jae-hyun even more angry and fueled his thirst for revenge for all those who died because of Jung Woo-min and the one who gave him orders. The boy activated his skill called Absolute Calculation again, intending to destroy the armor the mage had put up, and after a couple of seconds of effort, he succeeded. Jung Woo-min couldn't believe that someone was able to break his magical defense, because before this, he thought it was simply impossible. The man looked with fear at the approaching chain of fire and understood that this time he would not be able to dodge, and it threatened to end in certain death for him. Jae-hyun watched with cold pleasure as his power hit its target and finally crushed the opponent who had caused him so much trouble. When the aftermath of the impact began to dissipate a little and the cave space became visible through the dust and rocks, Hyun moved closer to the impact site to see the result of his actions. The first thing that caught his eye was the broken glasses and the convulsively trembling hand of the once self-confident opponent who had boasted of his abilities. Jung Woo-min lay on the floor of the cave and coughed violently, spitting out more and more blood. It was clear that he was living out his last minutes. The dying man opened his tear-filled eyes and looked at his executioner with a bleary gaze, begging for mercy. But Hyun thought that when his mother begged for mercy, no one listened to her, and these thoughts helped him quickly create a chain of fire, which became the last thing the magician saw. When his power had served its purpose and was hidden in the depths of his body, blood began to flow from the corners of Hyun's lips, and he suddenly realized that it was all over. It seemed that after this thought, the guy completely ran out of strength, and he helplessly collapsed onto the stone floor of the cave, not far from the bloody corpse of Jung Woo-min. The boy looked helplessly at the ceiling of the cave and realized that he had no more stamina or mana left, which he had used in the battle. His eyes closed by themselves, and he caught himself thinking that he hadn't thought about such a strange end to his life, because the guy didn't want to leave this world immediately after a successful find. Jae-hyun thought ironically that Death was a girlfriend that the raider couldn't help but show up for a date with, and she turned out to be surprisingly cold. After these thoughts, the guy wanted to smile, but he didn't have the strength even for that, so he closed his eyes and sank into oblivion. But a moment later, he was awakened by the Ashir system, which offered to install a new control system in which the user moves to a point in the past to which he wants to return. Jae-hyun was surprised to realize that he had a chance to be saved if he traveled to the past. This was another strange change in the system. Trying not to think about whether luck or tragedy would happen to him, the guy said to launch a new system, because it seemed like the only solution. The familiar blue screen became covered with red pixels, and a notification appeared that a new system called Nornir was being launched. Images of beautiful girls illuminated by bright light appeared in the guy's head. Some of them had wings, and he immediately remembered the legends of the Valkyries. They spoke to him in a gentle voice, but Hyun could not pick out a word, because their speech was in some ancient language, the meaning of which he did not know. One of them came up close to the guy, so that he could see how her golden curls shimmered in the light, and extended her hand, and Hyun extended his in response. After that, the system gave out information that the gods of Asir were now watching him, because he had become their enemy, and had the passive skills attracted the attention of the gods and eye of the absolute god. Before this information had time to reach Jae-hyun's fevered mind, he woke up and began to frantically suck in air, trying to figure out where he was. He sat up in bed and began to look around, trying to remember how he ended up in this room and what happened after he lost consciousness. When his gaze fell on the desk that stood in the room, he began to look more closely, and, having noted some details, the guy became completely confused about what was happening. He was especially confused by the photo with his mother, in which he was still a teenager, because Jae-hyun had not seen her for many years. The guy began to look at his hands and try to figure out what happened after he touched the beautiful Valkyrie from his vision. For a while, he simply looked at his empty palms, but then a spark of power lit up in them, which became more and more powerful, and then information appeared before his eyes that he had successfully returned to the past. Jae-hyun instantly remembered that the installation of the new system foreshadowed that he would have the ability to return to any point in his past, and this realization struck him. He remembered all the suffering he had experienced in his life, the loss of loved ones that he would have liked to avoid, and there was only one question in his head. Was he dreaming all of this? Jae-hyun looked in shock at the familiar room that had suddenly become alien to him after his mother's death, and couldn't believe that he was here again. But when he saw his mother entering the house, he completely lost touch with reality, because if this was all a dream, then he didn't want to wake up. The mother looked at Jae-hyun with her brown eyes, which always had a copper tint in the sun, and the boy was completely speechless. He couldn't put two words together, because tears involuntarily began to flow down his cheeks. But words were unnecessary at that moment, because he just wanted to feel his loved one nearby. The guy ran up to his mother and hugged her so tightly that the woman widened her eyes in surprise and barely stayed on her feet. Feeling such a familiar scent, Hyun wanted to dissolve in these embraces and never let go of his mother again, so as not to see her on a cold table in the morgue again. Hyun saw a system notification in front of his eyes that the time travel had been completed, and the current date was November 15th, 2020. He coughed, feeling pain in his chest, and saw another message, which said that the user's body had been restricted and was only 20% restored. The guy felt like he was still in some strange dream, but looking around he realized that he recognized the apartment he was in because he had lived in it before. He received a new notification from the Nornir system, which said that there was a quest called Rest, in which he needed to restore his stamina to 80%, and then he would have one empty card. Jae-hyun looked at this information and couldn't fully comprehend that the Ashir system he had known since childhood was no longer there, and now he was playing by new rules. He sighed heavily, but decided not to despair ahead of time, because he still had a lot to figure out. What worried him the most was the reason why he didn't die when he fell to the ground exhausted after the battle with Jung Woo Min in the dungeon. It seemed like the new system was capable of a lot, since it sent him back to the past, but such twists and turns wouldn't surprise Hyun, since many strange things had happened in his life. He decided that if what happened could give him new knowledge, then he would be able to skillfully adapt to similar situations in the future. The guy began to analyze the fact that the system had moved him back 11 years, which meant that now he should be in the middle class in his third year of study. He also noted that the control system had changed its name and was now called Nornir. Jae-hyun slowly got out of bed and decided to look around, but when his feet touched the floor, he realized that what was happening still seemed like a dream to him. The guy finally stood up and headed to his desk, where everything was the same as 11 years ago. There was a slight chaos that did not interfere with finding what he needed. He picked up the calendar in which he always left notes and realized that no matter what happened, he was absolutely sure of one thing. This was an opportunity he couldn't miss, so he glanced at the note that read, "Choose martial arts to study at Male's Academy," and crossed it out with a confident movement. Hyun knew that the combat class hadn't given him the future he wanted, and now that he had the chance to fix it, he would do his best to become a mage. Sitting at breakfast and chewing on the rice his mother had cooked, the boy felt a little uneasy because the memories of the dead body of the woman who was now sitting opposite him were fresh in his mind. The mother looked at her son with her warm, caring eyes and felt uneasy because something was clearly bothering her boy and giving him no peace. She looked at Hyun, who was almost crying, and couldn't understand what had happened, because her son had always been very stoic, but now he didn't seem like himself. The mother could not look at her son in such a state, so she asked what was happening and why he stood up in such a bad mood. Jae-hyun put on his most carefree expression and laughed, saying that he was fine and that the reason for his behavior was a very realistic nightmare. It was clear that his mother didn't really believe this hastily concocted excuse, but Hyun couldn't say that when he looked at her, He remembered a corpse covered with white sheets. Jae-hyun muttered that he wanted to tell his mother something, and she smiled, saying that she felt that her son was keeping quiet about something. She looked at Hyun with her piercing eyes that were exactly the same as her son's and thought that perhaps he was afraid of entering Mila's academy. The woman reflected on the fact that the profession of a raider was very dangerous, and the competition among them was quite serious, so her worries were quite justified. The mother closed her eyes and decided that the happiness and well-being of her child was important to her, so if her son did not want to go to Mila's, then he should continue his education in a regular school. She decided that even though Mila's was a prestigious academy, if Hyun didn't want to go there, then so be it. But she never expected to hear that he was thinking of transferring to the magic department. When the woman heard this, she felt relieved and smiled at her own thoughts, because it was important to her that her son choose his own path. So if he wants to be a magician, let him become one. But when the meaning of what was said finally reached her, she was surprised, because her son had always said that he would choose the warrior class. The woman was sure that Hyun was a thoughtful guy and would not change his decision without a reason. So she gently touched his cheek, wanting to ask about the reasons for such a decision. But then she decided that if her son wanted, he would tell her everything later. So she asked him if he was sure of his decision. And when her son answered that he had weighed everything, she felt calmer. She said that in that case, let him do as he sees fit, but reminded him that she would like her son to think not about money, but about what he will do in life. She continued to stroke her son's cheek and say that the most important thing in life was to find your calling, and seeing how Hyun's face became sadder, she said that she would support him in any case. Jae-hyun couldn't take it anymore and started crying. His mother said that now was not the time for tears, but she didn't understand how much he missed this warmth and love after she died. The boy came to the realization that if he wanted to take revenge on his father, who was an A-rank raider, he had to become a strong magician capable of protecting his family. When Jae-hyun was developing his stamina through exercise, the system reported that the rest quest had been completed, and the reward, an empty card, had been received. The guy finished training and thought that the new Nornir system suited him quite well because it gave good quests and rewards. He looked at the information window and understood that while it was unclear what kind of material this system was made of, it was quite possible to get some benefit from it. The guy began to think about the fact that he knew the future. He knew both the hidden parts and the ruins that he could capture. He had a good memory, so overall, there were enough advantages. The main problem was his abilities, because other than the skills Absolute Calculation and Super Speed Chain, he only had combat class skills in his arsenal. He plopped down tiredly into a chair and thought that there was nothing surprising about this, because all his life he wanted to become a warrior, not a magician, so he needed to develop new abilities. Jae-hyun opened the information window and decided to look at his characteristics, which had dropped a little, and his level also left much to be desired. But what caught his attention was that the passive skills remained at the same level, which was explained in the system by the fact that this was all because of the new skill attracted the attention of the gods. The guy became interested in learning more about this skill, and the system gave out information that it was a divine blessing that accelerates the user's development and increases characteristics at a new level. Hyun became curious about what it meant to him that the gods were watching him and how it would affect his other skills. The guy began to examine his other skills and came to the conclusion that it was not very clear what the eye of the absolute god was for, but the super speed chain was a very serious toy. Looking at his physical characteristics, Jae-hyun realized that for a mage, strength was not so important, but agility would never be superfluous, and he had nothing to say about mana. But victory loves preparation and endurance, so it was possible to improve these characteristics. You just have to put in enough effort. They, unlike mana and strength, did not increase combat power, but increased the fatigue threshold in the case when the same action was performed repeatedly. The guy understood that if he invested in endurance now, the effect would be felt at every new level. When Jae-hyun more or less understood the strategy of his further actions, he had a question about what he should study to gain new knowledge. Looking at the card he received as a quest reward, Hyun thought that the super speed chain would be enough to attack for now, and he wouldn't be able to use complex spells due to the lack of mana, so healing was all that was left. Jae-hyun remembered that it was 2020, which meant that mages were treated like trash and were not valued at all. But if the raider had some kind of healing skill, then their attractiveness would increase dramatically, and their position in society would improve. Such guys were always valued, and for this, it was not necessary to be a raider. You could go into medicine or somewhere where the skills of a healer are in demand. Hyun turned the blank card over in his hands and realized that in order to raise his authority, he needed to learn how to heal. The guy leaned back in his chair and sighed with concern, because the problem was that meeting an awakened one with such skills was not an easy task. In addition, the fight with the crazy young Woo Min showed that one should use empty cards as wisely as possible and not waste them in vain. Jae-hyun closed his eyes and thought that it was unknown exactly how many cards the system would give out, but it was clear that it wouldn't throw them around left and right. The guy was distracted from his thoughts by a call on his mobile phone. He wondered who was bothering him, since his social circle had changed a lot during all this time. He was very surprised when he saw that it was Kim Yoo-jung calling him, because it seemed like these names were familiar to him from some distant past life. They had been friends with this girl since childhood, because they lived in the same area, so they often walked and spent a lot of time together. Kim Yoo-jung, like Hyun, also dreamed of entering Millis Academy and becoming a respected raider. But this bright girl never managed to realize all her planned wishes, because something irreparable happened. Jae-hyun had a flashback of Kim lying bloodied in his arms, dying, and him being unable to do anything to help her. Memories came flooding back to the boy, and he couldn't get rid of them. But then he told himself that everything would be okay, because now he had a chance to change the future. Jae-hyun looked at his phone, where notifications from Kim Yoo-jung were coming one after another, and realized that the girl remained the same as he remembered her. She was very restless, and this time she suggested going to a lecture that Yoo Sun-un would give in the city center. Kim tried in every possible way to persuade the guy to go there. Hyun racked his brain and remembered that Yoo Sun-un was a holy maiden who was highly revered in their hometown, so her lectures were always crowded. She was also popular because her magic embodied the power of sacrifice, and people loved to seek out such heroes and honor them. Jae-hyun decided that he needed to get used to living in this new reality, so he needed to meet up with old acquaintances and make new connections, so there was nothing to worry about. The guy threw on a sweatshirt that he hadn't seen for 11 years, and it seemed to him that with this thing, he returned to the appearance of his past self. Hyun went into the kitchen and told his mother that he would go out for a while. It was very unusual for him to hear her admonition to come back while it was still light, because he hadn't heard such words for so long. The guy smiled, because he knew that now there were people who cared whether he was alive or not, so with joyful anticipation, he answered his old friend that he would now join her. At this time, a solid black car was racing through the city, carrying a special and highly respected person. The personal driver informed Yoo Sun-un of her schedule, as she had to give a lecture to the raiders in the city center, and then go on a raid in the B-rank dungeon in the Seongbuk district. The man said that after all this, they were expected in Wonju, and then there was a flight to the USA. Looking at the woman in the rearview mirror, the driver doubted that she would cope with all this in such a state. He told the chairwoman in a tense voice that her health had deteriorated, and that this could affect her productivity. Yoo Sun-un smiled and replied that nothing serious had happened to her. It was just a simple lack of sleep that would pass as soon as she got a good rest. But the personal assistant paid no attention to all these excuses and said that she knew that the sacrifice was taking her own life. The man looked ahead sullenly and thought that if someone else had such a skill, it would be possible to cure the chairman. The woman smiled even wider and reminded her assistant, whose name was Park Sung-jae, that they had agreed not to talk about it. Park Sung-jae fell silent because he understood that these empty conversations would lead to nothing, but would only irritate the woman before important events. But he thought to himself that if this continued, the Holy Virgin of South Korea might soon leave this world. When Jae-hyun finally met Kim, the girl immediately grabbed his hand and enthusiastically led him straight into the crowd, because there was a real crush in the city center. This kind of activity was now unusual for the guy, so he told his girlfriend with a little irritation to stop pulling him by the hand. The girl slowed down her pace a little, but still didn't let go of Hyun's hand, so he could only watch as she looked around curiously, hoping to see Yoo Sun-un. Wanting to defuse the situation, the guy asked his girlfriend if she had invited him only because she was afraid of getting lost in this crowd. Kim Yoo-jung looked at her friend indignantly and said that it was not true, but the guy did not believe her and asked her to let go of his hand if he was wrong. The girl didn't answer, but she squeezed Hyun's wrist even tighter, which only made him smile wider because he was absolutely right. Jae-hyun asked his friend in a sickeningly caring voice why an excellent student and outstanding athlete forgot the way every day. In response, the girl hissed that thanks to her, he would listen to the lecture. The guy didn't deny it, but just smiled and said that Kim was absolutely right about this, especially since he wasn't at all against seeing Yoo Sun-yoon in person. When he arrived at the conference venue, Hyun thought that it would be a good idea to copy Yoo Sun-yoon's magic of sacrifice, as it could be useful for establishing connections in South Korea. The guys took their seats and began to wait for the lecture to begin, and while the guy sat with an absolutely indifferent face, Kim simply beamed with anticipation. Hyun understood that this person possessed simply unique magical power, but he still could not understand why people were simply obsessed with her. Yoo Sun-yoon was called the Holy Maiden. She was the master of the Lotus Guild, and her fame extended not only to Korea, she was equally popular overseas. At a time when raiding was not as widespread as it is now, the Holy Virgin fought in the front lines while simultaneously treating the wounded. The crowd's attention was drawn to the sound of a hand tapping on the microphone, signaling the beginning of the lecture that everyone present had been eagerly awaiting. The Holy Virgin took the microphone and greeted the people present, after which she introduced herself as if everyone in the city center did not know her. The crowd exploded with excited shouts and responses to this greeting. People began waving their hands at her, hoping that she would pay attention to them. The guy sat silently and watched the woman intently, because he knew what would happen to this universal favorite. A couple of months later, when Yoo Sun-yoon goes to Itaewon for another raid, her condition suddenly worsens. And although there was no official information, Hyun knew that the reason for this was the magic of sacrifice, which took away part of the owner's life energy, and there was only one way to help her. Knowing what would happen to the woman standing on stage, Jae-hyun felt uncomfortable watching everyone's excitement, even though he knew that people knew nothing about her condition. Yoo Sun-yoon began her lecture by saying that the world is currently experiencing an era of disasters and decline. So many people have experienced difficulties in their lives. She said that after the sacred tree Yggdrasil appeared, many citizens gave their lives in the fight against the invasion of bloodthirsty monsters. Hyun noticed that Kim was listening with delight to the story about how the situation had improved significantly since the first raids and awakened people appeared. The lecturer said that of the currently living awakened, only a fifth were ready to join the ranks of the raiders and defend humanity at the cost of their own lives. The woman made her voice more serious and said that their future was not yet determined, because the struggle for existence continues to this day, as people are dying even now because of monsters. Yoo Sun-yoon said that this world needs the courage of all the awakened, so they must be brave and fight the common enemy. She bowed to her audience and called on all conscientious citizens to enlist in her guild and fight for world peace. To the admiring cheers of the crowd, she said that her guild called Lotus would help people with the determination if necessary. The woman was ready to provide all the necessary support. Kim Yoo-jung was so moved by the speech that was given at the lecture that she could not contain her admiration for Yoo Sun-yoon and her dedication to her work. Jae-hyun understood that both Kim and Yoo Sun-yoon were right in that they needed to encourage people to fight, since most of the awakened were afraid of raiding, since fighting monsters was not an easy task. The guy absent-mindedly scratched the back of his head and remembered that before the time jump, he was going to sell Odin's eye to end all these battles and live in peace and prosperity. Lost in his own thoughts, Hyun could barely hear his friend's thoughts about how Yoo Sun-yoon had the right to become a role model, but he doubted that the woman would like that. After that, the guy said that he had plans, and after the lecture he needed to drop by one place, to which Kim irritably said, would he really leave her alone among such a crowd of people? Hyun reminded the girl with a smirk that she said she didn't suffer from topographic cretinism. In response, Kim muttered that he liked to make fun of her too much. Jae-hyun smiled even wider and said that he was just joking. He wouldn't leave her alone, so he called Kim Yoo-jung's mother, who would be here soon. But these words seemed to cause even more anxiety in Eugene, because she began to persuade her friend to wait for her mother, and she would give him a ride to where he needed to go. As he was leaving, the guy turned around and told the girl that he had chosen a magic class instead of a combat class, and would now be learning the basics of magic rather than physical combat techniques. Looking at his friend's confused face, the guy said that he would somehow teach her magic, and starting with theory, They would master the basics step by step, but Eugene said that she didn't need it. The girl watched her best friend blend into the crowd and, confused, demanded that he explain why he had changed classes before going about his important business. She looked at Jaehyun leaving and was in despair because he left her alone and even did not share the details of such an important decision, and they were planning to study in the combat class together. Hyun was finally able to escape his girlfriend's excessive attention and now looked around because he remembered that Yoo Sun-yoon went to this side of the street. Turning off a busy street, the guy saw an expensive car and a security guard standing nearby. All of this indicated that the woman would soon arrive here. When Hyun came closer, the personal assistant said that he apologized, but the chairman did not accept gifts at this time. The guy put on a mask of absolute friendliness, smiled, and said that he came here to see Miss Yoo Sun-yoon. Park Sung-jae rolled his eyes tiredly and decided that in front of him stood yet another fanatic, who was completely obsessed with raiding and joining the Lotus Order. The man addressed the boy seriously, saying that his decision to join the raiders was commendable, but that he shouldn't so unceremoniously invade other people's personal space. Tired of listening to the assistant talk about how he was putting Yoo Sun-yoon in an awkward position once again, Hyun interrupted him and told him to listen to him. Continuing to smile sweetly, the guy told Sung-jae Oppa that he knew that the chairman was terminally ill and nothing could help her with this illness. Seeing the man's confused look, Hyun said that he had not come to threaten to reveal the woman's secret, but to help since he was able to cure her. This news shocked the personal assistant and took away the ability to speak, because they had been trying for a long time to find at least some way to improve Yoo Sun-yoon's condition. The man was simply furious at the impudence of this boy, because they had so carefully concealed the chairman's health condition. He grabbed the guy and began asking where he got this information from. Seeing that his action did not have the desired effect and the guy did not show any reaction, Park Sung-jae asked in an even more threatening tone, because it was necessary to find out the source of the information leak. Hyun said in a completely calm tone that there was no need to shout about the chairman's illness to the whole street, because they might attract unnecessary attention to their conversation. Indeed, people passing by had already begun to pay attention to the strange couple, who were talking in raised tones and seemed not averse to getting into a fight. Suddenly, the rear window of the car rolled down, and Yoo Sun-yoon's face appeared, ordering her assistant to wait before jumping to conclusions and listen to what the guy had to say first. She looked straight at Hyun with her piercing eyes and asked him if he was able to take responsibility for his words. Jaehyun casually shrugged off Sung-jae Oppa's hand and smirked, saying that he took full responsibility for saying and repeating what could cure the woman. Yoo Sun-yoon closed her eyes and thought that if what he said was a lie, the guy would have been exposed immediately, but he was acting surprisingly confident. She looked at this strange guy who appeared out of nowhere and offered what she wanted so badly and wondered if she had anything to rely on. The woman asked Sung-jae Oppa how much time they had left before leaving this city, and after hearing that they only had 2 hours, she began to think about what to do next. Deciding that she should give this guy a chance, since she would regret not trying later, Madam Chairman said that it would be better for them to talk in a quiet place, so she suggested that Hyun get into the car. When they arrived at their destination, and there were no prying ears around, Yoo Sun-yoon sat down in a chair and invited the guy to sit opposite her. Jae-hyun thanked the woman and obediently settled into the next chair, preparing for a thorough conversation. The lady chairwoman folded her hands seriously and asked how the guy knew about her illness, because you don't hear this information at every step. Hyun apologized, but firmly said that he could not share this information, because if he did, he would not be involved in her treatment. To the guy's surprise, Yoo Sun-yoon laughed and, calling him too impudent, said that she agreed to these conditions and would not ask about the source of the information. She asked how the treatment would be carried out and what was needed for it, and Hyun began to think about how he could most gently communicate his plan. Deciding that the best way to build trust between them would be to be direct, he told the woman without further ado that he was going to copy her skill of sacrifice. Yoo Sun-yoon didn't expect to hear this at all and didn't immediately come up with an answer because she needed to digest what the mysterious young man had said. Just then, Park Sung-jae arrived, slamming his hand on the table aggressively and shouting that the chairman shouldn't listen to this useless charlatan. The man angrily asked if he had even the slightest idea what the sacrifice skill was, since it was a unique ability that couldn't be simply copied. Hyun listened with an indifferent face to the chairman's assistant's stream of questions about how he was going to copy magic, the formula of which he didn't even fully understand. This unique ability was one step higher than C-rank skills, and was the so-called skill ceiling, and could be obtained either from ancestors or by self-discovery. Normal spells could be learned through formulas, but the formula for a unique spell could not be understood, so the ability could not be copied. Hearing all this, Hyun said that this was information that everyone knew, but for now, he suggested not to get excited, because if he couldn't help, he wouldn't even come. Hearing these self-confident words, Park Sung-jae became even more furious because the insolence was coming from this young man. But the chairwoman said that they would hear him out. The woman asked if she understood correctly that the guy wanted to heal her using her own sacrifice skill. Hyun answered in the affirmative, and thought that in order to heal the wound received due to the spell usage penalty, a healing of a higher rank, or the same as the spell itself, was needed. He analyzed that the cause of Yoo Sun-yoon's illness was her unique skill. There was no treatment of a higher rank, and the woman could not heal herself, so his option was the only one. Sacrifice meant offering a gift to a god, so Yoo Seon-yoon was under a restriction that prevented her from healing herself. This absurd prohibition was because, according to the logic of the gods, one cannot sacrifice one's life for the sake of one's own life. The woman was silent for a moment, then smiled warmly and said that since Jae-hyun claimed that this was the only solution, she would try his option. The space around Yoo Sun-yoon suddenly lit up with a warm light that enveloped everything around her, and she asked the guy to prove that he could help her. Seeing that the chairwoman had decided to agree to the guy's adventure, Park Sung-jae shouted at her to think again about what she was doing and what the consequences were. But the head of the Lotus Guild did not stop, but on the contrary, concentrated even more and materialized her power in the form of a bright light, which she now held in her palms. Jae-hyun watched with satisfaction as the events unfolded, smiling as he thought that the plan was going like clockwork, and that soon he would have the power of sacrifice in his arsenal. The boy materialized the empty card that the Nornir system gave him as a reward for completing the task, so that it would absorb the new skill. Jae-hyun allowed the system to use the card to record the sacrifice skill in order to learn this new spell later. The guy's eyes flashed, and he felt how power began to boil in his veins, and his body was filled with new, as yet unexplored energy. After that, Hyun said that he saw mistrust in the eyes of his interlocutors, so he promised to do everything so that they would begin to trust him. To back up his words with actions, the boy decided to demonstrate the new skill he now possessed, thanks to the blank card and the power of Yoo Seon-yoon. The fact that he managed to light the sacrificial light was an incredible surprise to both Sung-jae Oppa and the chairwoman, as they had not even known that such a thing was possible before. Seeing the shocked faces of his interlocutors, the guy clenched his fist, drawing all his strength back, and offered to begin trying to heal the woman. An information window appeared before Hyun's eyes, stating that he now had a unique skill that created a healing wave that had various effects. The guy was thinking that since the spell was cast using a blank card, there was no penalty, but he was distracted from his thoughts by the voice of a woman who asked what he wanted from the guild. Although Yoo Sun-yoon asked this question, she thought to herself that just being able to cure her illness was already enough for negotiations. Looking at Jae-hyun, she realized that he was an ordinary kid from middle school, so it was very surprising that he had the ability to copy the skills of others. Also, the woman was amused by the fact that this young man was so impudent that he directly declared the negotiations to the chairman. She was very interested in what would happen next. Jae-hyun said that he wanted something not specifically from the guild, but from Yoo Sung-gun, or rather, he would be happy if she became his sponsor. The woman even coughed in surprise and asked if he really wanted her help in achieving success in the raid. The guy looked at the woman and said that it was his dream to succeed in raiding, but for rapid growth he needed money and connections, so he asked for her support. After thinking for a moment, Yoo Sun-yoon said that she agreed to help him because she saw in him courage and sufficient potential for such investments. Jae-hyun smiled with satisfaction when he heard the holy maiden say that he was not lacking in ability, and she also liked his approach to negotiations. But then the woman narrowed her eyes and said that she would also have some conditions that he would have to fulfill without fail. The guy found this strange because for Yoo Sun-yoon, he was the only hope for recovery, so she should be in a desperate situation. Seeing that despite all the difficulties, the woman did not lose her composure, Hyun respectfully asked what kind of professional conditions these were. The guild leader said that as far as he knew, her illness was a personal matter and had nothing to do with Lotus. And Jaehyun will need not only her support as the leader, but also connections with the entire guild as a whole. The guy caught the woman's thought and realized that she was talking about helping him without any reason. She was talking about unfair treatment, so he asked what she was proposing. Hyun knew that he would always have the option to refuse if he wasn't satisfied with something, so in that case, Yoo Sun-yoon would lose much more than he would, and she also had no leverage to manipulate. The woman didn't pay attention to the guy's thoughtful and gloomy look, and as if nothing had happened, smiled and asked if there was a guild he would like to join. This question left Jaehyun stunned, because he hadn't expected at all that he would have the opportunity to choose a guild to join. The guy understood that perhaps right now they were trying to recruit him into some specific guild, and he didn't know yet whether it was good or bad. It all seemed like a provocation, so Hyun asked if the holy maiden was joking, since it was unclear how serious her question was. Yoo Sun-yoon laughed and said that she was completely unable to joke, which is why her question might seem so strange. She went on to explain that there were several reasons why she asked the boy if he had any guilds he wanted to join. She raised her graceful finger up and said that firstly, he knew about the illness of the chairman of one of the respected Lotus guilds. This information was known only to a very small circle of people, so the woman could assume that Hyun either had good informants or big ears. The guy thought that his only informant here was the jump into the past, but he couldn't tell Yoo Sun-yoon about this, because then he would have to explain a lot. The woman bent another finger and said that secondly, he simply perfectly reproduced her sacrifice skill, which was very surprising and strange. She added that she had never heard of anything like this, and didn't think that anyone else could do it, because there were simply an infinite number of skills that he could copy. Jaehyun was starting to get a little tense from the woman's admiring tone, so in order to change the subject a little and avoid unnecessary questions, he asked if there was a third reason. The Holy Virgin moved closer to him and said that the third reason was the most romantic of her list. She came close to the guy and touched his chin with her palms, saying that the next reason was him, because while standing in front of her, he never batted an eyelid. It was simply adorable to her that the child was so steadfast in the presence of the Lotus Guild master. Yoo Sun-yoon moved a little further away and asked the guy if all the reasons she had given were enough to hire him. Jaehyun recalled that after the health of the Lotus Guild leader deteriorated, the organization began to rapidly lose its position, but nevertheless, it was still the best among other guilds. He thought that if he joined them now, he would be in good standing and would be treated with respect, and in general, having joined the guild, he would begin to develop faster. The guy decided to talk to the woman about the fact that, as far as he knew, contracts between adults were considered illegal. Yoo Sun-yoon nodded in agreement, confirming his words, and then asked if he had heard anything about the preferential right to negotiate. Jaehyun remembered hearing about this loophole where underage raider cadets could gain support from guilds. When the youngsters grew up, they were given a full-fledged contract as investors. This happened if the fighter completely satisfied the guild. This was usually done with gifted guys. Hyun didn't think that he would ever be among the guys with outstanding abilities, because in the past he managed to fly out even from a low-level guild. At this time, Yoo Sun-yoon stared at the guy and thought that there was something cute about him, then said that they would send the contract to the address he left. She urged the boy to think carefully before giving a final answer and signing a contract to join the guild. Jaehyun nodded in agreement and said that they needed to sort out the treatment first, and then they would sort out everything else. The guy thought that he had a really great opportunity in front of him, but there was no need to solve everything right now, so it was better to focus on the immediate problem. He stood up and slowly walked up to the woman. Standing behind her, the guy raised his hands above her head and said that he would start treating her. The head of the guild said that she was counting on him. Sungjae watched what was happening with undisguised skepticism, because he couldn't figure out what was going on in this room. The man remembered how he saw with his own eyes that the same sacrificial light as Yoo Sun-eun's lit up in the boy's hands, so there was no reason to doubt his abilities. But he also remembered that they had consulted countless healers about the chairman's illness, and everyone had just thrown up their hands, unable to help them. Even those healers who had dedicated their entire lives to the magic of restoration did not come to their aid. So it was obvious that the man doubted that everything would be so simple this time. But despite all the doubts, Jahyun successfully began to use his power, and a light lit up in his hands, the rays of which were directed straight at the chairwoman. The sacrifice skill was activated, and a healing wave penetrated the woman's body. She felt it like a warm wind that enveloped all her limbs and gradually penetrated inside. She didn't want to hope in vain, but she still understood on a subconscious level that her health was being restored. Park Sung-jae was speechless for a second, as he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that a guy who hadn't yet undergone proper training was able to heal the chairwoman. All doubts were immediately dispelled, and the man bowed to Hyun, saying that he apologized for his behavior and from now on trusted him with the health of Yoo Sun-yoon. Jahyun didn't even look at the woman's personal assistant, but said that everything was fine, because in his place, he wouldn't have believed the child either. Without looking up, Sung-jae said that he would have to apologize thoroughly for his rudeness a little later. The light in Hyun's hands began to fade, which meant that he had successfully cured the woman. But still, to confirm the positive effect of the treatment, he asked the chairwoman to try walking. The air was filled with anxious anticipation as the woman rose to her feet and walked silently around her office, her step firm, indicating the success of the healing. She extended her hand towards the window and light sparkled at her fingertips, after which the room was filled with sparkling butterflies that fluttered their wings joyfully. Her eyes sparkled, and then tears began to flow down her cheeks. Overcoming them, Yoo Sun-yoon said that the symptoms of her illness had disappeared without a trace, and she was now completely healthy. Wiping away her tears, the woman smiled tiredly and thanked the guy, asking if he would receive a fine for this, similar to the one she received, which is why she got sick. Since the spell was cast using a blank card, there was no penalty, so the guy said that everything was fine, and if anything happened, she could heal him, because she was now full of strength. The woman laughed joyfully, and said that he was right, and that if necessary, she would treat him for as long as he wanted. Yoo Sun-yoon handed him the card, and said that she would try to prepare everything he asked her for. Jae-hyun took the card, after which the chairman added that he could call at any time, and she also expected a positive response regarding the contract. The guy said that he understood everything, but he still had one small request for Yoo Sun-yoon. The next day, the Lotus Guild leader's black car brought Hyun to his destination, and Park Sung-jae respectfully opened the door for him. The man brought Hyun to a picturesque place where the low-level Lotus Guild dungeon was located under the roots of a huge tree. The guy understood that there would be a lot of cool guys at the Mila's Academy, and in order to compete with them, he needed to improve his skills a little. Sung-jae nodded his head, pointing to the wooden boxes, and said that they had already prepared all the restorative items for the boy. Holding a strange cane with a round tip, the man said that it was surplus equipment from the guild, so Hyun could use it as he wished. Taking the staff in his hands, the boy thanked the guildmaster's assistant for his concern, but the latter was worried about letting Hyun go into the dungeon alone, so he asked if he was confident in his abilities. Park Sung-jae said that the dungeon was E rank, but it was still unsafe to go in there alone, so maybe it would be a good idea to bring someone along. Jae-hyun cheerfully tossed the staff and said that he needed to level up anyway, and the dungeon was perfect for that purpose. The man realized that he would not convince this stubborn youth, so he opened his tablet with the Ishir system and began to type something into it. A second later, he had a small blue crystal in his hands, which he handed to the guy and told him to take it with him. Jae-hyun recognized the item that Sung-jae was handing him. It was a warp stone. The assistant placed the crystal on Hyun's palm and said that if it was broken, it would return the boy to the entrance of the dungeon, but it should only be used in case of extreme danger. The man smiled again and said that this small gift was his apology for yesterday's rudeness and lack of faith in the abilities of the novice raider. Park Sung-jae added that this gesture was also gratitude for curing the chairman, so the assistant hoped that this stone would be useful in the journey through the dungeon. Jae-hyun clutched the warp stone in his hand and thanked him for this valuable gift. He was pleased that someone cared about his well-being. Turning around, Jae-hyun headed straight towards the entrance of the dungeon, which looked like blue hydrogen, leading to the complete unknown, full of dangerous adventures. The guy felt the energy coming from the dungeon, and since it didn't cause him any alarm, he thought there shouldn't be any problems. As he began to enter the cave, he heard the last words of Sung-jae Oppa, who reminded him that if something happened, he should use the warp stone. Hyun turned around and said in a friendly voice that he understood everything and was taking the risk consciously. As he entered the dungeon, The Nornir system immediately made itself known, and the space around him began to change. The calm blue tones were replaced by alarming purple ones. Dark hands that were made of shadows began to wrap around the boy, touching his body and covering his mouth. Hyun had no idea what was happening at all. The last thing he saw was a black clawed hand, after which a system notification popped up warning him that he was being transported through space and was now in Helheim. At this time, Yoo Sun-eun was sitting in her office and could not calmly sort through the papers that had accumulated during her absence. Time after time, she returned to the same thought. Would this guy named Min Jae-hyun be able to cope with the dangers that lurked in the dungeon? She remembered how boldly and courageously he asked her to let him into one of the low-level dungeons of the Lotus Guild, among other things. The guy wanted to be there completely alone. The woman understood that the location was only E rank, but for a rookie raider, clearing it alone was a nearly impossible task. Even though Jae-hyun had a unique ability, he was still very young, and it was clear that he himself was well aware of this. But nevertheless, the boy wanted to enter the dungeon alone. Yoo Sun-eun smiled at these thoughts because she was very attracted to brave people, which Hyun was. So now she was curious about what his plan was. She was distracted from these thoughts by a knock on the door, followed by the voice of a girl named Pak Hana. The head of the guild threw away unnecessary thoughts and told her visitor to enter the office. A tall, slender girl with a bob haircut entered the room, her figure accentuated by a black suit and tie, holding a folder in her hands. She sat down on a chair opposite the chairwoman. Yoo Sun-eun asked how things were going with the task she had asked Park Han to carry out. The girl handed her boss a folder with information, saying that she had collected all the necessary information and created a profile of Min Jae-hyun based on it. Having thanked her subordinate, the head of the guild opened the folder with interest and began to flip through the pages one by one, trying to find some interesting points. Park Hana watched the woman with interest, since it was rare for her to hire someone personally, which meant that the boss had already figured out what Min Jae-hyun's specialty was. Yoo Sun-eun finally found a fact that surprised her a lot. The guy wanted to choose a martial arts class, and now she had a question about where he got such magic from. The woman asked Park Hana in a sullen voice if this fact was true, because it was strange to her to realize that a person with such a level of magic could choose some other class. The girl answered seriously that the error could only have occurred if there had been a technical failure, which she very much doubted. Yoo Sun-eun looked at the chart that showed Jae-hyun had an affinity for magical arts at 97%, making his choice of the martial arts class even more strange. The chairwoman began to pace around the office, wanting to find an explanation for the guy's strange behavior, since it was clear that he didn't make rash decisions. A minute later, she called Sungjae Oppa and told him to tell Hyun that as soon as he came out of the dungeon, they needed to meet urgently. When the man asked the chairwoman why she needed this, she replied that she wanted to personally test the boy's fighting abilities. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun was spinning in an incomprehensible whirlpool that was carrying him straight to Helheim. In other words, he was being transported to the land of the dead, where many dangers awaited him. It seemed to him that he had been spinning for an eternity. Now doubts arose that the Nornir system was better than the previous one, because sometimes dying was not the worst option. Finally, the boy landed on the cold, hard ground, and when he looked around, he noticed a strange fog, behind which were hidden the marble tombstones of a huge cemetery. Jae-hyun tried to catch his breath, but after landing, he felt like his lungs had stopped functioning and filling his internal organs with oxygen. The guy started to get nervous, because he didn't understand at all what was happening and where he had ended up, because the dungeon didn't look the same, and the feeling in it was completely different. Suddenly he noticed that there was a dark figure standing in the distance and watching him. When he looked closely, he could see a dead man in a black cloak. The creature pulled out its bony hand from its cloak, and drawing an arrow began to aim the bow straight at Jae-hyun. When the dead man fired and the arrow began to fly straight at him at incredible speed, the guy realized that he was in big trouble. All Hyun managed to do was turn his head slightly to the side, and that was enough, because the arrow flew past, barely grazing his face, and only slightly scratching his skin. But the dead man was clearly determined, because he was not stopped by the first failure, because he reached for a new arrow, intending to hit his still-living target. Jae-hyun suddenly realized that he couldn't move his head properly, which led him to believe that the arrows were filled with paralyzing poison. Having activated his new skill sacrifice, the boy realized that the battle would be difficult, and he would have to sweat if he wanted to get out of this mess alive. But Hyun still didn't fully understand how much effort he would have to put in, because right now, the dead began to rise in front of him, crawling out of the ground. And if the living corpses didn't look friendly, then the shadows that began to circle above the guy's head seemed like the scariest thing he had ever seen in his life. The corpse standing in the distance with poisonous arrows, the warrior who had risen from the dead, and the shadows that were ominously circling overhead promised Hyun a good time. The dead man in the cloak took aim again and fired a poisoned arrow at the boy, which was illuminated by an otherworldly blue glow. But Jae-hyun was not one to be timid, so when the arrow was approaching him, he intercepted it with his hand, preventing it from piercing him through and through. The guy grinned and broke it in half. In the ominous silence, the sound of the cracking wood resembled the crunching of bones. Hyun thought that with such thoughts it wouldn't take long to go crazy. While the young raider tried to survive in the land of the dead, Kim Yujin basked in the sun's rays, lying in her huge bed. The girl hugged the pillow and thought angrily that it would be better for her friend Jae-hyun not to be seen by her anytime soon, because she was so angry at him that she was ready to kill him. She was angry that he left her alone, knowing how easily she gets lost on the street. That's probably why he agreed to go to the lecture with her, because he wanted to make fun of her. She plopped down on the pillow in irritation and thought that she didn't understand this guy at all. It seemed to her that she didn't recognize her old friend with whom she had grown up. What infuriated Yujin was that Hyun, more than anyone, knew that she hated crowded places, and she thought that he had agreed to go to the lecture because he cared about her. The girl remembered that her friend had been attentive to her even in childhood, because he knew her peculiarity, so he always walked her with her. But now he suddenly left her alone, in the middle of a crowd, and disappeared in an unknown direction. Kim Yujin lay in bed and thought about what her friend had told her about choosing the magic class instead of the combat class they were planning to enroll in together. It was a strange choice for her, because Hyun kept saying that he would become a martial arts class raider, and if he had a reason to change direction, then it was quite compelling. He must have had serious reasons that would prompt him to give up his dream. The girl simply had no other explanation. Yujin knew Hyun well and could say with certainty that he was a very sensible guy. It was always difficult for him to make a decision, because even in a diner, he spent 10 minutes choosing food. However, the girl had the feeling that during that morning her childhood friend had become a different person, and now she could not understand his decisions and actions. She angrily grabbed her phone and started typing a message to Hyun-woo, saying that she remembered him abandoning her in the middle of the square, and if the guy showed up to her, she would kill him on the spot. But now the girl could stand in line if she wanted to kill him, because there were a lot of people who wanted to. Right now, the guy felt an ominous energy. Most likely it was because of the monsters. Jae-hyun exhaled and tried to calm down, because he needed to come up with a strategy for his next steps in order to get out of Helheim alive. He began to look around and saw that 4 flights were flying above his head, intending to cut off his head with their deadly weapons. To the side stood one skeleton archer, who kept trying to pierce him with an arrow, and one dragger, who slowly approached him with a sword at the ready. Hyun chuckled, thinking that these otherworldly creatures had thrown him quite a party. But despite this ostentatious fun, the boy knew that he needed to break through them. He looked at the staff that Sungjai had left for him, and thought that taking it with him was one of the best decisions he had made that day. Even though it was a cheap Lotus Guild staff, it was a C-class item, meaning that the item wasn't all that useless. The guy began to remember everything he knew about Helheim, one of the 9 worlds in Scandinavian mythology. It was the world of the dead, ruled by Loki's daughter, named Hel. The dungeons were created in the image of the 7 worlds. Only Midgard and Asgard were inimitable. All the other worlds became prototypes of various underground caves. There were completely opposite worlds, such as Niflheim, which was a world of eternal ice and darkness, and Muspelheim, a world of fire and light. There was also a world called Jotunheim, inhabited by formidable and not very friendly giants. The world in which the elves, pleasant to look at but no less dangerous than giants, lived was called Alfheim. But the elves did not live in only one world. There was another one, called Svartalheim, in which lived dark and powerful individuals of this breed. There was another world called Vanaheim, inhabited by the Vanir, godlike people who fought with the Aesir. But the coldest, deepest, most lifeless place in Niflheim was Helheim, the land of the dead. This place was not for beginners. Because the undead that resided there were terrifying and without holy power, it was better to avoid direct clashes with them. But Jaehyun remained optimistic, because he thought that everything was not so bad, because in the land of the dead, he could test his new ability. Sacrifice was considered a healing skill, but in combat against the undead, it was stopped by a formidable weapon that struck an area called the Judgment of Light. While the boy was lost in thought, a Draugr approached him and rushed to attack. Now Hyun had more important things to do than think about the 9 worlds. He swung his staff and aimed it to hit his opponent's vulnerable spot. The young raider's attack was successful, as the Draugr could not withstand the blow and flew back several meters, without having time to inflict the slightest damage on Hyun. But Hyun knew that he couldn't rely on just a weapon, so he activated his sacrificial power and decided to try it out on the resurrected dead man. The boy directed a bright beam of healing light, which was a devastating weapon against the risen dead, straight at the enemy. When one of the monsters was destroyed, Hyun felt his experience points increase. But the joy was short-lived, because flights were already approaching him. These creatures circled around him, confusing him, and preventing him from orienting himself in space, so that the guy could not choose a good position for an attack. Even though he had no experience as a mage at the moment, Hyun once again used his newfound power and directed the super-fast chain at one of the flights. The force of this blow made the guy lose his balance, but the attack was still successful, as he managed to destroy several flights and gain new experience points. Rising from the ground, the young raider realized that he could not miss such a chance to develop his powers, because the dungeon was more than ever useful for these purposes. The boy grabbed his staff and realized that he could handle anything he would encounter in the dungeon with his current level of power. His next target was the dead archer, who was slowly and menacingly getting closer, and was already about to take an arrow out of his quiver and aim at the guy. Hyun decided not to stand on ceremony with him for long, so seeing him literally a meter away from him, he did not waste time activating his power, but simply swung and hit him with the staff. A suspicious cracking sound of wood was heard, and the guy realized that although the blow had crushed the skeleton archer and also brought him even more experience points, he had also suffered losses. He looked at the fragment of the staff, and the system gave him information that this piece of equipment was irretrievably destroyed, which caused a wave of irritation in the guy. Jaehyun wondered how the mages fought with these rods if they were so easily crushed, but these thoughts were dispelled when a half-dead Draugr began to approach him. Hyun realized that it was not worth it to be too happy about the fact that he would gain experience, because now he had lost his weapon, and his task was somewhat more difficult. The guy prepared for the fight and realized that regardless of the conditions and arsenal of weapons, he would get the desired result and improve his skills. Hyun activated the sacrifice skill, after which the system recognized the dead and turned the healing ability into an attack ability, activating the Judgment of Light skill. A beam of blinding light of astonishing power was directed straight at the Draugr, who didn't even have time to move before he was already destroyed, and the guy gained more experience points. The light also hit the decaying body of the passing flight, turning it into ashes that were carried throughout the dungeon by the cold wind of Helheim. Feeling weak in his legs, Jaehyun sat down on the ground trying to catch his breath. At that moment, the system gave out information that his level had been increased, and the body's recovery process had also been started. The guy realized that he had slightly overestimated his capabilities, and if it weren't for the new level, everything could have ended rather disastrously for him. He thought that his body must be so sensitive to the new power because this skill was C rank, and it wasn't enough to just register it into a blank card. Hyun noticed the strange passages in the dungeon and thought that he couldn't have been allowed in here without warning that a sudden movement to another place might occur. He looked at the information window of the Nornir system and saw that he was still in Helheim. Probably all these strange things were happening because of the change of the Aesir system. Hyun even began to think about using the warp stone and appearing at the entrance to the dungeon, but he doubted it, since then he would not achieve his goals. Suddenly, the guy felt such a powerful otherworldly energy that he got goosebumps from these sensations. He began to look around, trying to find the source of this energy, but there was no one around. Only the wind grew stronger, which pierced to the bones. The guy realized that something ominous and very strong was approaching, since its presence was the cause of such an oppressive atmosphere. As soon as he thought about it suddenly, it seemed like all the oxygen in his lungs ran out, and now it was impossible to take even one full breath. Hyun began to panic and wonder who was approaching him. It must have been a creature with great power, since the guy couldn't even breathe in its presence. For now, the only thing he was sure of was that if he didn't start moving right now, then death would most likely sneak up on him much earlier than the allotted time. From the tension he began to growl, but then he came to his senses and covered his mouth with his hand, because he couldn't make noise without knowing who might be nearby. The guy realized that in order to have an idea of who he would have to face, he first needed to find traces of this creature. But all these thoughts evaporated from his head as soon as he saw a huge shadow that was slowly approaching him from behind and was simply enormous in size. Turning around, Hyun saw a monster whose name was Nightshade. The creature was the boss of the dungeon and had some serious strength that could become a problem for the guy. The Nornir system immediately began sending him warnings that he needed to leave the dungeon immediately because the difference in level changed the status to danger. Jae-hyun realized with disappointment that such an opponent was still too tough for him, so he wanted to get the warp stone from his inventory. He had only a few seconds left for this, because Nightshade was already close, and with every moment, the threat of death became greater. Finally, he found the warp stone and clutched it in his hand, wanting to return to the entrance of the dungeon, where he could feel safe. But it was too late, because the dark creature struck with its huge, powerful paw, aiming exactly at where Hyun stood. The warp stone fell out of the guy's hands and flew off to an unreachable distance, so there was little hope of getting out of here. Jae-hyun was hit hard and coughed up blood, after which a system warning appeared that his HP was dangerously low and he needed to use recovery items. But this seemed like an impossible task, because the dungeon boss was already approaching the guy, depriving him of any chance of regeneration. Nightshade swung, wanting to deliver another blow that could well be devastating for the young man. Jae-hyun knew that he wouldn't be able to dodge this attack, so he closed his eyes and prepared to meet the deadly blow of the monstrous monster. Several long seconds passed and the blow still hadn't hit the guy, so he opened his eyes and saw that a huge clawed paw had frozen literally a few centimeters from his face. Hyun couldn't understand why Nightshade suddenly stopped instead of tearing him into tiny pieces, as he had clearly planned to do earlier. A blinding white light entered the guy's field of vision, which looked completely wild against the backdrop of the gloomy, dark dungeon. Hyun listened in surprise as the female voice ordered the boss not to touch the guest, since she personally brought him to this place. The Lady of Helheim and the daughter of the god Loki, Hel, a woman as beautiful as she was terrible, appeared before the guy. She said that she was waiting for the guy with the fate of a sworn enemy. But in shock after Nightshade almost killed him, Hyun did not understand who was standing in front of him, so he did not recognize the ancient goddess. The guy looked at the monster, which was still standing next to him, but froze in inaction as soon as this woman approached, and asked if this was her doing. The goddess seemed not to have heard the question at all. She was thinking out loud that she expected to see before her a great warrior who could kill him. She touched Hyun's cheek with her hand, and said that she never thought she would see a boy with an ordinary human body in front of her. She began commenting on the boy's abilities as if he wasn't there. Hel said that he had good mana, but it wasn't enough to challenge the gods of Asa. She stepped back a little, looking at the young raider appraisingly, and said thoughtfully that she didn't understand why Loki had chosen him. The guy looked at the strange woman and realized that everything was starting to blur before his eyes, and this foreshadowed an imminent loss of consciousness. He thought that the loss of blood was to blame. But the reason was not this at all, but that the goddess scratched Hyun with her nail until he bled and injected poison into his body. Now the guy looked at the clouded face of the goddess, which broke into a contented smile, and wondered if it would really all end here for him. He thought that he couldn't just give up, because then his plan would collapse like a house of cards, and he would never achieve anything. He needs to hold on to make his dreams come true, to become a powerful magician and make his father answer for what he did to his mother. The guy caught Hel's interested gaze, and she said that she liked the sparkle in his eyes that flashed when he thought about revenge. She approached him again and said that although she liked people who were willing to fight for an idea, it wasn't enough. In her eyes, Hyun was weak. The Lady of Helheim touched his lips with her palm and rubbed away the dripping drop of blood, after which she said that the end was very near. She wanted him to gain strength even faster, which would help him defeat his enemies, because they would make themselves known very soon. Hell grabbed the guy tightly by the throat and began to choke him, saying that if he failed and the hell that had happened before was repeated, she would demand an answer from Hyun. Loki's daughter looked at Jaehyun darkly and said that if he failed, she would be the first to kill him. The guy still didn't understand who was standing in front of him and what power this strange woman had. But what was even stranger was that she said that Hyun was very important to them, even though the guy didn't understand who she meant. Hell let Jaehyun go and said that she was giving him a chance, in exchange for which he had to expand his power and destroy Nightshade, who stood before him. As she left, the woman said that when the boy defeated the monster, he would receive a special gift from her, but he should remember that there was very little time. Jaehyun stood up and opened the Nornir system, which announced that the main quest called Hell's Trials had been received. The goddess added that he only had 2 months to crush Nightshade, and she really hoped that he would not be disappointed. The system gave out full information about the quest, which said that within this specified time, it was necessary to kill the dungeon boss and earn Hell's recognition. The shocked guy tried to wrap his head around all the information that had suddenly fallen on him. Hell moved away, but managed to shout so that Hyun would not forget that if he did not cope with this task, he would certainly die. She called him the child chosen by Nornir and wished him luck in battle. Suddenly he saw again the vision that appeared when he chose the Nornir system. The blonde woman was saying something, but he couldn't make out what exactly. After this, his eyes closed and consciousness began to leave him. But when he came to, he saw a bright light that was not like the lighting of the dungeon. Jaehyun realized that he had somehow miraculously found himself at the entrance to the cave, which meant that the goddess had personally transported him, since he had lost the warp stone in the fight with the monster. The guy stood up abruptly, thinking that he was dreaming all this, but when he looked around and saw the familiar gate, he realized that everything was happening in reality. He touched the place where there was a large bleeding wound and realized that it had healed. Now, the question was spinning in his head. Who was this strange stranger? The guy began to remember the information about the new quest that the system had given him, and based on it, he finally realized that he had met the real goddess of death, who ruled in one of the 9 worlds. It was hard for him to comprehend that he had met Hell, and on top of that, she had given him a task and promised to reward him with a gift for successful completion. Hyun went over everything he had heard from the goddess in his head and realized that he had already heard the information that he had become Asa's sworn enemy when he received the Nornir system. He didn't understand anything at all, and because of this he was very angry that it was he who returned to the past and became Asa's sworn enemy, whatever that meant. And although he had no idea what Hell wanted from him, he was only sure that his powers and skills definitely needed to be improved. Jaehyun admitted that everything the goddess said was true. Then in case of failure, Loki's daughter would finish him off without any hesitation. Hyun knew that it would not be easy to defeat such a powerful being as Nightshade, especially since he was only given 2 months to complete this quest. The problem started even at the preparation stage, because now the guy was not able to fight as a mage, and he still did not have a low-level spell. From this, he concluded that in order to advance further, he needed to know the basics of magical combat, so he took out his phone to text the chairman. But when Hyun opened the message chain, he saw an incoming notification from Sungjai Oppa, who wrote that the chairman wanted to meet him in person. The guy thought that Yoo Sun-yoon showed up at the right time and he was just free tomorrow to find time to meet her. He also wrote that he had already decided everything regarding the proposed contract and agreed to the conditions of the head of the Lotus Guild. Hyun smiled and looked forward to tomorrow with anticipation, as he was eager to begin training and master the magical arts. The next day, Jaehyun arrived at the Lotus Guild's main office, where Park Sungjai was already waiting, leading him through the spacious corridors to the boss's office. As they walked, the boy thought about how the guild representatives had probably contacted him first because they had seen his profile, which indicated a 97% predisposition to magic. There were very few people with such a rating, but Hyun still chose a martial arts class that did not suit him, all because of his indecisive nature. He was taking his cue from the general opinion that the magic class was openly despised, while the fighting warriors were discussed only with noticeable respect. At that time, such an environment played its role, and the guy chose a class that was approved by society in order to later take a respected place in society. Jaehyun and Sungjae walked into a spacious hall that was completely empty, except for the woman standing in the center of the room. Her appearance, to put it mildly, struck the guy, and made him swallow the nervous lump in his throat that had formed after he found himself next to her. Yoo Sun-gyun looked completely different from when they were dating. Not only did she look healthier, she was wearing a tight black jumpsuit and her hair was flowing beautifully down. She smiled warmly at Hyun as if they were old friends, and said that she had been waiting for the guy to arrive. Jae-hyun put on his most friendly face and told the chairman that he was also glad to see her, as they had many things to discuss. The woman came closer and asked what he thought about the contract. Because the offer was very tempting, the guy said that he thought so too. According to the contract, he was to be given a cash allowance, B-class equipment, and in case of loss of property there were no fines. The raid treasures were distributed depending on his contribution. Hyun said that he had already told Appa's manager that he wanted to voice one more condition before signing. Yoo Sun-yoon was not at all embarrassed by this. She said that she would listen to the condition, and if it suited her, she would, if possible, help to fulfill it. The woman listened with interest to what the guy had guessed was that they had read his profile and knew the details of his studies. Hyun shared that it hasn't even been a month since he switched from a combat class to a magic class and is now striving to develop in this area. Yoo Sun-yoon nodded her head in understanding when the boy said that at the moment he was having difficulty controlling magic and he wanted to improve his skills. Sungjae was also very interested in listening to the story of their potential guild member. The man was curious about what the young man wanted this time. Jae-hyun said that his request was for the chairwoman to personally train him and help him develop the abilities he had recently acquired. Yoo Sun-yoon was very surprised by this request, but she didn't show it. Her face continued to reflect only sincere friendliness. Hyun knew that the first rule of survival for a raider was to play the best card at the moment when it could have the greatest effect. Sungjae also didn't show any confusion when he heard the request, because it was clear that the guy was not simple, and he realized this even at their first meeting. P understood that the boy couldn't pass up the opportunity to be trained by the Lotus Guild Master and a C-rank raider herself, of which there were very few in the world. But he still didn't believe that Hyun was asking for this. Jae-hyun broke the tense silence and said that if Madam Chairman agreed to this condition, then they could sit down and sign the contract right now. For a second, Yoo Sun-yoon didn't even know what to say, because no one had ever set conditions for her so directly before, and she wasn't used to making concessions to anyone. But still, she was curious to see how much this young raider's powers could be developed, so she couldn't refuse a seat in the front row and said that she agreed to this condition. She said without hesitation that she was genuinely interested in Hyun, to which the guy chuckled and said that he was pleased with these words. Yoo Sun-yoon raised her finger and said not to rush, because before signing the contract, she wanted to evaluate the guy's talent herself. For him, this desire was not surprising, because if he were in her place, he would also want to see a potential guild member in action. Hyun understood that the Lotus Guild was only interested in the most combat-ready candidates, so they wanted to verify his strength. Seeing the expression on the chairwoman's face, Sungjae knew he had to mentally prepare himself for what was going to happen next. Hyun clarified whether he understood correctly that the woman wanted to test his abilities. When she nodded her head in the affirmative, he asked what was required of him. Yoo Sun-yoon didn't answer. She just smiled even wider and snapped her fingers, causing confusion to appear on the guy's face. But after a couple of seconds, the room they were in began to change, and a blindingly bright blue light filled the space. Some strange portal opened up behind the guild leader, but she calmly said that the guy would have to deal with this mana cube. Hyun looked at all this with wide eyes and began to run through options in his head that could help in completing this difficult task. Yoo Sun-yoon smugly asked the guy if he liked his assignment, since if he wanted to sign a contract with Lotus, he should be able to do at least that much. Usually, the mana cube was used by B-rank mages to find out their sensitivity to mana. For a guy, this test will not be easy, because only 7% of raiders are able to pass it. Hyun turned to the chairwoman, saying that this task looked like she wanted to break him. The woman began to deny this, saying that even if he lost, the contract would still be signed, the conditions would not change, and she, as the Lotus Master, guaranteed this. Jae-hyun understood that he had no choice, and he couldn't back down, because then the other members of the guild would doubt his abilities. Retreating was impossible. He evened out his breathing and calmed down. He needed full concentration on the task, because the guy planned to go only forward. Yoo Sun-yoon turned to her assistant in a honeyed voice and asked him to prepare everything needed to complete this task. The man asked the boss if she was sure of her decision, because even the current raider mages had a hard time dealing with the mana cube. Watching Jaehyun head towards the cube, he reminded the guild leader that this guy was just a teenager who was just starting his training. The woman looked at Sungjai Oppa with a sly look and asked if he really thought Hyun was an ordinary teenager because she thought he should be given a chance to pass this difficult task. The man did not argue with the chairwoman because she rarely made mistakes in people, and in most cases immediately saw their potential, so he began to carry out her instructions. He began typing something on the computer screen, which was built into the panel next to the mana cube. At this time, Hyun remembered that he had heard about the mana cube before the time transfer, but in real life its magical power seemed simply monstrous. The guy's depressing thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Yoo Sun-yoon, who cheerfully said that it was time to start the test and wished him luck in it. Without answering these words, Jae-hyun began to enter the very center of the mana cube. His body began to feel a chill and a slight tingling in the places of contact, which immediately made the guy tense. Park Sung-jae and Yoo Sung-yoon watched in silence as the boy gradually disappeared from view, each of them seemingly lost in their own thoughts. A few minutes later, the man broke the silence, saying that he was worried about the boy, and although he understood the chairwoman's interest, he remembered that he was still very young. The woman said in a carefree tone that he would succeed, and upon hearing this, Sung-jae thought that she was either too confident in his abilities or too indifferent to the fact that he would get hurt. The personal assistant asked why the guild leader was so confident in her words, since the guy had not yet fully demonstrated his skills to them. But the woman was not at all embarrassed by this question, and without thinking twice, she answered that she simply felt that the guy would be able to cope with this test. After that, she turned away from Op and wondered with interest how long it would take the guy to get out of the cube alive. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun found himself in a space filled with water, and only one thought came to his mind, because most likely he was in an ocean of mana. What's most interesting is that he was breathing normally, although he was afraid of getting mana poisoning as a result of being under the influence of magical powers for a long time. In this world, mana was like oxygen. Without it, it was impossible to use skills and abilities. But if you overdo it, your lungs and heart may fail, which will lead to inevitable death. The guy thought that he shouldn't waste time because perhaps the symptoms of poisoning had not yet appeared, and if he stayed in the cube for too long, his condition would worsen. The first and most important thing he needed to do now was find a way out, and if Hyunwoo's memory served him correctly, there was only one way to get out of this space. It was necessary to find a door that was connected to the outside, and it was located inside the endless whirlpools. Jae-hyun closed his eyes and tried to focus on the waves of energy he felt in this place. He had to feel the water currents because the path that would lead him out lay among them, so now he needed to give in completely to his instincts. A second later, the guy realized that he felt something strange. Perhaps it was a hint that pointed to the water stream he needed. Looking closer, Hyun saw a bright, sparkling crystal that was a different color from the rest of the space and stood out greatly. The boy's eyes widened at how incredible the magical power of this item was, since he could feel it from such a far distance. It felt like this crystal contained all the magical power of this place. While Hyun was trying to figure out how to deal with the cube, there was a lot of debate in the real world about whether he would be able to get out of it alive. Sung-jae understood that everything the guy had shown before was simply stunning, but that didn't mean he could handle a task that was problematic even for experienced raiders. The man asked his boss how long such a test takes because perhaps if the boy is gone for too long, he will need to be dragged out somehow. The woman replied that it took her 40 minutes and that this result was still considered the best in the country. After some thought, Park Sung-jae stated that Jae-hyun had only two options. Either he wouldn't get out at all, or he would set a new record, thereby surpassing the guild leader. Yoo Sun-yoon laughed, saying that she shared the man's opinion on this matter. For some reason, she felt that the guy would get out of there soon. Suddenly, the chairwoman's eyes widened as if she saw something she had never seen before. When she told her manager to look at what she saw, Appa's eyes became just as surprised. They both stared at the entrance to the mana cube, which was crackling as if small lightning bolts were piercing through it. Fragments were flying in different directions, and it was generally unclear what was happening. Sung-jae asked in confusion if the cube had cracked. It was a very strange phenomenon, because nothing like this had ever happened before. When the man saw the worry in the guild leader's eyes, he realized that she didn't know what to do either, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. Park Sung-jae frantically grabbed the phone and looked at the time, then he shockingly told Madam Chairman that only 10 minutes had passed, and during that time, a rift had opened in the cube. The woman put her hand to her heart and thought with alarm about what was happening inside, since even fragments were breaking out on the surface. And what was happening inside was that Jae-hyun had practically reached the crystal from which this powerful energy was spreading. The boy concluded that this object, which looked like a sparkling gemstone, was the core of the cube, in which all its power was concentrated. Jae-hyun realized that if he was right, he could escape the cube by destroying its core, which would save him from having to find a way out and wade through the water currents. Therefore, casting aside unnecessary doubts, the young raider decided to put his plan into reality and at the same time test his intelligence. He finally reached his destination and grabbed the crystal, squeezing it in his hand, intending to destroy the cube's core. The guy hoped that he was right and wouldn't be stuck in this space forever. Then Hyun crushed the crystal and it shattered into small pieces in his fist. The space he was in began to ripple. Lightning began to dance around him. It seemed that it was not the crystal that was cracking, but the place he was in. Jae-hyun looked with pleasure at the system information window, which showed information about a new passive skill called Mana Management Essence having been obtained. In the real world, things were no better, because at the entrance to the Mana Cube, there was complete chaos. Everything was seething, exploding, and cracking. Guildmaster Lotus and her assistant watched in horror as the entire room they were in began to collapse, with shards and pieces of rock flying everywhere. The man couldn't believe his eyes, because in his memory, no one had ever passed this test in such a destructive way as this teenager who appeared out of nowhere. Seeing Hyun exit the cube, he remembered that only 7% of the Raider mages ever made it out, and even they needed about 3 hours to do so. Raiders who reached B rank needed a little more than 2 hours. A rank fighters completed the task in 1.5 hours, and C rank completed the task in an hour. Sung-jae gulped as he realized that this guy had beaten them all and completed the task in record time. The previous record was set by a girl named Camilla. She was a genius of magical practices from the Union of Europe, and it took her 36 minutes to get out of the mana cube. Just now, a young talent named Jae-hyun broke this record and set a new one that will be very difficult to surpass. Personal assistant Yoo Sun-yoon found it strange to realize that the guy had a 26-minute difference with the previous record holder, Camilla. Sung-jae immediately ran up to Jae-hyun and started congratulating him on doing it, and doing it in a very impressive manner, finishing the task in just 10 minutes. But all these joyful congratulations were interrupted by the chairwoman who approached, whose face was very stern. She asked the guy very seriously how he managed to get out of the mana cube so quickly, because he not only finished ahead of the standard time, but also broke the international record. Jae-hyun, as if nothing had happened, replied that he had found some kind of crystal inside the water space and decided to break it, which helped him get out ahead of time. The woman was not just surprised, she couldn't believe what she heard, because it was simply an incredible achievement. The Mana Cube crystal was a vessel that stored all the energy in the magical space, and it was impossible for an ordinary awakened to even find it, much less destroy it. Yoo Sun-yoon understood that if Jae-hyun managed to destroy the crystal, it meant that his mana was much stronger than the energy and the cube. She simply couldn't find the words to describe the delight she felt when she realized what a capable guy would now be in her guild. But the woman decided not to show that Hyun had surprised her, so she waved her tail, turned around and left, saying that he had successfully completed the task. Then, to the boy's surprise, the chairwoman said that in the name of the Lotus Guild and her word of honor, she would personally train him. She pointed her finger at the boy and asked if he was ready to undergo the training she would design especially for him. While Jae-hyun was dealing with the guild's issues, his girlfriend and mother stood outside the house and waited for his return. Kim Yoo-jin said irritably that he was still not here, and her mother anxiously agreed, saying that in addition to being late, he also didn't answer his calls. But their conversation died down as soon as an expensive black car appeared near the house and drove right up to the front entrance. The car stopped and a man got out of it, opening the back door for Jae-hyun, after which the guy slowly walked out into the street. Both Yoo-jin and Hyun's mother couldn't believe their eyes. Neither of them understood what this expensive car was doing in their area and why Jae-hyun was sitting there. Seeing his girlfriend and mother looking at him, the boy stopped talking to Sung Jae-oppa and waved his hand at them. The mother anxiously asked Kim Yoo-jin if her son had started doing something bad. This question irritated the girl, because unfortunately, she could not answer it. When Hyun entered the house, his friend immediately went to his room to ask him about what was happening in his life. She asked if she understood correctly that the guy was not suited for the martial arts class and decided to go to the magic one. Hyun nodded his head affirmatively and said that he had already finished with the preparation. Jae-hyun said that he was already sick of the warrior class, so he quickly signed a contract to transfer to the magic craft training. For Eugene, this was all very surprising, because just a few days ago he had been insisting that magicians had no prospects in the future, and it seemed to her that her friend had some kind of health problems. But the guy just laughed and said in a philosophical tone that a person, like a chameleon, is always changing his views, like his color. A friend asked if Hyun was sure about his choice, since he wanted to go to the martial arts class because of his mother, despite his magical talents. The girl also clarified that being a magician was a very unprofitable business that takes a lot of energy. Hyun recalled Young Woo Min saying at a meeting at a cafe that warrior raiders had a hard time finding work because the chance of getting injured was too high and employers were reluctant to pay the costs. Having heard another phrase about how he had previously planned to enroll in a combat class to support his mother, the guy asked to close this topic. Jae-hyun decided to change the topic, so he asked what Yoo-jin was doing here, whether her parents were on a business trip again. The friend plopped down on his pillow and said that the guy had guessed right, and since she didn't want to be left alone at home, the aunt allowed her to stay the night. The guy asked her what she liked so much about visiting them, because her house was a real expanse, not like their couple of square meters. Kim Yoo-jin was the only daughter of a very wealthy family of businessmen who doted on her. Her parents were involved in processing the remains of monsters, with their subsequent sale on world markets. And since new monsters appear in other countries, they have to arrange business trips. That is why his friend was often left alone, since she was unable to travel with her parents due to her studies at the Mills Academy. His mother was friends with Eugene's parents, so it was common for her to spend the night at their house, as the girl hated being alone. Jae-hyun decided that sleepovers could be useful, so he asked his friend to teach him the basics of magic. The girl looked at him skeptically and asked if she should really share such valuable information for free. The guy rolled his eyes and asked what she wanted. After his selfish girlfriend gave him the price, they could come to an agreement. The girl made the most thoughtful expression on her face and said that she hadn't thought at all about what she wanted. She fidgeted for a long time, trying to figure out what she wanted from Hyun, and then suddenly jumped up and said that he would have to fulfill absolutely any of her wishes. Eugene said that if he did not agree, she would not teach him. The guy had no choice but to accept, but he set a condition that if his girlfriend did not come up with a wish within a year, it would be cancelled. The girl said that she was friends with the cheapskate, but still agreed to the condition. Jae-hyun smirked, considering himself a winner because he thought that his girlfriend would probably forget about her wish within a year. Seeing Yoo-jin's irritated face, Hyun joked and asked if she had really come up with something vulgar, which made the girl even more angry. Kim Yoo-jin clutched the pillow in her hands, and at that moment she remembered that her friend had thrown her alone in the crowd, so now it was his time to die. She jumped up, and with particular enthusiasm began to hit Jae-hyun with a pillow on different parts of his body. The guy began to scream so that his enraged girlfriend would not touch his head. Their fatal battle, which hell would have envied, was interrupted by a knock on the door, followed by their mother's voice calling them to the table. This didn't stop Yoo-jin from giving the final blow, after which she threw a pillow straight into Hyun's face. In her opinion, he got off easy, because if she had caught his eye earlier, she would have strangled him. Jae-hyun couldn't help but smile happily. It had been so long since he had had fun with his loved ones, and over the long years of loss, it seemed like he had forgotten how to laugh at all. There was a stunningly beautiful sunset this evening. It painted the sky blood red, against which the black crows seemed especially ominous. And while some were having a pillow fight, others were killing for real, and that evening the huge snake was unlucky, because its head was pierced through with a dagger. The killer of this monster was a man whose facial features were hidden from prying eyes by his hair. He slowly approached the huge creature, parts of whose body were already being eaten by crows. The man stopped in front of the muzzle, and looked appraisingly at the result of his work. Behind him, a warrior in armor spoke up, saying that thanks to him, they had finished quickly. The warrior also added that he had not been on such fun raids for a long time and was happy to repeat it again. The mysterious man turned his head slightly towards the speaker and in an indifferent voice thanked him for such a pleasant assessment of his work. He pulled his sword out of the snake's body and started to leave, but the warrior said that if he joined their guild, they could form a strong and powerful alliance. The man didn't seem to even think about the offer, as he immediately said that he had no plans to join forces with anyone. The warrior began to persuade him in a very insistent manner, grabbing him by the shoulder and preventing him from leaving. This behavior made the man very angry, because he was not used to someone behaving so brazenly towards him. But the warrior did not notice his indignation, because he was busy telling stories about how the Skeleton Guild provides only the best conditions for its members. The man said loudly that this empty chatter really got on his nerves, which caused the warrior's indignation, because he tried so hard to persuade him to join the alliance. The man's eyes flashed with a strange, otherworldly light, and thick shadows began to swirl around him, so dense that they seemed about to materialize. The warrior had never seen anything like this before, so he watched in fascination as chains appeared from the shadows. This magical power was controlled by a man, who said in a dark voice that greed and the desire to profit from other people were a death sentence for a warrior. The magician began to think about whether these vices were inherent only to people, since they mainly manifested themselves in their actions. Looking at the huge snake he had killed, the man realized that even monsters were not without these vile qualities, so the magician, who was also Hyun's father, turned around and left. The warrior remained standing in place, unable to tear his gaze away from the huge monster in front of him. The Skeleton Guild member tried unsuccessfully to remember what he was even doing in this place. At this time, Hyun recalled the moment when he was led into the already familiar room where Yoo Sun-yoon was waiting, who told the guy that before training, she wanted to see his fighting skills. The woman suggested a training duel that would show how dangerous Jae-hyun could be in a fight. The guy was surprised by such a proposal, because he had already passed one test, and it seemed too much to him that the head of the guild wanted to arrange another one. But Yoo Sun-yoon cheerfully replied that she didn't think that the person who had dismantled the mana cube in 10 minutes should worry about something as trivial as a training duel. The chairwoman took a fighting stance, waved her hand and ordered the guy to try to attack her and cause at least the slightest damage. Hyun thought that it was not for nothing that he had immediately noticed the woman's combat outfit, because it seemed like she had been planning this fight from the very beginning. Without thinking twice, the guy got into a fighting stance and began to look appraisingly at his opponent, trying to understand how she would behave in battle. The woman watched with interest as her future student put his left leg forward, bent his knee and lowered his shoulders as much as possible. This was a typical warrior's stance, with which one could dodge an enemy's attack and counterattack when the opportunity presented itself. Clenching his fists, Jae-hyun mentally prepared himself for the upcoming fight, because he knew that Yoo Sun-yoon would not give him an easy victory. As if reading his thoughts, the woman looked straight into Hen's eyes and smiled slyly, hinting at the beginning of the entertainment. The young raider did not hesitate and immediately swung his hand to attack his opponent, but attacking her was not an easy task at all. She flew up to the guy so quickly that he didn't even have time to understand how her hand was already squeezing his fist, not allowing him to escape from this grip. Hyun began to think where exactly he had miscalculated, because he hadn't even noticed how the opponent had managed to move and appear next to him in such a short period of time. Yoo Sun-yoon smiled, as if she was thinking of another plan that would help her defeat the enemy faster. After that, she snapped her fingers and the fight took an unexpected turn. The chairwoman flew away from the guy at incredible speed, several meters away, leaving him in complete bewilderment. Hyun knew that it wouldn't be easy, since the guild leader was a C-rank raider and also a healer, but he hoped to land at least one blow on her to demonstrate his skill. The woman playfully tapped her heels on the floor and made the guy aware that from now on, she would simply call him Jae-hyun. She asked him if he really wanted to choose a martial arts class instead of pursuing magic. Hyun nodded in agreement to her question. Yoo Sun-yoon thoughtfully said that he had not yet gotten rid of his old habits, because a real mage would never attack so thoughtlessly. She asked Jae-hyun if he knew the main difference between a martial arts class and a magic class. The guy named what was most obvious. The classes differed from each other in distance, because fighters fought in close combat, and mages could carry out attacks at long distances. The chairwoman nodded her head in agreement, because the young raider had named the foundation that was taught literally from the first day of training at the Mill Academy. The woman explained that the raider mages first weakened their enemy from a distance, and only then allowed themselves to rush into the attack. Jaehyun did the exact opposite, immediately closing the distance to his opponent, and with such tactics, any mage was doomed to defeat. Guildmaster Lotus said in a mysterious tone that she had been frivolous up until now, and would now make Hyun's task a little more difficult. Looking at the boy's face, which was full of questions, she explained that she meant that he needed a visual example to understand how real mages should fight. The space around Yusun-Yoon filled with a blue glow, and she said that this time she would also begin to attack the guy, though not so hard as to not injure him. She chuckled and added that, in a pinch, she could always patch up his injuries with her healing power. These words made Hyun smile. He was pleased to see that he was able to heal the woman, and now she was full of strength and energy. Forces began to gather around the chairwoman, and she said that the guy was capable of more, so she demanded that he fight with full dedication. Hyun realized that he would now have to fight off even stronger attacks, so he had to concentrate and come up with some kind of maneuver. A blindingly bright stream of light was directed towards him, and all the guy managed to do was to sharply dodge to the side so as not to be fried alive. Jaehyun began to try to come up with some kind of plan that would allow him to not only avoid attacks, but also strike his opponent. He rose to his feet and met the gaze of this amazingly strong woman, who said that it was now his turn to attack. Jaehyun didn't get flustered and concentrated on his power. He felt it flowing through his veins along with his blood, and calling on it seemed so natural. He decided to use a skill that had helped him out in battle more than once, so he activated the super speed chain and prepared to attack. He directed his energy towards where Yusun-Yoon was standing, hoping that she would have enough strength to fight off the attack and that he wouldn't harm her in any way. The impact was so powerful that a small explosion of energy occurred and fire filled the space of the room. But Yusun-Yoon jumped back with amazing ease and appeared behind the guy, saying that he was full of surprises because she didn't expect to see an A-rank skill, much less a super fast chain. However, the woman also had techniques in her arsenal that could not only surprise, but also shock the young raider. She activated her power and sent a small beam of light in the direction where the boy was, wanting to demonstrate how easy it was to catch him off guard. Jaehyun thought that she couldn't surprise him with anything anymore, but with each new attack from the head of the Lotus clan, he was amazed at the speed with which she attacked him. This small beam directed at the guy caused an explosion of energy that was striking in its scale. Playing with the light in her hand, the woman said that no matter what spell you can cast, it is of no use if you cannot hit the target. When the smoke from the aftermath of the blow cleared a little, the guy began to carefully move towards his opponent. He was amazed by the power of the blow and the speed of its delivery. Seeing Hyun's attempts to continue the fight, Yusun-Yoon said that even though she hadn't put even a fifth of her energy into the attack, she didn't expect the raider to remain on his feet. Summoning her power, which materialized in the form of glowing diamonds, she said that she would use a more powerful technique this time and see how the boy could handle it. Jaehyun, although he was still standing, was quite exhausted from the chairwoman's attacks, so he forced himself to gather his strength and prepare to repel another attack. He concentrated on the energy inside himself, and his eyes lit up with an unnatural fire that made him want to use magical skills. Yusun-Yoon was already prepared for any maneuvers, so she assumed a carefree look and began to wait to see what Hyun would surprise her with this time. Jaehyun decided to try activating the absolute calculation skill, and it was the right decision because he was able to destroy the sacred arrows that the chairwoman had created. The woman was shocked by this turn of events, because she did not expect at all that the guy would be able to neutralize her spell. She stood there, dumbfounded, watching as Hyun was able to reverse the spell and destroy it with just one move. The guild leader told the guy that he never ceased to amaze her with his skills, after which she asked what else he had in his arsenal. Even though Jaehyun was tense from the effort he had put into fending off the attack, he still managed to put on a cheeky grin that showed he was ready to keep fighting. He attacked again. This time, the novice raider took into account his previous mistakes and did it more unexpectedly and accurately. Yusun-Yoon didn't have time to react in time, so the super-fast chain hit her, hitting her in the arm. The woman looked at her palm, which was sore and slightly burned at the sight of the blow, and realized that her future student was quite fast and agile. She was impressed that this guy could wield his power so masterfully, especially considering that he had never been trained in the magical craft. The fiery chains wrapped around Jaehyun's body, ready to attack at his first command. This sight could not help but frighten and delight at the same time. In order to repel another attack, Yoo Sun-eun activated her shield, and at that time she thought about how Hyun-woo was able to perform magic without casting a spell. After all, this ritual was mandatory for any magician. Only artificial wizards could cast spells silently. The woman understood that the guy was still an inept magician, but the question remained open as to how he managed to use magical skills without reading special words. Seeing the chairman successfully defending himself, Hyun realized that he had almost no mana left because the opponent was a real monster. She said that although the young man who wanted to defeat her so much had many hidden talents, it was not a big problem for her to get past him. After these words, the woman rushed forward with lightning speed and with only physical force knocked Hyun down, saying that he was still too illiterate. Lying helplessly on the cold floor, the boy tried to comprehend what had happened and how he had been disarmed so quickly. Yoo Sun-eun leaned over him and cheerfully asked if he really thought he could defeat her in a one-on-one fight. Guildmaster Lotus extended her hand, offering to help Jaehyun up after her successful attack. The guy accepted the help, but was upset that he didn't even notice how the chairwoman delivered her final blow. He thought sadly that this was what it meant to be a C-rank raider, to have such perfect combat tactics that an inexperienced fighter couldn't even notice your blows. It was difficult for Hyun to adapt to the new fighting style, because dedicating oneself to martial arts classes only gives one experience in close combat, and now he was faced with endless magical attacks. Looking at the guy, Yoo Sun-eun thought that he really could become a skilled raider and take a proper position in her guild. She came closer to him and said that during their fight she remembered one very important detail. After these words, Hyun looked at her questioningly. The woman explained that she thought about it every time she looked at him. She meant a fighting style that no one had ever been able to master, and she thought that Jaehyun was capable of it. The guy began to think about what kind of fighting style Yoo Sun-eun was trying to talk about, and seeing the young man's thoughtful look, she assumed that she had managed to intrigue him. The Lotus Guildmaster addressed him in a solemn tone and said that from now on he could safely call her his teacher. And also, she sincerely congratulated him on the fact that he became Yoo Seon-eun's student, and now learning the magical craft would be very productive. Jaehyun was so deeply immersed in these memories, which left a lasting impression on him, that he didn't notice anything around him. He was only pulled out of these thoughts when they started calling his name loudly, hinting that he was needed in the real world. While eating ice cream, Kim Yoo-jen looked at her friend with annoyance and asked if he was listening to her carefully. Jaehyun replied that he was listening to what she was saying, but asked her not to chat with her mouth full because he saw all the food his friend was eating. She ignored his words and continued to say something about tuition fees, but the guy only looked at how quickly the food was disappearing. She was already on her fourth bucket of ice cream, so Hyun asked her if she was tired of freezing her tongue. The girl said that each time the dessert had a different taste, so she could not get tired of eating this delicacy. After saying this, Yoo-jen demanded to return to their conversation and pointed to the notebook that contained images that illustrated combat magic and buff magic. After completing the drawing of Yoo Sun-eun, which demonstrated healing magic, her friend said that there were other categories, but these were the main ones. Jaehyun barely listened to the information that Yoo-jen was trying to convey to him, but he did notice that the girl was drawing beautiful pictures. A notification from the Nornir system appeared before the boy's eyes, informing him that his level of magic had grown and its effectiveness had increased by 5%. The guy remembered that the system sent notifications every time he made progress, as if it was happy about his success. Holding a spoon between her teeth, Yoo-jen was amazed that Hyun, who had transferred from the combat class, had learned spells in 2 days that would take more than a month to learn. Hyun twirled the pen between his fingers and said that the girl shouldn't be so surprised, since she had learned this material herself in 3 days. Kim Yoo-jen, who was too busy playing the strict teacher, shouted at the boy to address her as nothing other than yes, teacher. The girl said that she could not study spells for more than 3 days because she began to master the magical arts earlier than her friend. But she praised the guy, saying that with such a pace he would catch up with her in no time. Hyun seriously replied that he simply had a predisposition to learning. He couldn't say that time after time. The image of hell appeared before his eyes, threatening to kill him, and he had no choice but to study hard, because his life was at stake. While staring at her ice cream, Kim Yoo-jung revealed something she had never mentioned before, namely that she was very surprised by Hyun's initial desire to join the combat class. She licked the spoon once again after emptying the ice cream bucket, and said that she shouldn't have been guided by the fact that the magic class wasn't in demand. Yoo-jin pointed her spoon at him, and asked how Hyun could just bury his talent in the ground, because that was just the height of stupidity. The guy said that his girlfriend knew very well how magicians were treated in their reality, so it was not difficult to understand his choice. Suddenly, Hyun saw a vision that was all too real. The space around him turned red, and there were chains everywhere that were crawling towards him like snakes. Against the backdrop of these chains sat a man who was staring piercingly straight at the guy, causing his body to become covered in goosebumps. He felt the man whispering something in his ear, but he couldn't make out his words, and he immediately wondered if he had really chosen the path of a warrior of his own free will. The vision disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared, and now he saw only Eugene, who curiously asked if he practiced magic. Hyun blinked to clear away the remnants of the vision, and said that he was training with another teacher, but the girl was not satisfied with the answer, because she lacked information about who this teacher was. But Jahyun didn't pay attention to his friend's curiosity, because he was still recovering from this strange obsession that he saw as if it were real. The guy thought about how it might have seemed to him if the picture was so real that he literally heard the voice of that man. The memory of Hell telling him he only had 2 months to destroy the enemy flashed before his eyes again. Hyun closed his eyes and tried to focus on the tasks at hand, since he had very little time to get distracted. The guy thought that he would like to have something like a potion that solves all problems. Such an assistant would be useful to every raider. After some time, Jaehyun was informed that he needed to come to the Lotus Guild members' training place for his first lesson. It was a spacious, gray-colored hall that resembled the room he had entered during the MangaCapped trial and the fight with Yoo Sun-yoon. A trainer walked around the room, carefully observing the progress his students had made in training. When the man noticed some mistakes or poorly performed exercises, he corrected them, as he did now when he saw Park Woo-jin's incorrect position, whose back was bent when swinging the sword. He told Raider Kang Jina that the spell casting was too slow, because if she didn't use the healing in time, her comrades could die. Seeing that the guild leader was watching the lesson with interest, the trainer approached her to discuss some points. He said that all these young raiders were pretty good, and the average was higher than last year. When the woman made no comment on his assessment, he called out to the chairwoman, who said she was simply lost in thought. The man smiled and asked if her thoughts were centered around their new student named Min Jae-hyun. Yoo Sun-yoon looked away and told the coach that his insight was very impressive, and it was difficult to deceive him. He said that if his memory served him right, he had heard that the head of the guild was going to personally teach the young man a technique that only very few could do. Before him, many raiders had tried to master this technique, but none of them managed to achieve significant results. Yoo Sun-yoon asked the coach if he had seen Jae-hyun's abilities, to which the man replied in the affirmative. The chairwoman said that the guy's movements were perfect, like a skilled craftsman, so she was sure that if a C-rank raider appeared among the magicians, it would definitely be Jae-hyun. In Korea, only Yoo Sun-yoon has managed to reach C-rank magic so far, but she was still a healer and her combat magic was quite weak. However, if Hyun joins the Lotus Guild, the organization will become even more influential, and the magic class will face serious changes. It is worth mentioning that there was a magical drug called Mana Increase Potion. It was a powerful elixir that could infinitely increase the mana of an awakened being and grant him stronger abilities. Every second raider mage will probably be interested in such a brew, because who doesn't want to become stronger and not experience a decline in strength? Hyun was no exception, as he was already stirring the flaming liquid in his saucepan, trying to make a potion himself. But something went wrong, because the brew was literally burning, so the guy burned his hand and angrily threw the ladle at the wall. He tiredly rubbed his forehead and began to try to remember how many times he had unsuccessfully tried to brew this potion himself. Looking at the burnt sink and other kitchen utensils, Hyun thought that he had used too many ingredients once again. If he continued his unsuccessful experiments, he might soon run out of money. but he wanted to brew this elixir, especially since he knew that at the first stage the liquid should turn white. He looked into his saucepan, and seeing a black liquid there that looked more like oil than potion, he thought that he had no one to even consult with. The pot continued to hiss and smoke on the stove, but the guy was in no hurry to remove it, but only sat on the floor and thought about how to save his culinary magical masterpiece. It was now November 2020. At this point, no one knew how to make a mana-increasing potion, because it would only be created in 5 years. So at this point, only Hyun knew what ingredients were needed and how to mix them. Before his return to the past, the recipe for this elixir was created and published by one of the world's leading alchemists. This scientist once said that he would very much like the elixir to become a reliable support for raiders from all over the world. Jae-hyun was tired of trying to brew a potion that was not working, and resigned himself to the fact that this venture was a useless waste of raw materials. He believed that a much better way to achieve what he wanted was to change his approach. The guy remembered that the creator of this amazing potion was called Lee Jae-san, and at that time he had already begun developing his elixir. A simply brilliant idea came to Hyun's head. He decided that it was worth trying to find the creator. Even if he couldn't brew the potion, it wouldn't hurt to meet him. The guy estimated the alchemist's approximate age in his head and realized that he was currently a first-year student at Milla's academy. Jae-hyun decided that if he visited this scientist, he would not lose anything, but on the contrary, he might gain a useful acquaintance. Jae-hyun decided that there was absolutely no downside to this idea, so he began to get ready to head out to find Lee Jae-san. Around this time, Hyun's mother returned home. She called her son and began to slowly walk towards the kitchen, unaware of the chaos going on there. Looking at the burnt pot, the ruined kitchen utensils, and the kitchen in general, which would be very difficult to clean, she asked into the void what had happened here. The woman even thought about calling the police, but when she looked around, she realized that nothing seemed to be missing from the house. She fearfully took the frying pan as a weapon for self-defense and began to look around, thinking that the thieves could not have caused a commotion in the kitchen and not taken anything. Now is the time to clarify that there were several individuals and monsters who were the first to take the lead after the appearance of Yggdrasil. One such character was a man named Lee Jae-sin, who was given the nickname Swift Sword. He was the first South Korean C-rank raider to take the place of the first awakened after his mysterious disappearance. Lee Jae-san, the guy Hyun needed to meet, was the youngest son of this same Lee Jae-sin. Jae-hyun approached the right window, and a friendly female operator asked him where he was going. The guy replied that he needed a portal to Daegu, after which the girl's face darkened a little. This is because Daegu is considered a closed area due to the increased threat of monster attacks, so traveling there was unsafe. All sorts of creatures appear there all the time, so while you are there, every step you take could be your last, because this place was poorly equipped for fun. But if someone was heading there now, then he had only one reason, so the female operator asked if the guy was really a student at Milla's academy. Smiling, Jae-hyun replied that he was not yet a student at the academy, but was only preparing to enter it. Sometime later, the guy was already standing in front of the barrier that guarded the academy. If he went a little further, its main gates would appear. The boy thought sadly that so many of his memories were connected with this place, which now made absolutely no sense. But standing in one place was not safe, because there was a threat lurking around every corner and monsters were everywhere. Finally, Hyun entered the academy building. It was the same as he remembered it: noisy corridors, students always rushing around, and an atmosphere of a brilliant future, provided he studied successfully. He took a temporary pass for himself and began to peer at the passing students, trying to figure out where Lee Jae-san might be now. The boy remembered the information about the alchemist that was common knowledge, namely that he entered the martial arts class, although he had no martial talent. It was unlikely that he would use fighting combinations when fighting, so he definitely couldn't be in the training class. Hyun decided that it would be a much better idea to look for him in the lecture hall, since scientists generally like to sit through boring lectures and write long, tedious notes. He had already started walking towards the auditoriums when suddenly his attention was drawn to the crowd standing behind him, which was making noise and animatedly discussing something. As he got closer, he heard two guys arguing about how they needed to stop everything. One of them said that if they stopped, they would switch to them when they found out that they helped that stutterer. Jae-hyun began to think about what she had heard, trying to understand who they were calling a stutterer. Suddenly, someone from the crowd shouted that they should make some noise, and the students standing next to the guy began to behave like wild animals. Hyun realized that he wouldn't find the one he needed here, so he didn't want to watch these student amusements and decided to look for an alchemist elsewhere. Suddenly, a guy was pushed out from around the corner and ran straight into Jae-hyun, unable to stay on his feet due to the strong kick. Hyun reacted quickly and managed to catch the flying boy under the arms, preventing him from falling straight onto the floor in the corridor, which would have greatly amused his offenders. The uncertain guy quickly rose to his feet, and not daring to look at the man who had helped him, muttered an apology and intended to walk away. Jae-hyun began to look closely at this strange guy, and recognition flashed in his eyes. But then a strong, fair-haired guy spoke to him, asking in a gloomy voice who he was and what his business was with their friend. The boy, who they tried to humiliate in front of the whole school, only now decided to raise his eyes, full of tears and resentment, and look at the one who came to his aid. And at that very moment, Jae-hyun realized that he had found the one he was looking for, namely, the future famous alchemist named Lee Jae-sang. After this realization, Hyun asked the guy if he was okay, but instead of answering, he only asked who he was. Jae-hyun didn't even have time to introduce himself, before a strong hand was placed on his shoulder, the owner of which asked if he was really the brother of their stutterer. The blonde guy said that he didn't know that Lee Jae-sang had a relative, although he noted that the guys were not at all similar to each other. He said rudely that he thought the guy didn't talk about his family only because all its members had died. The blonde ordered Lee Jae-sang to get out of here, because now he wants to talk to his protector and find out where he got so much courage from. This school bully began to threaten the young alchemist that if he did not leave here, he would get punched in the face. But so far, only the blonde was getting punched, because Hyun roughly threw his hand off his shoulder. The blonde boy looked at Hyun in surprise, because he had never been treated so rudely, as they were afraid of being beaten half to death. This action surprised young Lee Jae-sang as well, because he had never seen anyone be so bold with the blonde. But Hyun didn't pay any attention to their surprised faces. Smiling, he suggested that the young alchemist go to the medical center to check if everything was okay with him. This friendly attitude caused even more bewilderment in the young scientist, because he was used to the fact that in this academy every second person tried to bully him. Finally, the blonde man came out of his stupor and told Hyun in a threatening voice that up until this point, he had been treated well, but now he would find out what the bad treatment would be like. Jae-hyun's patience was already running out, because for the second time that day, some incomprehensible snotty raider grabbed him by the shoulders, trying to threaten him. Seeing the menacing look of his protector, Lee Jae-sang realized that he was about to witness a new massacre, but this time he was not the punching bag. Hyun decided to remain calm for now, so he said in an indifferent tone that he had been grabbed by the collar too often today. Memories of his kitchen lessons with Eugene came back to him, and although he hadn't been listening very carefully, he still remembered some things. One day the girl told him that he had to first come up with a formula, then construct it, and only then put it into action. He remembered how she had explained these basics of magic to him with a smart look, while simultaneously controlling the stream of water with a ladle. The image he wanted to portray was one he had taken from Yoo Sun-yoon. He wanted to use a flash of light that flew like an arrow towards his opponent. When he concentrated enough, the system gave him an information window notifying him that the Sacred Arrow skill had been activated. Everything happened exactly as he imagined. The glowing arrow pierced his opponent through and through, causing him to cough and roll his eyes unnaturally. Lee Jae-sang, who was watching all this, looked at Hyun in shock and thought about how the guy managed to cast a spell without saying a single word. A curious crowd began to gather around the boys, flocking to the fights and brawls like vultures to the bodies of dead creatures. Everyone started asking what kind of cast Hyun had, since it was obvious that a simple person wouldn't be able to break the arm of a combat class student, especially with the Sacred Arrow technique. As the cocky blonde man writhed in pain, the crowd speculated that perhaps Hyun was just a cocky guy who was actually a complete weakling. The fair-haired boy didn't know who he was up against, but he knew that at this rate he would lose his authority. So he said that Hyun just liked to show off in public. Clutching his hand, the blonde moved straight towards his newfound enemy, deciding that he wouldn't let him get away with it that easily after what happened. The cunning guy had already begun to come up with a vile plan on how he would beat his opponent in front of the entire Milla's academy and strengthen his authority. When Lee Jae-sang realized what the blonde was up to, he immediately tried to warn Hyun about the danger. The rowdy academy student summoned his power and rushed to attack his opponent, aiming straight for his head. But Hyun was prepared for any tricks that this bully would come up with, so he managed to dodge the attack, but the blow almost grazed his cheek. The fact that some mediocre student almost injured him caused a malicious gleam in the boy's eyes and a desire to teach him a lesson in front of everyone. The boy remembered that his mentor told him that for a force field, he had to evenly envelop his body in mana and then suddenly release the force. Hyun decided it was time to try out all these tips in practice. He squeezed his hand and immediately a system notification appeared that the force mana field skill had been activated. Unable to withstand this attack, the blonde dropped his sword from his hands and flew back several meters, surprised at how easily he was knocked off his feet. In Jaehyun's hands, a small blue light was shining, similar to the one summoned by the Lotus Guild leader. The fair-haired hooligan no longer knew what to expect from this strong stranger, so he looked at him with horror, sweating from fear. Jaehyun raised his hand, trying to scare the guy into using magic, and when he saw the fear in his eyes, he began to squeeze the bully's face with his palm. The blonde couldn't even breathe. The guy's grip was so strong he moaned and tried to break free from it. But Hyun wouldn't let him do that, his eyes blazing with hatred, and he asked if the school bully was done bullying the weaker classmates. Pressing his palms tighter against his face, he activated the sacred arrow skill and struck out. After this attack, the enemy was completely incapacitated, his face was thrown back, and saliva, blood, and fallen teeth flew in all directions. The blonde couldn't withstand the blow of such force, so he couldn't stay on his feet and fell in the middle of the corridor right on the spot where Lee Jae-sung wanted to kick. The young alchemist stood there and couldn't believe that someone had been able to defeat the bully who had been attacking him all the time, and not just like that, but in front of the entire school. Looking at how Hyun calmly dusted off his hands after the battle, the boy had only one question: who was this strange stranger, and why did he help him? Jaehyun glanced at the aspiring scientist and only now realized that he still hadn't introduced himself or stated the purpose of his visit. But Lee Jae-sang misinterpreted that look, so he pressed himself against the wall and almost cried from fear, thinking that Hyun would attack him too. But he walked past him with absolute indifference, leaving him in complete bewilderment and forcing him to guess for what purpose he helped him. Hyun walked up to the blonde bully, who was lying motionless in the middle of the hallway, and said that he had given him a good beating. Seeing that he hadn't come to his senses for several minutes, Jaehyun realized that he needed to help this brainless student. He materialized a bottle of some liquid in his hand and said that he bought this thing for another occasion, but nothing could be done if it needed to be used now. Lee Jae-sang seemed to recognize the bottle and its contents, as his eyes widened and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Hyun poured the liquid from the bottle directly onto the bully's face, and the places where the drops fell began to glow with a strange light. The young alchemist watched with delight the action of this wonderful elixir. He didn't know who made this potion, but the person was clearly capable, because the effect was simply amazing. Jae-hyun saw that the scientist was standing there with his mouth open, so he told him that he needed to get out of that hallway before a crowd of curious students came running again. The guy saw that Lee Jae-sung clearly needed help, so he suggested going straight to the medical center, which caused confusion in the alchemist. Jae-hyun and Lee Jae-sung walked silently through the academy's hallways, looking for an office that could provide medical assistance. The young alchemist was extremely confused, so he didn't immediately notice that they were going in the opposite direction from the infirmary, but when he realized, he stopped and called out to Hyun. He paid absolutely no attention to his objections, saying that there was no one nearby and no one could overhear their conversation. Jae-san stopped dead in his tracks, thinking that he knew that this guy had appeared for a reason and that he knew who he really was. He asked Hyun if he was his father's man, who had rushed here at the first command of his guardian parent. The guy realized that there was a misunderstanding between him and the alchemist, and he should not irritate his vigilance if he wanted to get the desired result. Jae-hyun put on a surprised expression and said that there was no way he knew his father and that he came here on his own initiative. The boy looked at him with the utmost distrust, and Hyun realized that their communication had not been going very well so far. Jae-san asked if his father hadn't sent him. Then why did he need him, and what did he want to achieve by helping deal with the bully? Hyun came closer and said that he had one request that only a talented alchemist like Jae-san could fulfill. Jae-hyun began to explain that he needed help brewing a potion, But the academy student immediately began to interrupt him, asking what potion he wanted. The guy didn't even have time to explain in general terms what he needed, when the budding scientist began frantically waving his hands and saying that he couldn't do anything like that. Hyun irritably put his hands in his pockets so as not to grab the boy and scare him off. In order to bring him to his senses, he said that he knew that Jae-san was excellent in alchemy. He pulled out the bottle again and poured it onto the unconscious blonde man, and said that Lee Jae-sung was selling this potion on the black market. The boy covered his mouth with his hand in horror. He was so shocked that he didn't even deny that he had actually done such things. He started to run through the different scenarios in his head about how Hyun had found out about this, since he had taken all the measures to make it impossible to track him down through the black market. Jae-hyun thought that this guy had it written all over his forehead that he couldn't be traced through the black market, making this the most obvious answer as to where he would be doing this kind of thing. But the boy was right. The market really was a system that carefully concealed the names of its participants. Both sales and purchases were carried out using the Ashir system, so confidentiality was fully respected according to all the rules. If the market had any other system, Jae-hyun would never have thought of selling Odin's eye that he found in the dungeon in the past. He sadly remembered the past and all the mistakes he had made, but there was no point in thinking about it anymore. The boy was engaged in a silent battle of glances with the young scientist, while thinking that no matter what, it was good that the black market also functioned in the Nornir system. After all, if he hadn't managed to buy this potion that would help manipulate the alchemist, his affairs would have been much worse. Hyun smiled broadly and waved the empty bottle in front of Jae-san's face, saying that it really was his creation and one of very high quality. The boy began to sweat heavily and look down at the floor, saying that he didn't understand at all what Jae-hyun was talking about. It was obvious that he didn't know how to lie at all. Hyun said he understood the boy's desire to remain in the shadows, but he didn't have time to play games with him. The boy remembered the moment when he first decided to try selling his high-quality prepared potions on the black market. He logged into the marketplace as a seller and registered his goods, wondering if he had made a mistake in putting the potions up for sale. Lee Jae-sung was very worried when he did this, but he didn't think about how everything would turn out, because at that moment he just needed money. He understood that if his father found out about his so-called business, huge problems could arise, because the fact that he was able to make such high-quality goods was a secret. Therefore, the guy understood that now he needed to somehow miraculously get out of this situation and not let the stranger get wind of his affairs. He lowered his head and lowered his voice, asking Hyun to keep what he knew about his affairs a secret from the others. Jae-hyun patted the boy on the shoulder and said that he brought up the topic of potions not to threaten, but only to say that he knew about the quality of goods that an alchemist could make. He handed the empty bottle into Jae-san's hands and said that now he simply needed an excellent scientist who could help him. The young scientist was very flattered by such words because he always wanted to make drugs that could help raiders, and although it didn't seem like Hyun was lying, he still doubted whether it was his father who sent it, or whether it was his father posing as a buyer. The boy once again looked at Jae-hyun uncertainly and asked him to tell him who he was. Hyun smiled, stated his name, and said that he was a future student of Milla's academy. Maybe they would get to know each other better later. Lee Jae-sung took the bottle in his hands and then turned around and started to leave, but when he saw that Hyun didn't follow him, he stopped and said that he would listen to him. After that, the boys followed together to where the young alchemist began to make history. Jae-hyun tried to keep the conversation friendly so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion in the guy, so he said that he had a rather cozy workplace. The alchemist merely muttered a thank you absent-mindedly, as he still didn't know whether he could trust this unexpected guest. When they sat down opposite each other, trying to talk, Hyun began to wait, giving the confused guy the opportunity to start this conversation first. Jae-san looked away out of habit and hesitantly asked what Jae-hyun wanted from him, since he came all the way to Milla's academy, which was located in a very unsafe area. Seeing how the alchemist was uncomfortable looking into his interlocutor's eyes, Hyun also looked away and said that he needed a secret remedy to increase mana. Jae-san's eyes widened as he listened to this stranger want a potion that would allow raiders to replenish their energy without stopping. The alchemist jumped up from his seat and asked in shock if it was really possible to achieve such an effect with the help of the elixir. Jae-hyun wasn't at all surprised by this reaction, So he said in a calm voice that potions were capable of even greater miracles. He thought to himself that it was Lee Jae-san who was destined to create such a thing, because he was one of the greatest scientists of his time. It was clear that the boy was very interested in this proposal, and was now thinking about what ingredients he needed to use to achieve the desired effect. Jae-hyun already saw in this novice alchemist an adult and successful scientist who independently derived formulas for amazing elixirs that helped the raiders. So he watched with interest as Lee Jae-san tried to figure out in his head what ingredients were needed for his potion. When the boy started thinking about work, the atmosphere changed dramatically, he stopped stuttering, and what's more, he named most of the required ingredients. Hyun understood that he was facing a true genius who simply had to be made his supporter. But then, Jae-san suddenly lost confidence in himself and asked if it wouldn't be better to ask another alchemist to create a similar masterpiece. Jae-hyun said in a confident voice that he wanted Jae-sang to take care of this matter and that he would provide all the necessary ingredients. Hyun didn't know. Maybe other alchemists could also create the potion if they had the recipe. But he understood that their skills and talent were nowhere near the mastery of this young scientist, for whom alchemy was the meaning of life. Jae-hyun was fully aware that the guy standing in front of him was worth fighting for, because he would be able to make this recipe a reality. When the guy asked again if Jae-san could help him, he hesitantly agreed, because it was obvious that he was interested in completing this task. The boy looked away uncertainly and said that he would not promise that everything would go well, to which Hyun replied that failure was just another step toward success. Jae-san looked up sheepishly and asked if the guy was sure of his decision, because if nothing worked out, he risked losing a lot of money. To which Hyun replied that it was not scary, because he believed in the abilities of the young scientist. Investments are always difficult, but he was ready to take the risk. Lee Jae-san's eyes lit up brightly, because this stranger believed in him more than his close relatives, from whom he wanted to receive approval. Hyun knew that he would never be able to create such a potion anyway, so the only thing he could do was rely on the boy. Tears began to form in Jae-san's eyes, as this was the first time someone saw the real him and believed that he was capable of creating something impressive. Looking at him, Hyun realized that he had just made new, quite useful connections that would definitely be useful to him in the future. After the mysterious stranger left him, Jae-san sat silently in his room for a while, trying to comprehend what had just happened. He remembered the words this guy had said, namely that he was investing in him because he trusted his abilities and talent. Hyun's face flashed before his eyes, saying that he was counting on him, and the boy suddenly wondered if anyone had ever relied on him before. Unlike the other brothers, Lee Jae-sang was always cowardly and lonely, and he also lacked talent in martial arts, so he always felt like he was not part of the family. His mother died quite early, and his father did not treat him the way one should treat a small child. The man never acknowledged the boy as his son, because he was too different from his other children, and was completely unremarkable compared to his other brothers. Jae-hyun said it was okay to make mistakes, but it was the first time he felt like someone was trusting him. Jae-san suddenly felt so miserable that he started crying because a complete stranger treated him better than his own father. He was so touched by Jae-hyun's trust and belief that he could handle the task at hand that tears involuntarily flowed down his face. At this time, the Nornir system sent Hyun a notification that he only had 10 days left to complete Hell's task. But the guy didn't waste his time, because he trained with Yu Sun-eun and made significant progress in developing his magical skills. The Lotus Guildmaster attacked him more and more each time, and put more and more of her strength into inflicting damage on the guy. But her student managed to repel the attacks, dodge, and then counterattack, using ever-new techniques. Jae-hyun had learned to use the force shield successfully, so now it was not difficult for him to avoid attacks of any power. During another battle with Yu Seon-yoon, the guy decided to activate the Sacred Arrow skill and try to eliminate the shield that the mentor created. High-speed arrows rained down on the spot where the woman stood, defending herself from his attack. After some time, the protective force barrier began to weaken, and small cracks began to appear on it, which became wider and wider. Yu Seon-yoon watched Hyun with interest and noted that he had made noticeable progress, since not every raider was capable of breaking through the cracks in her shield. The guy learned quite quickly, and it was hard not to notice his desire to master as many new techniques as possible. The fight continued, and Jae-hyun summoned his energy to attack Yu Sung-gun once again, causing bright lightning to gather around him. The mentor was not at all embarrassed by the guy's threatening appearance, She activated her skills with a smile on her face, and blue streams of light began to sparkle around her. Right now, it will be revealed whose energy was more powerful, Hyun's blinding lightning or Yoo Sun-eun's blazing flashes. But this promising fight was stopped by Park Sung-jae, who shouted that the sparring time was up, and it was time to finish because they had worked hard enough. The man looked around and couldn't believe that the training ground, made of a special metal, was almost in disrepair, and it's hard to leave a scratch on these stones. Watching the boy stop fighting and regain his strength by drinking something from a glass, Sung-jae thought that if the fight had continued, the room would have become a beautiful ruin. Yoo Seon-eun was completely satisfied with the sparring because she was smiling and thinking about how the guy had an incredible speed of development. He could use various spells, the power of which was surprising. She asked if anyone taught him theory outside of their training, and the guy replied that his girlfriend took on the role of teacher. The woman said that he exceeded all her expectations because she was worried that she had no time left for lectures. The teacher praised his friend and said that she was a very smart girl, since she was able to convey to him the basics of magical art. Hyun reluctantly agreed with this. He couldn't argue with Kim Yoo-jung's intelligence, but her character was far from simple, and it was difficult to find an approach to her. Yoo Sun-eun asked if the guy was really planning to visit the dungeon again, since she had heard similar rumors. Jae-hyun nodded his head in agreement, explaining his desire by saying that he really wanted to test his skills in battle. The woman could understand this desire, so she said that she thought the E-rank dungeon was within his capabilities, and as she left, she wished the guy good luck. Hyun thought sadly that the E-rank dungeon would be ideal for him, but he needed to remain calm since he was going to a less pleasant place. He didn't know if he could handle Nightshade, because the monster was C-rank, and in the past, the guy would never have defeated it alone. Hyun convinced himself that he would succeed, because he had undergone serious training and all that was left was the test of battle. He told himself that he could deal with the dungeon boss and earn the favor of the goddess Hell. That same day, Lee Jae-sang came to see him, looking very tired but happy, and said that he had fulfilled his request. The boy was holding a small box in his hands, in which lay the treasured potion that Hyun had suffered so much over, and almost burned down the kitchen while trying to prepare it. Jae-hyun smiled sincerely and said that he had no doubt that the alchemist would cope with all the difficulties and prepare exactly what was needed. He impatiently asked Jae-san if he could consume the elixir immediately to test its effectiveness in practice. The scientist said that the potion was just right, so Hyun swallowed the magical brew without fear. The guy immediately felt a surge of strength, and in confirmation of this, the Nornir system notified him that the mana characteristics had increased by 5%. The boy looked at the alchemist and realized that the effect of the potion was simply excellent, so excellent that this bitter pill was like a candy. Alchemy was a very complex science. The effect of the same potion could change depending on the skills of the alchemist himself. If Hyun had given the ingredients to someone else and asked them to make something similar, they would have given him a stat booster that increased his stats by 1 or 2%, but not by 15%. The guy laughed and said that he was right about Jason having talent, so he wasn't disappointed at all. The young scientist sheepishly thanked Hyun and said that all the success in this matter was due to his faith in him. Jae-hyun said that the only one to thank here was the talented scientist, who now needed to rest, since it seemed like he hadn't slept very well these days. In confirmation of this, the boy sleepily rubbed his eyes and said that he really needed to get some sleep. But if Hyun needed anything, he could call at any time. Jae-hyun thanked him once again for his help and went home, realizing that at this point his preparation was complete, and that tomorrow he would crush Nightshade. Hell already had a premonition that they would have guests in the coming days, so she told her monster named Garm that they needed to get ready. In the morning, Jae-hyun stood at the now familiar entrance to the dungeon and wondered if he would be able to get out of there alive this time. This time, he prepared thoroughly before entering this cave, putting on the ring and pendant of the Valkyrie apprentice. Hyun also grabbed an earring. All this equipment was C-class and should be useful in battle. The guy was fidgeting with the earring, thinking that this should be enough. These thoughts gave him a sense of peace, so for now he felt great. He was about to enter the dungeon but suddenly turned around and saw that Sung-jae had lowered his head anxiously, not wanting to watch the guy enter this creepy place. There were countless reasons to worry, and Hyun understood this perfectly well, but he had no other choice. So he walked right up to the entrance of the cave and let its magic absorb him. and pull him into its magical space. When Hyun entered the dungeon, the Nornir system immediately notified him that he would be transported to a specific location, namely Helheim, or the land of the dead. An otherworldly whirlwind picked up Hyun, and he began to fall down, but the guy remained calm because he knew that Hel would not let him crash until he completed her task. When he arrived at the familiar cemetery, he didn't even stagger after landing, but immediately began to look out for monsters that the goddess of the dead could send to meet him. He realized that during his last visit to Helheim, he hadn't noticed that the bad energy was everywhere. It seemed to belong to Nightshade. By destroying this bloodthirsty monster, he will be able to meet Hel again and then demand answers, because he did not understand what the ancient gods wanted from him. He had a lot of questions, especially when he heard that Loki had chosen him for some reason and that he had to kill some unknown enemy. The thoughts were interrupted when a skeleton archer appeared on the horizon, pulled the bowstring, and was already releasing an arrow towards the guy. Jae-hyun couldn't be caught off guard anymore, so he immediately noticed the movement near him and prepared for a fight. Monsters began to fly around and the dead began to rise, crawling straight out of the ground. The guy thought that the evening was no longer languid and now he would have a lot of fun. He remembered his mentor's words about making him a battle mage, but the martial arts class still called such people magical swordsmen. The main feature of such fighters is a hybrid position, which combines magic with martial arts. But so far, no one has managed to do this. Most of the failures were mainly due to the fact that the long range did not suit the magic class, and the short distance between opponents was not enough for the martial arts class, because there was no room at all for maneuvering. It was a kind of middle position, in which neither of the two directions was specialized. However, Yoo Sun-yoon claimed that when it came to Jae-hyun, it was a different story, as the guy seemed to be able to find a middle ground. Recalling this conversation, Hyun managed to defeat a Draugr, a Raif, and a skeleton warrior, and the Nornir system only managed to send notifications that the guy was gaining experience points. At this time, Park Sung-jae stood near the entrance to the dungeon and waited for the guy to return, quickly typing a message on his phone. Suddenly he heard some noise in the forest thicket and realized that he was not alone in this area. Someone was clearly approaching him. The man hadn't heard that anyone from the Lotus Guild was planning to visit the dungeon, so he immediately materialized a sword in his hand. The noise grew louder, and its source was clearly approaching, and indeed, after a few seconds, a car appeared on the horizon. The car pulled up, and a gray-haired girl looked out and said that Sung-jae had gone too far into the forest. She got out of the car and said wearily that she had barely found the man among those thick trees. The man recognized Yeonju in this stately, long-haired girl, dressed in a formal suit. She said in a reserved tone that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Sung-jae didn't put away his sword and asked what she was doing here since her guild had plenty of other work to do. Typing something on her phone, Yeonju said that she was taking care of these things along the way. The girl said that she really wanted to see Appa, but to do so, she had to come all the way to this forest, since she couldn't find him in the guild itself. The man said that he was also glad to see her, although he thought to himself that everything she said was nonsense, because after graduating from university, there had been no word from her. He knew she wouldn't have come all that way just to say hello, and confirming his thoughts, the former student asked why he was watching this dungeon. Sung-jae said that there was no need for outsiders to know about this, after which Yeonju assumed that he had been demoted, since such matters had not previously been under his jurisdiction. Looking around, the girl said that, to tell the truth, she became interested in something. After that, she looked closely at the man, and he thought that the purpose of her visit was not good at all. Yeonju said that she heard strange rumors that chairwoman Yoo Sun-yoon was sick, and very seriously. The man's gaze became even more stern when she demanded to know whether it was true or not. Park Sung-jae pretended that these words did not make any impression on him and said in an indifferent tone that the rumors were lies, after which he asked where she heard about it in the first place. The girl began to examine her nails and, copying the man's indifferent tone, said that there were a lot of ears around, and in her guild, the curator, there were a lot of informants. Sung-jae immediately wondered if Yeonju was hinting that her guild had planted a spy among them. He irritably thanked the girl for telling him these rumors, because now he would have more work upon his return. The deputy chairwoman of the Lotus Guild asked if she had run out of questions, since he needed to go and clean up, to which the girl said that she had one last question. She opened a photo on her phone and handed it to Appa, asking if he knew this guy named Min Jae-hyun. The man couldn't hide his surprise right away, because he didn't understand where Yeonju got the information about their new potential guild member from. Yeonju said that she felt like the guy had been dropping by the Lotus Guild quite often lately, and seemed to have met the chairwoman more than once. The girl thought that the deputy head should have such information and be aware of what was happening within the organization. Sungjai rudely said that as an outsider, she should not poke her nose into other people's affairs, and that it would be better for her to focus on the matters of her guild. Yeonju didn't expect such a sharp answer, because in most cases, the man was extremely polite and restrained in his words. She turned around and began to leave, saying at the end that, to be honest, she had not hoped that he would share interesting information with her. After all, she always assessed the man as a prim and unyielding person who would never give out even a grain of unnecessary information. To Appa's surprise, she said that the guild paid her to come here, so she wouldn't pretend to genuinely miss the vice chief. Yeonju got into the car and said that she was going on her way, wishing the man good luck in the end. Park Sungjai watched the car drive away and wondered what other rumors were going around in other guilds about the health of Yu Sunggun and Jaehyun. He absent-mindedly scratched the back of his head and decided that he should first report this to the chairwoman. At this time, Hyun finally had a break between battles. He killed a huge number of monsters and was now resting on a small hill that formed from a pile of bones. He himself was surprised at how calm his state was, because even when he felt the approach of powerful dark forces, he humbly thought that his enemy had finally appeared. Indeed, the dungeon boss Nightshade has finally emerged from his hiding place and revealed himself. Without keeping the enemy waiting for long, Jaehyun immediately directed a powerful stream of blinding light at him. The guy grinned and said ironically that he even managed to miss his opponent because so much time had passed. This behavior seemed to anger the monster even more, because his eyes lit up with a bright red glow that did not bode well. But Hyun wasn't impressed, because he didn't even bother to get up from the mountain of bones he was sitting on. The guy concentrated on his energy and realized that this time everything would be different. As soon as the monster raised its paw in an attempt to attack, Hyun quickly shot up and jumped away from the enemy, preventing it from getting close to him. The guy landed and began to think about his further strategy of actions, because the enemy's strength exceeded his own, so his only advantage was maneuvers. Jaehyun decided that it was worth trying to aim specifically at vulnerable spots, so he directed concentrated streams of light at specific points on the monster's body. This plan was quite successful because Nightshade roared and began to cover himself with his huge paws, trying to hide from the attacks. But a moment later, the roar of pain turned into a growl of anger, and the monster prepared for a new attack. Hyun's eyes lit up, because he understood that if he screwed up now, no one would help him, and he would die in this dungeon. The boy began to remember his lessons with his mentor, namely a specific maneuver that he always succeeded in. For this, he needed to take one step to the left. After this, it was necessary to smoothly turn the body to the side, trying to confuse the enemy, not letting him understand from which side the blow was being prepared. Throughout this time, you need to monitor your breathing, and then take 2 steps to the right. Nightshade didn't suspect that a deliberate attack was being prepared against him, so he swung his paws in a chaotic manner, trying to somehow touch the enemy. But Hyun continued this battle dance calmly and focused. He tilted his head forward and then made a wide lunge to the side. The dungeon boss finally realized that the guy was circling around him for a reason, so he stopped and began to look at him. Hyun finally summoned his power, and then asked if the monster was at a loss. It seemed like things weren't going as the little beast Hell had expected. He activated the skill superspeed chain and prepared to deliver devastating blows. He aimed the deadly tip of the chain straight into the body of this creepy pet of the mistress of the dead. The chain found its destination, hitting the monster right where the boy had planned. Nightshade roared loudly, clearly not expecting such a powerful attack. But Jaehyun had no intention of stopping. Instead, he concentrated even more power into his fist and prepared to strike again. The guy decided to try a new trick, wrapping his flaming chain around the monster's body. It was successful, as it completely confused Nightshade. But Jaehyun understood that these efforts were still not enough to destroy the enemy completely. Therefore, he added light arrows to the flaming chain, which he learned to create thanks to Yu Seon-yoon, and now they were very useful to him in the fight against the monster. Light arrows began to pierce the monster's body, and it began to roar so loudly that it seemed like all of Helheim was shaking. Hyun saw that his attacks were dealing massive damage to the dungeon boss, but still not enough to send him into oblivion once and for all. All this pain that Hyun caused the monster enraged him even more, and now he was ready not just to kill, but to tear the guy into small pieces. Even the Nornir system seemed to panic, as it sent out notification after notification, warning that the monster's strength and agility had been increased before the messages suddenly died out. All this made the guy very nervous, because it seemed that the system had somehow malfunctioned and was now functioning incorrectly. Indeed, something strange was happening with the Nornir system, because first some incomprehensible symbols appeared, and then it said that the death seal was activated. A purple haze formed around Hyun, and the system informed him that if the user did not remove the seal within 10 minutes, he would be given an instant death penalty. The condition for removing the seal was the death of Nightshade. The guy was amazed because he had never heard of anything like this before. Hyun tried to activate the absolute calculation skill, but the purple haze seemed to have absorbed all of his energy, and the system began to malfunction even more. The guy didn't understand what happened and tried to activate the skill again, but the system reacted the same way over and over again. After that, another notification popped up saying that all these skills cannot be used while the user has the seal of death. It seems that these were Hell's games. Jaehyun roared in anger. He screamed, asking the goddess of the dead why she was interfering in his battle. But instead of an answer, another information window popped up, informing that there were only 9 minutes left before the instant death penalty would take effect. The boy realized that he had no choice but to finish off the monster as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would remain in Helheim as a pile of bones. But Nightshade gave him an unexpected surprise when he turned around and started running away at such a speed that the guy couldn't catch up with him. Hyun was already preparing to attack, but when he saw the dungeon boss running away, he remained standing with his hand outstretched, in a complete stupor. The monster began to run in circles, running back and forth, not giving the guy any opportunity to attack. The system reported that the guy had 8 minutes left before he would die if he failed to destroy the enemy. Jaehyun looked at Nightshade, who seemed to be smiling, and he realized the plan of this vile monster. His opponent was simply mocking him, because he understood that he didn't need to kill Hyun himself. The instant death penalty would do it for him. He just needed to drag out the fight. The guy realized that in this case he needed to deliver a powerful blow that he would not be able to dodge. But before he could make even one movement to the side, the monster roared so loudly that the guy couldn't even move. A message surfaced that the resistance had failed, and Hyun had grabbed his throat because he couldn't breathe. The guy read the next message from the system, which said that he was feeling the fear effect. He was completely confused about what was happening. But despite this, Hyun tried to attack again, and gathering the rest of his forces, he began to move in the direction of Nishide. Blood began to flow from his mouth, and his body did not want to move, experiencing terrible resistance. But he received a message that the fear effect was dispelled. So, without thinking twice, Jaehyun began to move around the battlefield, trying to find a suitable position to strike. When he got close enough to the boss, he realized that he only had 7 minutes left, and the guy also had suspicions that the boss could deprive him of his powers several times in a row. But he didn't want to believe it, thinking that the monster would only try to stop him if the guy used the Judgment of Light skill. As a result, Jaehyun could simply waste his mana and be disarmed, leaving him completely defenseless against the monster, a possibility that was exactly what Hell wanted. The boy remembered that he had stabbed the monster straight in the eyes, which meant that his vision should have deteriorated, and now he had blind spots. Hyun decided to try out a new skill called Wonder Boost, which would help to plunge the enemy into darkness, which would at least temporarily confuse them and make them vulnerable. The Nornir system notified that wind energy was passing through the user's body and agility was temporarily increased. After that, a strong stream of wind was directed at Nightshade, which threw his huge body back several meters. After that, the guy used the skill he needed, and the space was filled with radiance, causing the monster to look around absent-mindedly. Hyun was fully focused on his internal energy, but he still saw the monster's surprise, wondering if Nightshade really expected him to just rush at him. A small beam of light appeared in his palm, and he activated a skill called Flash Bomb, hoping that it would help him in the fight. At first, the beam slowly hovered above the monster, and then, stopping above his head, it exploded into a bright, all-consuming light that made Nightshade freeze in place. In addition to the flash bomb technique, Hyun added a super-fast chain that wrapped around the monster's body and cut it along the torso, leaving no chance of survival. The light had not yet gone out, but the guy was already walking towards the monster's body to make sure that he had done his job. Hyun leaned over the fallen nightshade and said grimly that he was glad that the monster was finally dead. But the guy rejoiced too soon, because the burnt monster jumped to his feet, and the system notification said that he only had 4 minutes left. Jaehyun turned around and saw that dead people started to rise from everywhere and move straight towards him. The guy angrily thought about what else this unkillable monster was capable of. But Hyun was not afraid of the dead, because he had the power to destroy them all without physical intervention. He activated the sacrifice skill, and the system immediately detected the dead. The skill switched from healing to attack mode and began to burn the resurrected corpses. While Hyun was dealing with the population of Helheim, the system was counting down the last minutes before the instant death penalty would take effect, taking the boy's life. The guy stopped, not knowing how to stop this deadly timer, and in a stupor began to watch as the last seconds passed, after which life would leave his body. But when the countdown was already at the 6th second, Nightshade fell to his knees in defeat, and Hyun realized that the monster had finally begun to die. The guy closed his eyes and thought with relief that he had finally succeeded and completed the task that had been bothering him for a whole month. The monster finally fell to the ground, and the system announced that it had been destroyed, and Hyun received the title of First Sufferer. Then Hel appeared. She said that now it was clear to her that Loki's choice was not accidental. The goddess cordially called the guy to her and said that she would wait for him in her temple. The Nornir system reported that the Death Seal effect had been removed. The raider had been awarded 3,000 points, and the Nightshade Core and Shadow Armor items had been received. But what surprised Jaehyun the most was the message that the Hell Temple was calling him. He didn't quite understand what to expect from this invitation. After some time, the guy finally reached the temple, which was completely covered in ice, and it was incredibly cold near it. Jaehyun looked at the place where the Keeper of Dead Souls and the Mistress of Helheim lived. Fascinated, he still couldn't believe that Hel herself had summoned him. But the goddess was not particularly hospitable, because before he could open the gates, he heard a loud roar that made his blood run cold. Hyun thought that nothing would surprise him in this dungeon, but the one who appeared before him coped with this task 100%. The enraged beast, which was no less in size than Nightshade, ran straight at Hyun, and it was clear that this was not a friendly dog greeting a new guest. The guy realized that the little beast Hel wanted to gnaw him to the bones, so he urgently needed to figure out how to get into the temple alive. But the otherworldly dog had other plans, because it opened its stinking mouth and rushed to attack. This creature was called Garm, and if the legends are to be believed, this four-eyed dog guards the land of the dead and serves the goddess directly. It seems that the hospitable hostess sent her furry friend to escort the guest straight to her temple, but she did not specify the point that Hyun was not to be killed. The guy thought that as soon as he finally reached his destination, he was suddenly met by Garm, who wanted to feast on his guests. But suddenly Garm calmed down and closed his mouth, then turned around and began to walk towards the entrance of the temple, making it clear to Jaehyun that he should follow him. The temple was very impressive inside. It was all shining, as if it was made of ice or crystal. It seemed like the guy had entered some kind of fairy tale, but Jaehyun was so exhausted that he didn't have the strength to look at this beauty. So without further ado, he began to shout, notifying Hel that he had come to her. Garm lay down on the floor and curled up, just like a real dog, who was obediently waiting for his mistress, whose voice said that she didn't think Hyun would be able to get here. Finally, the goddess decided to show her face, but before approaching the guy, she, like a loving mistress, stroked her pet's hard fur. She congratulated the young enemy of evil on the fact that he had brilliantly passed her test and reached the temple alive and even without mortal wounds. The guy didn't listen to these congratulatory speeches, but immediately got down to business, asking why he received the Nornir system and why he was forced to go through all this. Hel smiled. She liked Hyun's bold behavior, as if he enjoyed walking on the edge of a knife, knowing that at any moment he could be killed for his words. She waved her clawed hand, which looked more like an animal's paw, and said that all this was done in order to make him an enemy of evil. The guy didn't understand why they decided that he would become an opponent of evil if they sent all this evil on him, which would ruin his life over and over again. The question remained as to why he was chosen for this purpose. And this is what Hyun asked the goddess. Hel was clearly amused by this situation because instead of giving a comprehensive answer, she simply said that this was his fate. Jaehyun remembered that when the Nornir system was being installed, he heard words about him being an enemy of Ace. The goddess of the dead also called him that, and she also said that he would be the one who would kill Odin. These words put the guy in a stupor, because he was not strong enough to kill a god. She added that this is exactly what Loki wants, as well as all of them, so she decided to lure the guy to her temple and get to know him better. Hyun didn't understand why the gods would kill Odin with his hands because he was one of them, and as he remembered from the myths, the most important, especially among them, were more experienced warriors who would have done a better job. But Hel answered meaningfully that she didn't expect the guy to understand their desire. He didn't need to understand. He needed to fulfill it. Jaehyun wanted to be indignant, because he felt like they were trying to use him in a matter he didn't want to get involved in, and without even explaining why he should do it. But Hel suddenly flew up to him and, touching his lips with her finger, closed his mouth, saying that he must feel some injustice. The boy stared at her silently, and the goddess continued to say that the reasons why man was forced to play by the rules of the gods were incomprehensible to his human mind. She touched his chest with her finger and said that the guy should remember that this was not just about the gods who were opponents of A's, it was much more serious. Suddenly, a familiar purple haze formed around Hyun, and the goddess pushed him hard right into it. As he fell, he heard even more terrifying words. Hel said that the world was on the brink of the apocalypse, and this was because Odin wanted to take over everything and be the sole ruler of each of the worlds. She added that in order to stop the power-hungry god, they needed Hyun's power. But the guy felt like he was starting to fall through the spaces, and he wanted to ask one more thing. But Hel didn't pay attention to his cries, saying only that the guy needed to become stronger before their next meeting. After these words, the purple haze swirled even more, and the only thing Hyun saw was Garm, who came close to the portal he was falling into. A moment later, the boy felt that his face was warmed by the pleasant sun, and not frozen by the cold wind of Helheim. This meant that he had returned to his world. Jaehyun reluctantly opened his eyes, and thought with a dissatisfied look that he again didn't ask the questions he planned on. And in general, he learned little new. He covered his eyes with his hand and realized that now he had even more questions, and he didn't know how to get answers to them, because Hel clearly didn't plan to explain herself. However, he received a system notification stating that he had received a gift from the goddess, namely the passive skill Hel's Patronage, which removed all abnormal conditions of the user. At this time, a guest suddenly appeared in the temple of Hel, in the form of a shining sphere, who said that when he learned about her meeting with the guy, he could not resist. Garm growled menacingly, trying to protect his mistress from the uninvited worshippers, but the goddess gently stroked her pet, hinting that his help was not needed. The voice from the sphere said that she had a very loyal little dog, and then asked what it was like to meet this boy in person. The goddess said that there was no need to rush to conclusions, because the novice raider had only taken the first step. He must gain strength to bring their plan to life. The sphere transformed into the silhouette of an elderly man, who said that he thought Hel clearly liked the guy. She laughed, saying that she acknowledged that Jaehyun had exceeded her expectations after defeating Nightshade, and she liked his determination and how he was willing to fight for his life. She was impressed by the fact that he had managed to pass the test and appear before her, communicating quite boldly and not timidly and fearfully like most of her visitors. The goddess of the dead called the guy a rather pleasant misunderstanding, who could still surprise them. Her interlocutor said that he was glad to hear such comforting news, because after that he felt somehow calmer in his soul. Hel asked if that was the only reason he had come, since she was sure that Mimir still had something to say. Light, who turned out to be the embodiment of the guardian of the source of wisdom, named Mimir, said that he did not understand what the goddess was talking about. The goddess thought that the cunning old man decided to play the fool, using deceit under the guise of a simpleton. In this he reminded her of her older brother. She said that the principle of the enemy of evil had been changed, and if Mimir hoped that she would not notice, then he was mistaken, in which case he no longer needed to be called a giant of wisdom. Mimir said that the goddess of the dead should not get excited. It seems that she really cannot be fooled and important details cannot be hidden from her watchful eyes. But the woman was not finished yet. saying that she noticed a strange glow in the boy's left eye, and as far as she knew, Odin dedicated the eye to the source of wisdom. She spread her arms wide and demanded that the giant of wisdom explain this, but so far she heard only silence. Hel wanted to know what kind of plan she and Loki had created, and why they hadn't let her in on the details. Mimir apologized to the goddess of the dead and said that he would like to tell her the truth, but it was too early. He said that such was fate, to which Hel defiantly said that although she was used to waiting a long time, she would not sit idly by. Through the halo of light, one could see the giant's eyes gleam curiously, suggesting that the goddess had come up with a good idea. The woman replied that the enemy of evil was still weak, and if the prophecy was to be believed, many difficult trials awaited him. She touched her chest and pulled out a glowing ball, saying that the guy would need a guide to help him on his difficult path. Jae-hyun needed someone who would always show him the right path, even if that path was full of dangers and difficulties. After leaving the dungeon, Hyun continued to live his normal life, occasionally coming to the Lotus Guild office to train, with 7 days left until he entered Mila's academy. The guy walked down the hallway of the shopping mall and thought about what it would be like to study in a magic class, because he was so used to solving all his problems with the help of combat skills. On his way, he met Pak Hana, who noticed that the young raider looked very puzzled. The girl looked rather indifferent, but she still asked what was bothering the guy and making him walk around with such a sad look. Hyun replied that his worries were nothing special, and upon hearing this, the girl said that in that case, they had shopping to do, so there was no need to delay. Jae-hyun scratched the back of his head and thought about how he was worried about too many things, from entering the academy to the ancient goddess not wanting to answer all of his questions. Although, there were some advantages because the guy received the patronage of Hel, and a skill that removed all abnormal conditions. He looked at the information window in the Nornir system and realized that the skill was X rank, and he had several more skills with that rank in his arsenal. These were the skills called Attract the Attention of the Gods, which increased the user's cultivation speed, and Absolute God's Eye, which allowed one to discern the truth. Hyun realized that the Ashir system didn't have any ranks like that, which made the new system even stranger. X rank was out of specification. In other words, the skills of this rank were outside the scope of the Ashir system. The boy followed behind Pak Hana and thought that since the other skills of this level were so cool, then the Absolute God's Eye was the same. It was not for nothing that the opponents of the gods of Asa stuffed Hyun with all these skills. They must have some practical benefit. Time after time, the boy remembered the image of the sinister goddess, and how she said that he must kill Odin at Loki's request. Hyun hoped that these visions would pass. Meanwhile, the future Godslayer watched as Pak Hana chose a weapon. She stopped at an impressive blade, but when the guy saw its price, he was amazed. He didn't believe that the girl would just spend 300 million won on a mana knife. It was unclear why she would spend a fortune on something that she would throw away anyway. Pak Hana said that Mila's academy basically provides these kinds of things, but the quality of the first-year students' equipment is still poor, so they will need to buy sacred equipment. Without being distracted by the guy, the girl began to scroll through a long list on her phone, trying to find what they needed to buy next. Seeing this huge list, Hyun couldn't stop thinking about how much money the Lotus Guild had. A couple of hours ago, Pak Hana came to the guy's house and said that she was a member of the Lotus Guild and came here at the request of the chairwoman. She also said that Yoo Sun-yoon wanted to give him a gift in honor of entering the academy, as it was a very important step in the life of every raider. Jae-hyun was surprised by such generosity, and by the fact that the guild leader sent her assistant to go shopping with him. Now he was carrying in his hands a heavy armful of bags, which were filled with various equipment that would be useful to him for his studies. He thought that they would buy him something like a couple of miracle drugs or artifacts, although the Lotus Guild was on a completely different level. Pak Hana said that they should now choose suitable armor for the future student, but the guy interrupted her. He said that there was no need for them and began to materialize the armor that was already in his arsenal. The Nornir system reported that the armor was a shadow that enveloped Nightshade. After the death of the boss, the darkness dissipated, but its waves were still felt. Also, when using them, you can master the concealment skill. Jae-hyun said that his defensive gear was B grade and also gave a rare ability, so they wouldn't find any armor better than what he already had in this mall. Pak Hana turned to him and asked if he wanted to purchase an artifact with the concealment effect. After some thought, she came to the conclusion that every raider would want such an item, but it would be difficult to obtain. The guy said that there was no need to take his words to heart, because he was just sharing his thoughts with her. And besides, there weren't many raiders who studied concealment. Hyun noted that if one wanted, such things could be found in the dungeons, but only if one was very lucky. Park Hana agreed, saying that in their country, very few people possessed the concealment, including her older brother. For some reason, Jae-hyun was very surprised by the news that this girl had an older brother. Seeing the confusion on the guy's face, Park Hana explained that the manager of the Lotus Guild, Park Sung-jae, was her own older brother. Now, the puzzle in Hyun's head finally fell into place, and it became clear to him who this gloomy, strict girl, who always wore a strict black suit, reminded him of so much. Park Hana didn't pay any attention to the guy's stunned face, and continued checking the shopping list. If they skipped armor, then weapons were next. Hyun watched as she purposefully walked towards the raider weapons store and didn't understand how Hana could be so stern and strict all the time. He found himself thinking that he would never have guessed that Park Sung-jae was her brother. Suddenly, the guy saw small, glowing lights that were shining green. At the same moment, his left eye began to shine, and the Nornir system gave information that a resonance with the user had occurred. Hyun realized that he had seen these lights before, and that they were the ones that led him to the treasure room where he found Odin's eye. The boy quickly rushed to catch up with these green spheres, causing confusion in Park Hana, who wanted to run after him. The eye kept glowing, which only meant that he needed to go after the lights, so he shouted to assistant Yu Sun-yoon to wait. The eye of the absolute god helped Hyun to look through the false vision, to recognize the unknown object, and at that moment, some huge crystal appeared before the guy's eyes. Jae-hyun looked at all this and couldn't understand what was happening, because it seemed like he was in an ordinary shopping mall, so where did this crystal come from? But this crystal was not only connected to Hyun, it also had to do with a guy who was very skilled in combat and defeated almost all of his opponents. He was incredibly fast and agile, so he always used a variety of maneuvers that helped him win sparring matches. In his last training fight, he stunned his opponent, who did not know from which side to expect an attack. The result of this duel was the victory of the raider named Enho-yeon, but it seemed that this guy was not at all happy with the result of his success. There were two men watching this fight, and they judged Enho-yeon's skill to be very impressive, as he was superior in strength, even though his opponent had quite good skills. One of the men said that the difference in talent decided everything, because it's not for nothing that the guy is called a new generation C-class raider. And Ho-yeon's father interrupted his conversation with his interlocutor and went out to his son, telling him in a cold voice that he was doing well, but it seemed that these words only upset the boy. The stern man told his son not to be too happy, because he had to win the fight, and not just show his skills. And Ho-yeon tried not to dwell on his father's words, so he looked into the void and replied that he knew that his father only expected victories from him. The man turned around and started to leave, saying that since the fight was over, it was time to do other things. He ordered his son to quickly take a shower, because they needed to go to the shopping center. When An Ho-yeon was alone in his soul, emotions overwhelmed him. He felt terrible discomfort and disgust towards himself. The guy closed his eyes, leaned his hand against the wet wall, and realized that he felt like a robot, not a human. Salty tears rolled down his cheeks, mixing with the running water. The guy was sad and hurt, because he didn't want to become such a raider. He didn't understand at what point everything changed. At this time, Hyun obtained a new piece of equipment called Mistletoe. It was a branch of mistletoe that killed Odin's son Balder. It grew with the user and had an unknown amount of mana. Jae-hyun didn't understand where this item came from and what merits he had earned by receiving it at his disposal. He looked at the crystal and wondered if this was another joke from the Nornir system. No one else saw anything, and it seemed to the people passing by that the guy was staring at an empty room. But An Ho-young, who was passing by Jae-hyun, thought that the guy was standing there for a reason. The blonde boy, who tried to hide his identity with a cap and hood, didn't understand why his father was collecting so many different items when he already had everything he needed. Looking at the brand new sword he had bought, his father coldly replied that it was all for his son's development, since a future C-rank raider couldn't skimp on equipment. And Ho-yeon wanted to remind him that they still needed to pay his mother's hospital bills for this month, but his father interrupted him and said that it was none of his business. The man said irritably that he would handle the bills himself, and the guy needed to continue training and not think about anything except his preparation. The boy had no choice but to meekly agree with his father, because he did not know how to influence him. He walked among the crowd, who were whispering about whether An Ho-yeon himself had come to the shopping mall, and wondered what he was doing there. The guy went outside and caught surprised glances, which did not impress him at all, because he understood that he dreamed of a completely different life. But now he felt like a monkey in a cage. The day little An Ho-yeon discovered his amazing magical abilities, his life changed. His loving mother kept stroking the boy's head and smiling, saying that she was proud of her talented son. It was at that moment that An Ho-yeon felt special and realized that he wanted to use his power for good and become a raider. The baby became a light in the pitch darkness that their family was plunged into and illuminated the life of his mother. However, his father, being cruel and pragmatic by nature, quickly found what he considered to be the right use for his son's abilities. Now, An Ho-yeon was more of a robot than a human, and he constantly felt like he was just a tool in his father's powerful hands. The guy kept wondering if he would be able to stay at the academy for 3 years and finish his studies normally. Suddenly, a voice was heard in the shopping center hall announcing that a dungeon had broken open nearby, causing dangerous monsters to emerge onto the city streets. It was then announced that the association had already sent raiders to fix the problem, so visitors should behave calmly, but Ho-yeon was still surprised that monsters were in the city. The mall employees rushed to escort the visitors to a safer place. They urged them not to panic because the raiders were about to arrive. Ho-yeon stood still. Not knowing what to do, his father called out to him, asking why he was frozen in the middle of the crowd. The man growled in irritation that Ho-young was a genius who would soon hold all of South Korea in his fist, so he should take care of his own well-being. He said that if the boy got any injuries, his position in the academy would be shaken, and in general, he would not gain anything if he interfered in the fight against monsters. Ho-yeon understood that his father was right. The raiders from the association would deal with the monsters themselves. But what would happen to the civilians who wouldn't have time to run to shelter, and help hadn't arrived yet? The blonde understood that this was his chance to become the raider he had always seen himself as. Today, he had the opportunity to use his power for the benefit of people. Putting further thoughts on the back burner, the boy turned around and quickly ran to the epicenter of events. He heard his father ordering him to return immediately, but Ho-yeon didn't care what his father would think. He ran straight to where the monsters were coming from, because he understood that he had to prove to himself that he was a real raider. The guy wanted to make sure that he had chosen the right path, and whether he should even become a warrior who protects civilians. Or maybe it was all a mistake, and he should have dedicated his life to caring for the mother who loved her son so much, because he was her main source of light in this darkness. Ho-yeon's eyes fell on the first monster that crawled out of the dungeon's rift. This creepy creature looked like a goblin. Its eye sockets glowed with an unnatural light, and its teeth threatened to tear it into pieces. The guy boldly stepped forward to meet the monster, but after a few seconds, more than a dozen similar creatures ran into this place. Now the task turned out to be not so easy. The goblins began to take out their axes and swords, looking forward to gutting the first human they came across. Ho-yeon suddenly realized that he was not prepared to face real danger, because he stood there and could not move a single limb. Only his eyes could tremble with fear. But the goblins could move like no one else. They approached him threateningly in a crowd, but the guy couldn't even make one movement with his fingers, one short step. The young raider tried to force himself to move somehow, but other than a slight tremor in his hand, he could not elicit any reaction from his body, even though he told himself that he knew where he was going. The enemies were not wasting any time. They were already running towards Ho-yeon, menacingly waving various weapons that they had brought with them or stolen while already in this world. The blonde could only stand and watch as one of the goblins jumped, swinging his sword at him. The guy couldn't understand why he had such a reaction, because for as long as he could remember, he dreamed of becoming a raider, but in reality he was afraid of some lower monsters. Ho-yeon had already closed his eyes, resigning himself to the fact that the goblin was about to hit him with a sword, when suddenly, out of nowhere, a guy appeared who knocked the monster to the ground and repelled the attack. The blonde didn't expect anyone to come to his aid, so he was more than surprised, because he was used to everyone expecting something from him, and no one helped him. Jae-hyun approached the guy sitting on the ground and asked if he was that same An Ho-young. The guy was so shocked that he couldn't even find an answer right away, so he just looked at his savior with wide eyes. When Jaehyun left the strange room that the glowing lights led him to, he bought a piece of crystal that he found in that room for 50 million won. Pak Hana, who had most likely been looking for him everywhere, immediately ran up to him and asked why he went towards the unidentified objects. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked what kind of stone block he was holding in his hands. Using the Nornir system, Hyun dispersed the piece of crystal and realized that the thing looked like an ordinary stone to outsiders. He told the irritated woman that he thought there was no need to buy the gun either, but she was about to object when she was suddenly interrupted by the voice of the mall dispatcher. The announcement stated that a dungeon had been breached nearby, causing many monsters to emerge into this world. Hearing this message, Min Jae-hyun immediately rushed to where he thought the highest concentration of monsters would be. He heard Park Hana shouting his name, but didn't pay attention to it. The guy was afraid that the monsters would get to the civilians before the raiders had time to arrive, so to shorten the route, he jumped straight out the window. A horde of goblins watched with interest as glass flew out of a multi-story building, and then some madman jumped out. While Hyun was calculating his landing trajectory, he saw that the city was overrun with monsters, running through the streets and waving weapons, scaring people to death. The guy immediately realized that he needed to use one of the techniques he had learned from Yoo Seon-yoon, and it was the right decision, because thanks to it, some of the goblins were neutralized. When he finally landed on the ground, the surviving goblins began to retreat and avoid him, afraid of being killed, just like their brethren. Hyun looked around and realized that things were worse than he thought, because monsters were everywhere, so it was possible that this battle would not be without losses. The guy began to use various techniques, including the super speed chain and the technique that his mentor taught him, all of which successfully crushed his opponents. Jae-hyun rushed from building to building, trying to find every monster that was hiding in some secluded place between the buildings. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a whole horde of go pancakes that surrounded some boy, who stood helplessly and could not fight them off. Hyun recognized this guy as the famous fighter An Ho-yeon, who was called the future C-class raider. The guy didn't expect to see this blonde guy here, whose media image was carefully crafted by his father, because this rich son should have been in hiding a long time ago. Looking at An Ho-yeon's confused expression, Hyun remembered hearing information that he was also entering Mila's academy. Jae-hyun knew that this guy had good fighting skills, so he said that he needed his help in clearing the city of monsters. Ho-young didn't answer at first, but then his eyes widened and he shouted that there was an attacking goblin behind Hyun. Without turning his head, Jae-hyun said that he knew about the attack, after which he used another technique and quickly destroyed the attacker. Such skills impressed An Ho-yeon pleasantly, but he didn't have time to think about it properly, because Hyun said that they couldn't let the monsters get to the residential buildings. Seeing how this son of rich parents was hesitating, Jae-hyun impatiently asked how much longer he was going to sit there. The guy ordered the blonde to get ready, take his weapon, and finally do what he had been training for all this time. Because being a raider meant fighting evil, they were hiding from it. These words had an effect on Ho-yeon. He said that he understood the task and would do his best to complete it. Oddly enough, after Jae-hyun's words, the trembling in the blonde's hands stopped, and he finally began to fully control his body again. Ho-yeon realized that he was facing a true raider who was not afraid of danger and was ready to risk everything to complete his mission. The blonde realized that all he had to do now was save people who, unlike him, had not trained their entire lives. Jae-hyun and Ho-young were standing on one of the major streets of the city. In front of them was a whole bunch of disgusting goblins who were ready to tear their flesh with their teeth and beat their bodies with clubs. Hyun asked if the guy could use a technique to distract monsters called provocation, because if he had already come to his senses, then he needed to deal with the otherworldly guests. He added that there were a lot of goblins, and the blonde's main goal was not to miss any of them and to provoke as many monsters as possible. Jae-hyun asked Ho-young if he could handle it, but then he saw him already starting to activate his magic power. The boy realized that he couldn't hesitate, because the success of their common cause depended on it, so he needed to do what he knew how to do. He activated a skill called Provocation Cry and prepared himself for most of the goblins to flock to him, so he had to be ready to fight back. The Ashir system notified him that all monsters within a 50-meter radius had turned their attention to him, and his damage from physical or magical attacks was also reduced by 30%. After activating the Cry of Provocation, all the goblins, as if under a spell, began to advance towards Hoyeon. After a while, the monster's eyes glowed red, as if they sensed the easy prey they would receive if they came to the place that called them. Hyun realized that he was facing a true genius, because Hoyeon was able to use the cry of provocation several times in a row, and the effects of this ability are much stronger than those of a normal skill. Jae-hyun remembers with sadness that he, at one time, only managed to become a B-rank raider who fought for work, just to survive. The guy looked at Ho-young and remembered the information that he was called a genius with a sad fate, because fame quickly destroyed his personality. Perhaps it was due to his psychological state. Hyun thought that with such abilities, it didn't matter what kind of character the guy had because everything could be fixed if you only wanted it. The battle was going well, and when Jae-hyun used the super speed chain on the goblins that An Ho-young had summoned, he realized that he could gain an extremely useful ally. While one was luring out monsters, the other was destroying them. This tandem had excellent results, so soon Hyun reported that they were already finishing. The boys destroyed the goblins one after another, and some even had to be caught up with, because seeing how their relatives were being destroyed, they fled. The once uncertain Hoyeon was now completely engrossed in the battle, swinging his weapon with abandon. When the last goblin was killed, the boys stood nearby and began to assess the work done, noticing that the entire street was strewn with green corpses. Their attention was drawn to a man in a cloak who came closer and closer and, looking around, asked what all this meant. Neither Jae-hyun nor Ho-young responded, allowing the man to come to his own conclusions. The strange man slowly twirled the cigarette in his hands and rolled his eyes, demonstrating his displeasure with the guy's silence. He said his name was Park Kyung-hoon, and he was from the National Raiders Association's management staff, then asked if the two guys had really wiped out all those goblins by themselves. Jae-hyun still remained silent, so Ho-young took charge and confirmed the Raiders Association representative's guess. Park Kyung-hoon recognized An Ho-yeon's ashen eyes and hair. He had heard that he was called a genius, but at that age it was surprising to see such skill, and the other guy looked to be his age. He didn't understand how these two were able to kill so many monsters, so he asked out loud what he should report to the leadership. Hyun said that he wanted to talk about this, since it was better for the Raider Association not to know who killed the goblins. He wished that everyone would think that the association itself had dealt with the monsters, because no one would believe that it was done by two guys who hadn't even entered the academy yet. Park Kyung-hoon began to object, saying that he was being pushed into committing an offense and he did not want to become an accomplice to it. Jae-hyun said that if there were eyewitnesses that they didn't manage it together, then it would be a different matter. A representative of the Raiders Association said that their organization was equivalent to state bodies, so he could not act outside the regulations. Much to Hyun's dismay, Ken-hoon added that if the boys didn't want attention, then they shouldn't have thrown such a loud party, and now they would be given a reward for helping clean up the city. Jae-hyun started to assert his rights again, saying that this was unnecessary. The guy asked to give all the money to Hoyeon, and just keep quiet about his participation. After all, he had enough money from Lotus, and now, when entering the academy was just around the corner, it was better for Hyun not to show himself in public, so it was much more profitable to give all the laurels to An Hoyeon. Park Kyung-hoon seemed to be satisfied with this deal, as he asked if there were any other conditions, but the conversation was interrupted by the blonde man. He shouted in protest that he didn't agree with this decision, since it was Jae-hyun who killed all those goblins. This revelation made the representative of the Raiders Association blink in surprise, because even for two guys there were too many opponents, and one raider was simply not capable of dealing with them all. Jae-hyun told the blonde that he had his own circumstances where he wanted to keep his involvement in this matter a secret. Hyun understood that before entering the academy, he didn't want to catch the eye of someone he sincerely hated and wanted to see dead. Before returning to the past, his martial arts talent was poor, so there was nothing to worry about. But now the situation has changed dramatically, because his main enemy does not know that Hyun has changed his class to a magic one. If the guy's plans become known, he may have extra problems, so it is better to stay in the shadows because revenge should be cold and quiet. Jae-hyun sought to become so strong that even power would not help his enemy escape his persecution. The guy sincerely wanted to wait for the most opportune moment, and only then deliver the fatal blow when his enemy was not vigilant, and would not expect it. And Ho-yeon was still thinking about what he should do, since he couldn't do everything on his own, so it was unfair to take credit for it. He looked at Hyun and realized that he didn't want to take credit for the achievements of others, especially such significant ones as clearing the area of goblins on his own. But the boy also understood that with this money, he could help his mother, because his father always spared money for her treatment and spent it only on equipment for his training. Ho-young had always dreamed of becoming a raider that she would be proud of, and this situation would help him achieve that. The guy realized that if he missed this moment, his mother could get worse, and in the worst case, she could even die. He didn't know if he could withstand that. Jae-hyun became curious about what the blonde was thinking about, because he clearly wasn't thinking about pride. Because there was too much sadness in his eyes, he was interested in what was the reason for such doubts. Hyun realized that Ho-young needed help with his choice, so he said that the boy should think carefully about his offer. He confidently said that the blonde's actions were just as important as his own, because if it weren't for his determination, one of them would have definitely lost their lives. Seeing Ho-young's hesitation, Hyun pressed one last time, saying that everything was fair and that he was not taking credit for others' achievements. Ho-young couldn't stand the pressure, both from Hyun and himself, so he said that this was indeed the right decision. He decided that there was nothing to think about, because what was the point of a dream if he would lose a loved one because of his insecurity? The guy promised Jae-hyun that he would pay him back someday. Park Kyung-hoon realized that Hyun was quite skilled in dealing with people, which made him a very difficult character. The man said that they had an agreement and he would do as they asked. As he left, Jae-hyun thanked the blonde and the raider organization representative and wished them a good day. Finally, and Ho-yeon shouted that he would like to at least know the name of the guy he was indebted to for receiving the reward. Jae-hyun smiled and told the guy not to worry, because he would soon know his name anyway. Ho-young listened with his mouth open as he heard that they were going to Mills Academy together, so they would be seeing each other much more often from now on. The blonde was extremely surprised by the fact that he and Jae-hyun were the same age, because he had such outstanding abilities that not every successful raider could boast of. On this note, Hyun's preparation for entering Mills Academy ended, and when the long-awaited day arrived, he stood calmly next to the worried Yujin. The boy heard the new students whispering that the genius of the martial arts class had entered the training. The students couldn't believe that an Ho-yeon would study with them, because they felt like he was from another planet. Also, everyone's attention was drawn to the calm, dark-haired girl who stood alone to the side. The guys turned their attention to the pleasant facial features of the student. Jae-hyun knew that her name was Seo-ina, and in addition to her beauty, she had outstanding fighting skills that would make her a good raider in the future. She was already gathering the gaze of those around her, and in a couple of years her name would be at the top of the raiders' list. Hyun understood that if he could win her over to his side, he would have an ace up his sleeve. But Seo-ina was a complex person who couldn't be rushed. If the guy wanted to succeed, he had to act gradually. Moreover, Jae-hyun already had quite powerful raiders on his side, such as An Ho-young, Yoo Sun-yoon, and Lee Jae-sang. The guy was distracted from his thoughts by the hissing of Yujin, who said with displeasure that she understood that Seo-ina was really beautiful, but there was no need to stare at her so openly. The friends' squabble attracted the attention of Seo-ina herself, who involuntarily looked in their direction, but did not say a word to them. A voice came from the stage, and the man standing behind the podium greeted all those entering Mills Academy. The academy's director, Gu Chain, smiled warmly and said that he was glad to see so many new faces in his school. But the director's friendly appearance did not deceive Hyun. The boy thought with displeasure that he finally remembered what his face looked like. He turned his head and looked at his friend, who was listening to the director with interest. She was full of life and light, and Hyun was afraid that what happened in the future would happen to her. The guy was mentally transported several years ahead, and an image of his dying girlfriend, who was literally dead in his arms, appeared in his head. Jae-hyun pushed those memories away and spoke to his friend in a dark tone, saying that she should be prepared for anything, because who knows what could happen at the academy. The girl laughed carefree, asking why the guy was suddenly so concerned about her, since she was strong enough to cope with all the difficulties on her own. Jae-hyun remembered that after Kim Yoo-jaeng entered, she was ranked 3rd in the magician's rankings. This time, he couldn't let her die. The director announced that from now on, the grand entrance ceremony to Mills Academy would begin. Shuffling through papers, he said he wanted to talk about many things, but he thought the students were not interested in formal speeches. The man chuckled sinisterly and said that he was sure they already knew that something special had been prepared for the inauguration ceremony. Gu Chain cheerfully said that they would have to play a game where they would steal the name tags of their new comrades. The man declared the hunt open, and a strange magic circle formed around the students. Kim Yu-jiang accidentally touched the edge of this circle, and her leg was burned with intense pain, as if hot oil had been poured on it. She almost fell over from the pain, but Jaehyun managed to jump up in time and extend his helping hand to her. The guy grabbed his girlfriend by the hand and pulled her towards him, helping her step her foot into the circle. At this time, in the Lotus Guild office, Park Sung-jae told his boss that today was the very day Min Jae-hyun entered the academy. Yoo Sun-yoon smiled warmly and asked if time had really flown by so quickly, since she wanted to wish him good luck before he entered. But now they will not see each other again, because the hunt has begun, which should last 3 days. Sung-jae said that it will take place in the subspace. Guildmaster Lotus said that she regretted that it was impossible to contact the guy now, because she wanted to support him somehow. Park Sung-jae said that he expected a situation like this to happen, so he sent a message for his boss yesterday, and the woman asked excitedly what the guy had answered. Instead of answering, the man smiled, unlocked his phone, and handed it to Yoo Sun-yoon. The magic circle transported the academy students to a picturesque place, surrounded by green trees and the sun shining brightly. After being transported to this place, everyone felt unwell, but Kim Yu-jiang seemed like he was about to faint. Not far from the guys, so Ina landed. It was clear that she was also uneasy, but the only sign of this was the girl's rapid breathing. The guy looked at her closely and noted her black hair, hazel eyes, and remembered that her predisposition to magic was 92%. She could change the perception of a magic class. Standing before Hyun was the future C-class raider who would become Yoo Sun-yoon's follower and a member of the Lotus Guild. In Yoo Sun-yoon's office, the conversation about Hyuna continued. The manager showed a message on his phone where the guy said that there was no need to worry about him. But the main events were now taking place in the central office of the Mill Academy. Most of the faculty and respected raiders were called to an emergency meeting to discuss the incoming students who had gone hunting. One of the men said that they had received many talented spouses this year, one of whom was An Ho-yeon, a young man who showed great promise and was famous even abroad. The director was also informed that students like Seo Ina, Kim Yu-jang, and Lee Soo-hek had been admitted, and each of them had an aptitude of about 90%. Instructor Kim Seo-ki reported that the lists of students who had decided to change their major were being updated, but the director interrupted him. Gu Chain said that if these guys decided to change classes now, they wouldn't stay at Milla's Academy for long. Basically, all applicants to this educational institution have outstanding skills, but among them, there will be those who are many times superior to everyone else. For example, An Ho-yeon, who even before being a student had earned fame for himself and was known far beyond the borders of their city. The director said that raiders with average talent become like servants for real geniuses, so their academy should give them a chance. He picked up the TV remote to watch the hunt firsthand, and said that sometimes awakened ones who face mortal danger have a chance to experience reawakening. The director believed that he had to make one A-rank raider, even if it meant sacrificing 100 C-rank people. In the man's opinion, a raider had to prove himself all the time, and those who fell were probably not capable of this. Gu Chain believed that his role was to find the jade among the mongrel fighters and dedicate them to him. A ring sparkled on the man's hand, on which were depicted 3 intersecting triangles. It was clearly a symbol of some guild or community. The field where the newbies hunted was created using subspace magic, within which time stops and spatial restrictions are removed. Jaehyun looked around carefully, because he understood that in this place, something was possible that would never happen in the real world. Every year, 5% of those who enter the hunt fail. That's how difficult this stage was. But it gave you the opportunity to understand the limits of your capabilities. The guy understood that he couldn't relax, especially since Soina stood in front of them, who could either be on their side or become their enemy. The dark-haired girl stood and looked at the boys. It seemed that the same thoughts were spinning in her head. Director Gu Chain smiled evilly because he knew that he was about to announce the start of real cruel fun. An image of the director appeared in the sky above the hunting field, and he began to explain the rules in a friendly voice, saying that the space only allowed the use of skills up to C rank. For each badge removed, participants were awarded points. If a student took it, he received 10,000 points. If a newcomer did it, he was given 100,000 points. Jae-hyun thought about how glasses were used everywhere in the academy, so the more he could collect now, the better. The boy suddenly realized that since he could only use C rank and lower skills, his super speed circuit was blocked. But nothing was said about unique skills, which meant that most likely it was a loophole that allowed them to be used. From the screen, Gu Chain announced that for the safety of everyone, the students' spell power had been reduced by 10%, so that the students did not have to worry about being seriously hurt. Hyun looked at the director's image with displeasure and thought about what kind of nonsense this man was talking. So Ina also treated this speech with particular skepticism, because the director did not say a word about unique skills or about characteristic limitations. The Academy's management kept a close eye on them and wanted to weed out those who were weak, and thereby identify the most talented. Jae-hyun decided that they needed to find shelter first, so he told Kim Yoo-jang that it was time for them to leave here, because if they wanted to spend 3 days here, they needed to find a relatively safe place. This space contained different areas with surprises, such as traps, a healing source, or a nightmare forest. There was also an ecosystem that provided food and shelter for the fighters to rest or hide. In order to survive, it was necessary to find shelter, because with a strong point it would be much easier to prepare for battle. Kim Yoo-jung told the guy to wait. Then after thinking for a moment, she added that perhaps they should take Seo Inu with them. The girl argued that it seemed like she was also from the magic class, so it would be good if they had one more fighter on their team. Hyun thought irritably why Yoo-jung only said reasonable things at critical moments, and not on a regular basis. He also thought that teaming up with Seo Inu would be beneficial. However, Seo Inu was a variable that could not be calculated, so it was unclear whether this girl could be trusted. Jae-hyun remembered that he once read about an incident involving her, where it was reported that she had lost her mind and then went on a rampage, putting a huge number of people in danger. The decision to accept her into his and Yoo-jang's team couldn't be made hastily, so Hyun asked his friend again if she was sure that Seo Ina wouldn't betray them. Besides, judging by the brunette's look, she also didn't trust the guys, and this could complicate their possible union. They needed to think carefully, weigh the pros and cons, and only then decide whether they needed to unite with the girl. But Yoo-jang said something that Hyun didn't expect to hear at all. His friend shared that the brunette reminded her a lot of him as a child. So without further ado, she went straight to Seo Ina, intending to invite her to become allies with them. Kim Yoo-jung greeted the girl kindly and said that she and Hyun were magi, and they would like to invite her to become part of the team. Seo Ina listened to Yoo-jun's proposal with interest but did not yet deign to answer her. Hyun's friend continued to persuade the girl, saying that in this hunt, the newbies were not in the best position, and that it was better for the magicians to fight as a team. But the girl understood that now they would have more important concerns, and it would be better to put off the question of an alliance for now. She nodded to the side, hinting that they had guests, and when the boys turned their heads, they realized that they might have problems. 2 strong students were approaching them, cheerfully discussing the fact that they had managed to find 3 newcomers and were now going to have a lot of fun. A guy named Shin Jun-san told his blonde companion Kwon So-yul that their piggy banks would be full of points this year. The girl said with displeasure that she had only smelled 2 newcomers whose badges they could take for themselves. But when Kwon So-yul saw 3 people in the clearing, she became very tense because she always relied on her intuition. She didn't understand how it was that she couldn't feel anything from the dark-haired guy who was standing right in front of her. Jae-hyun thought darkly that he remembered this couple, because they had bothered him more than once when he was training in the combat class. Kim Yoo-jang suggested that they just run away, since these 2 were students of the martial arts class, and it seemed like they had been training for many years. Hyun said that they wouldn't be able to hide from them anyway, so they would have to try to take their badges from them. Kwon So-yul had one very interesting ability, thanks to which she could lock on to a target 300 meters away. It was clear from her eyes that she had already activated the object search skill, so if she wasn't removed now, serious problems could start later. Shin Jun-san said that he planned to first gain points and then eat until he was full. In response, the blonde hissed that he should not let his guard down because the dark-haired guy was not simple. But her partner was too confident. He materialized his sword and said that Hyun was still a newbie, and they already had experience participating in hunting. Shin Jun-san rushed to the attack, cheerfully shouting that if the girl watched carefully, she would see how he would deal with those students in no time. Jae-hyun calmly watched his opponents and assessed them, planning his next moves. The big guy had almost reached Hyun. He swung his sword and began to aim at the guy, but he quickly jumped to the side, easily avoiding the attack. Shin Jun-san didn't expect that he could be gotten rid of so easily, so he thought that perhaps he should have listened to his partner. Kwang Soyul watched with indignation at what her ally was doing. The girl did not understand how he could be so careless after she said that something was wrong with that guy. At this time, calmly dodging the blow, Jae-hyun thought that it had been a long time since anyone had swung a sword at him. His opponent hissed in an angry voice that Hyun's ability to dodge his blade was a simple accident that would not happen again. Trying to attack again, the boy said that he couldn't help but know the face of a newbie who could dodge his sword. But Hyun did it again and again without any problem, irritating the big guy who was spinning around with his sword in his hands and couldn't hit his opponent. Shin Jun-san was already out of breath and sweating from exhaustion, trying to understand how the guy had managed to evade his attacks for so long and why he had never been able to even touch him. Suddenly, Hyun went from avoiding to attacking and touched his palm to the blade of the sword that was in Jun-san's hands. He pressed the blade to the boy's throat and asked how he had managed to survive until this moment, if he was so huge and clumsy. After this, Jae-hyun squeezed his hand hard, and the sword he was clutching shattered into small pieces, becoming unusable. This sight left a huge impression on So Inu, and after seeing it, she began to think about accepting the offer of an alliance. Hyun said that he would not hurt Shin Jun-san if he gave him his badge within 3 seconds, after which the big guy and his girlfriend would have to disappear from sight. The academy student was in a hopeless situation, because his own blade was pressed to his throat. He couldn't believe that some young magician was able to look at him with such eyes that glowed with otherworldly power. Jae-hyun got tired of waiting, so he punched the guy in the face, saying that he gave him a chance to avoid a fight, but he missed it, and now he has only himself to blame. Kwang Soyul did not interfere in this showdown, and when she saw that her ally's badge was torn off, she quickly jumped back so that she would not accidentally get hit by Hyun. A blue glow appeared, indicating that participant Shin Jun-san had dropped out of the hunt. The teachers who were watching the events from the academy said that finally the first invader had appeared among the newcomers. The next notification announced that a member named Min Jae-hyun had earned 100,000 points, causing the eyes of the woman present at the academy to widen. She screamed, asking who this Jae-hyun was. The woman asked instructor Park Ha-jun if he was sure that the system showed everything correctly. The instructor double-checked everything and then told the woman, whose name was Jong Esu, that the calculations were accurate. An instructor named Kim Ji-yeon confirmed this, saying that she too was fine and no problems were found. The director of the Mills Academy smiled ominously as he muttered the boy's name as if tasting it. After Kwang Soyul saw her friend's name tag being ripped off, she screamed angrily, asking Jae-hyun who he was to have such powerful fighting skills. Instead of answering, the guy shouted at Yu-jin to get ready, because now they had to deal with the blonde, who was clearly more capable than her friend. Kim Yu-jang shouted that she understood everything, but she began to wonder to herself whether her friend had always been so strong, or whether it was all his training with his new mentor, whose name she did not know. Even though no one asked Seo Inu for help, she also began to prepare to attack Seo Yul. The blonde saw that there were 3 magicians standing against her, although they were beginners, but obviously very capable. She thought angrily that Shin Jun-san had ruined everything for them. She analyzed the situation and decided that even if the dark-haired guy wasn't such a monster, a fight of 1 against 3 was still too risky. She slowly began to draw her dagger from its sheath and told herself that she would take out one of these guys, take the badge, and then run away from here. Soyul chose her victim, who she thought was the weakest, and immediately rushed to attack Kim Yu-jang. The girl expected the blonde to choose her, so she pretended that she couldn't react right away and lost her advantage. Jae-hyun assessed their opponent's maneuver and decided that she had chosen a good tactic for herself. Kwang Soyul planned to create chaos with a surprise attack to open up a corridor for her to retreat. For her, it was the best option out of all the options. However, this tactic would only work if Kim Yu-jang was an ordinary person, but the girl had powerful skills that helped her react to the attack in time. She waved her magic wand and summoned her powers, activating the bind technique, which helped neutralize Soyul. But the blonde managed to jump back and get out of the water dry, and while Yu-jin was preparing for a new spell, she threw darts at her, which threatened to pierce the girl through and through. Yuzhen was not surprised by this attack either. She instantly created a magical barrier around herself, which served as a shield from all physical or magical attacks. Hyun watched as his friend successfully fought the battle, and knew that no matter how good she was, she still wouldn't be able to handle the academy student. He felt the need to help her. Therefore, I focused on the flow of power within myself and was already about to activate one of my skills. But he stopped when he heard So-ina start to mutter some kind of spell, because he was interested to see what this girl was capable of. Jaehyun realized that he was about to see the amazing skill that So-ina could use, and he stood rooted to the spot, afraid to miss even the slightest part of this spectacle. The girl possessed a unique ability called the Sword of Alfheim, and right now she was about to use it on their opponent. As she finished the spell, a blade materialized next to her, which darted at lightning speed towards Kwan Soyul and pierced her through and through. The blonde coughed up blood and realized that she and Shin Jun-san had taken the wrong path that led them to these novice raiders. The girl thought that she had never seen such powers in any newcomer to the academy as these three monsters. A second later, a notification popped up that Soyul had dropped out of the hunt. Based on the amount of damage inflicted, the academy awarded hunt participant Kim Yu-jung 50,000 points. Seo-ina also received 50 points. The points were divided between the girls because each of them made their contribution to the destruction of the common enemy. When the brunette asked if she was disturbing, Yuzhen enthusiastically shouted that she was only glad to have help from such a strong magician as the girl. When Seo-ina asked if their offer to collaborate was still on the table, Hyun realized that perhaps he should adjust his assessment of the brunette's personality a little. The guy realized that she was quiet, didn't trust anyone, but at the same time was a strong magician and a curious person who, among other things, was ready to help. A system notification popped up stating that a 3-member alliance had been formed among the members, which included Kim Yu Jae-hyun, Min Jae-hyun, and Seo-ina. After some time, no less interesting events began to occur in the Forest of Nightmares, which was located near the shelter. Traces of a man were found who had been prowling around the shelter. It was very curious who it was and for what purpose he had passed here. The two twin brothers wanted to find out, because the stranger's tracks clearly led straight to the shelter, which could make him a dangerous opponent, because he would have a place from which to attack unexpectedly. One of the brothers suggested that these might be the newcomers who had knocked Shin Jun-san and Kwan Soyul out of the hunt, so it was decided to stop searching and just watch. Everyone understood that the hunt would last only 3 days, and even this mad trio would not be able to hide until it was over. Around a dozen student raiders had gathered in the vicinity of the shelter, deciding that now was the time to get to know these newcomers better. Kim Yu-jung stood behind the trees, unnoticed by these raiders, spying and eavesdropping on their conversation in order to then come up with a tactic on how to get out of the shelter without losses. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the forest, coming from one of the academy students who had been wounded by an unidentified enemy. It was none other than Kim Yu-jung who helped contestant Kim Sung-hoon drop out of the hunt earlier than he planned. One of the guys noticed some movement not far from him and sharply turned his head, hoping to see the one who carried out this vile attack. Turning around, they saw Yuzhen, who seemed to have no intention of going unnoticed, but rather made sure that she was noticed. The girl assessed her situation as she ran and realized that she was being chased by about 5 people who were quite good fighters and posed a threat. But pushing her worries aside, she exhaled and told herself that everything was going like clockwork, because distracting their attention was her plan. Yuzhen cheerfully shouted at her opponents that they should be ashamed of themselves for attacking just one girl in a crowd. The students of the academy shouted at her to stop, but the girl ran further, and it became increasingly difficult to catch her. Kim Yuzhen laughed and ran further and further into the forest, leading the naive raiders behind her. When Hyun held a meeting for their team, he decided to talk about how they needed to somehow get out of hiding. He noted that although the shelter was a safe place, they would not be able to sit it out until the end of the hunt, and there was no point in doing so. Jaehyun addressed the girls, saying that they all needed to get food, and also needed to earn points that would be useful for further training at the academy. Yuzhen didn't like that her friend was right, so she wanted to be indignant, but So-ina, who began to catch on to the guy's idea, intervened in the conversation. The idea was that they would now start hunting the students to take away their food and badges, thereby earning points to win. This is exactly what Yuzhen was doing now. She was luring the raiders out so that she could then set a trap for them and neutralize each of them. Suddenly, a warning popped up that there was a living creature with anomalies near the girl. Yuzhen breathed a sigh of relief. She finally found what she was looking for. She could lure the students into a trap like Hyun had planned, but her stamina was running out. So she decided to activate the Wind Force skill, and for the rest, she completely relied on her friend Jae-hyun. Yuzhen looked at the paralyzing mushrooms, then at the approaching raiders, and thought to herself that if Hyun didn't get there in time, she would personally finish him off. Jae-hyun asked Lee Jae-sang about these paralyzing mushrooms because he felt like he needed information on how to deal with them while hunting. After some thought, the young alchemist said that he thought the best thing to use to combat this species would be the ash tree sap that could be found in the Nightmare Forest. It is true that this juice can only cure you, but it will not remove the paralysis itself. You will have to wait some time for your body to start obeying you again. Hyun smiled and thanked his talented friend, saying that this information would definitely come in handy during his hunt. The information really came in handy because the guy shared it with Yuzhen, and now the raiders catching up with her were in for a surprise, in the form of a habitat of spore-like paralyzing mushrooms. The guys stopped on the spot, but it was too late, because they were surrounded by warnings that they had entered the place where these mushrooms grew. One of the raiders told a guy named Jin Hyuk that it was dangerous to run after the girl any further and suggested that they turn back. But Jin Hyuk was so angry at Yu Jang's behavior that he couldn't think rationally. Even after being warned that there was a chance of being in an abnormal state, it was difficult for him to give up the chase. But he had no choice but to watch, as the nimble red-haired girl ran further and further away, and they could not take a single step, due to the risk of being poisoned by mushrooms. Jin Hyuk angrily asked his allies if they were really suggesting surrender, to which they replied that if anything went wrong, they would be finished. Therefore, it was prudent to end the pursuit and simply wait until these newcomers came out of their hiding places, and then they would be ready to attack. Jin Hyuk said with a hint of fear that the red-haired girl had finished off Kim Sung-hoon, but that didn't convince the others to continue chasing after her. His interlocutor said that if they were paralyzed, everything else would simply be pointless, so they needed to abandon this idea. The raiders determined that the radius of paralysis would be about 50 meters, which meant that the fleeing girl would also be affected. One of the guys ordered Park Sun-hyuk to stay here and cover everyone else. Jin Hyun ordered the remaining guys to follow him because he was not going to let his offenders go so easily. The guy realized that the newcomers wanted to deceive him, deciding to make the girl bait, thereby driving them into a trap in order to attack. Jin Hyuk couldn't let some novice mages defeat him, so he told himself that his abilities were underestimated. The team of academy students chased after Yuzhen, and after some time, they ran out onto the meadow, where the girl actually stopped, as if waiting for them. When the guys saw her, they began to joyfully shout that their opponent had finally been caught, and now she would not be able to escape from the massacre. Getting closer and closer, Jin Hyuk said that the new students were like insects and were nothing but trouble, but now the girl would no longer be a problem for them. But Kim Yu-jang was not at all embarrassed by the speeches of these self-confident guys, because her plan succeeded and she lured her opponents to the place she needed. She stood confidently in the clearing, waving her staff, and said that she would finish off those who said nasty things about her. These words irritated Jin Hyun even more and provoked him to materialize his weapon and rush to attack the girl. Yuzhen's eyes lit up with excitement, as she had been looking forward to this battle ever since the chase began. The girl waved her staff and shot magical power straight at the mushrooms, causing them to explode and release their poison onto their opponents, paralyzing them for 2 hours. Yuzhen remembered how she and Hyun had wandered among these trees, and she didn't understand what was so important that they were looking for here, because there was nothing else here except for various greenery. Then her friend took out some kind of flask and said that they were there, leaving the girl in complete confusion about what he was doing. He asked the girls if they had noticed that the conditions for the martial arts class had improved significantly during the hunt. So Ina confirmed his words, saying that being able to use C-rank skills and below was a serious limitation for mages, but for students with good physical fitness, it didn't matter. Yuzhen started whining, saying that all her attack skills were blocked, leaving only basic abilities and unique skills that could be used. Hyun said that he would have to use the existing arsenal. He asked his friend if she knew the replacement skill, after which the girl asked if he had forgotten that it was she who taught him this skill. Seo Ina said that the replacement skill was needed to change location, then asked why the guy needed it now. Jaehyun explained that if you use ash tree sap and combine it with the replacement skill, you can come up with interesting manipulations. When the boy saw that a bright light had appeared above the clearing where Yuzhen was supposed to be, he realized that everything was going according to plan. He said decisively that it was time to begin the operation they had been discussing for so long. Seo-ina looked at Hyun, and seeing the determination in his eyes, she was convinced that she had made the right choice of allies. Coughing and recovering from the explosion, Jin-hyuk shouted in shock that the girl had blown up the poisonous mushrooms. After successfully detonating the mushrooms, Yuzhen activated her replacement skill and teleported to a safe distance, brilliantly playing her part in Hyun's plan. When she moved to the meeting place with the team, she accidentally landed right on the guy, hitting his face with her sneaker, which became another pleasant moment of the day for her. Jaehyun walked away from his friend with displeasure, saying that it was now his turn to carry out the details of the plan. The guy also used the replacement skill, and found himself on the field where their enemies were, lying motionless on the ground, paralyzed by the mushroom poison. Jin-hyuk did his best to mumble his opinion that only an idiot would jump into paralyzing mushrooms. Hyun looked indifferently at the prone opponent, who said that he had left his fighter outside. The lying guy added that when the effect of the mushrooms wears off, all his opponents will regret having been born. Hiding a satisfied smile, Jaehyun reported that his fighter was unable to come to the rescue, as he had been neutralized. Jin-hyuk screamed in anger throughout the clearing, saying that the guy was deceiving him to lower his fighting spirit. But Hyun was telling the truth, because the fighter who was left as reinforcements was Park Sun-hyuk, who was neutralized by Seo-ina with her unique skill. So Ina was waiting for the rest of the team, when suddenly a notification popped up saying that their unification had earned another 100,000 points. When Jin-hyuk realized that his enemy was not joking, he could only blink his eyes in confusion, forcing Hyun to repeat once again that he had nowhere to expect help from. The academy student clenched his teeth in grief and helplessness. He desperately wanted to hit the enemy, but he couldn't even move a finger. Then he shouted that no matter what, within 2 hours they would all be in the same position, and when the paralysis subsided, he promised to kill Hyun with his bare hands. Jaehyun chuckled ominously, and asked why Jin-hyuk suddenly decided that they would be in the same position, since it was already clear whose side had the advantage. A sudden thought came to Jin-hyuk's mind about how his enemy was able to move, despite the paralyzing poison that was causing them all to lie motionless on the ground. Seeing the wheels starting to spin in the enemy's head, telling him that he had unique abilities, Hyun leaned over him and said that this was all unthinkable and impossible. Jaehyun raised his leg, intending to finish off his opponent, and said that he could direct all his grievances to God. Hyun was protected by Hell's protection, so he could move around in the poisoned space, which is what scared the academy student, because he began to ask the guy not to come near him. There was a sickening crunching sound, and then all the students lying on the ground stared in horror at the notification that informed them that the hunt participant Jin-hyuk had dropped out. Hyun stepped aside and saw several more new enemies approaching him, who were obviously looking for death. The guy grinned and realized that there were still 3 opponents left. After he defeated them, he could breathe a sigh of relief. There were shouts, and then 2 new notifications popped up, stating that Min Jae-hyun's team had earned 200,000 points. Instructor Jong Yi-soo watched in shock as this guy, who had transferred from a combat class to a magic class, dealt with the enemies one after another. After all these announcements, the rookie rankings were revealed, with Jae-hyun in first place, and Kim Yoo-jang and Seo-ina tied for second. At this time, Yuzhen drank the antidote that Hyun made from tree sap so that she would not have the symptoms of mushroom poisoning. Seo-ina stood next to her restlessly and sympathetically asked how the girl was feeling, to which Yuzhen replied that she felt a little better. Hearing this, the brunette suggested moving to the designated place. Yuzhen said animatedly that she was all for it. The red-haired girl tried to bring herself back to normal, stretching her joints, thereby checking whether the poison had worked. Seo-ina asked if it was her imagination or if Jae-hyun knew a lot about magic, because even the textbooks didn't write about the method of using substitution that the guy used. Yuzhen said that this was not true, because he had only changed direction 3 months ago, and she had helped him with the theory, so he could not know more than her. The brunette asked in surprise if the guy really wanted to get into the martial arts class, because it seemed that when he used magic, he felt like he belonged. Yujin said that Hyun had long been obsessed with the warrior class and had no interest in magic at all, but then suddenly everything changed. But what surprised the girl most was that her friend somehow knew about the healing powers of ash sap, because you can't find this information in a regular textbook. She asked rhetorically how he knew that the sap from this tree could cure paralysis. Seo Ina agreed that it was strange. Yu Zheng grabbed Seo Inu's hand and led her to the guy who asked how the paralysis was going. After she drank the juice, her friend said that she felt better than ever. The girl asked Seo Inu how she felt. The brunette did not quite understand the essence of the question because she was not at the scene of the poisoning, but she also said that everything was fine. Yu Zhen, like a child, began to jump around Hyun and talk about how cool he had come up with everything with his tactics. She was glad that he had finally shown off his intelligence. The guy was amused by his girlfriend's behavior, so he squeezed her cheeks and asked if she really thought he was incapable of coming up with a brilliant plan. Seo Ina stood there and didn't understand the guy's behavior because Hyun didn't seem stupid at all, but smart and even cute. She didn't know that the guys were having fun by teasing each other. Catching herself thinking that she found the guy attractive, Seo Ina pulled herself back and asked herself what she was even thinking about while hunting. The girl frowned and realized that she should be careful because her feelings could cloud her common sense and prevent her from thinking clearly. Returning to the shelter, under the protection of the barrier, the guys began preparing for subsequent attacks. Jae-hyun was cooking something in a huge pot, adding various ingredients to it, and then stirring the contents with concentration. Seo Ina walked up to him and looked curiously into the pot, asking what he was doing. Hyun replied that he was brewing an energy recovery potion. He explained that he had learned this from an acquaintance, although before the potion began to work, it had been preceded by several hundred failures. Yujin asked him with a strange smile where he had his acquaintances from, because as far as she remembered, he never had any friends. In order to change the subject and not have to explain anything to his friend, Jae-hyun decided to joke, saying that Yu Jung spoke as if she had a lot of friends. To everyone's surprise, Seo Ina said that she thought Hyun was amazing and never thought that they were the same age. The girl said that she had the feeling that he had lived 10 years longer than them. Hearing this, the guy wondered if the brunette had always been so perceptive, because she had even guessed the time. But this dialogue was interrupted by Yu Zhen, who said that it was time to stop chatting, because if they wanted to continue hunting, they needed to eat. She told the guys to wait because now the chef Li Yuzheng will cook something for them. The guy carefully tried to dissuade her, saying that there was no need to cook because they could eat fruit. Seo Ina watched the friends squabble with a puzzled look in her eyes, and Yuzheng asked if Hyun didn't trust her cooking skills. Hyun asked the girl to answer a question about what color the cookies she made in middle school were. After some thought, Yuzhin said that the cookies were purple, but that was due to the blueberry jam she added to the dough. Jae-hyun recalled how he almost died when he tried these cookies and said that his friend just didn't know how to cook, just like him. So Ina calmly said that she was a good cook, and then offered to make something for them. Hyun asked where she got her cooking skills from, to which the girl replied that when she lived with her grandmother, she had to cook food every day. Having said this, the girl stood up and began to gather her hair into a ponytail so that it would not interfere with her while she was cooking. Jae-hyun watched her every move closely, remembering that little was known about Ina's family. He watched her deftly peel potatoes and wondered if, since she said she lived as a grandmother, then where were her parents? So Ina quickly sorted out all the ingredients and threw them into the pot to cook, stirring and tasting the contents along the way. When she tasted what she had prepared, she nodded her head contentedly, which indicated that the girl was satisfied with the dish. Hyuna was overcome with curiosity, and he looked to see what the brunette had prepared and saw the most appetizing dish that smelled incredibly delicious. When the guys tried this delicacy, they could hardly contain their enthusiastic comments because it was simply delicious. Yuzhen couldn't contain her emotions, so she rushed to hug So Inu and tell her what a delicious dish she had prepared. Jae-hyun confirmed these words by saying that it was very tasty. He didn't even think that in such conditions he would be able to eat normal food. At first, So Ina didn't know how to react to this praise, but when Yuzhen hugged her, the girl thawed and smiled tenderly, which was completely unusual for her. At the Miller's Academy, they were keeping a close eye on how things were going on the hunt. The director and instructors were glued to their screens so as not to miss anything. One of the instructors reported that An Ho Yeon, who had such high hopes, was only ranked 4th. It was surprising that the first 2 places were taken by magicians. Zhang Isu asked if there was an error in the system or if there was some other explanation. Director Gu Chain sat there and couldn't believe that the top rankings weren't for combat class students, since he had limited the abilities of mages as much as possible. He considered it unthinkable, since only martial arts class raiders could achieve such results in the conditions he created. The principal wondered how a group consisting of 3 mages could crush almost all the students and come out on top. The man asked the instructor Kim Ji-yoon to bring up an image of the paralyzing mushroom fields on the screen, and the girl nodded and began typing something quickly on the computer. They began to watch on the screen the moment when Yuzhen moved from the field, straight to Hyun, and thus avoided being seriously infected with the poison like everyone else. The director thought that the guy's decisions, skills, and absolute calmness were capable of taking out any experienced raider warrior. Gu Chain couldn't believe that this guy was an ordinary mage, but it was even harder to believe that he was a newbie, because his intelligence and abilities said otherwise. The man glanced at Min Jae-hyun's file for the umpteenth time and looked with distrust at the number 17 listed in the age column. He wondered if it was possible for a 17-year-old to fight on par with raiders who had undergone full combat training. But then one of the instructors came running up, who was extremely excited. He said that they had received this guy's profile and there were doubts about whether everything was indicated correctly there. The director looked up from watching the hunt on the screen and asked what the instructor meant when he said he wasn't sure the information was accurate. The young instructor was so nervous that he could not find the right words to answer the director's questions. Seeing the employee's distress, Director Gu Chain softened his tone a little and ordered him to calm down and then explain what the problem was. The instructor handed the director a folder with information about Min Jae-hyun and said that it indicated 97%. Gu Chain didn't understand what exactly was being talked about at first, so he picked up the folder and asked what exactly was meant. The instructor said that he was talking about the predisposition for magic, and indeed, after looking at the information sheet, Gu Chain saw that the guy had a talent for magic of 97%. The man covered his mouth with his hand in surprise, because he hadn't seen a rate of almost 100% for a very long time. Now it was clear why the guy had such abilities. The instructors were also alarmed when they saw these figures, but what surprised them most was the director, who seemed to have no idea what to do with this student. After a few seconds, Gu Chain started laughing loudly, as if he had been told the funniest joke in his life. He slammed the guy's file shut and said things were going just wonderfully. The director said that he now wanted to personally check what Min Jae-hyun was made of, and the worried instructor asked if he really wanted to interfere in the competition. Gu Chain smiled sinisterly and replied that this was exactly what he planned to do. At this time, the screen showed An Ho Yan's face, which expressed confusion and indecision. It was clear that the guy did not quite understand what he needed to do. Watching the blonde, the director said that he wanted to add even more spectacle to this show and at the same time test the participants for strength. Having dealt with another opponent, Yuzhen happily said that their team had more than 1,000,000 points, which meant that first place was assured. The girl asked if they had to leave the shelter, but Hyun said that they had no other choice, because no one else would come to the Nightmare Forest. Seo-ina said that the guy was right. They really needed to take matters into their own hands and continue earning points. Yuzhen reluctantly agreed with the guys and said with a displeased look that in that case they should start getting ready. She asked what the biggest record was among the newcomers. Ina named the number 1,140,000. Hyuna was surprised by how curious and greedy Seo-inu was to notice such small details. He decided that it was necessary to remember these features of the girl, after which he suggested that they set out on a journey and leave their shelter. But his attention was drawn to the birds, which suddenly became alarmed, which meant that something bad was coming. So he told the girls to get ready. A stream of powerful energy rushed past the boys, which almost hit them, which could have seriously injured and maimed them. They managed to jump back in time, because this force split the ground under their feet and Kim Yuzhen almost fell into this newly formed abyss. Jaehyun assessed the power of this blow and realized that it was far above C-rank level. So Ina read out loud the notifications that had surfaced in the space, which stated that the connection with the space was unstable and the restrictions placed on the participants had been lifted. Yuzhen asked with concern in her voice if all the team members were okay. She didn't understand why the newbie attacked his comrades, making a hole under their feet. Jaehyun saw who was the cause of this chaos and said that he didn't think they would meet under such strange circumstances. He saw Enrollment approaching him. The guy didn't know how to interpret his behavior because the blonde was acting extremely strangely. His gaze was somehow clouded, his breathing was intermittent, and his movements were abrupt and unnatural. Jae-hyun tried to figure out what was wrong with this guy, because it seemed like he didn't even hear when people spoke to him. Seo-ina said that they had to be on guard because it seemed like the new guy was out of his mind. She assumed that the blonde guy had been hypnotized. Hyun suddenly had a hunch. He was almost certain that An Ho-yeon's behavior was Gu Chae-in's doing. He remembered that something similar had happened in his previous life. It had happened at the Miller's Academy Festival, and the day that should have been a warm memory had turned into a bloodbath. The cause of that tragedy was Gu Chai's unique skill called brainwashing, which involves changing the consciousness of the victims. After this man's crimes were discovered, he faced prison time. But even under the public eye, he still managed to escape. Looking into An Ho-yeon's empty eyes, Jae-hyun remembered that many students had died in those circumstances, but Gu Chae-in had been let go unpunished. That tragedy took away Kim Yoo-jung, who gave her life so that Hyun could survive. These thoughts faded into the background, because the blonde was already very close and was swinging his sword. Preparing to attack, Hyun did not know what to do, because he did not want to harm the guy. He understood that the first thing he needed to do was to somehow try to bring An Ho-yeon to his senses in order to regain control of his consciousness. The Nornir system sent Hyun a notification, which outlined a new task, the essence of which was to save the blonde from the hypnotic trance. As a reward for this, the guy could receive a blank card, with which he could learn any new skill. Hyun smiled as his own desires finally matched the system's instructions, and Yu-jin, standing behind him, was already shouting that she would help him with An Ho-yeon. But the guy said that he wanted to deal with the blonde guy himself, so he and Ina should wait for him on the side. Much to Yu-jin's surprise, her friend told her and the brunette to go as far as possible, and if possible, earn even more points. The girl asked if Hyun knew who was standing in front of him, because he was a genius of the martial arts class. She said that her friend could not cope alone. In response to this, Jae-hyun only smiled confidently, after which he asked his friend if she was really that unsure of him. Seo-ina watched the friends squabble and thought about Yu-jang's words. She didn't agree with the statement that Hyun couldn't handle Ho-young, because the guy had already demonstrated his amazing skills. The brunette said that she and Kim Yoo-jang would leave the clearing right now, to which the second girl irritably asked what was happening to all of them. Instead of answering, Ina looked at her red-haired ally with a look that left no room for compromise. Kim Yoo-jang scratched her head and realized that she couldn't convince her allies, so she would have to accept that Hyun would have to deal with such a strong fighter on her own. She sighed and said that she would make concessions, especially since they really needed to earn more points if they wanted to beat the previous record. She didn't want to leave her friend, so she told the guy in a sad voice to try not to get hurt. Then she suddenly started running towards the forest thicket, dragging Ina along with her, and shouted at the end that Hyun could do whatever he wanted. The main thing was that he returned alive. The guy smiled because no matter how difficult Yu-jin's character was, she always showed him special care, which he really appreciated. Before reaching the clearing where An Ho-yeon met Jae-hyun, the boy calmly walked towards his goal and gained more and more points. The guy looked at the information window and saw that he had already earned 600,000 points, which was a pretty good result. He thought wearily that he had held out for 2 whole days. There was only a day left, and after that time the hunt would finally end. Ho-young saw the rookie rankings and realized that he was only in 4th place, and the guy thought that he was giving it his all. Now it would be difficult to get to 1st place. He realized that even with the restrictions, the lead in the race belonged to the mages. Moreover, Hyun's team occupied the entire top 3. Ho-young remembered the amazing things this guy was capable of and decided that it was logical that he occupied such a high bar. He rose to his feet and thought resolutely that he couldn't lose either. After all, he had trained for most of his life. Now he had to prove to himself that it wasn't in vain. He still had some time, so Ho-young decided that he just needed to wait a little bit, and then he could lure out the newbies to take more badges. Suddenly a screen appeared in front of the guy's face with an image of the director, who was smiling at him warmly. And Ho-yeon was surprised that Mr. Gu Chain had done him such an honor and come for a personal conversation, which was extremely strange, because the hunt was in full swing. The image of the director became extremely strange, and after he said that he would be glad if the guy did him a small favor, his eyes glowed purple. This radiance was reflected in Enhoyeon's eyes, and he felt that his body suddenly stopped obeying him and his consciousness began to slip away. The weapon began to fall out of the hands of the young raider because he no longer controlled his limbs. The only thing he felt was as if his brain was being scratched with claws. An Escher system notification popped up, warning that an unknown user had invaded his mind and was trying to take control of him. After that, the guy no longer understood where he was and what he needed to do. All the thoughts that belonged to him were erased from his head, and new ones took their place. After Hoyoung's consciousness was completely taken over, his head was filled with thoughts imposed by the director, which indicated a new target. The boy's pupils became cloudy, and with an empty mind he rushed to fulfill Gu Chain's whims. And Ho Yan swung his sword, and with this move, he managed to cut the ground under his feet, thereby forcing his opponents to turn towards him. Although Ja-hyun was surprised by such an intense attack, he was still able to dodge the attack without much difficulty. He analyzed Ho-young's fighting technique and realized that the boy was using an A-rank skill called Ultra Instinct. The blonde man rushed at Hyun without hesitation. Obviously, his goal was not just to take the badge and earn points, but to completely disable the guy. He attacked confidently, and without further thought, acting automatically. Hyun thought that when they met him a few days ago, the guy behaved completely differently. And Hoyeon became so strong and unshakable that he was simply unrecognizable. Such changes could not have happened in just a few days. Jae-hyun knew that he was inferior to the martial class genius in terms of physical ability, so he needed to come up with a plan that would make use of his strengths. But before he could do anything, Ho-young simply launched an attack at lightning speed that sent Hyun flying back several meters. The guy barely had time to regain his balance in order to be able to track the enemy's next attempt at attack. He activated the wind enhancement skill and was ready to engage in battle with An Ho-yeon, who had suddenly gained courage. Jae-hyun directed the flow of wind towards the blonde, but controlled his strength because he didn't want to harm the guy too much, who was clearly not himself. The gust of wind turned Ho-yeon in the other direction, so now he couldn't attack unexpectedly. His eyes were completely empty and expressionless. Hyun attacked again, this time using orbs of light to help him disable his opponent. But the blonde reacted so quickly that when the spheres reached the place where he had been literally a second ago, he was no longer even close to there. A moment later, he was already running towards Hyun, swinging his sword while he thought that the opponent's body had reacted to his attack before he even noticed the movement. Jae-hyun thought that with An Ho-young's innate sense of combat, it would be very difficult for him to win this battle. The guy understood that if he could use the absolute calculation skill, he would deal with the enemy in 2 counts. But the main problem was that they were constantly being watched, and Hyun didn't want to show off his skills to the Academy administration. Jae-hyun assumed that right now, Director Gu Chae-in was sitting on his chair, staring at the screen and grinning nastily in anticipation of his battle against An Ho-yeon. He smiled at these thoughts and decided that he would make the culmination of this hunt as interesting as the director deserved. Since the head of the Academy wanted a spectacle, Jae-hyun was able to arrange it, but the outcome might not please the man, and the price for it would be high. Instructor Jong Yi-soo watched tensely as the mage named Min Ja-hyun approached one of the top fighters and couldn't believe her eyes that they were about to clash. She couldn't wrap her head around the fact that a mage was capable of fighting like a martial arts class raider and even surpassing his opponent. And he was stronger than not some ordinary fighter, but An Ho-yeon himself, a legend of his time, who was predicted to have a future as a C-class fighter. Jong Yi-soo was nervous and angry, so she squeezed her hand tightly, scratching it through her clothes with her nails. She tried to find an answer to who this magician was. She gritted her teeth and told herself that the mage could not stand up to the warrior in open combat one-on-one. This was a truth that the woman realized through her own bitter experience, because she herself once walked the path of magic. Watching Gu Chain's interested expression, she herself became curious as to why this guy was able to fight on par with the combat class students. The fight between Jae-hyun and Ho-young was gaining momentum. The tired blonde sat down on the ground, trying to catch his breath after another attack. Hen came closer and closer to him, then said that he didn't want things to come to this, but he had no other choice. Looking at Ho-young's empty face, he said that the guy was young and strong, so he would recover quickly after his next dose. Jae-hyun smiled slyly, knowing what was coming next, and activated a skill called Flash Bomb. There was an explosion that was so powerful that the room where they were watching the hunt shook. It seemed like the windows were about to fly out, and the walls were about to crack. The director quickly rose from his chair and began to examine the screen in panic, which showed only white light. The instructors were alarmed, because they had no idea what was happening with the equipment. Gu Chain abruptly snatched the remote control away from the instructor standing next to him, hoping that he would be able to fix something on his own. The man, his face flushed from the strain, began frantically clicking the buttons on the remote, hoping that this would help return the picture to its place. But all this was useless. The instructor assumed that the participant in the hunt used some kind of spell that was able to block the broadcast. The director squeezed the remote control so hard that it couldn't withstand it and cracked. Gu Chain realized that this magician had used a flash bomb. He called over his instructor, whose name was Kim Seoki, to give him instructions for the next few days. The man said that once the event was over, student Min Jae-hyun should stand in his office for a serious talk about his skills. The instructor asked coldly if the director was sure of his decision, since it seemed he was rushing things too much. Gu Cha-ying walked up close to the instructor, putting on a friendly smile on his face, which was just a mask that hid the man's cruel essence. He patted Kim Seok-ki on the shoulder and asked the instructor why Min Jae-hyun used the flash grenade. The man was puzzled by this question because really, why do this if the magician's victory was obvious? The director's face was distorted with anger, which was difficult to hide behind his friendly face. He said that Hyun did it because he knows how to raise his price. Finally, Hyun dealt with the unwanted spectators, and now they were left alone with An Ho-yeon. The guy was pleased with the effect of the flashbang grenade because it interrupted the broadcast of the hunt, and now he did not feel like a monkey in a cage, which someone was watching all the time. He approached his opponent, who was kneeling and waiting for the punishment, but instead Hyun touched his head with his palm. After he did this, the space around them was filled with a bright light. Following this, Jae-hyun activated the skill Absolute Calculation. It was noticeable how the blonde's eyes began to brighten, after which a notification came from the Nornir system that the brainwashing effect had been removed from the subject. And Ho-yeon's eyes widened, and he began to look around, not understanding where he was and why he didn't remember anything. He stuttered as he tried to ask Hyun what was going on. When the guy realized that the blonde recognized him, he asked if he had finally come to his senses. Ho-yeon smiled uncertainly and, using his sword as support, began to rise to his feet, saying that he was okay. But when he tried to straighten his legs, he fell to the ground screaming because his body refused to obey, and when he tried to move, it hurt incredibly. Jae-hyun apologized to the guy, saying that he just bumped into him and had to fight back to protect himself. The blonde opened his mouth in surprise and asked if he really attacked him, because in his right mind he would never do that, especially after Hyun saved him. Jae-hyun nodded in agreement and said that all of this happened because he was subjected to a mind control spell. Tears began to flow from the blonde's eyes because he felt completely powerless. He wanted to know more about how someone was able to control his consciousness. Then he suddenly remembered that when he was alone, a screen appeared to him from which he heard someone's voice, but he could not remember the person's face. All he remembered were the piercing purple eyes that seemed to look straight into his soul, wanting to completely absorb his mind and impose their will. Lying on the ground, Ho-young thought about how most of these types of spells were A-class, but in the subspace, there was a restriction on using C-class and lower skills. Jae-hyun shook his head and said that there might have been some glitches or problems, because who knows what could happen during a hunt. Ho-young thought further, saying that even if the subspace was glitched, there was no one among the students who could use A-class magic so professionally. He admitted that someone could interfere with the competition, but who could it be? And why would he pull off such a scam? Jae-hyun said that it was most likely some big shot that they couldn't get their hands on to demand an explanation. The guy thought to himself that when the blonde studied at the academy a little longer, he would understand how not so simple the world was. He will also learn about who Gu Chain really was and what role he plays in society. As a reward for completing the task, the system notified that Hyun received an empty card, after which the guy noticed that the blonde still couldn't get up from the ground. Ho-yeon looked at his savior curiously and tried to find traces of their battle on him. He wanted to make sure that he did not cause much harm, but when he looked around, he realized that Hyun was safe and sound, and what's more, there wasn't even a scratch on him. The blonde was happy with this news, but still thought sadly whether this was really the limit of his strength, since he couldn't even wound his opponent. The guy threw these thoughts away, stood up, and began to ask Jae-hyun for forgiveness, saying that in his right mind he would never have done anything like that. Hyun said that it was all nonsense, and if he could move normally, then it was time for him to leave, after which the guy wished the blonde good luck until the end of the hunt. Then he remembered that he forgot to give something to Hoyeon, so he called out to the guy, asking him to come closer to him. Hyun held out his hand holding Hoyeon's name tag and told him to give it back to himself. The blonde was extremely surprised by this turn of events. He asked why he should do this, to which the guy replied that participants without badges are eliminated from the hunt. And Hoyeon smiled and said that it didn't matter because he had already scored enough points, maybe not as many as Jae-hyun, but it was enough for him. The blonde added that, besides, he lost the fight, which means that the badge rightfully belongs to Hyun. Hoyeon smiled and said that he hadn't managed to win now, but his opponent shouldn't get his hopes up, because he was planning to beat him at the festival and get his badge back. Jae-hyun could only watch in silence as An Hoyeon voluntarily dropped out of the hunt, and his team earned another 10,000 points. He looked at the badge in his palm, which was worth 10,000 points, and realized that he needed to follow the path of magic, which he had chosen this time. However, before, everything was different for him. He was always chasing his talent for martial arts, not paying attention to the skills he was born with. After returning to the past, a lot of things happened to the guy, but he had never felt such confidence as now. Hyun realized that his magical path was just beginning. For the first time in his life, the young raider understood that he was moving forward, having chosen the right path. He headed into the forest to find the rest of his team, and realized that he had to continue making progress if he wanted to bring victory to himself and his allies. After some time, the system notified that the 72-hour hunt for newbies was over, and after calculating the results, it turned out that a new record had been set. After this, there was a return to reality, and all the participants of the hunt returned to the hall where it all began. The participants of these games were barely alive. Some were lying on the floor, some were sitting, unable to move, and some were standing in a stupor, as if they had seen a nightmare. Jae-hyun stood there as if nothing had happened, thinking that earning 1,530,000 points was quite a good result. An irritated Yuzhen reminded the guy that they actually broke the record, so he seemed a bit less than happy. She turned to So-ina and asked if she agreed with her, but the brunette stood there, sadly thinking that in another hour, they would have reached 1,600,000. Yuzhen thought that her team was full of weirdos, but then she said that no matter what, with that amount of points you can live life to the fullest for a while. Hyun nodded his head in agreement, and then said that if they multiplied the points by 10, they would get the amount in monetary terms. Kim Yoo-jung listened with her mouth open to the information that they were able to earn 15,300,000 won. Seo-ina was also surprised by such a huge number. Seeing the shock on the girls' faces, Hyun said that he had first place, and they shared second place, with slightly smaller points. Yuzhen listened with delight that they would most likely receive additional points. The girl started asking what the extra points were, to which the guy replied that if he was not mistaken, they should get another 1,000,000. Jae-hyun started watching with laughter as his friend tried to make Seo-inu dance, happy that they had earned almost 2.5 million in 3 days. Seeing the crowd looking at them with displeasure, Hyun told the girls to stop their victory dance, since half the academy was looking at them. The girls, of course, tried to hide their joy, but they did a very poor job, so the guy had no choice but to simply cover his face with his hand and pretend that he didn't know them. A moment later, their joy was interrupted by the rough voice of the instructor, who was approaching them closer and closer, and his appearance did not bode well. A strong man approached them and introduced himself as Kim Seoki. The girls immediately recognized one of the instructors close to the director, so they calmed down and greeted him with restraint. The man ignored them, telling Hyun that they needed to talk, but it would be awkward to do so in such a crowded place. When Jae-hyun heard the proposal to move, he immediately asked if this conversation had anything to do with the points earned. Kim Seoki remained silent, but the guy could tell from his face that he had hit the nail on the head, so he agreed to talk in a secluded place. The boy asked where they would take him to discuss the details of the hunt, to which the instructor replied that he needed to go to the director's office. Jaehyun had assumed so he told his friends that the principal of Millis Academy, Gu Chae-in, wanted to see the three of them. When the three of them went into the director's office, it turned out to be empty, which really angered the guy, because if they were called, then it meant they had to be present. But then, their attention was drawn to Kim Seoka, who had a completely empty and distant look, as if he didn't even understand where he was. The girls looked at each other, asking what was happening to the instructor, but they couldn't find an answer. Hyun remained silent, although the man's appearance reminded him of the hypnotized Hoyeon. Ignoring the curious looks from the kids, Kim Seoka told the students to sit down because the principal would be arriving very soon. All three sat down and began to wait for the one who so desperately wanted to talk to them, but was now absent, to come. Gu Chain walked into the office and made a very surprised face when he saw the guys sitting there, as if it wasn't him who called them here. The girls immediately jumped up. Each one in turn began to say their name, but Jaehyun didn't even bother to stand up or show respect to the head of the academy. The man smiled warmly, saying that he knew the names of everyone in the room, his face a mask of friendliness. Seeing Eugen's delighted face, the boy said irritably that the director was indeed too late. He almost fell asleep while waiting for him. These disrespectful words shocked everyone in the room, especially Kim Yoo-jung and Song Inu. Everyone who was in this office unanimously wondered if the guy had gone crazy after the hunt. But the director seemed not to pay attention to these words at all. He smiled, but Hyun knew that the man held a grudge against him. As Gu Chain sat down at his desk, he said that he felt very uncomfortable because he had made the guys wait for so long for his arrival. The man explained his absence by saying that he needed to prepare for their conversation, but Jae-hyun was not satisfied with this answer, so he said that it was inconvenient for them now since they were distracted from their studies. The guy also added that they spent 3 days in the subspace, but they weren't even allowed to come to their senses or take a shower. Instead, they were immediately thrown out and brought to the office. After these words, Gu Chain was already looking at Jae-hyun with an openly hostile gaze that predicted huge problems. The director decided to maintain a polite appearance and agreed that he had behaved badly, but Hyun only chuckled when he heard these words. The guy knew that this hypocritical man would behave like this, so don't think that he felt sorry for the people in this room. The director clapped his hands and said that in any case, he had a proposal for the guys he had invited to his place. He said there was no reason to worry, after which he congratulated the record holders, because by taking the first 3 places in the ranking, they became the elite of the Mill Academy. The man singled out Jae-hyun for securing the first position, but the guy wasn't impressed by the speech, so he said he achieved it through teamwork. Gu Chae-in made a note in his mind that Min Jae-hyun was not the type of person who boasted, so he agreed with Hyun, saying that he had observed the results and successes of this fine teamwork during the hunt. However, the director's attention was drawn to the fact that they were able to break the Academy's record, which had been set almost since its founding. He started clapping his hands and saying that it was just amazing. It was hard to even believe such results. The guys listened to the man's words with restraint, after which So-ina thanked him for this praise, and Hyun asked, "If you put aside the tinsel, what was the reason for them being there?" Gu Chain nodded in agreement, saying that he also wanted to get down to business. He said that for the guys' successes, he wanted to award them several privileges. The first of these was that each of them would have access to the dormitory's luxury rooms. The second meant that all 3 would be able to use the Academy's reserved attributes. The third allowed one to challenge the exam results and then retake them if someone was unhappy with their grade. So Ina listened to all this and wondered where the catch was among all these privileges, because the Academy was a complex structure that was not particularly fond of its students. The director asked the guys what they thought about it, then took the papers from his assistant and said that by accepting these privileges, they were obligated to sign a partnership agreement with Millis. Jaehyun immediately responded that he had to refuse the offered bonuses. Gu Chain didn't expect such an answer. Because he had sweetened the news about cooperation with the Academy as much as possible, he irritably squeezed the papers in his hand so as not to throw them in the face of the impudent student. The guy continued his thought, saying that the offer was very tempting, but there was one but. Gu Chae-in wanted to destroy Hyun on the spot when he said that all these privileges could be obtained by oneself in just 1 month. Jae-hyun said that in Miles, skill was valued, so there was no point in signing any contracts. The guy snatched the contract from the director's hands, and said that he wanted to familiarize himself with its main points. He carefully ran his eyes over all these instructions and was very surprised by what he read. The contract contained many conditions that came into force from the moment of signing and extended right up to the beginning of the raider activity. Gu Chain listened with poorly concealed anger as the boy openly mocked the clause that required him to give away 30% of his income for 5 whole years. Hyun said that he got the impression that director Gu Chain wanted to force them to work for the academy like pack animals. The guy looked angrily at the head of the academy and asked if perhaps he had misunderstood something, or if the conditions really were that consumerist. Gu Chain didn't immediately find an answer, because he didn't expect to be given such a rebuff. But then he said that since the guy had already decided everything, there was nothing he could do. He wouldn't force anyone to sign the contract. The director hoped that naive young girls might fall into his net, so he said that he would listen with interest to the opinion of each student. Kim Yoo-jaeung and Seo Ina looked at each other, clearly thinking about what Hyun had said about all those contract conditions. Then Yuzin decided to say that no matter how tempting the offer was, she would refuse it. Ina added that she also made the same decision. The director's face darkened even more. He didn't think that the newcomers would be so cunning and thoughtful. Gu Chaein said that he was very sorry, but this was the only option he could offer to the team that won the hunt. Hyuna was tensed by the man's tone, because it seemed like he was planning something very bad. The head of the academy said that he advised him to reconsider the terms of the contract, and then he looked up, his eyes turning bright purple, and Hyun heard a voice in his head asking if he had changed his mind. Jaehyun's eyes reflected that strange color, and then the Nornir system began to sound an alarm, warning that someone had invaded his mind. The guy thought that he knew that the director had control over the mind, so now Hell's gift, which counteracted the abnormal state, was very useful. Jaehyun thought that he had not provoked the man in vain, so he decided to take advantage of the moment and took out a blank card, cheerfully saying that his decision had not changed. Gu Chain was simply shocked that he had failed to brainwash the guy, because even the strongest raiders could not withstand this force. Hyun continued to act quite brazenly, so he asked if their conversation was over, because he already wanted to leave this office. He was in such a hurry because the empty card had already recorded the brainwashing skill, which allowed one to invade and control consciousness, and after bilateral agreements, the skill changed to submission. Jaehyun stood up and told his friends that it was time for them to go, as everyone was very tired after the hunt and needed rest and proper food. When the guy passed by Kim Seoka, he noticed his indifferent state. Now it became clear to him that the man was under the influence of hypnosis. Gu Chae-ying was extremely angry at the student's behavior, so he invaded the instructor's consciousness and ordered him to leave the room. Left alone, the man laughed hysterically, wondering how some freshman could resist his unique ability. At this time, Min Jae-hyun decided to ask his companions if they were sure that they wanted to refuse the director's offer, since they did so because they trusted his opinion. Yujin said that at first, the offer seemed really tempting, but after hearing her friend's words, she thought twice and decided not to sign anything. The girl said that most likely the director was counting on their youthful naivety, so Ina nodded her head in agreement, saying that they did the right thing because she was also embarrassed by the slave conditions of the contract. The brunette added that, in addition, other students of the academy would be constrained by such privileges of their trio. She agreed with Hyun's words that after some time, they would be able to earn all these conveniences on their own. Jae-hyun thought that Seo Ina didn't seem as cold to him as he remembered her before going back in time. He said that he hoped that the girls would follow his example and refuse. Kim Yoo-jung asked if the others had noticed anything strange in the director's behavior, because she was scared by the way his face twisted after they refused the contract. Seo Ina agreed with Yoo-jan, adding that neither the director nor instructor Kim Seoki had said a word about there being serious problems in the subspace. The guy thought that this girl's intuition never ceased to amaze him, because she noticed all the details so subtly that it could not help but delight him. Seo Ina suddenly asked if Hyun knew anything interesting about the identity of the academy director. Jae-hyun almost stumbled in surprise, because he never thought that he would be asked such a question. He stood rooted to the spot and was only able to ask why she decided that after a couple of seconds of silence. Ina explained her interest by the fact that the guy was surprisingly calm, which was not at all like the behavior of a newbie. She also added that when she met the director, his face showed anger, as if the man had committed some bad act against him. Yujin started to say that she had also noticed something similar, so she asked her friend to tell her what he knew, but the guy replied that it was difficult for him to say anything right now. But he was convinced of only one thing. Within the walls of the Milas Academy, no one could be trusted, neither the director nor the instructors, because it could turn out badly for the students. Seo-ina listened carefully to the guy, then thought for a bit and asked if Hyun himself could be trusted. The guy didn't even know how to answer this question, because if you think about it, he wasn't completely honest with his friends either. But telling them what brought him back to the past wasn't an option either. Yujin came to his rescue, quietly sneaking up behind Ina and saying in an ominous voice that Hyun couldn't be trusted 100% either. She said that not only did he look like a psychopath, but he also dared to leave her alone in the very center of the city. Hyun rolled his eyes and asked why his friend was so vindictive. Yujin jumped up to the guy and started beating him, saying that she wasn't vindictive. He just didn't even think about what she had gone through back then. He pushed his crazy girlfriend aside and said that it was time for them to go their separate ways before Yujin bit his head off. But that wasn't the only reason. The sun had already set, which meant it was time to go to our rooms. So Ina said with a hint of sadness in her voice that they would have to split up now, since the rooms for guys and girls were in different places. Yujin looked suspiciously at the sad Ina, then turned her attention to the embarrassed Jae-hyun, and it dawned on her. She hugged the boys and pulled them towards her, asking what kind of love carrot was going on between them. She wanted to know all the details. Jae-hyun pushed Yujin away from him in irritation, saying that the female dorm was on the left side, the male dorm was on the right, so it was time for them all to go and rest. The red-haired beast calmed down and said that they really had to go, so Ina turned to the guy and wished him a good night's sleep. Tomorrow was their first day of school, so the brunette told the guy that he should get a good rest. He nodded his head in agreement and wished them good night. Jae-hyun finally reached his familiar dorm room and realized that he hadn't been here for so long. He plopped down on the hard bed and realized that he didn't miss the nasty smell of mold, the creaky floor, and the sadness of students whose dreams had been shattered by harsh reality. He had to endure the training and life in this academy, because then he would be able to make all his dreams come true. The guy looked out the window and realized that after classes, he would have to try to find a normal room for himself, because in this one, he didn't want to learn new things, but to die. It was morning and Jae-hyun decided that he needed to start the day at the academy right, so he went out for a run. After running a few laps around the nearby park, he decided that his morning warm-up was over. He slowly began to return, enjoying the tranquility of the park's nature. Miles was already waiting for him, because today was the first day of training, and classes were about to begin. All the students were gathered in a strange empty room. Its walls were so strong that they visually seemed to be armored. Jae-hyun was one of the first to arrive and was only found a little later by Yujin and Ina, who sat nearby, waiting to be told the day's schedule. The instructor entered the room. The clicking of her heels was the only sound that could be heard in this strange room. The woman greeted all the students of the magic class. She said her name was Kim Ji-yeon. The woman was their new instructor for Mana Adaptation Basics 1. Kim Ji-yeon expressed her hopes that they would work together successfully. Hyun looked at her and remembered that when he was here before, he didn't remember this instructor's miss well. Because he was in the martial arts class before, he didn't know much about this girl. Perhaps she was one of the instructors who would soon leave the academy. The boys started clapping and Hyun thought that they could be understood, since most of the awakened knew that being an instructor in Miles was extremely difficult. But those who still decided to stay at the academy were counting on a significant handout from Gu Chain. The woman continued her speech, saying that as the students might have noticed, today the class was not being held in a cramped classroom, but in a more spacious room. After these words, huge pillars of light appeared in the room. The instructor said that the reason for such changes was today's unusual lesson. Some students gasped in surprise, others covered their mouths to hide their fear. Kim Ji-yeon announced in a serious voice that today they would be testing the students' mana, as she was eager to see what each person in this room was capable of. The students began to talk among themselves and ask in fear if there really was a mana cube in front of them that they had to climb inside and pass a test, since it was difficult for the first lesson. Jae-hyun carefully analyzed the mana cube that was in front of him and realized that it was nothing new for him to encounter something like this. This cube was similar to the one he had seen before, but the mana concentration in it was much lower, making it safer. Kim Ji-yeon abruptly interrupted the students' chatter, demanding that they ensure absolute silence in the room. The woman explained that in front of them was a mana room, which was a repurposed mana cube that was often used in guilds. When the instructor said that it was an impossible task for the students to clear the mana cube, Hyun looked away, as he had recently set a record for clearing the cube. Kim Ji-yeon explained that the academy decided to convert the cube into this mana room so that students could test their mana in a safe environment. The woman said that the space there was divided into several segments. In the first, the concentration of mana was close to the Earth's atmosphere, but over time the magical pressure there would become stronger. Based on previous experience, the instructors concluded that, as a rule, first-year students reached the third room. The graduates of the academy managed to hold out much longer because they could go all the way to the seventh room. Today, Kim Ji-yeon planned to find out how much mana concentration this batch of rookie mages could withstand. So Aina didn't show it, but she was very happy that she would finally be able to test her abilities and find out how strong she was. The instructor ordered the students to line up in a column, and at her first command they should be ready to follow her. She warned that if something happened, the students would have to raise their hand, since the exit from the room was only possible with the help of the academy instructors. The woman began to enter the mana room without fear, saying that it was time to begin this exciting test of abilities. One by one, the students began to pass through the portal of the first room, finding themselves in a strange bluish space of the same armored room. The students were talking nervously, saying that they weren't feeling very well during the course. The instructor noted that all the newcomers had made it through the first room. The second room was not so simple, as students emerged from it, greedily gasping for air, trying to fill their lungs with precious oxygen. Kim Ji-yeon carefully observed the condition of each student, so that if anything happened, she could take them out of the mana room in time. But for now, there was no need for that, so she said to step into the third room. When the students passed the third room, half the class raised their hands, which meant that only the most resilient would be able to proceed to the fourth room. The teacher turned around and noted in her mind that there weren't many students left who were willing to follow her. After the novice magicians passed the fifth and sixth rooms, there were more and more hands. Some were taken away because they could barely stand on their feet. Some could still walk on their own, but almost every student was in poor condition. Kim Yoo-jang said that she was now also having difficulty breathing, and she asked how Hyun was feeling, but he replied that there was no change in his original condition. Seo Ina also noted that Jae-hyun looked like he was out for some fresh air, while many others were literally gasping for air. The girl decided that she should also try, because she did not want to lag too far behind the guy. She was strong and wanted to prove it. The brunette assessed those who remained and realized that besides Min Jae-hyun, there were 3 more people present in the room. It was she, the red-haired Kim Yoo-jung, who was still holding up well, although she was occasionally gasping for air, and Lee Soo-hyuk. All of these students were at the top of the rankings during the hunt and showed very high results, backing them up with a considerable number of points. Min Jae-hyun especially distinguished himself, becoming the undisputed leader of the race, breaking the record that was set back when the academy was founded. It was not for nothing that the director ordered the girl to follow him, although she had absolutely no desire to carry out this order. Kim Ji-yeon warned that they would now be heading to the 7th room, so those who felt even the slightest bit stuffy needed to leave the mana room. The students looked at the remaining 4 and talked among themselves about who they were, since the instructor had said that only graduates could reach the 7th room. All 4 of them successfully made it through this room, after which the instructor asked if there was anyone among the boys who was feeling unwell. But no one answered her. Everyone stood firm and intended to go through as many rooms as possible, because everyone wanted to show that they had a high percentage of mana. The rest of the students watched in shock as the 4 leaders entered the 8th room, and none of them were lying unconscious. The 8th room became a very difficult test. Each of the boys felt their internal organs contract. Lee Soo-hyuk curled up and tried to take a full, deep breath. But Hyun felt like he was just walking in the park, not undergoing a test in a mana room that could turn his insides inside out. Kim Ji-yeon looked at the students and said that starting from the 8th room, the mana concentration in the space would fluctuate every second, just like in a real dungeon. After she said that even geniuses of the magical arts would have a hard time enduring this, 2 hands were raised. Lee Soo-hyuk and Kim Yoo-jang wanted to leave the mana room. So-ina also felt very unwell, but she kept silent because she wanted to go as far as possible and not fall behind Hyun. Kim Ji-yeon noticed the girl's condition, but left it up to her to decide whether to stay or go. Jae-hyun felt generally fine, only slightly short of breath, so he moved towards the door to the 9th room without hesitation. They stepped inside, and as soon as So-ina took a step, she realized that she couldn't breathe at all. She panicked, because the lack of air made her insides twist, and she was afraid of losing consciousness. Jae-hyun noticed that the girl was barely standing on her feet, so he rushed to hold her. The instructor also heard everything, but did not turn her head towards the guys. She desperately wanted to help the girl, but she remembered the director's instructions that she should remember that the students were future raiders. The head of the academy kept saying that no matter what the situation, you can't be the first to extend a helping hand. The man believed that danger was an opportunity for future raiders. It could help them to reveal their hidden potential. One day, he asked Kim Ji-yoon if she would feel sorry if someone took away her chance to show her potential, and did it in front of her classmates. The woman pressed her lips into a thin line and realized that all these words were just beautifully formulated nonsense. At this time, Jae-hyun tried to help Ina somehow. He tried to talk to her so as not to let her fall into oblivion. If she was conscious, everything else would not be so scary. The girl understood that her consciousness was slipping away from her like sand through her fingers. She saw only Hyun's silhouette. He was saying something, but she could not understand the essence. Tears appeared in her eyes. Ina understood that it was impossible to lose, even despite the fact that she felt such terrible weakness. All her life she had heard the words that only the strongest survive in the world, so she had to become one of them. She was told that no matter how strong and talented she was in magic, one day she would have to bow down to a martial arts class. When So-inu was still a little girl, she was very upset by such words, and she cried when she heard them, but instead of consolation, she was only told that weaklings have no future. She came to the conclusion that if her strength was not recognized at the academy, then it would mean nothing anywhere. She watched as everything swam before her eyes and realized that this time she had lost her own battle. The instructors arrived wearing gas masks and carried the girl's motionless body out of the mana room on a stretcher to resuscitate her. Jae-hyun stood there and thought about the words that Ina clearly didn't say out loud on purpose. He didn't understand what battle she was talking about, and why she thought she had lost it. While Kim Ji-yeon watched Inu being carried away, Min Jae-hyun quickly disappeared into the portal that led to the 10th door. The woman realized that even she was finding it hard to breathe in the next room, so she asked Hyun with concern how he was feeling. The guy turned around and said that he was fine, but he was starting to feel short of breath, so he decided it was time to wrap it up. Kim Ji-yeon said that in that case they would leave the mana room together. She ordered him to follow her strictly and not deviate from the route. But looking at this student, the woman thought that something was not right here, because there was no hint on the guy's face that he was feeling ill. When all the students finally left the mana room, Instructor Kim Ji-yoon told his classmates to give Jae-hyun a round of applause since he had made it past the 10th room. The woman said that his result was comparable to the level of a B-rank raider, and she also suggested that the young man was capable of more, since his condition allowed him to try to pass another room. Hearing these words, Lee Soo-hyuk looked at the boy with displeasure, especially after hearing that Kim Ji-young hoped that everyone would be as diligent as he was. So Ina listened with noticeable sadness to the instructor's speech about how it would be nice if all the guys tried to keep up with their comrade. Jae-hyun noticed how the brunette's face had fallen, so he asked her if everything was okay with her condition. The girl said tiredly that she felt quite normal. Yujin, who was standing next to her, explained that these were the usual symptoms of mana intoxication, since Ina had exhausted herself greatly on the first day. Hyun said he was glad that nothing serious happened. Yujin asked what his condition was like, because even though he looked fine, anything could have happened. The guy said that everything was just fine with him, and to change the subject, he decided to make fun of his girlfriend and told her to remove the towel from her neck. His trick worked, because Yujin didn't pester him with questions, but irritably tore the towel from her neck and said that she wouldn't worry about him anymore. When Hyun asked his red-haired friend how she was feeling, the girl fell silent and looked at him warmly. She was pleased when people were worried about her. She pushed all these sweet thoughts away and said that everything was just fine with her, because she was a real rock. Seo Ina smiled warmly, because she liked being around Hyun and Yu Jeng. They were so spontaneous and caring towards each other that it made her feel like she was part of their friendship. For the first time, Jae-hyun thought about the fact that Ina wasn't thirsty for victory. It was something completely different. She was being pressured from all sides, and she tried to do everything to be the best warrior. Hyun thought it was good that she managed to get away with it this time. But with a personality like hers, it would be hard for her to control herself in the future. The guy didn't intend to keep Seo Inu under his thumb. But since he interfered with current events, there was a high probability that along with the future of An Ho Yeon, Yoo Sun Yoon, and Jae San, the future of the brunette would also change. He also looked closely at his red-haired friend, thinking that her fate would change too. Catching the guy's gaze, Yujin fixed her hair and said that he was looking at her because she was insanely beautiful. Hyun rolled his eyes and said that she was talking nonsense. Jae-hyun turned away from his friend and thought again that no one knew how much his actions would change all subsequent events. The guy realized that in a situation where everything is changing very quickly, you need to be ready to take a step forward, so he might have to tighten the deadlines. He was distracted from his thoughts by Yujin, who threw her towel around his neck and, pulling him towards her, hissed that she also wanted to listen to what he was muttering under his breath. Hyun smiled warmly at his friend's antics and made a mental note to remember how big-eared Kim Yoo-jung was. He put a towel on her head and thought that it was absolutely impossible to tell any secrets in front of her, because she would immediately expose you. When Hyun finally stopped torturing his girlfriend and removed the towel from her head, he saw a simply masterpiece of a hairstyle that he managed to create on her head. The girl's red hair was sticking out in all directions. It seemed like her head had been caught in a very strong gust of wind, because now her curls looked like they would never be combed. Yujin took this action as a challenge, so Hyun witnessed her eyes turn bloodshot and her mouth twist into a sinister smile. For such services of a hairdresser, the girl was ready to kill, and her first target would be her stupid friend. She yelled that the guy had no idea how much time she spent doing her hair. Laughing at this phrase, Hyun said that he didn't even notice the difference. These words made the girl furious. With eyes burning with rage, she asked if he was really hinting that she was ugly, or if she had misheard it. When the boy remained silent for more than 2 seconds, Seo Ina witnessed an enraged Yu Jang start swinging her fists and chasing after her friend. The brunette laughed at the situation, thinking that she came from the medical center, but it seemed that Jae-hyun would need him much more. Seo Ina noticed once again how close the two were, and she too wanted to have someone she could relax and be herself around. As the pair ran through the academy's corridors, they were spotted by Lee Soo-hyuk, who looked at them with irritation. The guy wondered how Min Ja-hyun managed to reach the 10th room without even getting out of breath. It was quite strange, because newcomers usually had less powerful abilities. Lee Soo-hyuk was called out by a guy who was standing at a distance and watching him, and the student asked him what he was thinking about so hard. That student turned out to be Kim Min-soo, watching the red-haired girl pound Hyun. Soo-hyuk said that if he knew any information about that guy, then he should post it right now. Kim Min-soo wondered if this magician had really decided that he was his servant, and then asked how it was that he still didn't know Min Ja-hyun. Min-soo said that analyzing the powers of other students was an important task in the academy, and Jae-hyun was the first mage to take leadership among the hunters. Soo-hyuk shook his head, saying that he knew about all the main tasks, but he was interested in where this guy came from. In response to this, Min-soo spread his hands, hinting that no information could be obtained from him. Lee Soo-hyuk ran his hand through his hair and said that there was something fishy about this guy. He could guarantee 100% that this Jae-hyun was hiding something from them. Kim Min-soo recalled that Lee Soo-hyuk looked completely different as a child, and it was difficult for him to get used to his new image. After which the guy said that there had already been 2 checks, so everything was fine with Hyun. He reminded them that they were in Miles, and it was not easy to fool anyone here, because there were a lot of different tests. But the red-haired guy was not convinced by these words, because he asked why this Jae-hyun was stronger than him. Kim Min-soo reminded that he was inferior not only to the guy, but also to Kim Yoo-jin and Seo Ina, who were ranked slightly below Jae-hyun. He said that they shouldn't overestimate their abilities because Jae-hyun was hard to get past, so they should focus on themselves. Lee Soo-hyuk left without answering, but it was clear that these words meant nothing to him, and he did not give up on the idea of entering the race with Hyun. Kim Min-soo thought that this red-haired guy was a blockhead with 8th grader syndrome who was only chasing recognition and fame. But he still ran after him, because it was difficult to survive alone at the academy. Even such friends could help with this. It was deep night, and the stars filled the sky like a scattering of bright lanterns. Jae-hyun decided to talk to his mentor and inform her of the results of the hunt. Yoo Sun-yoon, as always, smiled warmly, and said that she would be very interested to hear his impressions of this event from him personally. The guy said that he thought the result would not surprise his mentor, because she had an idea of what abilities he possessed. The woman nodded her head in agreement, after which Hyun informed her that he had won first place and had scored a record number of points. Jae-hyun noticed some movement near the guild leader, so he asked if Park Sung-jae's manager was nearby. The woman said yes, and he was happy to hear about the guy's success. Yoo Sun-yoon said that she noticed a fancy apartment that a freshman was staying in, and she asked if he had managed to earn enough points to get such a room. The woman sincerely congratulated her student, saying that even at the Millis Academy, which is known for its difficult learning curve, he showed the best start. When Yoo Sun-yoon said she was proud of him, the guy thanked her, but said that, to be honest, he was afraid that he would take second place. The mentor said it was normal to be nervous, then asked if he had been interested in anyone on the hunt. Jae-hyun asked if she wanted to take someone on as an intern. Yoo Sun-gyun replied that she was thinking about it, and if he shared information, there would be a reward. The guy said that it wasn't hard for him to just say it, because it was nothing, and the mentor was already too generous to him. The woman said that she simply knew that next time he would not agree to a reward that would be 10 times greater than this one. Jae-hyun informed the guild leader that there were 2 capable candidates from the magic class named Seo Ina and Kim Yoo-jang. Another guy from the martial arts class, named An Ho-yeon, also had extraordinary abilities. Hyun believed that these 3 candidates could be safely accepted into the Lotus Guild, since they showed only their best side at the academy. Also, the guy added in a mysterious voice that there was another person who could be accepted into the ranks of Lotus, although he was not a first-year student. Yoo Sun-yoon replied that she would gladly accept this person, because if Hyun noted his abilities, then they were outstanding. Hearing this, the guy smiled, because he was pleased to know that his opinion was so valued. Then he said that it was time to say goodbye and ended the call. Yoo Sun-yoon began to remember who that guy named Lee Jae-sang was that Hyun recommended. The name was familiar to her. Then the woman remembered that if she was not mistaken, this was the son of the C-rank raider Lee Jason. Park Sung-jae, who was standing next to her, confirmed her guess. And Yoo Sun-yoon remembered that there were rumors that the boy was neglected in his family because of his lack of talent. But the chairwoman understood that blood was blood, and if they took the boy in, a conflict could arise with the Wind God Guild, which was led by his father. Although Lee Jae-sang was not very talented, his father felt that accepting him into the Lotus would cause unnecessary controversy. But when the woman voiced her concerns to Jae-hyun and asked if he was sure the risk was worth it, the boy said without hesitation that it was. Hyun claimed that in the near future, Lee Jae-sang would prove himself and become a world-class alchemist. The Lotus Guild leader had no reason to distrust Jae-hyun, so she decided to think about her decision to accept each of the students. Park Sung-jae entered the office and informed the chairwoman that Miss Baek Ji-hyun had arrived to see her. The woman smiled and asked the manager to invite the guest into her office, because she already wanted to see her. The door opened and a blonde girl entered the room. Her manager remained standing in the doorway and did not say a word. Yoo Sun-yoon put on a friendly face and said that her customers were not late even for a second, which she was very impressed with. The blonde casually threw her fur coat over one shoulder and said that time was worth its weight in gold for the merchant. Baek Ji-hyun extended her hand in a welcoming manner, her nails sparkling with a freshly done red manicure, and said that she was glad to see Yoo Sun-eun, as they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The woman did not shake his hand and, without ceasing to smile, said that she thought there had never been a friendly relationship between them. In a colder tone, the chairwoman added that the girl could sit down on the chair if she wished. Yoo Sun-yoon asked about what important matter the master of the Curator Guild had personally come to see her about. The blonde chuckled at the quick transition to business. She said that they would really never become friends. The girl took off her glasses, and Yoo Sun-eun was once again amazed by her blood-red eyes. Baek Ji-hyun said that it was nice that she wasn't looking for new friends. When the Lotus leader realized that they could avoid idle chatter, she asked what brought the blonde to her office. The girl said that she had heard rumors that a very interesting specimen had entered the Lotus Guild. Hearing the question of how much he was worth, Yoo Sun-yoon couldn't help but grin. If the head of the Curator Guild wanted to buy Hyun, then she would disappoint her. The woman's eyes sparkled, and it was clear that she was ready to enter into conflict, but not sell out her student. Baek Ji-hyun sat down on the sofa and waited for her to answer her question, because it never occurred to her that she might be refused. Yoo Sun-yoon said that her people are not a commodity that can be bought or sold. If the blonde is doing this kind of thing, then she should go somewhere else. The red-eyed head of the Curator Guild asked if the boy agreed with his mentor's statements, since perhaps he would consider her proposal. Yoo Sun-yoon cleared her throat to hide her irritation, and said that not everything in this world can be bought with money. She added that it seemed like Baek Ji-hyun had no idea what loyalty and honor were. The blonde remained silent, apparently not wanting to enter into an argument with a person from whom she needed something. She closed her eyes and laughed softly, saying that she didn't expect to hear any other answer since Yoo Sun-yoon was too predictable. After Baek Ji-hyun said that her intention was only to make small talk as a gesture of goodwill, the managers of both women looked at each other with concern. But Yoo Sun-yoon remained completely calm. She said that such gestures made her uncomfortable, so she asked to avoid them if possible. Baek Ji-hyun smiled reservedly and said that she was very sorry because it was a pleasure to talk with the Lotus leader. But if Yoo Sun-yoon wasn't looking for a conversation, the blonde decided not to pester her any further, so she said that she had a lot of things to deal with. The Lotus leader sarcastically remarked that Baek Ji-hyun was surprisingly perceptive. The blonde put on her glasses, threw on a fur coat, winked at the chairwoman and said that without this quality a merchant would not become successful. The next day, at Milas Academy, there was a stamina assessment after going through the mana room. The students were lined up in a large room so they could see the results. Jae-hyun stood in the front rows because he was curious to know what his score was. He saw that he had scored 99 points, which was a very good result. But he was still in second place in the ranking, because in first place was En Ho-yeon, who had 101 points. The guy thought irritably that he still fell a little short of being a martial arts genius. Hyun understood that second place was also a good result, and now he had no need to rush. However, the guy understood that he could not yet achieve his goal and make his main enemy pay for all his sins. Jae-hyun noticed An Ho-young standing nearby, who also came closer to the screen to check the results. After seeing the results, Kim Yoo-jang and So-ina looked at Hyun in surprise, as his high scores were astonishing. Yoo-jin ran up to her friend and asked what he was all about. When the guy frowned and asked again what she meant, the girl frowned even more. The red-haired beast began to ask in a raised voice how a magician could breathe down the neck of a combat class student, and not just anyone, but En Ho-yeon himself. Most of all, she was surprised by his stamina indicator, because usually, the combat class always surpassed the magic class in these characteristics. Jae-hyun coldly asked what was strange about this, since he had been in a martial arts class before too. The guy also advised Kim Yoo-jang not to rely on magic alone, because it was not for nothing that there was an expression that endurance is the strength of a state. The girl looked angrily at the guy. She really didn't like it when people told her something or gave her advice, so her reaction was understandable. She wanted to throw her fists at Hyun because firstly, knowing about her dislike of unsolicited advice, he gave it anyway, and secondly, he hinted that she wasn't training enough. Not only the students, but also the teachers were watching the results. Instructor Kim Seoki saw Hyun's results and realized that the director was right. This guy was really dangerous. The man understood that the magician would never be able to demonstrate such physical endurance. All that remained was to figure out what his secret was. Seo-ina tried to restrain Yoo-jun because she was always trying to pounce on the guy to teach him a lesson for his big mouth. Jae-hyun informed his friends that their second period was about to start, which meant that they needed to calm down and get ready for class. Kim Seok-ki announced that it was time to move on to the next endurance test, meaning that a new challenge awaits them. The instructor announced that the students would be tested in the virtual reality room. Jae-hyun realized that they would now have to pass the very test that the students used to determine the limits of their abilities. Kim Seok-ki led them to the augmented reality room and said that it was built using the Academy's advanced technology. Inside, students will be tested on their evasive skills, so they should be prepared for a tough challenge. Kim Yoo-jang didn't understand what exactly they were going to test, so she asked a clarifying question to get the teacher to explain better what evasiveness meant. The instructor explained that this measuring system modulates the battle with virtual enemies. Jae-hyun listened to all this with an indifferent look, because he had long known what to expect from this test. He understood perfectly well that completing this task would be very difficult, so he needed to gather his courage now. The instructor explained that the students would have been required to destroy monsters and analyze the situation, but since endurance was being measured today, only evasion skills would be assessed. The man added that they should keep in mind that eliminating the monster could earn extra points. Jae-hyun realized that Kim Seoki was right, and they should at least try to neutralize a few monsters. After all, no matter how you look at it, the profession of a real raider was associated with hunting monstrous monsters. Also, raiders need to constantly find equipment and new potions, and also find amazing artifacts. But a raider could not be called a professional if he did not attack the enemy. Kim Seoki began to approach each student in turn and place something in their palms. Kim Yoo-jang carefully picked up the small earphone and asked what it was and what it was for. Jae-hyun put on the device and said that this thing was a transmitter that helps the battle system project monsters into reality. The instructor noticed that the guy already knew about this device, which was strange, because they were newbies and had not yet encountered a transmitter. These devices created a projection of additional reality. They stimulated the brain and convinced that monsters really exist. The system worked by having a projector superimpose a 3D image onto the background, making the monsters appear real. The main purpose of this device was security, because it only allowed to create an image and not a real threat. Even though the monsters materialize in the head, they still remain virtual, so they do not pose any threat. True, from such an attack of the monster, you receive approximately 1/5 of the damage due to the stimulation of the transmitters. However, all this is not done to intimidate students and discourage them from becoming raiders. All these tools are needed to develop concentration in future soldiers and prepare them for campaigns and dungeons. Kim Seok-ka said students can set any level they want from 1 to 100, but today the assessment will be done within 10. He announced that each team should have 4 participants, and everyone would begin the test in order after the instructor called out the team numbers and their participants. The man announced the members of the third team and ordered them to gather in the center of the room. It consisted of 2 girls from the martial arts class. One was very quiet, and the other was actively waving her hand and saying that they should try hard. The other half of the team were male magicians, namely Min Jae-hyun and Lee Soo-hyuk. Jae-hyun thought that their team was very balanced, which spoke to the intelligence and calculation of the instructor who selected them. Lee Soo-hyuk walked up close to Jae-hyun and said that he had heard about him from other students. The guy said that everyone was gossiping about how strong he was, since he took first place in the hunt and even beat the genius and Ho-yan. Lee Soo-hyuk said that it was all extremely strange to him, because how could a magician become a leader and overtake a combat class student who was always in the lead? The red-haired guy assumed that there was some special reason for this, the secret of which he would very much like to know. Jae-hyun asked in an indifferent voice what Soo-hyuk would do if he told him that there was no special reason. The guy arrogantly replied that in that case, he would have to figure out for himself how Jae-hyun managed to top the rankings and be at the top of the food chain. Lee Soo-hyuk extended his hand and said that he planned to find out this information by using force. Jae-hyun smiled ominously and asked why the guy didn't say earlier that he wanted to find out who was stronger. The 2 girls from the combat class watched with apprehension as the guys continued this squabble. After all, if he had said so, they would have fought a long time ago, and Lee Soo-hyuk would have finally calmed down. The red-haired boy chuckled and said that he was very lucky that Hyun was so quick-witted. The girls from the combat class began to talk among themselves, discussing that the guys were behaving extremely strangely. Because they were all one team, they had no reason to quarrel. The more active student began to calm the boys down, saying that they could put off their quarrels for later, and now they needed to focus on the task. Seeing that some kind of commotion was starting among the students, the teacher called the members of the third team and told them to go up to the field. Lee Soo-hyuk looked at Jae-hyun with open hostility. He wanted to reveal all his secrets and show that he was not so strong. The third team walked into the center of the training room and waited for their battle in interactive reality to begin. A notification popped up that was counting down to the start of the test, notifying that the first stage of the test would begin in 5 seconds. When there were 2 seconds left, Lee Soo-hyuk noticed how the space around him began to change. The first virtual opponent that the boys had to face was a skeleton knight, who looked quite realistic. Lee Soo-hyuk wanted to take the lead, so he told the team members that they needed to move back first to prevent the skeleton from charging head-on. But this unauthorized order remained unfulfilled, because everyone watched as Jae-hyun, without a second thought, rushed straight at the skeleton knight. The girls rushed after him, shouting along the way that it was dangerous. because one cannot rush into a thoughtless attack on such a strong opponent. The red-haired guy watched what was happening in surprise. He couldn't believe that the magician was going to go in the vanguard, intending to kill such a strong monster. Jaehyun ran towards the monster and thought that he never imagined that any of the students would want to challenge him. The guy activated his skills because he realized that in order for no one to doubt his abilities, he needed to demonstrate them publicly. So Hyun decided to show off the skills he had learned while studying with his mentor. He attacked the skeleton knight, and the blow was so powerful that almost nothing was left of the monster. Jaehyun didn't even break a sweat while he dealt with the monster, pretending to retreat from the attack. The guy decided to look with one eye at the reaction of his viewers. His team members stood dumbfounded and watched as the monster's virtual body disintegrated into tiny particles. Instructor Kim Seoki also watched what was happening with his mouth open, because he hadn't seen such a monster dealt with so quickly in a long time. There is nothing to say about the reaction of Kim Yujang and So-ina, because they were both simply amazed by what they saw. After neutralizing the first skeleton knight, the system decided to test the guy's strength, so it projected 3 more of the same monsters. But Jaehyun was not at all embarrassed by this turn of events, so he immediately entered into a fight with these enemies, not at all afraid of their formidable appearance. When he realized that attacking 3 at once was quite a difficult task, he used one of his skills and blew up the monsters. When the effects of the explosion cleared, the boy saw that his attack was not very effective, so he decided to use a mana weapon. It was a special skill that ordinary mages couldn't use. It was useless to them, and besides, it could cause physical damage to them. Jaehyun used this technique and waited, because he didn't know yet how the mana weapon would affect the skeleton knights. Lee Soo-hyun looked at his teammate in shock. He couldn't believe that the guy would dare to use such a dangerous move. For him, it was crazy. The girls also looked at Hyun in amazement and couldn't believe that he was able to defeat the skeleton knight so easily. The notifications announced that the first stage of the evasiveness test had been successfully completed, and Hyun had passed it 100%. The second stage began, and the system projected an even more terrifying monster that was clearly ready to tear its opponents apart. Jaehyun realized that a Draugr was standing in front of them. The guy remembered with a grin how many he had killed in Hell's domain, and thought that he hadn't seen such creatures for a long time. Only a few short moments passed, and after Hyun's blow, only a scorched spot on the floor remained in place of the Draugr, and other stages of the test awaited. The guy looked at the scene of the massacre and read the notifications that said that the 10th stage had been successfully completed and that he had also managed to set a new record. Lee Soo-hyuk couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't understand how this was even possible, because never before had a magician possessed such power. Jaehyun looked at his palms and decided that the fight was not bad, after he changed the method of fighting according to the instructions of Yoo Sun-yoon. His body immediately began to feel much lighter. Jaehyun realized that he was satisfied with the results of his training with his mentor, but there was still one thing that was bothering him. He felt uneasy when she got excited every time she taught him, and although her skill was undeniable, this moment greatly embarrassed the guy. Hyun was pulled out of his thoughts by Lee Soo-hyuk's voice, who was approaching him, and it was unknown for what purpose, so the guy's body tensed up. Soo-hyuk's expression was surprisingly menacing. He asked with displeasure what kind of show Jaehyun had put on, and why all this was necessary. The guy didn't understand what the redheads meant, so he explained that he rushed to the front lines of the attack and slaughtered everyone single-handedly to prove his strength. Lee Soo-hyuk shouted that all this was simply impossible. It was impossible to defeat such dangerous monsters alone. Jaehyun told his classmate that he had nothing to say in response to his words, because everyone saw everything with their own eyes, and his victories did not need explanation. The red-haired guy laughed and clearly wanted to say something else sarcastic, but Hyun interrupted him and told him not to ask for trouble. Soo-hyuk couldn't close his mouth in time, so Jaehyun's eyes flashed angrily. He walked up to the guy closely and asked why they didn't figure it out right now. The redhead was so angry that he was ready to jump into the attack right now, because Jaehyun was acting too provocatively. But the brawl was prevented by the instructor, who called out to the boys and asked what was going on there. Lee Soo-hyuk thought irritably that if it weren't for Kim Seoki, he would have finally dealt with this boastful boy who was flaunting his strength in front of everyone's noses. But the boys had to go to different ends of the class. Passing by Jaehyun, Lee Soo-hyuk told him not to think that he had won, because their battle was still ahead. Jae-hyun walked on silently, and then, without turning his head, showing with his whole appearance that he was not afraid of an attack from behind, he said that it was and did not look like he had lost. Lee Soo-hyuk said in a serious voice that he wanted their battle to happen at the Academy Festival, and then they would finally find out who was stronger. Min Jae-hyun chuckled and said that he had other plans on the day of the festival, and they had absolutely no place for fighting with Soo-hyuk. Lee Soo-hyuk remained silent, but it was clear from his face that he harbored a deep grudge against the guy. The next morning came, and the rising sun painted the world in golden tones. And Ho-yeon had been lying in his bed for a long time without sleep, because thoughts did not leave his restless head. He kept replaying the events of yesterday in his head, specifically the moment when Jae-hyun refused to fight Soo-hyuk, saying that he had other plans. The blonde had only one explanation for these words. Hyun took him for a competitor, because during the hunt, when An Ho-young gave up his badge, he said that he would beat Hyun at the Academy Festival and get him back. Now all these disturbing thoughts did not allow the boy to sleep, because the fight with Jae-hyun was a very exciting event. Unable to bear the pressure of his own thoughts, An Ho-yeon got out of bed and decided that now was not the time to relax and wallow in his worries. He needs to train before the fight, and in order not to disappoint Jae-hyun, he needs to visit the gym more often. The corridors of the Miles Academy were empty. Only the rays of the sun penetrated their empty space. Instructor Kim Seoki and two other people in gas masks disturbed the peace of the deserted corridors. The purpose of their meeting was unclear, but the men in gas masks were actively discussing the results of the endurance test, because the newcomers this year were no slouch. One of the men said that even some Min Jae-hyun was able to set a new academy record, but how he did it was unclear. Kim Seok-ki thought meaningfully that when it came to Min Jae-hyun, the reason for his success was not due to talent at all. The man reflected that the experience the boy demonstrated during the tests spoke of persistent training, which was reinforced by battles. It was just unclear where the guy got this experience, being a teenager who hadn't even graduated from the academy. All three entered the director's office, who, without turning his chair in their direction, said that his employees had done a good job. When the man finally turned around in his chair, those in the room could see his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Gu Chang said that he wanted to hear the test results. Kim Seok-ki immediately reported that the students who received the highest scores were in Ho-young, Cha Yu-wan, and Min Jae-hyun. But what was noteworthy was that the latter's results were very different. The director of the academy thanked the instructor and said that his work was, as always, excellent. Gu Chae-in carefully looked through the photos that showed the students taking the test, and his gaze fell on Hyun's photo. The director grinned evilly and decided that it would be a lot of fun for him to watch this guy demonstrate his strength. The man ordered the instructor to continue reporting to him about Min Jae-hyun's activities. He said that if Kim Seok-ki noticed anything strange, he knew what to do. The instructor bowed to the boss and said that he would keep an eye on the guy. Gu Chain said that with such an employee, he was like behind a stone wall. The director turned to everyone standing in the office and said that they had finished with this assignment and could now begin preparing for the next event. Gu Chain looked thoughtfully at the photographs of the students and thought about how much more he could learn about the guys depicted in them, but he would not use it for the good. Days passed, and the guys were brought to take the evasiveness test time after time. Today was no exception, and Jae-hyun had already managed to reach the 27th stage. After neutralizing the last generated enemy, Hyun stood there breathing heavily as he thought about whether or not to go on to another stage. He wanted to know if 27 stages was really his maximum. It seemed realistic to the guy that he could reach at least 30. He began to massage his stiff shoulder and thought that his result was within the power of half a dozen C-class raiders, with great difficulty, but they would do it, so he decided not to stop there. Jae-hyun remembered that the next thing on the plan was to practice in Dungeon X. That's where he would be able to show himself better. The guy understood that he needed to prepare for this practice, which meant he needed to train more and not neglect the gym. He recalled that the incident in Dungeon X was remembered as one of the terrible events that happened in the school. It was a shameful episode that remained on the pages of the history of the Mills Academy, and a tragic event that took many human lives. It was Jae-hyun and his teammates who were involved in this case and found themselves at the center of this mess. Of the entire team that was sent on that mission, only Hyun remained alive, and he remembered those events forever. He had to listen to insults, curses, and threats directed at him, But despite this, he did not give up his studies. After all, the guy really didn't want to disappoint those who believed in him, those whom he valued and put above himself. Now he had a chance to replay all those events, so he would not allow a similar situation to happen a second time. He came to the merchant and bought the necessary inventory from him, after which he paid, thanked him for the purchase, and left the store. Jae-hyun walked down the busy street, thinking hard about whether this time would be different, because he didn't want those horrible events to happen again. Previously, the guy was called pathetic and unable to protect anyone. Now everything has changed, so Hyun will not allow such an outcome of the visit to the dungeon. In his previous training at the academy, Jae-hyun was completely different. He was more material than a person, but now he had no desire to repeat his mistakes. There was only one day left before the practice in Dungeon X. The students, as always, sat in class and listened to the teacher, who was finally finishing the lesson. Min Jae-hyun was sitting and almost falling asleep during this boring lecture, when suddenly something caught his attention. Kim Yoo-jang had already gotten up from her seat and was dragging the exhausted Seo Inu along with her. She called out to her friend and told him to come with them. Jae-hyun smiled and thought about what new prank his red-haired, crazy friend had come up with. When Hyun approached, the girl's joy disappeared as if by magic. She said that she was worried about the dungeon, because she had never been there before. Seo Ina also shared that she couldn't sleep normally because of the worries. Jae-hyun said that their fears were not unfounded, and that it was the first time for all the students to be very nervous. Kim Yoo-jang chuckled when she heard this phrase, and said that the guy spoke as if he had been there before. She ironically suggested that Hyun probably went there for a walk. Jae-hyun supported his friend's joke by saying that he didn't know about dungeons, but he had already met monsters, and hinting at the girl, added that one of them was standing right in front of him. These words caused the expected reaction from Yoo-jin. She jumped up to Hyun and started to punch him, but it also helped to distract her from her worries, which is what her friend was counting on. Seo Ina once again witnessed the showdown between these two longtime close friends. She watched as Yoo-jin was so irritated that she seemed ready to beat the guy to death with her fists within the limits of a joke, but Hyun didn't mind, and only smiled in response to this. The brunette smiled because she had never had such close friends, so she really enjoyed watching their interactions. Suddenly, Jae-hyun became serious and materialized a potion in his hand. The guy said that if the girls were too nervous, they could take it. Yoo-jin grabbed the potion and looked at it with delight, noticing that Jae-hyun had a second one in his hand. Seo Ina looked at the guy timidly. His look said that it was for her, so she walked over and took the flask. Hyun said that when he took it for himself, he took 2 spare ones, because he knew that the girls would be worried. Ina squeezed the flask with trepidation. He said that his friends should use it as needed. Yoo-jin said that the potion helped her forgive his harsh words about her being a monster. Ina modestly thanked him for the gift. Jae-hyun thought that if before only luck influenced survival, now everything would depend on skills. The anxious morning of the day when the practice in the X dungeon was to take place arrived. Jae-hyun woke up with the first rays of the sun and began to train so as not to fall flat on his face in this test. After the training, he decided to meditate in order to better feel the flows of power within himself, and if necessary, to be able to find energy deep within his body. He understood that before penetrating the energy core, it was necessary to warm up and feel it inside himself. After all, even if you are a strong mage, the sudden use of higher spells can lead to mana backlash. If the mana countdown starts to run in the opposite direction when magic is used, the user's body will begin to deteriorate from the inside. Mages, who often have to use higher spells, are not resistant to mana backlash. The skills Ultra Speed Chain and Sacrifice that Jae-hyun used were high class. Therefore, the guy understood that if he did not develop mana, he would face this problem himself, and then it would be much more difficult to solve it. Moreover, Hyun didn't know how dangerous the situation could be in the dungeon, so training wouldn't be at all unnecessary. He realized that if he did not prepare properly, either he or his comrades would die, and he wanted to avoid both. The most important thing was that if mana was concentrated in the core, it could be instantly used to enhance physical abilities or spells. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of the guy's eyes with a notification that when loading a new system, the user is moved to a point in the past to which he wants to return. Just as Jae-hyun was about to think it over, another screen popped up in front of his eyes, telling him that he needed to complete a quest that involved resolving several crossroads of fate. The guy thought with indignation that the Nornir system was throwing some strange things at him again. Hyun understood that the system definitely wanted him to develop. He was needed for some purpose. Nornir spoke about this, and the fact that the gods were so eager to contact him. This time, Jae-hyun was given a choice of route. He could go the same way as last time, or do something different. The guy wondered what the catch was. The day came when the students of Milla's academy arrived at Cave X to undergo another test. Instructor Kim Ji-yeon stood at the entrance and said that before entering the dungeon, certain actions had to be performed. She said that all students would be divided into teams by lottery, and that way they would understand who would have to interact with whom. Some of the students looked at each other in surprise, because they thought that they would be able to choose those with whom they would fight side by side. Jae-hyun understood that the students' reaction was justified, because with such a distribution, the teams would be unbalanced, which could lead to less coordinated work. The guy remembered An Hyeon. He thought that real monsters were waiting for them in the dungeon, and if he was lucky, the blonde would successfully complete this task. And if he fails, then Hyun will have to hang out with the low-ranking students who, by a lucky coincidence, are among the best. The noisy whispering of the crowd was interrupted by the instructor, who raised her hand up, making it clear that she needed all the attention and concentration of the students, because important information was about to be announced. She said that this practice was part of the official test that affected the current grades, and that only lower monsters could be encountered in Dungeon X, so the students would have to handle it on their own. Jae-hyun listened as the woman assured him that the academy's students had no reason to worry, as everything was designed to ensure their complete safety during the mission. The guy understood that this was all empty chatter, because she was speaking with the words of Director Gu Chain, which were an absolute lie. Dungeon X did indeed have most of the lower-rank monsters, as the instructor said, but based on Jae-hyun's past experience, it was not quite like that. In some places of the cave, there was a high probability of running into a boss, and the result of this meeting could be very disastrous. Sometimes you can even meet Lord Cobalt. He was one of the D-rank bosses. It was no problem for Jae-hyun to fight him, but the others could suffer. The boy looked at his friends, whom he did not want to lose, and decided that he would not play by the perverted rules of the cruel director. Jae-hyun assumed that during this dungeon test, the headmaster of Milla's academy would make a mistake that could be used against him. Kim Ji-yoon announced that it was time to begin the drawing of lots, so the students should pay close attention. The instructor asked the first-named student to come forward and draw lots to find out which team he would be assigned to. The distribution was in full swing, and after a few minutes, the students had already begun to form small groups. Some were happy with their team, some were not. But no one had a choice. Jae-hyun stood next to So-ina, who miraculously ended up on his team. He didn't know anyone else besides her. He looked at her and smiled, then said that he was pleased that he had familiar faces on his team, with whom he had warm relationships. The brunette was so embarrassed that she couldn't even raise her gaze to him. She barely managed to squeeze out that she was also pleased to be on the same team with him. Hyun analyzed that So-ina had very impressive skills, and they understood each other very well. She was smart and grasped everything on the fly. Her presence in the team was an obvious plus. While he was thinking about this, the rest of their team members started approaching them to introduce themselves. The guy knew that when you know the strengths and weaknesses of your allies, it is much easier to develop a strategy of action and a plan that will help avoid injuries or death of team members. At first, Hyun didn't pay any attention to the appearance of the other guys, but when he heard their voices, he looked up at them in shock. In front of them stood a friendly red-haired girl who said her name was Kim Jina and a fair-haired guy named Park Seon-woo, both students from the martial arts class. Park Sun-woo clarified whether Jae-hyun and Seo-in-woo were really in the third team. When they confirmed, he said that they should try to stay safe and sound. Looking at the boys, Jae-hyun remembered how their previous visit to the dungeon ended for them. They encountered a terrible monster and detained it at the cost of their own lives so that it could escape. Only one question arose in his head. Why did this couple appear in his life again? Did the Nornir system really return him to the past to repeat all the events that had already happened to him? Previously, the system gave him a choice of route, so the decision regarding the future depended on the guy, and his choice could either save or destroy other people. Now Jae-hyun understood the choice he was faced with. He had to turn fate so that the lives of Kim Jina and Park Sunwoo would be saved. The third team, in full force, stood, and its members looked at each other with curiosity, wanting to guess what each of them was capable of. It suddenly occurred to Jaehyun that the Nornir system was originally designed to allow him to correct his previous actions. He exhaled heavily, because he realized that he had a very difficult path ahead of him, and there was still a lot that needed to be corrected. Jaehyun walked up to the guys from the combat class and introduced himself, then shook their hands and said that he was a magician. Ina was peeking over his shoulder, clearly embarrassed to greet the guys, so Hyun introduced her as well, adding that she was a little shy. Pa Sonu scratched the back of his head and said that they would become friends because they had a common and very difficult adventure ahead of them. Park Jina came closer and said that she and her friend were very sociable. Such a sudden approach made Ina very embarrassed, so she was unable to answer anything. Jaehyun looked at these cheerful students with a hint of sadness and thought that they were exactly the same as in the past. They chatted cheerfully among themselves and constantly made some jokes, which embarrassed Ina even more. Hyun watched this and felt nostalgic for the time when he first met them, when he was still a teenager, naive and unaware of how cruel life and people could be. The guy pushed those thoughts away and decided to concentrate on the present moment. So since they had already met, he suggested that the team discuss their strategy of action. The guys agreed that everything needed to be discussed thoroughly. So first of all, they asked who wanted to be the leader. Park Sunwoo said that he was not a contender, so they offered this role to Hyunwoo. The guy began to think about whether to follow the path he had chosen last time, or to choose a new road that would radically change the course of events. Having made his decision, he began to explain to his teammates the plan that had formed in his head and could be a good option for surviving in the dungeon. The guy repeated several times that they all had to remember that no matter what creature appeared in the dungeon, they couldn't hesitate. They had to act clearly, in a coordinated manner and decisively. Kim Jina and Park Sunwoo listened to Jaehyun's insistence with their mouths open, especially when he said that those in the vanguard must be especially vigilant. The fair-haired boy from the combat class thought that it was not for nothing that Hyun was in first place in the rookie rankings, because all his actions were thought out literally down to the smallest detail. Park Sun-woo said that he remembered the details of the plan. Seo Ina turned and said that she also understood everything. Instructor Kim Ji-yeon came up and clapped her hands, announcing that the time for discussing strategy was over, and it was time to move on to practice. She called on the teams to come forward. The blonde said that they had sorted out the planning of their actions and could now calmly begin carrying out their tasks. Jae-hyun's attention was drawn to a team that was passing by nearby. It included an Ho-yeon and his girlfriend Kim Yu-jang, as well as an unknown girl and a guy. Hyun realized that since the leader of this team was an Ho-yeon, there was no need to worry about his red-haired friend, because she was with a good and strong leader. Kim Ji-yeon announced that the team members could begin the trial and descend into their assigned dungeon. The instructor looked at the team members one by one and said that she wished them good luck in completing their assigned tasks. Jae-hyun's team stood and listened to the instructor's instructions with inspiration. It was clear that they all wanted to pass the dungeon test and get the highest score. Hyun closed his eyes and thought that he couldn't let anything happen to these guys. He was ready to do anything just so that the history of the past wouldn't repeat itself. Then the guy exhaled and decided that it was time to put his worries aside and focus on executing the plan as efficiently as possible, because that was the key to everyone staying alive. Once in the dungeon, the team saw beautiful crystals that captivated them with their mystery, and Hoyeon and his team walked straight between the rows of crystals, wondering how in such a gloomy place there could be such a beautiful phenomenon. An unknown girl from the magic class said that she felt a disgusting, damp smell. The cave was musty and caused unpleasant sensations. Kim Yu-jang anxiously asked if there would be kobolds in this part of the dungeon, since this place looked like a mine after all. The guy from the combat class said that they would most likely have to face these monsters, because there was a lot of ore in such dungeons. Kim Yu-jang laughed and said that perhaps, in addition to ore, it was possible to find diamonds if you tried hard enough, after which the guy irritably asked why she was laughing. She said that there was no way to know for sure what was in those rocky expanses. Before she could continue her thought that they might come across many more interesting things, a strange sensation made her fall silent. And Ho-yeon also felt this uneasy feeling, so he shouted for all the team members to take their positions, because something dangerous was approaching them. Kim Yoo-jung obediently took up a fighting stance and, taking her staff in her hands, prepared to attack the uninvited guests. The rest of the team did the same, but the girl from the magic class was so consumed with panic that she couldn't hold back her tears and shaking hands. All these reactions intensified when she saw those approaching, huge wolf-like monsters holding pickaxes in their hands and growling angrily at the boys. The team grouped together and stood with their backs to each other, but there were too many enemies. They surrounded the academy students with incredible speed, and Ho-yeon assessed the situation and said that individually the wolves were weak, but if they attacked in a pack, then in such a battle they would have to try very hard. The guy rushed to the attack, saying that he wanted to end this fight quickly, because in a long fight, they might not defeat the enemy. Kim Yoo-jung agreed with this strategy, so she began to whisper a spell, calling for the holy light to explode. This move activated a skill called Light Bomb, causing the space to explode with a blinding light that threatened to engulf everything in its path. The monsters tried to hide from these incinerating rays, but they couldn't move, so they stood and covered their faces with their paws. While the opponents were busy trying to preserve their vision, the team members began to attack, taking advantage of the wolves' weakness. And Ho-yeon began to assess their situation after the attack, and realized that it was not enough. Many more monsters needed to be destroyed. A boy from the combat class fought selflessly with one of the toothy creatures, trying to pierce its body with his sharp sword. The girl from the magic class, despite her fear and obvious panic, also continued to fight, successfully attacking the huge wolves. Kim Yoo-jung used another powerful skill called Helheim Wind. This brought about the use of Air Blast, which was a powerful tool in the battle against the kobolds. The girl combined these two powerful techniques and directed streams of power straight at the enemies, giving them no chance to escape. The kobolds were stunned by such a strong energy, so they could only silently watch as their bodies were penetrated by streams of light. A few seconds later, smoking bodies of monsters were scattered around the perimeter of the dungeon, from which came the stench of scorched wool, and Ho-yeon breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that they had managed to avoid losses when attacking such powerful enemies, and had only gotten off with a slight fright. The guy began to examine the team members and ask if anyone was hurt. Kim Yoo-jung cheerfully said that she was okay. The girl magician, breathing heavily, also said that she was fine. When the blonde didn't hear the answer from the guy from the combat class, he tensed up. Turning his head to the side, he saw how he was sitting on his knees and looking at his hand with wild eyes. Yoo-jung called out his name anxiously, but Seo didn't respond and could only squeeze out a weak groan from his throat. The guys immediately ran up to him, hoping to find out what happened, and Ho-yeon asked the guy to calm down, and Yoo-jung said that she didn't even imagine that kobolds could use poison. Suddenly, heavy footsteps were heard, and the disgusting sound of claws scraping on stone. Kim Yoo-jung raised her head and hoped that she had just imagined the monster's heavy footsteps. But when she saw the monster standing in front of them, she realized that the problem with Seo wasn't the poison at all. Before them stood a monster that wasn't just big, it was shockingly huge, with waves of mana so powerful that it seemed like there wasn't enough air in the cave. And Ho-yeon couldn't understand where the kobold lord came from in this cave, because he was incredibly dangerous, and the dungeon was designed for first-year students. At the same time, the third team wandered around their part of the dungeon. It was lighter, and in some places even green plants were visible. Kim Jina asked Jae-hyun in a friendly manner how many monsters he had managed to kill, because even though she knew he was very strong, she was still surprised by his abilities. Hyun didn't want any extra attention to himself, so he tried to joke it off and say that all his victories happened by themselves. Seo-ina didn't say anything out loud, but she thought to herself that if Min Jae-hyun always managed to do things this way, then a clean entry into the enemy's lair was guaranteed. Jae-hyun noticed that Seo-ina was acting very distant and withdrawn, always lost in her thoughts and hardly speaking. He decided to find out if everything was okay with her, so he touched her hand, stopping her near him. The guy smiled, and in the softest voice possible asked if the reason for her quiet behavior was that she was uncomfortable with the other guys. The girl was confused by Hyun's unexpected closeness and care. She didn't know how to react to it, so she could only squeeze out a sound that confirmed the guy was right. Hyun realized that despite the strength that Ina possessed, she was very shy and closed off, and only allowed a very small percentage of people to get close to her. He thought that it was not surprising, because before his return to the past there were rumors that the brunette could say no more than 3 or 4 words a day. The guy was distracted from his thoughts by Park Sun-woo, who suddenly stopped and stared in surprise at what was right in front of them. The boys stopped at the entrance to a beautiful cave, which was illuminated by light coming from the many crystals that were there. Hyun thought that this place was very different from the one he had been to once before. Perhaps it was the academy director's doing, and Gu Chain had made sure that this place was even more dangerous. The guy started to run through possible scenarios in his head. He wanted to understand what to expect from this place, since the director himself had worked hard on him. He understood that he had attracted Gu Chai's attention, thus becoming an interesting figure for him, which would be fun to test in various situations. Jae-hyun felt something dark and powerful approaching, which meant that the danger was closer than they thought. He announced to the team members that he sensed a monster approaching, so they would go straight to Plan C, which meant that after repelling the attack, they would go on the counterattack. The boys took up fighting positions and got ready. Hyun warned that the creature that was approaching was much stronger than those they had already encountered. Pak Seon-woo thought hard about what he had heard. There was a dissonance in his head, because they had been told earlier that only weak monsters appeared here. The tense silence was broken by the sharp sound of a stone wall collapsing. Sharp crystal fragments flew in all directions, but they were not the most dangerous phenomenon. They were kobolds. Numerous monsters snapping their jaws and advancing straight towards the third team. They moved slowly, as if they knew that the victims would not escape from their trap. Kim Jina and Park Sun-woo screamed in shock, not believing that the kobold lord was also among his smaller brethren. No matter how emotionless So-ina was, even she looked with wide eyes of fear at the monsters approaching them. She calmed down a little when she remembered Jae-hyun's words about how those who were in the vanguard must always be on guard while maintaining a cool head. A magical armor was activated, covering each member of the third team with a protective dome. This action brought Pak Sun-woo to his senses. The guy realized that he was distracted, so he immediately gathered his strength and prepared for the fight. The provocation skill was activated, and at that very moment, the first kobold reached the blonde and attacked him, hitting him with a pickaxe, but the guy quickly reacted and put his shield under the blow, saving his head. Without wasting any time, Jae-hyun decided to join the battle and quickly move towards the enemies, not giving them a chance to avoid a frontal attack. The guy began to assess the situation and think about the best way to deal with such a number of opponents, led by the boss. He decided that only a sudden and quick attack would help, so he began to accumulate power within himself. Hyun got to the first enemy so quickly that he didn't have time to react, so the plan to ram was quite reasonable. He released his power and an explosion occurred, which should have taken the life of the first kobold. So Ina looked at this surge of energy and fascination and thought that this incredible power would definitely not leave the monster alive. But when the aftermath of the explosion began to dissipate, 2 burning eyes became visible among the dust, followed by the growl of a living monster. At first, Jae-hyun was in a stupor, because he used enough force to get rid of this monster, but the kobold was more alive than all the living. Then the guy laughed nervously, because he realized that this fight would not be as easy as he might have assumed. Hyun knew deep down that there would be some unpleasant surprises, but he never expected that they would meet a kobold lord who had the ability to quickly regenerate. Jae-hyun realized that they were facing a rather severe test of strength ahead, which they simply had to pass if they wanted to get out alive. The Nornir system began sending notifications that a kobold lord creature had been identified as Odin's Raven, and the Raven Hunter quest had been received. The creature came closer, and when it opened its eyes, an ominous red gleam was visible in them. The conditions of the quest became known. It was necessary to kill all 5 of Odin's ravens. As a reward, you could get an empty map, and for a complete cleanup, you could upgrade your class. The penalty for failure was death. All this time, the academy staff calmly watched several entrances to the training dungeons. Kim Ji-yoon held the tablet in her hands and watched the events unfold behind the heavy doors that led into the caves. She watched Jae-hyun's fight closely, and she couldn't understand how a simple student could do such things. The instructor understood that even she, an A-rank mage, was unable to handle some of the skills that this first-year student demonstrated. She looked at the doors that led to the dungeon where the third team was and thought that these guys would definitely take first place, because they had such a strong leader. Suddenly, the doors of the dungeon began to slowly open, even though the test time had not yet expired. The woman put the tablet away and wondered in surprise if the third team had already left their cave. Her eyes widened in shock as she saw those moving towards her. A team emerged from the dungeon, led by An Ho-yeon, with an excited Yu Zheng running ahead, shouting that they were in trouble, and a barely alive student named Seho being led behind her. Kim Ji-yeon ran up and began to examine the students, trying to understand the reason for their early appearance. And Ho-yeon explained in a gloomy, exhausted voice that the person who had appeared in the dungeon on their way was none other than the Kobold Lord himself. The instructor couldn't believe what she was hearing. She said that this simply couldn't happen, because the Academy's management protects students from such powerful monsters. The rest of the Academy staff ran up to the injured student and used healing magic to return him to normal, saying that he had mild mana poisoning. Instructor Kim stood there, unable to understand what had happened, but Yu Zhen's voice distracted her from her thoughts. The girl worriedly asked if the third team had returned yet, because her friend was there, whose fate she was very concerned about. And Ho-yeon also joined the conversation, so she answered two students at once that no one else had returned except their team. The blonde thought that it was impossible, because knowing Jae-hyun, he would have led his team to victory first. The boy looked at the closed door of the dungeon and thought that with Hyun and Seo-ina's skills, they would have finished this test a long time ago. Instructor Kim Ji-yoon, although she remained silent, agreed with An Ho-yeon's statement. The skills of those students allowed them to get ahead and already arrive at the place. Therefore, it was decided to make a phone call to the director. The man slowly picked up his smartphone and looked who was calling. He responded in a completely nonchalant tone, asking the instructor what she wanted, his tone demonstrating complete indifference to what might happen to the students. Kim Ji-yeon reported that a B-rank monster was discovered in the dungeon, so an emergency evacuation of the students from the test site was needed. Without changing his indifferent tone, Gu Chain said that he understood the instructor's message and would send his people to help, but for now, he advised not to worry about it. When the principal hung up, the woman stared at her phone, trying to figure out why the principal wasn't at all surprised by the news of a high-ranking monster in the training dungeon. But she didn't see that at that moment, the man was smiling maliciously, sitting in his safe office. He absolutely did not share the anxious feelings of his employee. The ring on his finger seemed to glow even more blood red than it had before. At this time, the cave in which the third team was located was again shaken by a new explosion of powerful energy. The blast wave was so strong that Seo-inu and Kim Ji-nu were thrown back several meters. Pak Sung wasn't any luckier, as he fell straight onto his stomach and had all the breath knocked out of him, so he was now trying to fill his lungs with oxygen. Jae-hyun hoped that he was lucky this time and that his opponent was knocked out by his strength. But when he saw the result of his work, he froze in place. The Kobold Lord stood there, completely unharmed. As if he had just suffered a crushing blow, the wolf clutched the weapon tightly in his paw and was about to attack again. Hyun understood that this fight was much more than a school test, because the system had given him a quest that could end in either his triumph or his death. The guy remembered that the system identified the monster in front of him as Odin's raven. Hyun knew that the main Scandinavian god had two ravens, one of which was named Hugin. This name meant that its bearer was thinking, Odin's second raven was called Munin. His name can be interpreted as remembering. With the help of these birds, the ancient god collected knowledge about the world and ruled Asgard. He owed his wisdom to these feathered assistants. Looking into the glowing eyes of the monster that was glaring at him, Hyun realized that this battle was the work of Odin's followers. A vision appeared before the boy's eyes in which he saw a creepy bird that looked at him with blood-red eyes. Assessing his opponent, he realized that the mana that the Kobold Lord possessed was not lower than B rank. Jae-hyun knew that he was strong, but still, it would be difficult for him to deal with an opponent of such a level. So he allowed the thought of retreating to enter his head. An inner voice whispered to him that running away wouldn't be such a bad decision, perhaps it would even be smart. But then, seeing that Seo-ina needed help, he rushed to her without further ado. Earlier, Hyun could have run away, justifying his cowardice with the desire to live. And now, because of all the wrong decisions he made, the guy's life has become one big regret about what he could have done but didn't. He understood that he had been given a second chance, which very few people had, and he needed to take full advantage of it. Jaehyun didn't care if this fight was a test of the gods or not, but this time, he would definitely protect his comrades and not allow anything irreparable to happen to them. The guy turned to all his team members and told them to listen carefully to what he had to say. He asked his comrades to make their way to the exit as quickly as possible, and in the meantime he would hold off this creature so that they could get out calmly. Park Seon-woo began to object, because he was against the guy being left alone with this terrible opponent. But then he saw Jaehyun use his power, and the entire space burst into blue flames. Hyun said that he didn't need any help. So the guys needed to silently disappear from the battlefield so that he could calmly and without distraction deal with the wolf-like monster. Jaehyun said that this was the best solution since he couldn't fight and protect his teammates at the same time. As he spoke, the Kobold Lord had gotten so close that he now had perfect access to deal maximum damage with his strike. But despite this advantage of the enemy, Jaehyun managed to reflect this attack, but the shield was not created by him. The guy turned his head in surprise to see who had saved him from imminent death. The wolf-like monster was also surprised by this turn of events, and now bared its teeth angrily in all directions. The one who decided to help despite the mortal danger was So-ina, who was still maintaining a protective barrier around the boy. She firmly stated that she would not go anywhere because she wanted to help in the battle with this monster. She did not care at all about Hyun's opinion because it was her decision to stay. Seeing the girl's eyes that were full of determination, Jaehyun didn't even dare to argue, so he just silently looked at this beautiful and strong brunette. The guy wondered if his return and the decisions he made had affected the girl too, changing her shy nature to a more decisive one. Jaehyun said that So-ina would stay with him, but he ordered the other two team members to immediately head to the exit and quickly report what happened to the instructor. When the boys wanted to object, he looked at them with a look that urged them not to argue with him and said that he asked them to fulfill this request. Kim Jina was ready to burst into tears because she felt uneasy leaving these unfamiliar guys alone with the monster, because in fact, they sacrificed their lives for them. But then the girl gathered her strength and resolutely said that she and Park Sun-woo would not let them down. They would bring help as soon as possible. The guys left, but it was clear from their expressions that they were determined to return with help. The main thing was to hold out until that moment. Jaehyun and So-ina watched them go, realizing that a difficult battle lay ahead of them, during which they could lose their lives. The guy understood that he had enormous strength, and he also had an amazingly capable partner, but it still seemed to him that this was not enough to win. After all, when he saw the Kobold Lord and his minions towering over them, it slightly diminished his faith in his own strength. Jaehyun decided it was time to discuss their strategy with his partner, so he told Ina that he would cover her from behind. The girl took the hint, so she stepped forward, and with an uncharacteristic, confident step, walked straight towards the growling wolf-like kobolds. So Ina began to whisper a spell and call upon the sacred sword to aid her in this battle. She activated her skills and was ready to move on to the attack. Jaehyun's eyes reflected this amazing power that the brunette possessed. He understood that over the years, this incredible girl would only become stronger. The Kobold Lord also realized that he was dealing not with just a light snack, but with powerful enemies. So he jumped away from the place where Ina's power had struck. While the enemy was in confusion, Hyun did not waste time and rushed into the attack, because the moment of surprise was the only advantage they had. The guy noticed a strange wolf that followed the boss everywhere and did not leave his side for a single step. The strangest thing was that this creature's body melted when it came into contact with So-ina's power. Hyun knew that the amount of mana that the body takes in from the outside has its limit, and that this power can have devastating consequences. The guy realized with some surprise that behind the main monster there was a creature that controlled and fed him with energy while destroying its own body. He realized that most likely this was Odin's raven. Perhaps this monster simply liked to hide behind the backs of others. Jaehyun activated the item Mistletoe, which expanded his field of vision, and also received a new skill, Mana Detector. This ability allowed him to recognize the movement of energy of magical creatures. Hyun realized that with these skills he would be able to fight such a powerful enemy, so he decided it was time to stop hesitating and finally get down to business. New skills allowed the guy to see every movement and breath of energy of the wolf. Thanks to this, he could predict where the next blow would fall. The traces of energy led the boy straight to the one who was pulling the kobold's strings with his paw, like a rag doll. Hyun grinned, because he guessed that the boss was not acting on his own. He He was too strong and invulnerable, but if he killed the one who controlled him, this omnipotence would disappear. It was Odin's raven who was at the helm and led the attack with the help of others. He moved his clawed paws and directed the threads of energy so that the wolf-like monster would rush to attack. But Jaehyun saw this, so the enemies were unable to catch him off guard. Now the guy had an advantage that he would successfully use. He activated his skills, which included the super speed chain, and quietly whispered that he would tear the Kobold Lord and the one who controlled him into pieces. At this time, no less interesting events were taking place in Asgard, on which the future of many beings depended. Odin, the leader of the Asa people, asked one of his ravens named Hugin what was happening at the other end of the universe. The one whose name meant thinking said that they had located a branch of mistletoe that had disappeared from God's treasury. One of the goddesses, who was simply mesmerizing with her beauty, asked where this ill-fated branch was located. Hugin replied that the mistletoe had come to Midgard and had somehow ended up in the hands of the enemy of evil. The goddess wrinkled her nose in displeasure and began to think about how this object had been brought to people. Perhaps it was the work of old man Mimir. The red-haired god laughed merrily and said that they had nothing to worry about, because a treaty had been concluded with Asa's enemies that prevented new wars. The Valkyrie, who was standing nearby, flashed her eyes and told Thor not to be so frivolous, because in the last war, it was a branch of mistletoe that killed his brother Balder. One listened silently and analyzed every word. He did not believe in coincidences. A long life taught him that all events are somehow interconnected. The supreme god ordered Hugin to find out whether the enemy of evil had contact with the enemies of the Aesir. The crow in human form obediently said that he would carry out the order. When he turned around and began to leave, his face became visible, and it was very reminiscent of Jaehyun. Indeed, everything in this world was connected. There was a special atmosphere in the Mills Academy. Director Gu Chain leisurely rubbed his ring with intersecting triangles. When instructor Kim Seok-ki entered his office, he asked in an indifferent voice how things went with the freshman test. The man said that no one seemed to notice any outside interference in the test, so everything was calm for now. In the understanding of the Academy administration, calmly meant a battle to the death between Jaehyun and the Kobold Lord, who was a high-ranking monster. The director laughed with satisfaction, and finally, stopping polishing his ring, said that everything was going according to plan. Thinking about what was happening in the dungeon, Gu Chain decided that it was good that he had managed to borrow power from his boss. Now, no matter what the young raider did, he would be at his mercy. His eyes lit up with a mad light, and he muttered that he did all this in the name of Odin and the Aesir. Whatever the director had come up with, Jaehyun was doing quite well against the monster so far, his super-fast chain deftly heading straight for the enemy. But the overgrown wolf still managed to remain intact after such powerful attacks. It seemed that he was completely invulnerable. Even after Hyun's serious blows, the Kobold Lord still had the resources to attack the guy with his powerful claws. Jaehyun decided that he needed to change his strategy, since a head-on collision would only lead to the exhaustion of his own strength. He decided to retreat a little to get into a more advantageous position, so he jumped back. The boy approached Ina, asking if she could block enemy attacks so they wouldn't reach him. So Ina looked at him. Her gaze was uncertain, but there was also a spark of desire to do everything for the common victory. So she said that she would try to repel the enemy's attacks. Jaehyun was sure that Seo Ina fully understood the situation they were in, since she was a very reasonable girl. She knew that the mana backlash would catch up with her, and even if Hyun managed to kill the Kobold Lord, there was still a high chance that the girl would die. The guy looked at her and didn't understand why. Despite all the danger of the situation, Ina still wanted to help him. Hyun remembered a guy named Young Woo Min who was close to killing him. He trusted him, but after he was given a second chance, he promised himself that he would not trust anyone again. After all, he made a huge mistake back then, for which he paid with his life. But the guy learned that the world is cruel and unfair. However, now he realized that he wanted to trust Ina, who, despite the obvious danger for some inexplicable reason, was still by his side. He looked at the monster that was approaching him, repelling all attacks, and understood that he couldn't cope alone. So there was no time to philosophize about the fact that you can't trust anyone. Hyun made the decision to act because he felt inside that Ina would cover him and not allow the enemy's attacks to harm him. He used the super speed chain skill once again, thinking that if he hit more vulnerable areas, the effect should be better. The kobold wanted to attack back, but some powerful force stopped him, blocking his path to Hyun. Seo Ina entered the game. She kept her word and tried her best to keep the enemy at a distance and not let him get close to Jaehyun. While the boy ran to get a better position to attack, Ina covered him by activating her Force Mana Field skill. With each passing second, it was becoming more and more difficult for the girl to hold back the attacks of the wolf-like monster. Her face was sweating from the strain, but she did not retreat. Her hands began to shake slightly due to the enormous amount of energy she was using right now. But despite this, the girl successfully coped with her task and protected her teammate from enemy attacks. Jaehyun successfully made his way to where he planned. He counted on Ina, and she did not let him down. The guy remembered that once, a very wise raider told him that there is no worse death than death without faith in your comrades. He braced himself for the blow and decided that he really wanted to prove how right this smart warrior was. But no blow came, because Hyun used this distraction to confuse the wolf. The enemy expected to be attacked, but instead the guy moved to a place that was more advantageous. So Ina blinked in surprise, as she had never seen such skills used for the purpose of moving around the battlefield. She understood that in order to use the power in this way, one must very subtly control mana and sense the slightest fluctuations of energy. The Kobold Lord didn't have time to follow the guy's movements. He shook his head in different directions but saw only a quick silhouette. Trying to catch the hated enemy, the monster began to swing its weapon chaotically, trying to hit Jaehyun. Ina screamed in panic, because both her comrade and the enemy were moving so fast that she simply did not have time to use her own strength and protect Hyun. But the guy just grinned. He liked the intensity of the fight, and he clearly enjoyed annoying his opponent. Once again, Hyun decided to test his strength on this invulnerable monster. Now he changed his approach, so he hoped for success. He recalled his training with Yu Sun Yun, where he learned this technique. First, you had to shift your weight from left to right. Hyun repeated this action with pinpoint precision, even adjusting his breathing rhythm to the one he had during training with the head of the Lotus clan. Next, it was necessary to make a light upward movement. It should be practically weightless, but contain enormous power, which will help to correctly direct the force. The boy repeated everything again with incredible precision, which allowed him to easily summon power and activate a skill called Honed Sword Mastery. Following this, passive skills called Dexterous Step and Flexible Body Movements were activated. Jaehyun knew that using these abilities would make it much harder for the wolf to regenerate, so he smugly shouted that the kobold wouldn't recover so easily this time. Hyun released his power, and the world around him burst into a bright light that was trying to engulf all his enemies. When the blow hit the kobold, the creature roared in pain. The monster did not expect to be hit so hard by this attack. Jaehyun struck again, this time using his sword, which shattered into pieces from how hard he pierced the wolf. Seo Ina stood there, unable to take her eyes off what was happening, amazed at how skillfully Hyun handled his strength and weapons. When the boy finally jumped away from his enemy, he saw a notification from the Nornir system, which informed him that the connection between Odin's Raven and the Kobold Lord had been severed. Jaehyun walked through the battlefield, which was all in smoke and dust, and didn't even look towards the enemy, because he knew for sure that he was defeated. The guy noticed that there was some movement near the wolf's body, and he realized that perhaps he would be able to personally meet Odin's Raven. The creature looked like a cross between a bird and a man, about the size of an average man, but its beak and clawed hands gave it away. Hyun walked up close to the creature and asked the only question that interested him. What was Odin's purpose? The creature changed and no longer resembled a human. Now it was a huge raven, with one very remarkable detail, blood-red eyes. On the bird's neck, Hyun saw a medallion with very familiar symbols. They were intersecting triangles, exactly like the ring on the director of the Milla's Academy. The boy immediately realized that this was not a coincidence, and now he wondered how Gu Chain was connected to Odin's minions. Looking into the raven's empty eyes, Hyun realized that the creature had no intelligence, so trying to extract information from it was a futile exercise. The guy started to leave the battlefield when suddenly someone's cry distracted him from his thoughts. His name was So Ina, who despite having lost a lot of energy was safe and sound. Only at that moment did Hyun realize that this was not all the horrors they would have to endure. This was not the end, because the mana return was still waiting for both of them. At that moment, the boys were doubled over in pain, because dirty mana began to accumulate in their bodies at an incredible speed. The Nornir system activated a mana filtration process within Jae-hyun that would help him return to normal. The boy was still breathing heavily, but now he felt that the force that had twisted his insides was slowly retreating. A system notification indicated that the amount of mana in standby mode had been increased by 5%. Jae-hyun also saw a message that he had destroyed the first target of the mission, namely Odin's Raven. As a reward, the guy received 5 stat points, increased his level, and also acquired 1 empty card. Just when he thought they had escaped this mortal danger, his attention was drawn to the next message, which warned that one of the team members was in critical condition. Hyun turned around and saw that So-ina was lying on the cave floor, completely motionless, and it seemed like she wasn't even breathing. He looked again at the girl's lifeless body, and the system notified him that failure to provide timely assistance could lead to her death. After some time, the girl opened her eyes. She felt that her eyelids were incredibly heavy, and her whole body refused to obey her. Her head was splitting into pieces, and her body was twitching in small convulsions. She looked around and saw Jae-hyun sitting next to her. He was also not in the best condition. He sat with his head down and did not move at all. The girl wanted to ask what happened, but then she realized that the guy was not in a state to answer questions now. Jae-hyun reacted to the movement next to him and yawned, asking Ina if she had finally woken up. The guy stretched and asked how the brunette felt. It was difficult for her to describe her condition right away, so she decided to check the characteristics. What she saw made a strange impression on her because her mana and stamina were restored. She did not understand how this happened because she had a mana return. Ina hesitantly said that everything seemed to be fine with her, then asked how Hyun was feeling. He replied that everything was fine with him. He just dozed off from fatigue. Seo-ina looked at her teammate strangely, because if he could fall asleep next to her, it meant that he could trust her. She and Hyun approached the burnt body of the dead monster, which was still smoking. The girl asked why the guy was still here if the enemy was already defeated. Jae-hyun simply replied that he was waiting for Seo-ina to wake up because he didn't want to leave the dungeon without her. He said that he had something serious to talk to her about, and the girl was quite alarmed by this news. Hyun looked at her with a strange look that gave absolutely no hint as to what they were going to talk about. Seo-ina asked worriedly what the guy wanted to talk about, because she didn't like it when something mysterious happened around her, and Hyun was acting exactly like that now. The guy looked at her again, and after a short pause, said that he wanted to share something with Ina. The girl was surprised by this phrase, because in her life experience, there had never been such a thing as someone sharing some revelations with her. Ina was very embarrassed and blushed, because she was not used to someone having close contact with her, even if at the moment it manifested itself in conversations. At that very moment, at the entrance to the dungeon, Kim Yoo-jung began a real interrogation with partiality. She tried to get an answer from Kim Jina and Park Sun-woo. She was interested in why only they came out. Kim Ji-yeon could barely hold the red-haired beast back. Although the woman understood that she was worried about her comrades, the instructor could not allow other students to get hurt. Listening to Jae-hyun's friend's indignation, Park Sun-woo could only think about what they should do now, because it was unclear how they could help the guys. An Ho-yeon worried that Jae-hyun and Seo-ina might have died while fighting high-ranking monsters. But then the blonde's attention was drawn to a blindingly bright light that was visible from the side of the entrance to the dungeons. Kim Yoo-jung immediately rushed there, but An Ho-yeon caught her and told her not to go there because it was unclear what could have come out of the dungeon. All the students and the instructor froze in anticipation. They wanted to hope for the best, but everyone understood that the situation could turn out worse. But everyone sighed with relief when they saw who was coming out. 2 silhouettes appeared from the light of the dungeon, and when they became visible, everyone saw that Hyun and Ina were safe and sound. They had passed the most difficult test, but returned alive. Jae-hyun scratched the back of his head and asked casually if it was because of the 2 of them that they were making such a fuss. Kim Ji-yeon couldn't believe her own eyes, because the research team reported their death. She couldn't even hope that the impossible had happened. The woman realized that, judging by the mana reaction, the guys had encountered a boss in the dungeon that was no lower than B rank. Kim Yoo-jung could not hold back the tears that rolled down her cheeks like a river. She sobbed loudly, not believing that her friends were standing before her alive. She immediately rushed to them. The girl began to hug her friends tightly because it was important for her to feel that she had not imagined them. When she hugged Hyun, she was already crying uncontrollably. Yuzhen could barely say that the instructor and the researchers said that she and Ina were both dead. So Ina hugged the girl tightly in response, trying to calm her sobbing. The brunette smiled reservedly, because she was pleased that there were people who cared whether she was alive or dead. When the hugs had already gone beyond all norms of decency, Hyun told his girlfriend to finally let them go. The guy's gaze found the rest of his teammates. The guy and the girl were standing and barely holding back their tears. It was clear that they felt guilty for what happened. Jahyun looked at them one by one and told Kim Jina and Park Sun that he was grateful to them for being able to trust him. The guys wanted to return it to him, because in their picture of the world, they did the wrong thing when they abandoned them together with Ina to be torn apart by the monster. But Jahyun didn't let those words fly out, saying that it was he who ordered them to run so that the surviving boys could call for help. The guy clearly said that there was not the slightest fault in what happened. These words led to new sobs from the members of the third team. But Kim Yoo-jang clearly didn't agree. She attacked Kim Jina and Park Sun-woo and asked how they could abandon their comrades. Jahyun calmed her down, saying that in their place, he would have done the same. It was true because in the past, it was these guys who saved him, ensuring Hyun's safe escape at the cost of their own lives. So he ordered his friend to stop nagging. Jahyun told Yoo-jang to stop being angry at his teammates since it wasn't their fault what happened. Kim Yoo-jang said irritably that she was angry not because of the guy, but because of Ina, and to prove this, she hugged the brunette so tightly that she thought that the mana recoil had covered her again. The instructor still looked at the boys in amazement. It was hard for her to believe that they were actually standing in front of them alive. Jaehyun began to think about the fact that Ina now knew more about him than anyone else, since he had cured her of the effects of the mana rebound. He remembered telling her that he had healed her. He knew that he had confused the girl, but he couldn't tell her everything. He also added that it was better for people not to know about his abilities. Seo Ina understood that the guy did something special for her, so she became very embarrassed, then asked why he was hiding his skills at all. To the girl's surprise, Hyun asked if she wanted to know why a kobold lord appeared in the dungeon. Jaehyun said that the whole reason was Director Gu Chain, no matter how strange it may seem, but he was the real root of all evil. So Ina listened in surprise to the information that the head of the academy was a terrible person who used the students as puppets. The guy said the man was not the saint the media made him out to be. Gu Chain could afford to calmly get rid of those who no longer brought him practical benefit. The girl asked if that was why Hyun was so hostile towards the director. She suggested that he was hiding his power for the same reason. The guy nodded his head in the affirmative. Ina needed time to process what she had heard, but she had no reason not to believe Jaehyun. Suddenly, she asked Hyun if he remembered the words he said when they left the principal's office after the hunt. The guy thought back to that day and remembered what he had said about how you can't trust anyone within the walls of Miles, neither the director nor the instructors. Jaehyun was tensed by Ina's next question. The girl asked how much he knew about Director Gu Chain. After analyzing his behavior, she said that Hyun knew from the beginning what kind of person the director was, and acted as if he knew what would happen in the dungeons. Ina asked with concern in her voice how the guy knew all this information, which you can't just get. The girl literally began to beg for answers to her questions. Hyun never expected such a reaction from her. The guy understood that it was very dangerous to drag Ina into all this. He even thought about using the brainwashing skill that he copied from the director onto the empty card. But then he realized that the brunette had very high mana values, and she also had a strong spirit, so his skill might not work. Moreover, it was a very radical method, and the guy did not want to build friendly relations in this way. So he apologized to the girl and said that this was all he could say. Ina absent-mindedly asked why he did not want to share information with her. Jaehyun said that if he said too much, her life could be in danger, and he really didn't want that, so he wouldn't say another word. The guy was pulled out of his memories by Kim Ji-yeon, who asked him to accept her deepest apologies for not being able to free them from the dungeon. It was clear that the instructor sincerely regretted that she had not done anything for them. The woman said that she was glad that the boys had survived. Jaehyun replied that everything was fine. In a mysterious voice, he added that it wasn't the woman who lured them into a trap. Kim Ji-yeon looked at him, trying to understand what he meant. But the guy didn't explain anything else, and instead said that it was time for him to go, because he wanted to rest after the ordeal he had gone through. Jahyun turned around and headed towards the exit of the dungeons, but Seo Ina followed him, clearly not wanting to let him go. The girl anxiously asked if Hyun wanted to add any details to his story, since it would be useful for the instructor to know what had happened. When she didn't get an answer, she insisted that if something like that happened, his information could help avoid fatalities, but Hyun only said sorry. The guy looked Ina in the eyes and said that he believed that she would keep her promise and that no one would know anything about what he did. After that, he turned around and walked away, leaving Ina alone with her thoughts, which were probably very different from his own. More system notifications popped up, notifying that the guy had completed the main quest, choosing a path different from the previous one, and as a reward he received Idun's golden apple. An unpleasant conversation was taking place in the office of the director of the Milis Academy. Gu Chain was telling instructor Kim Seoki that he had disappointed him. The instructor was literally shaking, not knowing what to expect from the boss, so he tried to at least apologize. The director said that for the first time, he forgives the man. However, he added that people who do not carry out orders do not stay in his team. The director's face twisted with anger. The mask of a friendly good man fell away, and his true rotten nature emerged. He shouted, and asked if the instructor understood everything. Kim Seoki began to bow earnestly and assure that he would not repeat the failure that happened in the dungeon. The director threw some documents at the instructor's feet and said that at the next event he was required to train a puppy named Min Jae-hyun. Gu Chain's eyes flashed red, and he said that this task had to be completed 100% because his patience had clear limits. Jae-hyun's room was waiting for him, beckoning with a cozy calm. It seemed like it was not in an academy run by a tyrant, but somewhere in a residential area of a peaceful city. The guy took a shower, but it didn't help wash the thoughts out of his head, because he was constantly thinking about what happened. Images of Ina selflessly fighting for him, despite the fact that she herself almost died, and then so desperately asking him to reveal the secret of his abilities, appeared before his eyes. Jae-hyun exhaled heavily. He told himself that the test in the dungeon went much better than the last one, because then Kim Yoo-jaeng died, and An Ho-young was never able to reach his potential. He understood that in order to change the future, he needed to intervene in what was happening, although with So Ina things were different. She was able to figure everything out herself. The guy sat down on the sofa absent-mindedly and thought that they needed to be much more careful, because it was unclear how and what would affect the future. He decided to distract himself from these thoughts for now, and in order to drown out the inner voice, Hyun turned on the TV to see if there was anything interesting on. He looked at some politicians who were talking about nothing at a round table, and thought that first of all he needed to find out how Gu Chain was connected with the Aces. It was clear that the incident in the dungeon was only the beginning of everything that was in the sick head of the director, who calmly sacrificed his students. Hyun understood that if Gu Chain was connected with the Aesir, then soon the gods would come into play, against whom he would have to fight, and that's when the real fun would begin. When trouble knocks on a guy's door, he needs to be prepared, so he should speed up the learning process and devote as much time as possible to training. Jae-hyun only now noticed the voices of the men on the TV, and what they were saying caught his attention. One of the show's hosts asked what kinds of dungeons exist besides the usual ones, since the invited expert had previously mentioned that there were several types. A respectable gray-haired man explained that there are themed dungeons. They use an unusual method of action, because to pass them it is not enough to just kill the boss. Jae-hyun listened with interest and turned up the volume, because it was very rare to hear useful information on TV. The guy even got up from the couch when he heard that the main feature of these dungeons was that you couldn't get out in the middle of a raid. He chuckled and thought that he had almost forgotten about this important detail that could be useful to him in the future. The expert continued to say that raiders who got into such dungeons had to fulfill certain conditions, becoming underground characters. It was a kind of role-playing game. In themed dungeons, raiders turn their attention to rare rewards and hidden items, also known as God's gifts. The host of the program listened attentively to the fact that these gifts are the main reasons why everyone strives to get into such places, despite the intricate conditions of the cleansing. Jae-hyun suddenly had a thought. If he could get to such a place, he would be able to get everything he needed. No less interesting events were also taking place in the women's dormitory. The room, filled with sunlight, absorbed every word of the girls who spoke. Sipping hot cocoa, which had a sweetish, cloying taste. The girls tried to cope with the emotions they had experienced. Seo Ina was very sad. You could say that this is her usual state, but now she was really upset about what happened. She apologized to Yoo-jung for making her nervous with Hyun. Kim Yoo-jung waved her hand and smiled widely, saying that everything was fine, because the most important thing was that they got out of this nightmare alive. The girl said that Min Jae-hyun could sometimes behave in a bad way, so she was worried that he might have behaved like a pig with Ina, because with Yoo-jun, he could sometimes act like a complete brat, which often hurt and angered the girl. Hearing this, So Ina looked away, upset that she couldn't even share the truth with Yoo-jun. The red-haired girl quickly noticed the change in Ina's emotions, so she suspected that something was wrong after all. She pounced on the brunette with questions about what Jaehyun had done that made Ina so upset, but the girl began to object, saying that nothing bad had happened. She just felt like Jaehyun trusted Yoo-jun and she didn't understand why he was hiding a secret even from her. Ina thought it would be wonderful if Hyun relied on her a little more and trusted her a little more. She said that maybe she wasn't strong enough for the guy to trust her, a thought that upset her incredibly. Kim Yoo-jung understood that she needed to save her friend and pull her out of this depressive hole into which she could fall completely. Ina watched as her red-haired friend rose to her feet and resolutely extended her hand to her. Yoo-jun laughed cheerfully and said that it was time to forget about this idiot and go for some tasty treats that would guarantee a good mood, especially since she had one place in mind. This kind of problem-solving was something new for her. So Ina, not only was she not used to communicating with people so much, but now she was also being invited to girls' get-togethers. She carefully extended her hand to Yoo-jun, as if she was afraid of doing something wrong and scaring her only friend. Kim Yoo-jung emotionally screamed that they were going to cheer Ina up right this second. The red-haired beast pulled Ina towards the door so hard that the girl was almost scared off by such pressure. But instead of retreating, she smiled widely and decided to give in to these new emotions. Jaehyun looked at the item he received after completing the quest. It was an apple of youth, with the help of which one could slow down aging, improve healing and magical abilities. The guy realized that anti-aging and the healing power of nature were very rare skills that could make billions. But this item couldn't be sold because it was tied to the owner anyway. Hyun decided that it was worth counting the trophies first. Looking at Idun's apple, the boy remembered that he had heard very interesting news that could be useful to him. If his memory served him right, a themed A-rank dungeon was opening very soon in one of Seoul's amusement parks. It was called Thialfi's Thunder Vault, and in this place one could find the boots of speed that belonged to Thor's servant named Thialfi. Due to the colossal speed boost this item gave, all martial arts class raiders wanted to get their hands on it. Jaehyun rubbed his golden apple and thought that with these boots, he would be able to achieve a balance between agility points, mana, and durability. The boy took a bite of the apple and the world around him turned bright gold. He felt strange processes inside himself. His body would shrink and then become light as a feather. The guy would feel like he was going to throw up. Then he would feel the incredibly delicious taste of an apple. But then, in an instant, it was all over, and Jaehyun caught himself thinking that this apple tasted very ordinary, too ordinary for such an artifact. The Nornir system notified that all of the boy's skill indicators had been increased, and the level of his magical abilities had been changed. Jaehyun felt the warmth begin to spread throughout his body, and the process of increasing his stats began. The boy chuckled and thought that it was very good that the effect of the apple was much better than its taste. He warmed up a little and realized that after eating this apple it became much easier for him to move. Now he could try his luck in the dungeon. He picked up the phone and dialed the number. When he finally got an answer, he greeted his teacher and mentor. The Seoul amusement park was a real fairy tale, with music playing everywhere and parents leading their happy children to rides or shops with sweets and toys. Looking at all this cloying fun, Jaehyun thought that this place was even more shitty than usual. The guy approached the cash register and the friendly saleswoman asked what ticket he wanted to buy. He put a card in front of the girl and her eyes widened in surprise. On this card was the symbol of the Lotus Guild. The guy said that his name was Min Jae-hyun, and he was a raider and a member of this guild. Hyun said that there will be a themed dungeon here very soon, and he would really like to go into it. At this time, another ordinary school day was going on at the academy. Students were walking measuredly along the corridors looking for their classrooms. There was only one student missing, and that was the one that instructor Kim Ji-yoon was trying to find. She couldn't understand why no one had seen Jae-hyun at the school. The girl who stood at the reception said that he came yesterday evening and asked to give him a day off. She asked worriedly if there were any problems. Kim Ji-yeon reassured the employee, saying that there was no problem, she was just wondering about the student's whereabouts. The woman thought to herself how a newly arrived student could recover so quickly after that incident in the dungeon. She understood that no matter what he said, the guy dealt with psychological trauma very quickly, which distinguished him from many other students. The instructor wondered if Min Jae-hyun was so strong-willed that he could not be broken by any difficulties he faced. The receptionist was watching the instructor closely. Kim Ji-yeon didn't want to attract any attention, so she just asked him to tell the guy to find her. The girl smiled amiably and said that when she saw him, she would definitely pass on this request to him. The instructor thanked her and walked away. Looking around to make sure no one was following her, the woman left the academy building. She walked into the most remote corner of the academy courtyard. Standing in the middle of a deserted place, Kim Ji-yeon looked around once again, because she didn't want anyone to fall on her tail. When she was sure that no one was following her, she took a small earphone from a secret pocket of her work jacket and put it in her ear. The instructor introduced herself by name and said she was on the line, then asked Chief Song Ji-seok if he could hear her well. A voice came from the small earpiece, confirming that he was hearing the message and ordering him to tell what new information the instructor had found out. The woman said that she had found out that the academy's director, Gu Chain, had a hand in what happened in the dungeons during the freshman's test. The mysterious man she reported this information to asked if she had interrogated the dungeon master, Kim Seoki, and it seemed like the instructor's life was hanging by a thread. Song Ji-seok told the girl to continue to observe the director and instructor and contact him if anything came to light, but Kim Ji-yeon said she had more information. She shared her guess that the student named Min Jae-hyun, whom she mentioned earlier, also knew something about the principal. Seoul had a completely different atmosphere, but the once crowded amusement park was now suddenly deserted, and for good reason. A voice could be heard everywhere, announcing that this was not a drill and that park management was asking all visitors to leave Neverland. Jae-hyun chuckled, thinking that if he showed the Lotus Guild map, all the processes would immediately happen very quickly. The guy looked at his phone and seeing the time, he thought that it was all about to start. He remembered how during a phone conversation with his mentor, she told him that she knew that the boy's confidence was backed up by something, so he was allowed to use the guild card. But Yoo Sun-yoon had one condition, which was that if things got out of control, the guy had to take care of his own safety first. Jae-hyun was very surprised by this condition, to which the woman said that she completely trusted his skills, but would not allow him to get into mortal danger. Then the woman said that no one knew what could happen in the dungeon, but she would really like her student to get out of there alive. In place of the beautiful park, a themed dungeon called Abandoned Neverland began to be created, and the once beautiful attractions began to rust and deteriorate right before our eyes. Jae-hyun received a new quest, which consisted of 3 tasks that could be completed to obtain Thialfi's Thunder Steps. But the boy still couldn't notice all the changes that had happened to the park, because his vision wasn't strong enough to notice all the details. He remembered seeing an interview on TV with the dungeon-themed dungeon crawler, So Ah-hyun, who said that a special skill was needed to navigate. It was called accelerated thinking, and it was just incredible because it helped you see things that not everyone could notice. The guy remembered that the girl's story was very sad, because So Ah-hyun's bragging led to her getting into a bloody massacre, which led to her inevitable death. Then, Thialfi's thunderous steps had gone to another raider, but this time they were to go to Jae-hyun. The guy noticed how the sky began to change, acquiring a red tint which looked quite alarming. A few minutes later, Neverland Park was unrecognizable. It was all made up of old and rusty buildings, which looked even more eerie against the backdrop of the bloody sky. Jae-hyun looked around and decided that it would be better to take the initiative into his own hands instead of waiting for the monsters to come running to feast on his flesh. The first mission was discovered, so the Nornir system asked if the boy wanted to start a raid on the Vikings. Hyun naturally agreed. A glowing ball formed around Hyun, which was supposed to transport him to the Viking dungeon. The guy mentally prepared himself for the fact that he would have to face very strong opponents, because the Vikings were famous for their military prowess. The transfer was almost complete, and Hyun could already see the outline of the place where he had been transported. The guy also survived the synchronization with the dungeon, and in this so-called role-playing game, he will play as the warrior Thialfi, who survived the attack of the Vikings. Hyun woke up and immediately got acquainted with the history of his character, Thor, the god of thunder, kidnapped the younger sister of Chalfe in order to make the guy his servant, so the main task was to find the girl. The boy's mind flashed back to scenes of Vikings attacking a village and burning it to the ground, after which they took away Röskva, the sister of the character he was playing. Chalfe was a servant of Thor and the fastest man in the 9 worlds, having lost his family in a Viking raid. He came to hate the Aesir, who were revered by the attacking sea-wolves. The guy tried to understand what all this meant, because initially everything was not so. Perhaps the split of the Aesir and Nornir was again to blame. The guy was pulled out of these thoughts by a strange voice that called him by the name of Thor's servant, which meant that he had completely transformed into his character. Hyun opened his eyes and tried to understand where he was, because he couldn't come to his senses. The place where he came to seemed familiar to him, but his head hurt so much that it made it difficult to think. Apparently, he was on the ship that was stolen to rescue Röskva, and the guy who tried to bring him to his senses was Frederick, and it was he who came up with the plan to capture this ship. When Jae-hyun's mind returned to relative normal, he wanted to convince Frederick that everything was okay with him, but something prevented him from doing so. The sudden crack of the planks from which the ship was made drowned out all sounds and words. Every man on the ship tried to find what had destroyed part of the deck. The force of the impact was so powerful that unsecured barrels and some crew members rolled across the deck. Through the sea fog, it became noticeable that alien ships were approaching, almost catching up with the vessel that Jae-hyun was on. One after another, enraged warriors began to jump onto the deck, hardly intending to leave anyone alive. Frederick hesitated, not knowing what to do. It was clear that in stressful situations he became confused and could not immediately enter the fight. Jae-hyun didn't know what was going on or who these warriors were, but he knew that the search for Röskva would have to be put on hold for now. He turned to a shocked Frederick and said that he would deal with these troublemakers. Frederick shouted that it was too dangerous to go into battle alone. He tried to stop Hun in the form of Tialfi from such a reckless act. Jae-hyun jumped from his ship to the enemies, deciding that destroying the enemy in the very center of his lair would be more productive. The enemy crew members looked in surprise at the daredevil who risked taking such a desperate step alone. One of the crew members pointed his finger at Hyun and started laughing loudly, saying that the guy should have cowered in a corner like a rat instead of going on an enemy ship. His enemies shouted at him that he was a brainless idiot who had brought his own death closer by his own actions. But the guy didn't pay attention to the screams because his attention was attracted by something more interesting. Behind the screaming men, there was a fragile girl whose movements were constrained. It seemed that this was the very same Röskva that needed to be found. But looking closely at the tied-up girl's face, Hyun realized that it was very familiar to him. He remembered the boastful dungeon conqueror, So Ah-hyun, and realized that it was her. But a new question arose. How did this girl end up here? The boy's suspicions were confirmed when the Nornir system notified that Tjalfa Röskva's younger sister had been discovered. So Ah-hyun was a young and promising girl who was not in the last place in the raider rankings. She had a simply brilliant mind and showed great promise of becoming the greatest raider of her time. Seo Ah-hyun was not one of those shy people, so she openly showed that she considered herself a very cool thing. But somehow, during an emergency message in Neverland Park, when the girl decided to go to the toilet, she was sucked in and locked in the dungeon. The probability of a person being sucked into the dungeon was incredibly small, and the possibility that that person would be So Ah-hyun was unthinkable. Finding herself locked in a parallel space, the girl began to rack her brains, trying to figure out how to get out of this nightmare. She didn't plan on dying in this horrible place, so she needed to use her genius brain and come up with some kind of plan. Seo Ah-hyun wandered around this gloomy place and thought that someone must have noticed that she was missing, which meant that a task force must have been sent to search for her. She waited for at least someone to come to her aid, but no one was visible. But after some time, she saw a silhouette moving among the shadows. Seo Ah-hyun followed this mysterious guy, watching what he was doing in this place. She didn't dare to show herself to him yet. Judging by his mannerisms and appearance, it didn't look like the guy was an operative, so the question of who he was remained open. The girl decided that she needed to follow him, because just sitting around doing nothing was a bad option. But this way, perhaps, she would be able to find a way out of this place. All these actions led So Ah-hyun to where she was now, into the clutches of evil bandits who hardly wished her well. Jae-hyun realized that she most likely didn't listen to the warning and didn't leave the Neverland territory. And now, because she was swallowed up by the dungeon due to her own fault, Jaehyun was forced to stay with her. But the guy was not allowed to feel sorry for himself, because he was left alone with this arrogant person. The enemies decided that it would be nice if he felt their arrows on himself. The arrows flew straight at Jaehyun. They threatened to pierce him, and after that, the enemies could easily throw him overboard. But Hyun wasn't too bothered by these arrows, as he had easily built a protective barrier around himself that was capable of repelling any attack. The guy fought back and was angry that there were always some dubious characters around him, among whom was now So Ah-hyun. After the arrows stopped flying straight at his face, Jaehyun switched from defense to offense and, gathering his strength into a fist, attacked his opponents. Boards and splinters flew, and amid the dust and chaos it was noticeable that the enemies began to scatter across the deck like rats. Hyun thought that he should start thinking more optimistically, because even though So Ah-hyun was an upstart of sorts, she could help in clearing the dungeon. Jaehyun wasn't even given a chance to think properly before another thug was flying at him, trying to chop off his head with his axe. The guy deftly dodged the attack, jumping just a couple of centimeters to the side, and the enemy's axe crashed loudly into the wooden deck. Jaehyun continued to think about what to do with So Ah-hyun. He came to the conclusion that if he couldn't throw her out, he should at least use her. He then deftly punched the warrior straight in the jaw as he tried to attack him again. Hyun realized that before he could make any grand plans, he needed to deal with all these idiots who were trying to take his life. The guy stretched his neck and decided that it wouldn't be that difficult to deal with ordinary sea robbers. So he growled menacingly that he didn't have time to start a grand battle, so it would be nice if this bunch of rats attacked him all at once. When the battle finally ended, all members of the attacking crew lay motionless on the deck of their own ship. The guy approached the girl and said that she could stop pretending to be a sleeping beauty, because he saw how she blinked unnoticed. He asked her if she was really Roskva in this RPG that the themed dungeon created. The girl smiled slyly and said that it seemed that she had been discovered. She assumed that it was Thialfi standing in front of her. Jaehyun crouched down to be on the same level as her and said that the girl was absolutely right. Suddenly, Jaehyun punched right next to where So Ah-hyun's head was. She screamed because she didn't expect such behavior from the guy at all. Hyun said he could see right through her, so he advised her to get rid of any idea of probing him. So Ah-hyun looked at the guy with a shocked look and didn't know what to answer, because he literally read her thoughts and intentions. The Nornir system has notified that Hyun has successfully completed the first quest, Thialfi's Revenge, so he will now be transported to another location. Jaehyun and So Ah-hyun were transported to the abandoned Neverland Park. They sat at a table near a coffee shop and both realized that they were stuck in this place with each other's company. The girl looked at her forced companion and analyzed him. He was a mage, but moved like a raider from a combat class. They were the same age, and the guy clearly had a shitty character. She didn't understand why she had come across this particular unpleasant character about whom absolutely nothing was known. Finally, Jaehyun broke the silence and asked what skills So Ah-hyun had, because if they had to move together, they needed to know what kind of help he could count on. The girl said that she could increase another raider's sword proficiency, which could be very useful in battle. She thought to herself that there were few awakened people among the middle school students, so she had hope that she could use the boy for her own purposes and then escape. Jaehyun said that he was willing to bet that the girl had some other skills that she preferred not to talk about. He advised her to tell everything honestly, because he really didn't like lies. So Ah-hyun continued to insist that she only had a D-rank skill called Initial Sword Mastery Compensation. The guy didn't trust his companion, so he decided to mention that there was such a skill as Acceleration of Thought. The girl immediately fell silent because she realized that Hyun knew more than she would like. He was not as simple as one might initially think. Jaehyun said that it seems to slow down time and speed up the user's thought process. Usually this skill is used to make quick decisions. But he was also effective in analyzing the enemy. Raising his eyes and meeting So Ah-hyun's gaze, the guy asked if he was really wrong. The girl was completely confused because she couldn't even imagine that Hyun had this information. She tried to find out how he knew it. But instead of answering, Jaehyun said that he couldn't take So Ah-hyun with him, because apparently she was just looking for an opportunity to take advantage of him. The guy gave the girl a displeased look and said that the people around her were not as stupid as she thought. Hyun turned around and started to walk away, and at that moment the girl began to realize that she had underestimated her companion, so she had no choice but to rush after him and talk frankly. With tears in her eyes, she begged him not to leave. The girl admitted that every word he said about her was the pure truth, and said that she would simply die alone. Jae-hyun looked at her, and his eyes reflected complete indifference. He asked why he should suddenly trust the one who lied before. Seo-ah-hyun said that she would prove her words. This phrase intrigued the guy. His eyes sparkled slyly, and he offered to sign a contract. The girl immediately perked up, thinking that she still had a chance to get out of this place with the help of the guy. But when Seo-ah-hyun looked at the terms of this contract, her face twisted in displeasure because they were far from all the points she wanted to fulfill. The main points of the contract were that Seo-ah-hyun had no right to harm Jae-hyun. She had to obey the guy's orders, and their conversations had to remain a secret. In turn, Jae-hyun guaranteed the girl complete safety until the moment of clearing the dungeon, but she was not very impressed with these conditions, so she grabbed her head, thinking how to get out of it. Hyun was sure that despite her internal resistance, the girl would agree to the conditions, because she simply had no other choice. The submission skill was a subtype of the brainwashing skill that Hyun now possessed, and with the help of the contract, it would be possible to maintain power over the girl and protect himself from her attacks. He smiled, because he had come up with a great idea that provided the best way to keep an unreliable companion on a short leash. The girl understood that she didn't have much of a choice, so she fell for the guy's trick and accepted the terms of the contract. The shackles around Seo-ah-hyun closed, and she finally realized what she had agreed to. But for her, this was the only way to get out of the dungeon. The Nornir system notified that the girl had been put into a state of subordination, which would not be removed even after clearing the dungeon, since it was related to the contract. Jae-hyun chuckled and said that there was nothing to be angry about since the conditions were normal. He jokingly added that at least he didn't take her soul, but the girl angrily replied that she didn't want anyone to get into her head. Then Hyun advised her to terminate the contract, since he was not forcing her to do anything, but then she would have to cope with her difficulties on her own. The girl, with unrealistic enthusiasm, said that she would spare no effort and make sure that the two of them got out of the themed dungeon. The events that were taking place were closely monitored by the higher powers, especially what Jae-hyun was doing was of interest to the inhabitants of the Hell Temple. The goddess concluded that the young hero was trying and making a good effort, since the Aesir's looks became even more angry. Hell smiled. She liked that the guy followed her advice and trained tirelessly. Stroking the Garma's prickly fur, she thought that if she left her place, the enemies would definitely make a noise. The goddess was deep in thought, and then one thought finally came to her mind. She thought that Hela should come into play and become her eyes. After all, Hel understood well that they needed to gain time until the child they had chosen for their purposes was ready to carry out their plan. In Neverland, things were the same, only the sounds changed. The creaking of the rides were replaced by the slamming of doors that swung freely due to the strong wind that howled in the empty buildings. Jae-hyun walked silently through this post-apocalyptic place. Seo-ah-hyun trailed behind and did not know how to start a conversation because it was already unbearable for her to remain silent. The girl finally decided to break this silence, so she asked the most obvious question. She was interested in where they were going. The guy replied that he wanted to look into the haunted house. Perhaps there was a clue that would help him get out, but the girl did not hear anything, because she was shocked by this unexpected news. Hyun noticed this sudden change in her behavior, so he asked if the girl was afraid to go there. Seo-ah-hyun began to put on her courage and ask where the guy saw a schoolgirl who would be scared of such a trifle as a haunted house. Hyun chuckled and said that one of those schoolgirls was standing right in front of him and pretending that she was not scared by the childish game. The girl indignantly said that she was not afraid of anything. Seeing Seo-ah-hyun's face puffed up with irritation and anger, the guy ironically said that he believed every word she said. Then his expression became surprisingly serious, and he ordered her to get ready, because soon they would be entering the haunted location. The girl's face changed into a caricature. Fear was literally radiating from her. It was surprising that a raider like her would back down in front of such a trifle. Jae-hyun was about to go through the portal that would lead him to this sinister house, but the girl started whining that she hadn't had time to take a deep breath yet. The guy didn't pay attention to her screams, So he went inside, and a second later they were already standing in a new location where their raid was supposed to begin. They found themselves in front of a haunted house. The building was made in the Gothic style. It turned out to be old and dilapidated. This made it even more gloomy. Jae-hyun immediately asked what role Seo-ah-yeon had in this themed dungeon, and she replied that she was the cameraman. The guy said that he should play as a horror streamer. It was clear that something very interesting, in the bad sense of the word, was waiting for them in the house. Out of nowhere, a strange voice of a man was heard, who said that there had been no guests in this building for a very long time. Jae-hyun and Seo-ah-hyun didn't even notice how the huge caretaker of the house appeared right behind them, and said that the doors of this abode were open for them. The boys slowly turned to face this mysterious caretaker of the house, and the guy noticed that his companion's face was becoming increasingly anxious. It seemed as if she was about to run away from here. The man, whose eyes resembled two bottomless holes, said that his name was Alfred. He was the butler of Countess Flander, and the lady ordered him to meet the guests. After these words, Hyun received a system message about a new quest, which was to uncover the secret of the old mansion, capture the truth on camera, and find a way out. Alfred pushed the door. It opened with a terrible creak, which echoed in the guys' heads and made Seo-ah-hyun hide behind her companion's back. The butler invited them to enter the mansion. Jae-hyun listened as the caretaker of the house said that his mistress had ordered that they be provided with everything they needed. The question arose as to what exactly Countess Flandir would give them. The girl behaved surprisingly quietly. She was afraid to even squeak, because it seemed to her that this man was capable of biting off her head in an instant. When they entered, they found themselves in a real Gothic castle, inside which a heavy atmosphere reigned. Alfred said that he would take them to the refectory, because the guys were probably hungry from the journey. For some reason, the guy's gaze fell on a strange vase that did not fit into the gloomy style of the mansion at all. It was snow-white and seemed to sparkle against the black interior. There were beautiful white lilies in it, but as he came closer, Hyun noticed a note that was attached to the vase. It said that these flowers were brought for the most beautiful but stupid girl. This phrase made Jae-hyun wary, because in the back of his mind there were thoughts that this girl was unlikely to have lived to this moment. He was distracted from these thoughts by the surprised sigh of his companion, who was admiring some painting that hung on the wall. The painting depicted a little blonde girl, her eyes full of joy, and next to her sat a fluffy dog, who obediently allowed herself to be captured in the painting. Butler Alfred told the boys that in front of them was a portrait of Countess Flander herself, along with her beloved dog Sean. The girl in the painting was no more than 12 years old. Hyun guessed that the Countess treasured her childhood memories to hang this painting. The butler confirmed this guess, but his voice was so gloomy that it sent shivers down one's spine. Then he turned his head and the guy saw his eyes, which were not at all like human ones. Alfred said that the lady had many happy memories of her childhood. Hyuna was alarmed by these words, but Seo-ah-hyun seemed like she was about to die of fear, because if you listened closely, you could hear the chattering of her teeth. The butler pointed towards a dark corridor and said that the boys should follow him. Jae-hyun understood that they were heading straight into the enemy's lair. They had no advantage since they didn't know this territory. They needed to concentrate if they didn't want the trap to snap shut, and they would remain in this dungeon forever, only not alive, but as forgotten corpses. The guy analyzed the situation, and it was strange for him that in the previous mission the system explained the situation, but this time he would have to dig everything up himself. Seeing the darkness they were about to step into, Seo-ah-hyun recoiled in horror. Her hands clutching the camera she was unlikely to be able to use, as she was shaking all over. Jae-hyun asked if the girl was okay. He said that he was becoming more and more sure that Seo-ah-hyun was lying about not being afraid. His companion growled that she just needed time to get used to the situation. They walked along a dark corridor, and the guy heard the chattering of teeth. He understood the girl's fear. But they should not give in to emotions, because this could contribute to their premature death. After a few tense minutes, they entered a spacious dining room. The table was set for many people, and the aromatic food was just beckoning to be tasted. The butler did not explain why there were so many portions on the table. He simply said that the boys should help themselves, since the Countess had prepared it all for them. The man's eyes became even more frightening. He wished them a pleasant appetite and said that he would return as soon as they finished their meal, but his words could be interpreted as if they finished it alive. It seemed that So Ah-hyun also caught this subtle hint, because she began to shake even more violently, and she acted as if she wanted to sit down and cry like a child. The boys stood and silently looked at all these treats, which looked too appetizing. Seo Ah-hyun broke the silence by saying that anyone who was there would understand that it was better not to even touch this food. Jae-hyun suggested sneaking into another place and exploring the mansion, since while the butler was distracted, there was a good opportunity to slip away. The girl said that in her opinion, it was necessary to wait with the escape because some information could be collected in this room. Without waiting for the guy's answer, she closed her eyes and began to call upon her power to find out what secrets this room held. The girl activated her accelerated thinking skills and began to look around in search of some kind of clue. Her power prompted her to examine the antique chest of drawers and pay attention to the contents of the dining table. Her eyes moved from one object in the room to another, her gaze tenacious, never missing a thing. Her head was filled with new information, and now all that was left was to analyze it all and find useful clues. Jae-hyun saw Seo Ah-hyun's eyes sparkle with excitement. Fear turned to interest, and she exclaimed that she had managed to find out something new about this mansion. The guy thought that his companion had done it too quickly. It turned out that a unique skill was serious after all. He asked her to lay out everything she had learned. Seo Ah-hyun said that everything in this room indicated that the owner here was a little girl. Hyun asked in surprise why she decided so. The girl said that if you just looked more closely, you would notice that the chair at the head of the table, where the lady was supposed to sit, was much lower than all the others. Visually comparing the chairs, the guy realized that this was indeed the case. This discovery indicated Countess Flanders' small build. Another confirmation of So Ah-hyun's guess was that the shelves in the lobby were positioned very low and the dirt on the handles was only visible at the bottom. Jae-hyun agreed that many things in this mansion were indeed very strange and peculiar. The guy said that since they had examined this room, they should pay attention to the others. Perhaps they would find even more interesting facts. So Ah-hyun finally completely forgot about her fear and began to film everything around her with a camera. She admired that this equipment was very expensive and high quality. She babbled that she would like to take her with her. But when the girl saw that her words seemed to fly past Hen's ears, she tensed up. Walking around the guy and stopping next to his face, she asked what happened, because so far everything was going quite well. Jae-hyun said gloomily that now was not the time to be happy about some camera. Right now they were locked in the dungeon, and it was pointless to be distracted from searching for a way out of this place. Outside the themed dungeon, very interesting events were taking place. 2 hours after its appearance, helicopters were already flying into the epicenter of the event, and the press was running. The reporter said on camera that according to witness testimony, inside the dungeon was a raider from the Lotus Guild and a middle school student, So Ah-hyun. Leaning against the wall, the two men listened to the information that it was still unknown whether the boys had managed to get out alive. One of them scratched his head and said that he was about to get a promotion, and this situation could change the order of things. The second one said that he agreed with his comrade because no one knew that the underground would appear in the park, and this could lead to human casualties. Both civil servants were worried that their ratings might go downhill at the civilian council. An employee named Song Jiseok Sunbae said that even after the goblin incident they could still be demoted. His interlocutor said ironically that his words gave hope. Lighting a cigarette, the man was indignant that all the troubles had fallen on their heads again. He told the second employee to check the profiles of the stranded teenagers. Jiseok Sunbae, the one who found An Ho-young and Jae-hyun near the pile of goblin corpses, opened the first file and recognized Hyun's face in the profile photo. The civil servant raider was extremely surprised by the fact that this guy was a member of the Lotus Guild. He remembered hearing that Hyun had entered the Milla's academy, but had the guild really hired him that quickly? Seeing Sunbae's tense face, his colleague dropped the cigarette from his hands and asked if there was some other strange creature in the dungeon. Jiseok Sunbae relaxed a little and said that it wasn't that. He thought that they had a chance to clear the dungeon. After all, the man's memory still had fresh memories of the incredible abilities of this young raider. While walking around the mansion, the guys came across some creepy doors, which of course were locked, and which Jae-hyun naturally wanted to get into. When Seo Ah-hyun saw them, she was ready to burst into tears from fear, because all the cliched horror movies she had ever watched immediately came to mind. The guy was inclined to think that if something was closed behind heavy doors, then they wanted to hide it, or lure two curious guests into a trap. A decision had to be made. When he wanted to touch the door to open it, the girl cried out of fear, saying that standing under it until death was also a good idea. Hyun tried to calm her down, saying that there was definitely an exit to this dungeon, she just needed to find it. From these words, Hyun actually began to feel a little better, because this obvious phrase just needed to be heard to maintain her spirit. She suddenly became bolder, wiped the tears from her cheeks, and said that she wanted to go and look around a little. While his companion was wandering around somewhere, Jae-hyun decided to sum up everything he had managed to find out about this strange mansion. It was obvious that the hostess of the house was not at all happy with her guests, because he could easily open the door that led to the exit. Since even so Hyun was able to get out, the strength requirements here were quite simple. Jae-hyun realized that they would always be unlucky, and at some point a sharp turn of events would happen. As soon as this thought flashed through the guy's head, he immediately heard Hyun's cry from the yard, calling him to come to her. The girl came out to meet him, and said worriedly that something strange had happened to the camera. Hyun rolled his eyes and said that the girl was making a big deal out of nothing as usual. But when he looked at the camera, he realized that something was indeed very wrong. To be more precise, the guy was even a little shocked by what he saw. The camera captured the butler Alfred lying on the dining table covered in blood. It was obvious that he was dead, but where this photo came from remained a mystery. Hyun's eyes immediately filled with tears, and with a trembling voice, she said that the creepy man was dead. The guy realized that everything they saw was fake, and the camera could reveal things that were not visible to the naked eye. The Nornir system announced that the guys had solved the first mystery of the mansion by 70%. Jae-hyun wondered wearily if this was just the beginning of their exciting journey through the haunted house. He and Hyun looked again at what the camera was showing, saw the differences, and realized that this technology could see things that were invisible to the human eye. The girl made a conclusion and said that there was also a place for the cameraman in this quest, because the camera was the key to understanding what was happening. The guy completely confirmed her words. Hyun looked at the girl in a new way. Until this moment, he did not understand how such a coward could clear the dungeon. Now he realized that during the thought process, she calmed down. Jae-hyun thought out loud that now they needed to figure out what exactly the camera was showing and how it related to the exit from the dungeon. The guy pointed the camera lens at the table and looked at the picture again, after which he concluded that Alfred was not real. Therefore, the camera showed either the past or the future. Hyun thought about these words and said that there was indeed logic in them. The dungeon theme represented the secrets of the mansion, meaning there was little point in showing the future. The girl quickly came to this conclusion and understood what was happening. It became clear to her that the lens was showing them the past. Fresh food on the table and a dead butler. All this had already happened. The past was captured on the screen, in which the secrets of the house were hidden. Hyun looked at the food that had seemed so appetizing at first, and now she began to feel sick just from the sight of it. She finally figured out that the food wasn't put out there to be eaten. Jae-hyun confirmed her guess completely. But the guy didn't really care about food, because now all his thoughts were revolving around why the butler died, or who or what had brought his death closer. He turned to look at his companion and saw that she was doubled over. Hyun said that now was not the time to back down due to a weak stomach. The guy came closer and demanded that the girl give him the camera. She didn't really want to do it, but she had no choice, because she signed a contract that obliged her to obey Hyun's orders. While Hyun was muttering something under her breath, Jae-hyun noticed that he had recently started to feel a weak flow of mana. He thought that most likely these were visions or illusions that this mystical place sent. It was one of the frequent mana traps. The boy decided to activate the absolute calculation skill to see if there was any unexpected danger near them. In the dark corner of the room, two eyes sparkled, after which a system notification came that the skill could not be activated, and then it was reported that it could not be used at all. This was quite disappointing for Hyun, but at the beginning of the quest it was said that some skills would not be usable, so he was not very surprised by this turn of events. Noticing that his companion was curiously rummaging around the room, Jae-hyun asked what she was doing there, which even stopped bothering him with her whining. Ignoring this taunt, the girl said that apparently there was a device in the room for unlocking the door. She was shaken by the dust she had collected while conducting the search and said that the only thing that was clear from the camera was that the food on the table represented Alfred's corpse. Seo Ah-hyun guessed that there should most likely be some kind of key in this room. If they find it, it will help them move on. The guy thought about this assumption and realized that it made sense. All that remained was to figure out where this key could be located. A sudden thought crossed Hyun's mind, and he broke into a satisfied smile, saying that he seemed to know what they needed to do next. His eyes lit up with a bright light, meaning he had activated the mana locator skill. This helped him to see an object that was emitting waves of mana, although weak, but quite noticeable. The mana came from a dish that was right in front of the Countess's chair. It was something like jelly that emitted a purple glow. Jae-hyun thought that he knew there was something wrong with this dish, because it stood out from the rest, and was placed next to the place of the hostess of the house. The guy knew that the blocking spell was usually associated with some objects or formulas. Therefore, in order to remove these magical restrictions, you must first find and then get rid of these objects. Jae-hyun told his companion that inside the jelly was a key that could be the answer to their questions. The girl stared at the dish in surprise, wondering why she hadn't come up with this idea herself. She was afraid to even think that inside the delicacy was hidden the key that would answer the question of who killed the butler. Seeing Seo Ah-hyun's expression, the guy asked in a mocking voice if she was scared. The girl irritably shouted that she was not afraid of anything. She rolled up the sleeves of her jacket and said that she just needed to get the desired object out of this jelly. She could easily handle it herself. So Ah-hyun reached her hand straight into the cool jelly and began searching for the key there with disgust. In fact, she was not picking around in the jelly, but in the box, inside which was the butler's corpse, it was just all hidden behind a masking spell. When the girl was already beginning to feel that she was becoming unbearably scared and tears were clouding her eyes, she realized that she had managed to cope with this task. Pulling out her hand, she saw that she was covered in either jelly or the remains of a corpse, but the most important thing was that she had the key. After that, notifications from the system began to arrive that the guys had successfully destroyed the illusory blocking spell. After clearing the dungeon, they would be awarded an additional reward. What was left of the butler watched what was happening with great interest, because the most interesting part was about to begin. Listening to the guy's conversation, he thought that it seemed like the guests weren't enjoying the food, which meant he should intervene. After all, they were his guests, so they couldn't allow negligence. It was impolite. The creature that was once the butler, Alfred, said out loud that he could not disappoint his mistress, so he would give the guests the best reception. The dead man began to dissolve into a blue haze, which was a very alarming sign for our heroes, because it meant that he would soon appear before them. But while the boys were unaware of the danger, they went out into a spacious corridor, which was illuminated by beautiful chandeliers. For a second, their fear even receded, and they admired the interior. Seo Ah-hyun didn't forget that they were on a mission, so she kept her eyes on the camera that could show the secrets that were hidden behind the beautiful facade. And so it was, in fact, the beautiful room concealed bloody details, because in the past, there were soft toys scattered everywhere, and the floor was covered in blood. Watching all these horrors, the girl understood that some kind of tragedy had happened here, so when the guy stopped, she almost crashed into him because she did not immediately return to reality. Stopping in front of the huge doors, Jae-hyun said that it looked like there was a guest room in front of them. The girl agreed, arguing that usually after dinner guests are escorted to their bedrooms. Traces of blood led in that direction, which meant that they were moving correctly. He looked at the camera again and saw that there was a huge pool of blood flowing right from behind the doors, which meant they definitely needed to visit that room. Jae-hyun confirmed her worst fears and said that they needed to go inside. The girl was not eager to visit a place where someone had died such a horrible death. The guy reminded his companion that they needed to clear the dungeon, and to do this they needed to explore all the suspicious corners of the house. He asked if she really wanted to hang around here until old age. The girl replied that of course she understood the need to go in there, but she still really didn't want to do it. Hyun said that in that case, she should shut up and just follow him. He ordered her to notify him if anything strange happened. He opened the door and walked in. The first sensation he felt was a frosty chill that ran across his skin as soon as the room became visible to his eyes. The guy looked around, but saw only a deserted space, where clearly no one had lived for a long time and perhaps no one had even entered. Jae-hyun said that if the camera showed traces of blood in this room, then there must be some clues here. Suddenly, an icy cold blew. At first, the guy thought he saw white curtains swaying, but when he turned his head, he realized that it wasn't them at all. He slowly turned around completely, and then saw that standing at the far wall was the ghost of a girl who glowed against the darkness of the night. She was dressed in white clothes that were stained with blood. Her beautiful blonde curls fell like a waterfall onto her shoulders, which were also covered in blood. Her mouth was stitched shut, and her teeth were visible through her torn cheek. She raised her fragile little hand and pointed her index finger at Hyun, or rather at what was standing behind him. At first, Jae-hyun didn't understand anything, but then he felt someone's presence behind his back. Without turning his head, he already knew that Alfred was standing there. Then there was darkness, and when the boy opened his eyes again, he saw a weak light that illuminated the damp and cold dungeon. He opened his eyes wider and saw a strange silhouette looming over him, looking at him with blood-red eyes. This is what helped him come to his senses as quickly as possible, because when you see something like this, you want your vision to clear up as quickly as possible. But it wasn't some new monster, but an old and well-known one, with So Ah-hyun hovering over him and trying to bring him to his senses. The girl sat on her knees in front of him and anxiously asked if he was feeling better. Hyun told her not to scream so loudly because his ears were already ringing. The guy started looking around and realized that they were in a very bad situation because they were locked in some kind of basement. There were chains and traces of blood everywhere. Hyun thought that although he expected such an attack, he couldn't even react. It remained to understand what part of the dungeon this was and where they ended up. He stood up and began to stagger around the basement, trying to find some kind of clue, but the girl got ahead of him, saying that while he was unconscious, she used accelerated thinking and looked around. She shared her findings that the moss and dampness suggested they were in an underground prison, which also showed signs of torture. So Ah-hyun was surprised that such creepy attributes were in the young countess's mansion. The guy walked up to the bars, grabbed them with his hand, and began to think about how he could get out of their cell. He said it was a quest, which meant there had to be a key somewhere around here, so he activated his power, hoping it would help him find the exit. Jae-hyun activated a skill called Silence, and made a very unexpected move, punching straight at the grate with all his might. This behavior surprised and frightened the girl very much. She did not want to make noise. She thought that if they attracted unnecessary attention, they could end up in a place of torture. The guy's plan worked. The grate was destroyed and part of the wall fell out, so now the way was open for them. Jae-hyun said that they should move as quietly as possible, because it would be bad if Alfred or anyone else noticed them. Seo Ah-hyun indignantly asked if that was the reason he smashed the bars to pieces. Hyun turned to her and replied irritably that instead of chatting in vain, she could have thought of a way for them to get out. While his head was turned towards his companion, the guy did not notice how some kind of glare was approaching them very quickly. When he noticed it, it was already too late. Some strange lump was flying straight towards him at full speed. The guy didn't have time to react or do anything, as some small creature had already crashed into his chest. He picked up the creature and couldn't believe he was holding a small puppy in his arms with a key in its teeth. It was the strangest thing that had ever happened to him. Expecting something bad, the girl shouted for Hyun to immediately let go of the puppy and not to harm him, and the puppy may not be as simple as it seems at first glance. The guy picked up the fluffy little thing and said that judging by the mana he could feel, it was an ordinary dog, and the key in its teeth seemed very ordinary. It seemed like an innocent creature was stuck here too. But So Ah-hyun objected, saying that keys aren't easy to find in dungeons, and the puppy could just be a trap. When the fluffy lump heard these words, he growled angrily and bared his teeth at the girl. So Ah-hyun bared her teeth at him in response, because she didn't trust small, harmless creatures, and it was usually these creatures that dealt the most painful blows. The Nornir system sent a notification about a new quest called Flandir's Diary, the essence of which was that you need to get into the Countess's room on the 4th floor and read the diary. The guy thought that he could get a good reward for it, because at stake was the removal of restrictions on skills in a themed dungeon. Without letting go of the little puppy, Hyun thought that the task was directly related to the secrets of the estate. Perhaps they would finally lift the curtain of mystery. So Jae-hyun, Seo Ah-hyun, and their new furry friend went to the 4th floor in search of the Countess's room to steal her personal diary and read all the secrets hidden there. The boy released the puppy from his arms and said that although they had reached their approximate destination, the mansion was so big that he had no idea where to go next. Seo Ah-hyun whined, saying that the camera had also been taken away, so all they could do was look around and rely on their own eyesight and attentiveness. Jae-hyun stopped listening to the girl somewhere in the middle of her sentence, because some strange feeling pierced his body. His companion also noticed this change, saying that she suddenly felt somehow anxious and cold. So Ah-hyun turned her head very slowly and saw what she had been afraid of from the very beginning, a ghost, specifically the corpse of a little girl floating in the air. This time they were able to get a better look at her face, or rather what was left of it. Instead of eyes, there were two black holes, and her tortured mouth was roughly sewn up with threads. Hyun had already prepared for a new fight, because after the last visit of this ghost, the butler appeared, and then he fell into oblivion. The guy felt someone tugging at his sleeve. When he turned around, he was surprised by the words of his companion, who said that they just needed to move on. Now was not the time to communicate with the ghost. But Hyun pushed the girl's hand away and turned to the ghost, asking why she was still here. He asked the ghost of the little countess what she needed in this mansion, since she could not leave it even after death. The ghost didn't even move. On the contrary, it seemed to be frozen in place and was not going to move anywhere. It seemed as if she was trying to convey some kind of message. Jae-hyun guessed that perhaps she was here to help him and his companion. After these words, the ghost of Countess Flandir approached them a few small steps. It seemed that the guy guessed her intention. The guy asked her to tell him where exactly the little lady's private chambers were. Hyun didn't even expect it, but the girl's wounded hand suddenly rose up and pointed in the direction. Her bloody index finger directed the boys to the very end of the span. Jae-hyun turned to the girl and sincerely thanked her for her help, but her face did not express any emotions. It was understandable why, because in front of him was only a dead shell. The guy added that if he had such an opportunity, he would definitely send the girl to heaven. Seo Ah-hyun looked sadly at this child who was brutally killed. Her heart filled with pain, but Hyun said that it was time for them to go, and she obeyed. The end of the flight was even more gloomy than those corners of the mansion they had already visited. Dark shadows crawled out of every nook and cranny, and this atmosphere inspired real horror. Outside the themed dungeon, there was a real bustle. Two men were sitting at a long negotiating table, engaged in a tense conversation. One of the government officials asked his interlocutor if he really meant to say that the Lotus Guild would take responsibility for this dungeon incident. Park Sung-jae, deputy head of the Lotus Guild, answered this question and said that the government raider understood everything correctly. Sung-jae explained that they would be able to avoid the wrath of the public, and the civil council directed towards the Raiders Association by using the responsibility of the Lotus Guild as a shield. But in exchange, they must promise that the information about Min Jae-hyun will remain a secret, as Yoo Sun-yoon asked for. The state raider thought about it, as it was hard to believe that such a guild would act for the sake of some newbie who was still studying at Mila's academy. Park Sung-jae shook his head and said that he couldn't give a reason for such behavior, since it was a guild secret. After thinking for a while, the man said that it would be even better for their side, so they would agree to Lotus's conditions. But if the raid into the dungeon failed, their agreement would have to be revised. The deputy head of the guild said that there was no need to worry about the raid failing. After all, if Jae-hyun wasn't capable of handling something like this, Lotus wouldn't have stepped in and helped him. While the men were talking, more interesting events were taking place in the themed dungeon, namely the attack of the living armor. Seo Ah-hyun looked at the scattered pieces that were left by the monsters and thought that this was all just unrealistic. It was hard for her to comprehend that such a young raider could single-handedly deal with so many C-rank monsters. A dog ran up to the guy and started sniffing the space. Ah-hyun, as if nothing had happened, said that the path blocked by the living armor was the shortest, and he was able to deal with them. Finally, the guys got to the place they needed to find in order to complete another part of the quest. They found themselves in the little countess's room, which looked very creepy, with plush toys and children's books scattered everywhere. Seo Ah-hyun really wanted to get out of that scary room as soon as possible, so she said she would start with the table, but Jae-hyun had a different opinion. The guy said that it was too obvious that the diary was there, but they should also check everything that was around, because there might be some clues. Scratching the back of her head, the girl reluctantly said that this was exactly what she had planned to do. The dog ran to the table and immediately began jumping on it. He was not at all bothered by the creepy atmosphere that reigned around. He clearly had his own, more interesting things to do. Hyun touched the first book he came across, and the system informed him that it was the very same diary of the Countess with daily entries. It was in it that the secret of the mansion was hidden. The guy grinned happily, because he finally found what he was looking for, and now, perhaps, they could get out of this terrible place. He opened the dusty pages of this diary and began to read what had once been written by a little, still living girl. On the first pages, the little countess told how her skin was becoming paler and paler. The doctor came to the estate and examined her several times, but could do nothing. Then the little girl made a very joyful note about how her parents would finally buy her the doll she had always wanted, and the countess was looking forward to her trip to the city. On the next page, there was a note that the girl's parents had died, someone had attacked them on the road, and the little girl assumed that if it weren't for the doll, her mom and dad would have stayed alive. The next entry stated that after the funeral of her parents, the young countess became the owner of the entire mansion, since she was the only heir to the county of Flandir. The young countess then went on to say that she had caught an unknown girl in the garden. The thief said that she had snuck into the estate to pick lilies, and that the owner of the mansion liked her because she looked like one of her dolls. It was said that this girl had no name, so the countess called her Sally. They played together every day, and young Flander was glad to have a friend. The next entry said that Alfred left the estate without saying a word. Sally said that he went to town in a hurry. The little countess was worried. When Alfred returned, the girl felt that he had changed, and it also seemed to her that Sally was hiding something from her. The girl wanted to figure out what was going on. The next pages were all covered in blood. The entry stated that screams were constantly heard outside the room. The kitchen mistress and the maid were screaming again somewhere on the first floor. Next, the girl's handwriting was very scribbled. She wrote anxiously that she was scared, followed by a chaotic entry about how Sally and Alfred were knocking on her door right now. The little girl understood that these people wanted to kill her and that her death would be very cruel. The girl asked her dead parents for help. The guy loudly slammed the diary shut because he could no longer read this nightmare. The system notified him that the restriction on the use of skills had been lifted. Jae-hyun began to analyze what he had read, and now he understood more clearly what had happened in that terrible estate. Little Countess Flandir was brutally murdered. It must have been the work of a demonic beast that entered the mansion and dealt with its inhabitants. The guy suggested that the culprit was a monster called the Double. As soon as he thought about it, he felt someone's presence in the room. The puppy bared its teeth and began to bark at what was behind the guy. Hyun was convinced from personal experience that he was right about the Double. When the guy turned around, a disgusting monster was looking at him with curiosity. It was clear that he was already interested in a new victim. A little further away from the Double stood a whole army of monsters that looked exactly like the butler Alfred. The system notified Hyun that the first secret of the Alfred's identity mansion had been revealed, and the Flandir's diary quest had also been completed. Now all that was left was to find a way out. The monster began to gather waves of energy around itself and grew in size. Its disgusting mouth opened and it roared, the space filled with red light. Jae-hyun grabbed his furry friend and realized that he needed to be prepared for a very difficult fight, because in addition to the monster, there was also a whole army of Alfred's doubles. The guy was able to dodge the first attack, but he felt with his whole body how powerful the enemy's blows were. He jumped back a little and took a more advantageous position. Stopping, Hyun began to assess the enemy and develop a strategy for further action. Addressing the monster, he said that he had finally shown his true face, no longer hiding behind the appearance of a little girl or a butler whom the deceased countess trusted. Jae-hyun emphasized that his patience was running out, and he wanted to deal with the annoying monster as soon as possible. A hideous, creaking voice from the monster came out, saying that Hyun was quite smart for such a primitive creature as a human. The guy told the monster to stop flattering him, and then, glancing at his companion, noted that he simply had a brain that helped him find cause and effect relationships. This frightening creature listened with surprising interest to everything Hyun said, as if it was interested in getting to know the victim before killing him. When Jae-hyun realized this, he said that it was probably not his intelligence at all, but the stupidity of the double who allowed himself to be revealed so easily. This phrase made the monster very angry. He decided to remove his cover, and the entire army of butlers turned into the same disgusting creatures as he was, and together they decided to attack. The already frightening atmosphere of the Gothic mansion now became truly scary, because all the masks were removed, and now every corner that was once filled with blood was visible. Jae-hyun noticed that the huge chandelier that hung above his head began to sway strangely. The guy guessed that the monster decided to act not only by force, but also by cunning. He grabbed his puppy and managed to jump back before a huge lampshade fell from the ceiling, causing a collapse right where the boy was standing. Since all restrictions on using skills in the themed dungeon were lifted, Jae-hyun used the super speed chain and directed all that power at the doppelgangers. Streams of power passed through the monsters and pierced their disgusting bodies. The entire room was filled with the disgusting smell of burnt flesh. The already dilapidated room now looked as if someone had tried to demolish the house, which was probably what was happening now. The poor puppy was clearly uncomfortable from all these events. He was dangling from his new owner's arm, and was trying his best to keep from throwing up on Hyun's sweater. The boy held the baby tightly and thought that he had encountered a B-class monster, which was famous for being able to take the form of other creatures. This creature had a high level of danger, since it could copy not only the appearance but also the skills of others. The double was more like a C-class creature. The vile monster shouted at Jae-hyun that it would not just kill him, but take his body, along with all the skills he had acquired throughout his life. The guy didn't show a drop of fear. His face looked just as impassive. The fact that these words didn't frighten Hyun was very displeasing to the enemy, because he loved it when his victims went crazy with horror. The double began to scream madly in his disgusting voice that the guy should give him his body right now, otherwise he would regret that he was ever born into this world. Having said this, the creature immediately headed towards Jae-hyun, intending to devour both him and the dog, who could only watch in fear as something so sinister approached them. The guy didn't flinch even when the double stopped literally 2 centimeters from his face. He asked the monster in an indifferent voice what it was like to lead such a worthless existence. The golden chain wrapped itself tighter and tighter around the monster's body, but it paid no attention to it, as it was trying to understand the meaning of its opponent's words. As he burned more and more monsters with his blinding light, the boy said that it was so pathetic to first play with innocent children and then accept the humiliating ridicule of a human. These words hurt the monster much more than the super-fast chain. He groaned and writhed, trying to reach his opponent to somehow close his mouth. Jae-hyun's power was gaining more and more destructive momentum. It melted the monsters and they screamed in despair. The room of the mansion now looked more and more like a battlefield, which it was. The boy stood and watched as this dishonorable creature writhed in agony, having killed so many innocent people, including a little girl who was just beginning her life. The fiery chains penetrated so deep inside the double that he was literally melting from the inside. But at the same time, he could still scream that he envied people and wanted to have the same body. He groaned and said that he also considered himself a man, because he had lived long enough in the guise of a little girl who was a friend of the young countess. Jae-hyun and the little dog watched as the monster finally left this world, seeing the look of the animal that was happy with the victory. The guy had a flash of guess that this was not an ordinary creature. He assumed there might be someone inside the animal, so he joked that since she was barking so loudly, maybe she liked being a dog. The barking only increased, which confirmed Hyun's thoughts. He praised the dog, saying that she did a great job with the key, so the furry ally also contributed to the victory. After that, he released her from his hands and walked to the door, touching it. Hyun easily opened the bolt and finally they could get out of this mansion. The boy turned to take one last look at what was left of the mansion and was surprised by what appeared before his eyes. The room in the house was restored and no longer looked so creepy, and a beautiful girl stood on the steps, safe and sound. The young Countess Flandir smiled warmly and waved her hand goodbye. It was clear that the little girl had finally found peace and was happy. Jae-hyun couldn't help but smile, because now this little girl wouldn't be wandering around her house as a mutilated corpse, but would be able to reunite with her family in heaven. Before going out the door and leaving the liberated estate, the guy heard a child's voice wishing him all the best, after which the system announced that they were returning to the real world. Jae-hyun and Seo Ah-hyun found themselves on a bench in the dilapidated Neverland. The girl took out sweets from somewhere and devoured them with a detached look. The guy decided to do something more useful, so he checked how much his characteristics had improved. he discovered that two new active skills had appeared. Now he could raise the morale of his allies and increase their physical and magical strength, and he also had the ability to create illusions. Such abilities could turn the tide of battle in his favor. He understood that depending on how these two skills were used, it was now possible to regain the advantage at any time, no matter where the battle led. The silence was broken by the irritated voice of So-Ah-hyun, who said that if the guy had guessed that she was that puppy, he could have at least hinted, because she was afraid of being stuck in the body of an animal. Jae-hyun held back his laughter and said that the most important thing was that they were able to get out of that place alive. The girl agreed, but still thought it was unfair how he acted. The guy said that it was time to stop feeling sorry for themselves, because they needed to go to the next destination. The girl began to ask that they take at least a small break. Hyun reminded her that she hadn't exerted herself too much in the underground prison, but So-Ah-hyun countered by saying that one could become tired not only physically, but also mentally. Hearing this, the guy laughed and said that all this fatigue would quickly pass if he started moving actively. He waved his finger and ordered her to follow him quickly. Since the girl was influenced by subordination, she carried out the order without question. Running ahead faster than the guy, So-Ah-hyun screamed as she ran that she would never forgive him for ordering her around. The guys found themselves in a new location. It was very strange, because the whole space was some otherworldly azure color. Seeing a strange gathering of people, the tired girl assumed that some kind of parade was taking place in this place. The guy materialized a flask with an incomprehensible potion in his hand and said that So-Ah-hyun was right, so they need to be on guard, because it is unknown what will happen next. The boys were frightened by a sharp sound. A greeting was coming from the loudspeaker, wishing the guests a pleasant stay in Neverland. At that moment, a stage appeared nearby. The spotlights illuminated the host of the whole show, who waved amiably to the park guests. It looked like people were celebrating some event because there were bright lights everywhere, and then they started launching fireworks. After that, the real celebration began because dancers came out to loud music. They were wearing carnival masks, which did not hide their wide smiles, and with their dancing they excited the crowd even more. The host intervened and happily announced that he was inviting everyone to the parade, adding that such an event would forever remain in the memory of those who saw it. This strange man jumped up to the guys and called them by name, said that they arrived just in time. He praised them for successfully completing 2 missions and doing such a good job. The last thing Jae-hyun wanted right now was for there to be a parade in his honor, so he decided to ask directly what the final mission would be. The host was not at all surprised by such straightforwardness, so he said that the final test would be a game that they had known since childhood, namely, hide and seek. So-Ah-hyun was surprised because the children's game seemed too easy a challenge after they solved the mystery of the haunted house. The presenter pointed to the portal behind him and said that it was a gate. The main task of the guys would be to hide from the monsters that would appear from there. But besides this, there would be another task to complete, which was to get to the destination. Jae-hyun rolled his eyes and said that it all sounded too easy, but in reality, the last test should be much worse than the previous 2 combined. The host of this whole masquerade clapped his hands and said with delight that the guy was very observant. The man explained that in this hide-and-seek game, absolutely everything depended on the player's skills. They had to demonstrate all their qualities in order to stay alive. Jae-hyun listened tensely to the information that the monsters in Neverland would appear in direct proportion to the number of participants and their abilities. The guy understood that due to his skills, there was a high probability that someone stronger than the previous creatures would come out. And fighting, and at the same time protecting his companion, was not an easy task. The host acted as if he had not explained the terms of the deadly game. He good-naturedly said that first of all, he needed to determine the strength level of the participants. After this, the parade master extended his hand to the children, and it began to glow with a faint bluish light. The cheerful man became surprisingly serious and focused. He began, as if to read the energy of the raiders standing in front of him. Having finished his strange activity, the host announced that both the boy and the girl had C-class abilities. Jae-hyun and So-Ah-hyun were so surprised by this news that they could only stand there with their mouths open and wonder how this was even possible. The host began to cartoonishly hit himself on the forehead with his palm and say that this was the first time he had guests with such a high level of skills at his party. The guys started shouting that the level had been set incorrectly, because now the monsters that would come out of the portal would be very powerful. But the host just grinned slyly. Suddenly, the surrounding world burst into bright flames, and it was clear that the final test was about to begin. Both the boy and the girl were tensely watching the notifications that informed them that the last festival quest had been received. The main goal was to defeat a piece of Surt, the fire giant who ruled Muspelheim, or to reach a key point. As a reward, you could get the Thundersteps of Thialfi. There was just one strange nuance. In the column for the number of participants, there were 3 people listed instead of 2. And the guy thought that there was definitely some kind of glitch. Seeing the fire giant that began to emerge from the portal, Hyun realized that it would not be easy for them to defeat this enemy. After all, this was not just a monster, but the keeper of Muspelheim, the land where the fire giants lived, who were famous for their strength. Even before the birth of Ymir, the first giant from whom the world was created, Surt lived with only one single purpose, which was to engulf the entire world in fire. Legends said that the fiery sword that the giant carried in his hands was so hot that it could instantly burn the entire world. Remembering all these ancient legends, Jae-hyun clenched his jaw tensely and decided that he needed to prepare to use his most powerful moves. When the first explosion sounded, signaling the imminent arrival of this monster, the boy barely managed to grab So Ah-hyun's hand and drag her to a safe distance. The girl was in a panic. With tears in her eyes, she asked how they should act, because it seemed that it was simply impossible to resist this fiery giant. Jae-hyun said that he was just thinking about their plan. All that was required from the girl was to keep quiet and run away in time so as not to get fried. More and more spheres of fire flew in, exploding right in the sky and covering the entire surrounding space with bright flames. It was simply impossible to breathe from the smoke and soot. On a patch of land that had miraculously survived the fire sat a black cat, gracefully moving its paws so as not to touch the scorched earth. The cute fluffy creature licked itself as if it were in a cozy home, and not in the midst of the chaos of the coming battle. The cat thought that perhaps it was worth helping the guys, because all this was happening because of her. The voice that addressed the cat said that the furry liar had no intention of helping Jae-hyun and his companion. It was Hell's voice telling the cat to leave her sympathy behind, as they were both curious to see what the young raider would do this time to survive. Surt did not slow down. The fire only grew, consuming more and more buildings, houses, and various structures. It seemed that Hell had now moved to this place. Looking at this whole nightmare, Jae-hyun concluded that fighting such an opponent in open combat meant signing his own death sentence. The guy believed that the best option was to find a checkpoint and run to it, instead of launching a direct attack. So Ah-hyun quickly caught on to his thoughts and said that there was something suspicious in the distance. She believed that this very checkpoint was the carousel. If you get to it, you could win the quest. Jae-hyun was inclined to agree with his companion, so he praised her and said that there was only a little bit left to run, so they needed to speed up. The guy grabbed the girl's hand, activated a skill called Haste, and began to run as fast as he could towards the carousel, hoping that their situation would improve at least a little. Hyun clenched his jaw tightly and thought that this was a simple quest where he just needed to get to a checkpoint, but the fire giant was making everything more difficult. The boy understood that he needed to distract this monster's attention, and with So Ah-hyun's help, this idea seemed entirely possible. At that moment, Surt asked who dared to call him, and the earth literally shook from his voice, because even she could not bear his presence. Having received no answer to his question, the fire giant waved his hand and the fire began to spread to even larger areas, leaving not a single patch of land intact. Hyun and his companion continued to run, their eyes burning from the smoke, their lungs scratched by the stench of the burnt buildings, their whole bodies feeling the heat of the approaching fire. The guy decided it was time to tell the girl about his plan. He said that she should pull herself together and listen to him carefully, after which he said that they needed to split up and run separately from each other. He ordered her to set course for the carousels, where near the checkpoint, they would be reunited again. The girl turned her head and asked tensely if Jae-hyun really wanted to distract Surt. Hyun asked ironically if perhaps she wanted to act as bait. So Ah-hyun quickly grasped the gist of the plan, so she rushed to run in the direction her companion was telling her to go, and at the end, Jae-hyun shouted at her to run as fast as she could. Jae-hyun remained standing in place, and after a few moments he saw the ruler of Muspelheim himself approaching him, who was not at all friendly. To further irritate his opponent, the boy brazenly shouted that he was there, the giant's fiery eyes meeting his determined gaze. Surt growled angrily because he was not used to such disrespectful treatment. Everyone around him was trembling with fear, and here, some guy behaved like that. The giant attacked. The first fire sphere he sent exploded right at Hyun's feet, but he managed to jump back in time and got out of the water unscathed. The guy climbed the spire of the clock tower and was now an even more accessible and visible target for his enemy. But instead of being afraid, Hyun straightened up to his full height, now standing on the same level as the enemy, and told Surt not to hope to catch him, because the fire monster's movements were too slow. This phrase angered the owner of Muspelheim so much that he instantly flew up to Jaehyun and tried to grab him with his fiery hand. The guy miraculously managed to jump away. Surt became more and more angry with each new maneuver of the guy, because he was used to dealing with his enemies very quickly, but here he had to make an effort. While the guy was dealing with the main problem, so Ah-hyun had almost reached the place her companion had spoken about. The girl finally came to a piece of land that was not burning, and immediately felt more confident in their victory. But this confidence was shaken when Surt's fire sphere flew a few meters from where she stood. Seeing the place where they were supposed to meet Hyun burning, the girl, with tears in her eyes, thought that something irreparable had happened. Jae-hyun was shocked by the system notification. It informed him that the endpoint and checkpoints had been destroyed, which meant that there was only one way out of the situation: to destroy Surt. Looking at the burning carousel, Seo Ah-hyun also saw a notification that the quest status had now been changed to impossible to complete. The girl thought that she was living out her last minutes. Seeing Jae-hyun's expression, Surt laughed so hard that the earth shook. The giant said that it was a huge mistake to oppose him, and now they were doomed. The guy understood that now their task had become much more difficult, and they needed not only to get to the checkpoint despite the fire, they needed to kill the one who could burn with just one look. Killing the master of Muspelheim seemed like an impossible task, but Hyun had survived when others would have died, so he now had the confidence that he could handle almost anything. Another fireball began to fly straight to the place where the guy was standing. But instead of running away in fear, Jae-hyun raised his hand and blocked the attack, causing the ball to shatter into tiny sparks without harming him. Surt chuckled approvingly, saying that all the time only a couple of people were able to repel his attack. He said that his opponent was quite good. And this led the giant to the idea that it was necessary to use the most dangerous attacks and complex skills that he possessed. So Surt attacked again, but this time he sent not a sphere, but a whole wall of fire, urging the boy to try to cope with this difficult blow. But Jae-hyun once again didn't even flinch in the face of danger. He stretched his hand forward and activated his power, which, against the background of the red-hot heat of Surt, seemed like a saving light. Seo Ah-hyun watched in horror as the streams of fire were directed at her ally again and again. The girl was scared to even look at all this. She couldn't imagine how Hyun was still fighting. Tears started to roll down her cheeks, and she thought that Jae-hyun wouldn't last long with the intensity of the fight. She began to think hard about how she could help Hyun-woo in this hopeless situation. Watching the boy block the enemy's attacks with increasing effort, the girl thought that there had to be a way to help him somehow. So Ah-hyun moved closer to the battlefield and, peeking out from behind the surviving column, let the guy know that she was there. Despite her tears, her eyes lit up with joy, and she informed Jae-hyun that she had found a way to defeat this deadly giant. Absolutely, the entire Neverland was ablaze. There was not a single area that could be saved from the destructive fire of Surt. Jae-hyun decided to change his strategy of action, and now he needed to move a little away from the enemy. For this, he began to hastily retreat in order to take a more advantageous position. Surta was amused by this act. He felt the excitement of the game with his victim, who felt that she would not survive and began to try to escape from death. But Hyun didn't run away from his fate. He followed So Ah-hyun's plan, who knew how to defeat the giant. The girl ran next to him and pointed out the direction, because it was necessary to take the right position in the battle. She said that he needed to take 5 steps to the left, and the guy unquestioningly obeyed his ally in this battle. When he stopped, he barely managed to jump back from the arrival of a new sphere, which exploded a few steps away from him. He remembered So Ah-hyun's plan, who said that they had a very important weapon, namely a water tank. Hearing this, The boy thought that his companion's brains were fried in Surt's fire, because it was stupid to think that ordinary water would help them get rid of the master of Muspelheim. But the girl did not pay attention to his distrust, and continued to say that outside of Neverland, there was a water tank into which the giant needed to be lured. When she said that if you remove the protective flame, you can attack, Hyun realized that he was talking to a genius, because indeed then you could hit the weak points, that is the head or the heart. After all, no matter what kind of mythical giant Surt was, he could also be defeated if you pierced the vital points in his body. Seo Ah-hyun said that she would predict Surt's movements using accelerated thinking, and then notify the guy who would need to have time to dodge. That's what they did, and the guys had a surprisingly successful tandem, where one trusted and obeyed, and the other was attentive and lived up to the trust. After a few minutes that seemed like an eternity to Jae-hyun, he stopped and waited for the giant to approach. Surt didn't keep him waiting. The guy felt his presence as a strong heat behind his back, which threatened to set fire to the flesh right down to the bone. The giant mockingly asked if they, stupid little people, really hoped to escape from someone who did not let his enemies go alive. The boy turned around and looked at the Fire Lord with a disdainful gaze. He grinned and said that he had no reason to run away, because Surt was no longer as invincible as he wanted to seem. The enemy's eyes burned with hatred, especially after Hyun said that he heard that the Asir had demoted Surt. Jae-hyun laughed evilly and said that it was funny to hear about weakness from someone who was now just a door guard. The giant's body burned even more intensely. He did not expect that such a primitive creature would humiliate him and evaluate the position he held in Muspelheim. Hyun continued to mock, wanting to irritate the enemy. He said, "Is such a dangerous creature really afraid of a simple person?" Surt no longer controlled his anger. His eyes blazed so strongly that the fire covered his entire face. It was clear that he would not forgive his enemy for such an insult, because his pride was hurt. The boy activated the illusion skill, and finally did what Seo Ah-hyun told him about. He damaged the tanks, and now the water was approaching the flaming monster in a huge stream. Surt realized too late that he had been lured into a trap. The giant's body gradually began to cool down, and the fire no longer covered every area of his skin, exposing weak spots. Jae-hyun shouted to his companion that they needed to act right now, because the right moment could slip away from them. Without thinking for another second, the guy took out his sword and rushed to attack. He had to hurry before Surt was weakened and surrounded himself with protective fire. Hyun calculated the trajectory of his movements with absolute precision, which helped him hit his sword straight into the enemy's heart. Surt groaned in pain, and when he realized that he would not win this battle, he said that his enemies had used a very low trick. The guy smiled triumphantly and said viciously that it didn't matter how honest the tricks were, as long as they ultimately led to victory. After these words, Surt's eyes blazed with the old fury. The dying giant said that there was no need to be so arrogant, because it was worth remembering who your enemy was. He pointed his finger at Hyun and said that he fought him with only a fraction of his power, and against his real form, the guy simply didn't stand a chance. After these words, the giant crumbled into small pieces and disappeared from the space of the themed dungeon. The Nornir system notified that the guys had completed the last quest, the last festival, and there was also a mention that the guy had accomplished an incredible feat and received a new artifact. So Ah-hyun looked at this surreal picture and couldn't believe that all this was actually happening to her. The girl watched as the last embers of the fire giant's power died down and thought with relief that it was finally all over. In the distance, a black cat sat, watching the battle closely and noting with interest all the skills Jae-hyun used to defeat the enemy. The fluffy animal, happily wagging its tail, said that, as he thought, the guy did not need help. Without taking his eyes off Hyun, the cat thought that perhaps the gods had made the right choice when they chose him. He noted that Min Jae-hyun was a really interesting character because he seemed like he was constantly striving to become even better than he was. The cat asked with interest what the goddess of Helheim thought about all this. Hel watched the events unfold in the form of a sphere that hovered above Neverland. She said that no matter how capable the boy was, he still had a lot to learn. The animal teased the goddess, saying that no matter what, she was always worried about news about this guy. Hel decided to ignore this mockery and sternly said that Min Jae-hyun could not be revealed as an opponent of the Aesir throne for now. Looking at the guy, she understood that despite the fact that war was inevitable, it was too early to reveal the cards. The cat agreed with Hel. He voiced his thoughts that Odin, the highest among the Aesir, was the one this young raider should kill, but the boy needed to gain strength. Jaehyun looked at the notifications about what artifacts he had received. Among them were Thialfi's Thunder Steps, which increased strength, agility, and also gave the skill Light's Walk. He looked at these boots and realized that in front of him was a truly incredible artifact, which was not just a trinket but a C-class item. The guy was torn away from his happy thoughts by So Ah-hyun, who came closer to him and stood silently next to him. The girl's face was incredibly sad. There were still tears visible on her cheeks, and her lips were pursed as if she was about to burst into tears. Hyun thought that his companion wanted to do something funny again, so he needed to quickly find out what was going on in her crazy head. He used submission on her, and the girl began to tell him in a joyful voice that she had received the seal of Ryoskva, which increased her strength and allowed her to acquire the skill Courage. She boasted that this skill removed the fear effect and also increased strength and agility. Hearing this, the guy thought that he didn't need immunity to abnormal status. He would prefer thought acceleration, but for now it was worth leaving everything as it was, because if necessary, he could call So Ah-hyun. Out of nowhere, the show's host appeared and noted that the guests of the themed dungeon seemed to like the reward. Jaehyun didn't confirm these words, but only said that they had been through a lot and the reward would not be superfluous. But now they needed to get out of here. The manager came up close to the guy and said that he really hoped that the guys would get home safely. He called the guy born with the fate of an enemy of evil. These words made Hyun very tense, because no one should know that he was connected with the gods and was an enemy of the Asir. The man disappeared. The guy tried to find him to ask a couple of questions about where he learned this information and what the phrase enemy of evil means. But the manager was gone without a trace. He appeared in the distance, where Hyun could no longer reach him. The man adjusted his hat and smiled slyly, as if hinting that he knew much more than the boy could imagine. In the real world, everyone including the government raiders were tensely watching the themed dungeon, waiting for Jaehyun and Seo Ah-hyun to show up from there. But while they could only see the dungeon gradually collapsing, it was good that it was behind an energy dome that prevented the collapse. Suddenly, the correspondent jumped up from her seat and ordered to start filming immediately, because the surviving guys were coming out from under the dome. The moment Jaehyun and Seo Ah-hyun left the themed dungeon area, the alarming red color disappeared and people's souls became calm again. The boy looked at the crowd that had gathered to watch the spectacle with annoyance, and Seo Ah-hyun seemed to be afraid of such a crowd of people, reminding the boy of Yoo Ja-young. The state raider began to push his way through the curious onlookers, saying that the survivors needed to be spoken to in accordance with the established procedure. As soon as the man finally managed to get to the guys, he opened his mouth in surprise because he did not see the one he wanted to talk to. Seo Ah-hyun looked around in shock. She couldn't understand where Jaehyun had gone, because just a second ago he was standing next to her, and now he was nowhere to be seen. But she relaxed when she heard that they wanted to interview her. After all, she couldn't miss her moment of fame. The men were surprised by the fact that the guy was able to hide himself, although if he was an assassin, it would not be difficult for him. The second raider objected, saying that according to Agent Kim Ji-yeon's report, Min Jae-hyun was from the mage class. The man in the cloak wondered in surprise. If the guy wasn't an assassin, then how could he have disappeared so silently? His colleague had a guess, but it seemed too crazy, because there had been no battle mages for a very long time. But the man was willing to bet that they had encountered none other than a battle mage, since Jaehyun's abilities pointed to exactly that. All this time, the Lotus Guild office was closely monitoring the developments in Neverland Park. Its leader, Yoo Seon-eun, was on the phone and said that the guild members had done a good job and could now return to the office. Reported to her that Jaehyun had disappeared immediately after emerging from the themed dungeon unharmed, the woman thought that her student was truly an unusual person. Yoo Seon-eun knew that the guy would hardly call her and tell her how everything went, so she thought that they needed to meet in person and discuss everything. Jaehyun returned to his room in the Milla's Academy dorm and was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He turned on the computer and decided that he needed to check the news. Going into the news feed, he found many articles about the fact that a themed dungeon had appeared in the city center, but he was pleased to find that his name did not appear in any of the reports. The guy assumed that Lotus had a hand in this. You can't underestimate the big guilds. Jaehyun never thought that such a crowd would gather around the dungeon dome. but he was able to feel the effect of Thialfi's thunderboots. He found that with the equipment, his running speed increased more than fourfold, making him almost invisible to the naked eye. The guy became interested in what his speed would be if he not only put on the boots, but activated them at full power. Jae-hyun stretched tiredly, but he realized that no matter how hard it was, this adventure was a pretty good and useful experience. Moreover, he now had at his disposal simply priceless artifacts, which were definitely worth the temporary difficulties. He decided to get to know these artifacts better and learned that he had received the unquenchable flame of Surt, which, when used, strengthens the weapon to the limit and gives it the properties of flame. In addition to the pleasant bonuses, this fight also gave the guy a clear understanding that he was still not strong enough, because defeating Surt without So-ah-hyun's idea seemed impossible. He understood that in order to defeat a serious opponent, he needed real strength that would eliminate the need to use cheap tricks. Jae-hyun wanted this power to make him someone who couldn't be touched, someone that even the gods would take into account. He also needed strength to get rid of the burden of the past and protect his family and those close to him. It was a thorny and difficult path that he had to follow. Now he must become stronger with every second. In Director Gu Chai's office, certain processes were also taking place and new decisions were being made. In front of the man stood instructor Jong Isu, listening attentively to the instructions of her superiors, who showed her not to disappoint him. The woman bowed and said that she would carry out the task given to her and report on Min Jae-hyun's every move during the upcoming classes, after which she turned and walked out of the office, leaving the man to make his vile plans alone. Left alone, Gu Chain began to think about what else Jae-hyun would do. The man's face became more and more sinister. Life experience had taught the director that in order to grow a good flower bed, it was necessary to uproot all the weeds, and this was exactly what he planned to do. Gu Chain was looking forward to the upcoming event, because then he would be able to get rid of all the dirt that was annoying him. Behind the director, there were already papers lying around, containing photographs and dossiers of those whom he had already managed to remove, because he considered them weeds in his flower bed. Jae-hyun knew he would have to come up with some kind of excuse for his girlfriends that would somehow explain his absence during the weekend that he spent in the dungeon. When he fed Yuzhen a lie he had made up on the spot, she said she now understood why he hadn't answered her calls all weekend. The guy decided to pretend that he had a severe hangover, so he painfully grabbed his head and said that he did not ignore the calls, then admitted that he should have known his limits. Kim Yoo-jung asked in a moralizing tone if her friend had any idea how worried his mother was, as she also couldn't reach him by phone. Then she softened a little and said that she covered for him, saying that he was poisoned by the tasty things he ate too much of the day before. All this time, So-ina just silently listened to the guy's lies, and then, as if sensing that he was not being honest with them, she asked if he was in pain. Hyun smiled warmly and began to convince the girl that everything was really fine, and there was no reason to worry. Kim Yoo-jung said an interesting phrase. She noticed that the guy had been unlucky for a long time, so she assumed that some god hated him. Hyun was amused by this assumption, because he was literally blessed by the gods. Some of them even sought out meetings all the time. An academy student quietly approached the boys and overheard a fragment of their conversation. The guy who came up said that he felt some kind of irritation, and then he saw Jae-hyun. Perhaps he was the reason. Hyun looked at the student and couldn't figure out who was standing in front of him. The face was very familiar, but at the same time, he didn't recognize this guy. Both So-ina and Kim Yoo-jung were also confused, because it seemed like all the students had already gotten to know each other, and new students were not accepted in the middle of the learning process. The strange guy smiled crookedly and said that Jae-hyun needed to show off less in front of him, because he should be prepared for the fact that he would get a rebuff. Kim Yoo-jung tried to ask quietly, but the guy still heard her asking Hyun about who was standing in front of them. The student exclaimed that his name was Lee Soo-hyuk. The argument ended when a stern, commanding voice ordered Lee Soo-hyuk to stop making noise and keep the classroom quiet. Instructor Jong Su entered the room. Her face was menacing because she really didn't like it when students violated discipline. Lee Soo-hyuk immediately fell silent, but he didn't rush to sit down in his seat. Instead, he looked at Jae-hyun with real hatred, as if he was the one who had set the instructor on him. Hyun didn't pay attention to such childish behavior, because he understood that most likely this guy was just jealous of his success in studies and tests. Once all the students had arrived in the classroom and taken their seats, Jong Esu stood at the podium and prepared to begin the lesson. She greeted the students and stated her name, then said that from now on she would be teaching them Understanding of Magical Operations 1. The instructor promised to do everything possible to improve the abilities of each of the students present. But in order to immerse themselves in its discipline as best as possible, they will have to study diligently, and then they will not have any problems. Jae-hyun thought that the instructor looked quite young, although he understood that for a teacher, Mila's Academy was the best place to gain experience. Jong Isu said that her class was a fundamental understanding of magic, and basically, the guys would have to deal with magic expressions. On the interactive board behind her, the text of some kind of spell appeared, along with explanations and clarifications. It was clear that the woman had thoroughly prepared all the materials for study. She asked how much the young raiders knew about magic. She wanted to hear not the basic and well-known answers, but something more specific. Lee Soo-hyuk raised his hand and replied that magic was a supernatural thing that manifested from directing mana according to a magic formula. The instructor confirmed this already obvious answer, and added that magic was also the science of deriving a phenomenon from a magical expression. The whole time the teacher was talking about magic, Lee Soo-hyuk was looking at Jae-hyun with an evil eye. It seemed like he was planning something really bad. Assistants entered the classroom carrying books, and the instructor said that each student would be given one of them. Jong Isu said that these books contained all the magic formulas that could be used by D-rank magicians and contained all aspects of using magic. It was necessary to master the material from it. It was an assignment for the entire semester. But when the students began to open the book, they were surprised to say that there was nothing written there. Jae-hyun looked at the textbook curiously and thought that there might be some problem with the printing since there wasn't a single word inside. The guy noticed that the instructor was watching him with some special interest, as if he was waiting for him to do something unusual. Jong Yi-soo really looked at him as if he was a dangerous criminal and not an ordinary first-year student. When the students were given their books, the instructor said she wanted to ask one very important question. And she decided to ask none other than Jae-hyun. The woman wanted to get an answer that would explain what kind of letters were depicted on the pages of the book. The guy didn't even think about it, because he knew the answer perfectly well. Without a pause, he said that the page was covered in runes up and down. When the instructor confirmed that this answer was correct, Lee Soo-hyuk angrily gritted his teeth. He hated Hyun's success, even if it was just the right answer in class. Jong Yi-soo explained that the book was magical and the information could only be seen by deciphering the formula. She thought to herself that the guy was much more talented than the director said, because he deciphered what would take first-year students a week to do. Wanting to test the guy, the woman asked if he knew what exactly the runic words written on the cover of the book meant. Jae-hyun looked at the title and chuckled, because he didn't understand whether it was a joke of the Nornir system or a feature of Aesir. With a little effort, Hyun quickly deciphered the formula and was able to read the title of the book. It was called The Life of Odin and the Basics of Runes, and it seemed a bit absurd that a guy would have to study the life of the one he was supposed to kill. While the students were learning new things, so Ah-hyun was in her cozy, bright room. She sat on the huge bed and was indignant at the fact that she had to go through such terrible trials. Her legs ached terribly from constant walking. The girl was terribly angry at Jae-hyun because he left her alone to be torn apart by reporters who pestered her with various questions. The journalists were asking for information about what the themed dungeon was like and what happened there, and they were also trying to find out what artifacts the girl had received. All the guy told her was that he had urgent business to attend to, so he would leave the reporters to her. The guy strictly ordered her not to dare say a word about what skills he possessed. And since So Ah-hyun was under subjugation, her internal chains were binding her will, so even if she wanted to, she wouldn't be able to reveal this information. This is what angered the girl the most, that some unknown student had subjugated her to his will and kept her on a short leash. She began to pound her fists on the mattress and scream in despair, because she wanted the guy to remove the submission so that she could again control her mind 100%. However, amidst this chaos of emotions, an interesting thought came to So Ah-hyun's mind. If Hyun was disappearing on his own, then it would be enough to just be the first to visit him. While the girl was trying to come up with a cunning plan, events unfolded in the library of the Mila's Academy. Thousands of books were collected here to help students acquire a variety of knowledge and skills. It was here that Jae-hyun spent his free time, Sitting behind ancient tomes and new methodological books, the guy tried to figure out the book that he received from Jung ISU. The book was more interesting than he thought, because it told him that all magical expressions change their characteristics depending on how they are used. For example, to create a superspeed chain, you need to combine the lightning attribute and mana chain into one formula. Jaehyun slammed the book shut, knowing that he had to finish studying for today, since the runes were blurring before his eyes. The guy concluded that if you stick to the basics, the range of use of low-rank magic becomes more diverse. It was like when you improve your basic swordsmanship, your martial arts skill will also improve along with it. The only magic was that the better you understood the concept of the magic formula, the higher you could rise in mastering new skills and improving old ones. Jaehyun decided to check how his friends were doing, so he began looking for them around the library with his eyes. He saw that So-ina was sitting and calmly studying the information from the textbook, and Kim Yu-jang was first banging her head on the book, and then lay down on it and did not move, as if the knowledge had destroyed her brain. The guy came closer to them and said that they somehow managed to read the cover. He thought to himself that it was obvious because the girls were very capable. Kim Yu-jang thought that her friend had become very annoying to her. He was very capable now, but the memories of how she taught him magic from scratch were still fresh in her mind. Jaehyun laughed and said that it was not for nothing that they came up with the expression that an outstanding student will surpass his teacher, and that is exactly what he did. Their squabble was stopped by So-ina, who joyfully exclaimed that she had managed to read a line from this strange book. The girl excitedly babbled that she could finally read the first page, her eyes shining with delight. Hyun was sincerely happy for his friend. The guy said that she tried very hard and now received the fruits of her labor. He congratulated her on the fact that she successfully completed the task. So-ina looked up from her book and looked at the guy. It seemed like she wasn't used to someone being genuinely happy for her, so her friend's support was even more unusual. Not knowing how to behave properly, the brunette hid her face in the book and did not answer because she could not find the right words. Jaehyun thought that the girl had been acting strange before, but now it had gotten even worse, and he decided that it was all because of the line he had drawn in the dungeon back then. Kim Yu-jang shouted angrily across the library, asking if she was the only one who couldn't see anything in this disgusting book. It infuriated her that everyone had been able to read at least a line, but she still couldn't. The girl fell silent only when the librarian approached them and looked at them with a look that was capable of burning alive, no worse than the fire of the Surt. Jaehyun gave the sweet lady a tense smile and said that it wasn't him who was making the noise. Amid all this hustle and bustle, it was simply impossible to notice a small raven that was sitting on a tree branch and carefully watching everything that was happening inside from behind the glass. It was Hugin, Odin's servant, who kept an eye on the boy so as not to miss the moment when he would become strong enough to attack. Seeing how well the boy coped with all the tasks assigned to him, the raven flew to report to his master. A very interesting period began at the academy. It began with the first competition, which was called Choosing the Best Name for a Potion Shop. The prize was 1 box of premium potion. In addition to Jaehyun, his team also included So-ina, An Ho-young, Kim Yu-jang, and sophomore Lee Jae-sung. The guy listened attentively to all the suggestions of his teammates, but so far they could not come up with anything sensible, so their victory was in question. Hyun said that brewing potions and coming up with names for the shop was much more difficult than he ever imagined. Perhaps fighting giants was easier. So-ina sadly said that they didn't have a store yet, and Yuzin noted that there was a chance that they could go bankrupt before they even opened. Looking at the flask that had a flower in the dome, An Ho-yeon said that survival was the most important thing for a raider, so the potion-making business couldn't go bankrupt. The blonde said that the girls themselves knew perfectly well that he was right, so they needed to focus on thinking everything through clearly. So-ina and Kim Yu-jang nodded their heads in agreement. It seemed like a small revolution was brewing among the first-year students. But before we deal with it, we need to go back a few days and remember the events that took place during that period. Jaehyun sat in his room and looked over the results of his magic theory test, which he passed without any problems, so now he didn't have to worry about exams anytime soon. The guy was twirling his pen in his hands and thinking that he had one idea that he wanted to work on. He understood that if it was possible to become stronger, the raiders were ready to spend hundreds of millions. Hard work and perseverance were good, of course, but money was an indispensable element of leveling up. Of course, the raider's main strength was not in money, but the guy could not miss the opportunity that the idea that came to his mind gave. After all, business and stocks are ideal for attracting money if you know the future, and this was exactly the trump card Hyun had up his sleeve. And the main business idea was to help Lee Jae-san make his talent for potion making more extensive than it was now. The guy thought that he should get the one who would take half of the world's potion making now, because then he would be able to earn a lot of money. But during the gathering of the team of aspiring businessmen, something unexpected happened. An angry girl burst into their room, who was none other than So-ah-hyun. She screamed so loudly that it seemed even the walls shook. Her indignation was against the background of the fact that she believed that one should keep the promises made and only then leave. Jae-hyun's eyes widened in surprise, and he wondered where this crazy girl he wanted to leave behind, along with the themed dungeon, came from. Seo-ah-hyun said that there was no need to even try to talk her into it, because she knew perfectly well that the guy had used some strange skill and simply ran away. Hyun remembered that when using brainwash, he and the one who was affected by the skill could track each other's location, which was how Seo-ah-hyun found him. Kim Yoo-jang looked at her friend with disappointment and asked if he really blackmailed this girl. The guy didn't answer his girlfriend, but instead turned to So-ah-hyun, telling her to sit down since she had come. Since then, he could borrow her head for a while. The girl froze in place in fear because only now did the meaning of what Jae-hyun said dawn on her. Now, So-ah-hyun was a full member of the discussion. She was actively suggesting a name for the store. Her latest masterpiece was called Heavenly Demon Potions. When she started to explain that she heard that the Heavenly Demon was the best in martial arts, Jae-hyun pinched the bridge of his nose and used a submission. Now the girl couldn't utter a word. Lee Jae-san suggested the name Jae-san's Potion Shop. Seo-ina suggested the name Alice's Potion Shop. The guy covered his face with his hands and thought that they were in some kind of pit, because even the monsters from the dungeons could offer much better options. Kim Yoo-jang asked angrily why no one was asking what name ideas she came up with. Jae-hyun rolled his eyes and told her to come up with her own ideas. The girl suggested calling the store Elixir Workshop. Hyun was surprised because the idea was quite good. Yoo-jin hesitantly asked her friend what she thought of the name, as it seemed very appropriate to her. After all, the elixir was another name for the philosopher's stone, created by alchemists in the past. A mysterious elixir that could heal wounds and even bring back life. Lee Jae-sung became very excited when he heard the name. He said that such a name would help promote the potion and increase the brand value. Jae-hyun jumped up to his friend and even wanted to hug her, because the girl just saved him, to which Yoo-jin said that the guy was behaving disgustingly. Hyun stood up from the table and announced to everyone present that they had finally found the perfect name for their potion brand. He said without hesitation that from now on the shop would be called the Elixir Workshop. The discussion about business development and naming came to an end, and the students went to their classes with instructor Chung Isu. Answering the teacher's question, Jae-hyun explained that runes were the language of magic, or rather, they were the framework that makes up magic and is its foundation. Young Yi-soo said that he was absolutely right, so she praised him and told him to sit down. When Lee Soo-hyuk heard that Hyun had given a simply brilliant answer to a rather difficult question, he clenched his jaw angrily. The instructor said that on this note they would end today's lesson, because they had already tried very hard. The students began to collect their things and slowly leave the classroom to go about their business. When the instructor was about to leave the room, one of the students called out to her. The woman turned her head impassively. That student turned out to be Jae-hyun, who wanted to ask the teacher something since he didn't have the opportunity to do so during class. The woman noticed a book in the guy's hands, and when she recognized it and remembered its contents, she was simply shocked. A first-year student handed her a 4th-rank, highest-rank magic book, and she thought it was simply impossible. After all, this book was hard to read even for instructors, and Min Jae-hyun was just a student and had only studied at the academy for a short time. After classes, the guy headed to the library, which had recently begun to replace his personal room. There he had been racking his brains for several days over the book that he had shown to instructor Chong Esu in the hope that it would help him in some way. But even after asking the teacher, the guy didn't learn any useful information for himself, so he continued to suffer alone over the textbook. The library had long since been abandoned by all the other students, but Hyun had not given up hope that he would figure it out. He believed that if he started from the basics, he would come to a solution to the problem. When the guy finished his attempts to understand something, he noticed on his way out of the library that the librarian was looking at him strangely. The man literally watched his every step, and when Hyun picked up a new book, he tried to see its title. The librarian was indeed strange, because he had the same ring on his hand as the school principal, and he also noted in his notebook that Hyun had taken a 4th highest rank magic book for study. After finishing the library, Jae-hyun headed to the Lotus Guild building, since Yoo Sun-yoon had invited him for a private conversation. The woman greeted him very warmly, and before starting the conversation, she brewed them some aromatic jasmine tea. The guild leader noticed that the guy had arrived much earlier than she had expected, so he had caught her a little by surprise. Jae-hyun said that he actually wanted to come even earlier, but he had exams and things to do, so there was no time left to talk with the mentor. While drinking tea, she asked if the guy really wanted her to help him understand the 4th highest rank magic book. The guy answered affirmatively without hesitation because he really wanted to figure out this unfortunate book and understand the basics of magic. He wanted to study in more detail what creation was that created magic. He also wanted to understand the essence of the destruction that destroyed magic and returned everything to nothing. Jae-hyun longed to understand the essence of such a phenomenon as enhancement, which made magic stronger. He said that this book contained serious formulas and high-level theories, and it was very difficult for him to figure them out on his own. The boy thought to himself that until now he had only relied on one eye of Odin, but he needed a deeper knowledge of magic in order for him to have a complete understanding. After calmly listening to her student and sipping some tea, Yoo Sun-yoon smiled and said that she couldn't help Hyun-woo with this matter. Jae-hyun was very surprised and alarmed by this answer. He indignantly asked why the woman was refusing him. The woman carefully placed the cup on the table and said that the concepts that appeared in the 4th rank magic books were meaningless unless one studied them on their own. She emphasized that the boy should be able to learn all of this on his own in order to put himself on par with A-rank raiders. Hearing this, Hyun remembered his greatest enemy who was also an A-rank raider, so now he had even more motivation to study that ill-fated book. Seeing the guy's dim mood, the woman decided to help him with something, and although it was not what he had originally hoped for, this information would also be useful to him. She said that since her student had come for advice, she would at least show him the method of studying the book. Jae-hyun stared at his mentor with confusion. He began to watch in surprise as her hands began to shine with a bright light, and she began to demonstrate this very method to him. Yoo Sun-yoon said that she could show him one training that would help him understand what enhancement was. The boy watched carefully as his mentor put her power into the orange fabric, after which she handed him the cloth and said that with its help, he would be able to sort out his problem. Jae-hyun was willing to do anything to help him become stronger. After visiting his mentor, the boy returned to the academy, where classes in the augmented reality combat system awaited him. Hyun worked there tirelessly. He was sweating all over, but he didn't stop training, because he understood that he needed to improve his skills. On his arm hung the cloth that Yoo Sun-yoon had given him, and thanks to this little thing, his training became even more effective. The guy looked at his unreal opponents and decided to try his skills in a slightly new direction. He activated the magic arrow skill, which was a modified version of the super speed arrow. The horde of virtual monsters was getting closer and closer to him, but the guy was already ready to meet them and treat them with his new weapon. But the monsters surprisingly easily repelled the guy's attack. Waving their paws, they simply threw away the magic arrows as if they were a child's toy. Hyun realized that he needed to choose more serious maneuvers if he wanted to win this training battle. It dawned on the boy that when he used this cloth, which was a fake of Gleipnir, he was using the same power, but with lower characteristics than usual. The cloth came untied from his hand and fell to the ground, after which all his abilities returned to their original state. Hyun remembered the conversation with Yoo Sun-yoon. When she explained to him what to do, he was surprised. The woman said that one must continue to study only one magic formula over and over again and try to bring it to perfection. The guy asked how the enhancement was connected to such training. Yoo Sun-yoon made her voice as mysterious as possible and said that the guy would have to figure it out on his own, since enhancement was difficult to obtain for such complex magic. Then the teacher suggested that Jae-hyun try to start training with this fabric and only use the magic arrow skill. This is exactly what the guy was doing in the augmented reality combat system. Having tied an analog of Gleipnir to himself, he felt the energy flowing out of his body. His limbs felt heavy, as if small weights had been hung on them, and drawing on magical power became much more difficult. Fighting became much more difficult than the guy expected, because his characteristics were temporarily reduced by as much as 50%. When the training was over, Jae-hyun went to listen to a lecture in another classroom. Seeing her friend, Kim Yoo-jang narrowed her eyes and looked him over from head to toe. Because he had a very strange appearance and his condition left much to be desired, she asked if he was okay. Hyun looked like he hadn't slept in days, with dark circles under his eyes and his body aching unbearably from his workout. But he told his friend that everything was fine. Kim Yoo-jang angrily said that the smell of his patches could be smelled from 100 meters away. She reminded him that he had been living in the testing room for a whole week. So Ina put her hand on her heart and said with concern in her voice that there was no point in overexerting herself like that, because then the enthusiasm for training might disappear completely. The guy was very pleased that his girlfriends were showing such care for him, but he couldn't leave training and just relax. He reminded the girls that they would have a test in 2 days, which meant that they needed to mobilize all their strength now. Hyun also advised Yoo-jang to spend more time on the book that Young Yi-soo gave her, since the girls still hadn't finished deciphering the tasks for the upcoming exam. And as for Inu, he heard that if she didn't get a passing grade, she would have to stay at the academy and make up for lost time. Yoo-jang decided not to engage in this useless argument, so she said that she simply had to run to the library right now. She grabbed Seo Inu and said that they both needed to go and study as soon as possible. She didn't want to talk to Hyun about their academic performance. The exhausted guy understood his girlfriend's motives, but did not stop her, because if his words angered her, it meant that she cared about her success. After some time, Jae-hyun was back in the augmented reality battle system. New battles were already waiting for him. He was so tired he was ready to drop, but he still continued to train steadfastly, because he wanted to perfect his skills and understand how enhancement works. Sweat was streaming down Jae-hyun's face. It was getting into his eyes, and the guy didn't have time to wipe it away. The test room system notified that the guy had passed the 41st stage of the test perfectly. The Nornir system also sent notifications, which informed that the understanding of magic formulas had significantly improved, and the effectiveness of the magic arrow had increased. It was at that moment that the guy had an epiphany. He realized that the meaning of strengthening was written in the 4th magic book. Strengthening meant a leap in skill mastery. In other words, it was an increase in level. The enhancement depended on how deep the understanding of magic formulas was, how excellent the mastery of the skill itself was. The guy looked at his stats and realized that he could now fire arrows with concentrated magical power. But for now, his strength was somewhere in the B rank range, though he was just a little short of being in the A rank raider range. He remembered that his mentor had told him that he needed to study the concepts described in the 4th magic book on his own. Otherwise, his efforts would be useless. Jae-hyun looked at the cloth that Yoo Sung-gyun gave him and remembered that at first they only wanted to take advantage of each other. But now their relationship was on a completely different level. Director Gu Chai's office was as gloomy as always, the atmosphere completely matching the person in the room. The man was looking through some papers when he was informed that instructor Kim Soki had come to see him. He asked the instructor to let him in, and a gloomy Kim Seoki entered. It seemed as if something was tormenting him from within. The instructor looked uneasily at the director, who pretended that there was no one in the office. Kim Seoki thought intensely that his reputation had been damaged because of what had happened in the dungeon, so now he simply had to rehabilitate himself in the eyes of his superiors. He told Gu Chain that preparations for the event had been completed, adding that all the work had been done at the highest level. The director finally deigned to tear his gaze away from the papers and turned his attention to the instructor. Gu Chang said that the work was completed even earlier than he expected, and the instructor said that he personally supervised the process this time. This news slightly revived the director, who chuckled and said that this time everything should go just fine. But then his face became more gloomy, and he added that he wanted all things to find a use, even if at the moment they seemed useless. Kim Seok-ki bowed from the waist and said that he would keep the director informed of everything that was happening. Gu Chain decided to remind his employee that he actually did not have full control over his body, so he pulled the strings of his power and activated brainwashing. No one in the academy building even suspected what a tyrant was sitting at the helm, so it was a typical student morning. Jae-hyun stood near the schoolyard and checked his phone, because after disappearing into the themed dungeon for a few days, he didn't want to miss notifications from his loved ones. The area was surrounded by a forest, so when the guy heard someone approaching him from behind, he tensed up and prepared himself for something unpleasant. Looking around, Hyun saw only trees. He didn't notice any suspicious individuals. But the guy still decided to walk along the path deep into the forest and check if there were any uninvited guests there. Stopping in a forest clearing, Hyun began to listen carefully to his inner feelings and realized that he was not mistaken. He said loudly that the one hiding among the trees should show himself, otherwise he would come himself, and then things would be much worse. Suddenly, the space around the guy flared with a bright light, making it impossible to see anything for several meters. But Jae-hyun specifically used this skill, which helped remove everything unnecessary from his field of vision and focus on what was important. Thanks to this, he saw the silhouette of a person nearby. The guy grinned because, as always, his intuition did not fail him and promptly told him what to do. When the enemy jumped to attack, Hyun was already prepared for all possible scenarios. He decided not to fight off the attack for now, but just to jump to the side and see what this unexpected enemy was ready to do. But when the mysterious hooded man got too close, Jae-hyun had no choice but to fight back. The guy told his opponent that it seemed like he was unaware of what had happened to his comrade earlier. Instead of answering, the mysterious man only jumped up and prepared for the next attack. Looking at this, Jae-hyun thought that these guys were completely brainless, because it was stupid to attack so openly in broad daylight, and even on the territory of the academy. He thought that this could only mean that the director had begun to put his evil plans into action, so he activated his skills and prepared for battle. Hyun turned to the attacker and said that by following Gu Chain's instructions, they were making a huge mistake. The guy activated the magic arrow skill and decided that he would at least have the opportunity to try out the pumped-up technique in action. Another enemy jumped out from behind the trees, and along with his accomplice, they were knocked down by Jae-hyun's magical power. Squinting, the boy watched as his blow literally swept away everything in its path. After all, now he finally knew what strengthening meant. His power swirled around him and surrounded him in a protective dome. The boy thought that he had to be very careful because the control could very easily slip away from him. Another man appeared between the trees. He was wearing a black cloak, but something distinguished him from the previous two. These were the black feathers that he left where he passed. This detail was enough for the guy to understand who was in front of him, and he did not expect to see this character now because he was not yet ready to fight him. Hyun would recognize this man out of 1,000, the way he stood confidently, even though his balance was supported by a cane. His eye flared brightly, as if responding to the strength of the man standing before him, from whom power emanated in waves. Hugin, Odin's servant, said that he had not seen Jae-hyun, his half-son, for a long time. When the man called Hyun her son, something inside the boy snapped. His strength spilled out, wanting to destroy Odin's servant. It seemed like he wasn't even fully aware of his actions. He was just attacking. The first skill he decided to use was the super speed chain. But Hugin was not surprised by such childish games, so he very easily dodged this attack, and without blinking an eye, stepped aside. This made Hyun even more angry, how easily his main enemy dealt with all the attacks. It seemed like Hugin was looking at him like a child who decided that he was an adult. But the guy did not give up trying to somehow harm the man who called himself his father. He wanted to hurt him in some way. Hugin also decided to activate his power. When the man drew his sword, a purple light flashed, after which the chains that were flying at him fell to the ground. When the so-called father attacked, Jae-hyun was able to deftly jump away and get away from the place where he could be injured. But still, it turned out that the guy was not as dexterous as he thought himself to be, because Hugin managed to wound him. Hyun noticed this only when blood began to flow down his leg. This was a real shock for the guy, because before that, he had not even noticed the sword in the hands of Odin's servant. Such inattention could have cost him his life. After this, the clearing on which he stood was surrounded by a powerful energy that divided the ground beneath his feet into two halves. Hugin's sword had struck the ground so hard that a huge oblong crater was now visible in the middle of the clearing, threatening to swallow Jae-hyun. Odin's raven began to slowly approach closer and say that he had finally come to see his son, but he discovered with regret that the boy's character had become even worse than before. Clutching his wounded side, the boy said that he had never considered the man standing in front of him to be his father, so he better stop using that word. Hugin chuckled and said that it looked like the boy was going through puberty. Hyun interrupted this stupid conversation by asking why the crow was brought here. The man was in no hurry to give his reasons, but he watched with curiosity the one he called his son. He watched Hyun's every move, curious to know what the limit was to how strong the boy could become, and why that limit wasn't noticeable now. Odin's servant came even closer to Jaehyun and said that he wanted to ask him one very important thing. The man's voice sounded extremely ominous when he asked if the enemy aces were somehow connected to him and if they had contacted him. Jaehyun was so scared and surprised by this question that he couldn't find an answer right away, and sweat started to run down his face from the tension. Seeing the expression on his son's face, Odin's raven understood everything without further ado. It seemed that their enemies had really decided to lure Hyun to their side. Deciding to nip the enemy in the bud, Hugin attacked the guy, directing a powerful stream of energy in his direction. Jaehyun understood that if he didn't come up with some kind of plan now, he could say goodbye to revenge on his father and to life in general. He activated the protective barrier that had previously helped him shield himself from the forces of very powerful enemies. The guy hoped that this time the shield would not fail either. For a while, the barrier actually held up and protected against Hugin's power, but after a while it began to crack. Unable to withstand such an intense attack, the protective barrier shattered into many small pieces, leaving the guy defenseless against the enemy. The power burned Hyun, and everything around him was smoking. The boy thought how a simple blow could hurt him so much. It seemed like this was the power of the A-rank raider that his father was. Jaehyun thought that maybe he wasn't the only one who was hiding his abilities. Hugin noted that the guy had become much stronger than he was. Jaehyun thought hard about how his father knew about Asa's enemies and what else he could be hiding, but the boy didn't show his worries and mockingly asked if Daddy really came to kill him. The man was silent for several long, seemingly endless seconds, and then simply replied that for now he did not plan to kill his son. However, Hugin understood that the speed of the guy's growth in strength was incredibly high. At this rate, he could quickly become a serious obstacle for the Aesir and his plans. He decided that first he needed to limit the amount of divine power and stop Jaehyun's growth. Odin's servant said that although he would not kill Hyun today, that did not mean that he could not take a couple of his limbs with him. He swung his sword again and repeated the move that had split the ground in the forest clearing. This time he put even more magical power into the blow. Jaehyun thought that he would most likely die today because this attack was incredibly strong, so there were doubts about whether he would be able to fight it off. But suddenly, Hugin had to stop his attack because he saw a strange, otherworldly green light that was filling the clearing. Among this light, he saw a black cat who was looking at him without taking his eyes off. The man understood that this was a very bad sign. The servant of the supreme god arrogantly asked the cat whether the agreement between the gods of Asa and their enemies had been broken, because if not, then how dare they show such disrespect to Odin? The black cat stretched lazily, after which with a mocking voice he said that he had absolutely no idea what the raven meant. Hyun looked at the animal in amazement. He thought that nothing could surprise him in this life anymore. But as it turned out, the talking cat did an excellent job of this task. The cat jumped down from the tree he was sitting on and told Hugin to get away. After these words, the green light became even brighter. Through this glow, one could see how the cat's body was transformed into something else, because the furry paw turned into an ordinary human leg. The triangular velvet ears were gone, as was the entire cat's face, and instead one could see a pretty female face and long hair gathered into two ponytails. From the greenish haze emerged a beautiful girl, who was obviously a goddess and most likely somehow connected to hell. She told Hugin that they had plans for this child, so the raven had better get away as soon as possible. Jaehyun began to think hard about what kind of goddess was in front of him, because judging by the magical energy that emanated from her, she was very strong. The guy wanted to figure out what all this meant. Hyun watched the argument between this stranger and Hugin, who asked if it was really necessary to go so far for the sake of all this farce. Instead of answering, the goddess released her claws, which instantly lengthened. Then some liquid began to drip from them. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that these were drops of blood. They sprinkled the ground around her and began to gather in a terrible puddle. It seemed that this blood belonged to the recent victims of this pretty, but insanely dangerous goddess. After a while, the blood began to boil, as if some unknown force had made it boil. From the places where there were drops of blood, Unnaturally long arms with sharp claws began to emerge from under the ground and stretch out. Hugin drew his sword and prepared to attack. He knew that now he would hardly be able to get out of this clearing so easily. The goddess finally decided to answer the raven's question. She said that he knew very well that luring the guy to their side was their only option. At this time, Hugin was just fighting off an attack from one of the huge hands that had emerged from the depths of the earth right under his feet. A greenish whirlwind swirled around the boy's feet. It was unclear whether it wanted to absorb him or protect him from possible attacks from his father. Jae-hyun could barely stay on his feet, because there was such a hurricane around him that it threatened to take away his balance. Hugin said that if Asa's opponents want to end the war of the gods with the help of a common man, then most likely Loki has greatly lost ground. But the goddess asked a counter-question about how their desire differed from Odin's attempt to kill this very ordinary man. The man did not find an answer to this question, because in fact, the goddess was right. The actions of both parties only proved that Hyun was not an ordinary guy at all, so he hastened to end this conversation. Hugin warned that if the goddess once again so unceremoniously interfered in the affairs of the Aesir, he would hold her accountable in accordance with the treaty. The unknown goddess said that Odin's servant could do as he saw fit, but if he stood in her way again, he might regret it greatly. A long, clawed paw reached out towards Hugin and stopped dangerously close to his frowning face. The claws scratched the man's throat, and the goddess said that he should remember that his head could fly off his shoulders at any moment. She emphasized that the agreement was made between the gods and Asa's enemies. The goddess added that there was not a single clause in this treaty that would prohibit killing Odin's raven. After these words, Hugin waved his long cloak, turned around, and silently left the clearing, leaving only a couple of black feathers as a reminder of his presence. The goddess watched contentedly as this feathered chanter of Odin left the area. After that, she looked at the guy and decided that it was time to finally explain to him who she was and why she had come here. It turned out that Jae-hyun was actually injured in this battle, because he fell to his knees and began coughing up blood. The goddess approached him and greeted him. She acted as if the guy was not sitting in front of her on his knees, twisted in pain. The stranger said that she was pleased to meet the young raider. She introduced herself as Hel's alter ego, named Hela. This mysterious Hela said that she is the one who watches over the enemy of evil and helps him on his difficult path in life. Alter ego Hel said that she would be a guide who would lead the boy through all 5 tests that fate had prepared for him. She curtsied and bowed respectfully to him. Hyun didn't know what feelings to feel because before this he had managed without outside help, and he didn't know that he would have to go through some kind of tests. After all these strange events, the boy returned to his room in the dorm of Mile's academy. He activated his healing power and began to heal the wounds inflicted on him by his good-for-nothing father. Although the wound on his stomach healed fairly quickly, the pain from the injury had not yet passed, so the guy tried to get back to normal. Hela followed him from the forest clearing. Now she was sitting in his room and saying that if he wanted to ask something, he didn't have to be shy. She would try to answer all his questions. The guy looked at the goddess who was sitting in his room and couldn't believe what was happening, because among ordinary things, the spawn of Helheim looked a little unusual. The first question Hyun would ask was about who his father was, whom he came to know as Min Seon-no. The goddess replied that Min Seon-no was never his father and added that the man's real name was Hugin. She said that he hid his true identity, so Jae-hyun didn't know that one of Odin's ravens was next to him. Hela revealed that Hugin was able to manipulate the human mind, and he could also command memory, thanks to the power of another raven, Munin. She clarified that all this time Hugin was next to him in order to restrain the enemy of evil from the prophecy. Jae-hyun tried to wrap his head around what he had heard. He asked the goddess again if Min Seon-no, or rather Hugin, was not his real father. Hela said it would be easier for him to understand if he saw it with his own eyes. She snapped her fingers and launched some new process in the guy's head that would help him understand what was happening. Jae-hyun felt his head start to hurt, and then he saw the Nornir system's notification that his memory backups were being retrieved. The guy opened his eyes and realized that he was no longer in the dorm room. He again heard the voice that had been haunting him for years, a male bass saying that he was useless trash. Hyun found himself in an old house where his family once lived, back in his distant childhood. He slowly walked up to the doorway and began to observe what was happening behind the door, even though these events were all too familiar to him. A little boy was lying on the floor, crying hysterically, while his father stood over him, beating him, and saying that he didn't understand why his son was even born. The one who turned out to be Hugin asked little Jaehyun if he really thought that if he had discovered the ability to use magic, then something would change in his worthless life. Memories of his father hating him for being awakened came flooding back to the boy, and he couldn't control his emotions. He remembered all the violence that had befallen him and turned his childhood into a living hell, and moments of his mother defending him and begging his father to stop came to his mind. Each time the mother covered him with herself, and shedding tears, asked this tyrant why he beat the innocent child again and again. The boy had locked these memories deep in his soul, in dark corners that were inaccessible, but now they were tormenting him again. Jaehyun saw another door. Light was pouring out of it. It was beckoning him. It was as if the place was calling him. Hyun walked through that door, and his nose was hit by a strong smell of incense that could not be confused with anything else. The memory was unfamiliar to him, watching his little self sobbing and clinging to his mother, who assured him that everything would be okay. Despite the comforting words, the woman cried without stopping. Both she and her son were wearing black mourning clothes. When Jaehyun saw the portrait of the one being seen off on his final journey, his eyes widened in shock. This man was both familiar and unfamiliar to him at the same time. It seemed as if there was some kind of haze around his mind that prevented him from remembering this man. From all this tension, his head began to ache unbearably, and after a while he began to choke, and it was unlikely that this was because the incense smoke was too thick. The guy had a clear feeling that he had forgotten something that he should have always remembered, as if someone had invaded his memory and simply blocked the memories. But when the headache began to subside, the haze in my head cleared a little, and another vision appeared, which showed a man with an ice cream cone in his hands. The man smiled sincerely and handed Jaehyun the ice cream, pressing his finger to his lips, as if hinting that this should remain their little secret. Jaehyun's mother irritably told the man, who her child looked remarkably like, that she asked him not to feed the boy sweets anymore. But he replied that the baby loved ice cream too much, so he couldn't be denied this pleasure. Little Hyun laughed happily at these words. Jaehyun's real father picked up his son and sat him on his neck. The boy spread his arms out to the sides and was happy. The whole family smiled happily. Sincere love reigned around them. When the vision ended, and the boy was able to open his eyes, his face was filled with tears. He could not understand why he did not remember these happy moments of his childhood. He couldn't believe that not only his loving father had been taken away from him, but also all his memories of him, leaving only terrible nightmares about the violence he had experienced. Jaehyun wanted to go back in time and know what it was like to hear his father speak words of love and support, rather than regrets about Hyun being born. The Nornir system announced that all backup data had been loaded, after which Hela said that he was now finally free from memory manipulation. Now the guy was sobbing uncontrollably. He didn't understand why his life was full of such unbearable suffering because he had lost so much. Hela sadly replied that all these events happened because he was destined to become the enemy of evil and kill the supreme god. Hyun looked angrily at the goddess and asked why all these titles and prophecies were ruining his life so much. After a short silence, the goddess decided that the guy had the right to know the truth, since he was directly involved in all these events. A fireball lit up in her hands, which would help transport Jaehyun into her memories of those events. She began her story by saying that 10,000 years ago, events occurred that were called the First Ragnarok. Her ominous tone indicated that all the problems had started right then. The goddess explained that Ragnarok was the final chapter of history, the end of everything that had ever existed in the universe. Hundreds of thousands of people died, if not more. It was a real apocalypse that only a few lucky ones were able to survive. In the last war, a coalition of the Aesir's enemies fought fiercely, but were ultimately defeated by an army led by the Aesir and Valkyries. After this war, Odin forced the enemies of the Aesir to conclude a so-called treaty, in exchange for the lives of the gods and giants who were captured. That document clearly stated that the opponents of the Aesir had been defeated, and that from now on their forces could not cause any harm to the gods, and that they must submit to the power of the great Odin. Hela noted that this treaty further strengthened the power of the supreme god, who was already supported by a large number of higher beings. She said that many beings of the world suffered because of the Aesir and endlessly cried out for help. The guy listened attentively to the story and caught every word, afraid of missing something important, because he wanted to understand what role was assigned to him in this whole story. The goddess continued her story, saying that a new prophecy was then given by the Norn sisters. This prophecy stated that in about 10,000 years, when the next Ragnarok would come, the weakest being would destroy Odin and create a new world. Jaehyun remembered that when he was dying in the dungeon, he saw women who offered him to choose the Nornir system. Then they said some strange words. Now it was clear that it was the Norns whispering the prophecy. Hela explained that the person spoken of in the prophecy was him, Min Jaehyun. The boy could not believe that the goddess of Helheim herself considered him the hope for a new, better world in which there would be no Odin. Hyun looked at Hel's alter ego and asked if their plan was to use him to kill the supreme god. Hela replied that this was exactly what they had planned to do, but in order to accomplish what they had planned, the guy still had to try very hard. Jaehyun asked what Odin wanted so badly that a coalition of gods would group against him and want to destroy him. The goddess said that he wanted to obtain the summit of the 9 worlds, that he wanted the very air to now belong to him. Hearing this, the boy shuddered and thousands of goosebumps ran across his skin. It sounded very scary, so he wanted to help neutralize the tyrant god. Hela said that Odin wanted to get all 9 worlds, including the world of people too. His desire was to subjugate absolutely all living beings in the universe. Hyun clenched his teeth in anger, thinking hard about how much strength he would need to help prevent this disaster. The woman added that Midgard was of particular interest to the supreme god because it was inhabited by so many people who could become Odin's slaves. In the palace of the supreme god, they did not even suspect the conversation that was taking place in the human world. One was irritated that because of some old prophecy, he had to watch over such an insignificant creature as a young human offspring. Another god approached him and said that the guy was just an ordinary person and not worth the time spent on him. But Odin did not agree because the enemies of the Aesir were becoming stronger and stronger, so it was impossible to show them even a hint of weakness. He turned to the god, whose name was Heimdall, and said that he wanted to give him power, after which Odin asked if he understood the meaning of this act. The golden-haired god smiled and said that of course he understood everything, so he would leave Asgard immediately. The Milla's Academy gym was usually empty at such an early hour, but today there was still one customer. Starting from early morning, Jaehyun worked tirelessly on various exercise machines. He wanted to have not only magical but also physical strength that would be useful in battle. He was given additional motivation by a conversation with Hela about how the tyrant god wanted to capture all living things on this planet. Now he had 4 worlds in his power: Vanaheim, Jotunheim, Svartalheim, and Muspelheim. Hyun concluded that Odin was currently trying to enslave the remaining worlds. The goddess nodded her head affirmatively, confirming every word the guy said. Jaehyun wondered if that was the case. Then why didn't Odin kill him earlier and destroy him when he didn't pose any danger? Hela explained that it was because of the power of prophecy, because even God did not dare to resist it. She called it a great flood and said that even Odin could not compete with fate. The boy asked what kind of power it was that even God could not compete with it. The goddess did not explain everything, but only said that Hyun was protected from Odin's power by the universe itself. But then she added that there is no such thing as eternal protection, and when the next Ragnarok comes and all the shackles fall from the world, much will change. Hela touched the boy's chest with her hand and said that the forces that were patronizing him now would disappear. When that moment comes, the guy will have to leave the world of the living. But before that, one can only hope that he will have time to fulfill his destiny. But the goddess said that he had already been killed once, and that this changed the order of things. And at that moment, everything became clear to the guy. His death before returning was a trick of Odin, letting Hugin go ahead. His eyes flashed with rage as he realized that the gods had been playing with him from the very beginning, killing his family, manipulating his memory, and now his life was in question. Hela came close and asked if he wanted to take revenge on his offenders, because she could help with this matter. She asked if he wanted to take revenge and protect what was most dear to him on this earth. The goddess said that she was the conductor of 5 trials and could help him on his path to revenge, which would put an end to Odin's tyranny. Stretching out her hand, she said that fate had prepared tests for the enemy of evil from the prophecy, and it was she who was given the honor of giving them to him. Hela assured the boy that with proper training he could become a god-killer and overthrow the tyrant. She urged him to become stronger, because there was a new quest ahead, the essence of which was to become an opponent of Odin and all of Asgard. Hyun had to inherit the power of the throne of the opponents of the Aesir. He needed to have time to gain strength before the end of all living things came, and it would be too late to save anything. The training hall at the Mills Academy was not empty since early morning again, but this time, there was a different visitor. Now, An-ho-yeon was there, having decided to exercise before the lectures to get his muscles into proper shape. Recently, the guy had been doing special training, so his whole body was aching. He even thought about asking Lee Jae-san for a stamina recovery potion. An-ho-yeon sat down on a bench and thought sadly about whether he couldn't achieve the desired result without using any doping. Thanks to this new training, he managed to increase his C-class skill, but his body was still too weak. He sadly wondered what he should do, try on his own, or take a drug that would increase his endurance and help him train more effectively. The guy understood that Jae-hyun was already at a much higher level, but he was still far from winning the Mills Academy School Festival, and he still had time to train. These thoughts calmed him down a little, because there was still hope that he would make his physical abilities more impressive, and he would have a chance to defeat Hyun. Deciding that he shouldn't give up, he jumped up from his seat and told himself that he needed to train a little more, because working on his body would never be a bad thing. Suddenly, a voice was heard in the gymnasium, announcing that Cadet An-ho-yeon was being called by Director Gu Chae-yin, so he was asked to go to the office immediately. The guy looked at the door in surprise and did not understand why the director decided to meet with him for a personal conversation, because there were no reasons that would explain this desire. At this time, there was a telephone conversation in the director's office, in which the head of the academy said that if they got rid of the cadets with low ratings, then support would naturally return to the favorites. He asked ironically if Congressman Park could not block all the noise that might result from the implementation of his plan. The man Gu Chain spoke to on the phone said irritably that there was already a lot of dirt to clean up after the events in the fake dungeon, so the Raider Command headquarters might as well take action. The director thought that perhaps the man could not hear him well and needed to be replaced, but out loud he only said that the Raider Management headquarters were just mongrels who lived at the expense of taxpayers. Gu Chain informed his interlocutor that if he was talking about preparation, then everything was already ready, and he asked him to clarify what exactly he meant. The director's eyes flashed angrily, as if he had already visualized what was about to happen. Gu Chae-ying said that everything was very simple. An event called Guild Experience was supposed to start in a few days, where a breakthrough through the gate would happen artificially. The interlocutor laughed, saying that the head of the academy, as always, was trying to solve everything with someone else's hands and get out of trouble. To Gu Chae-yin, it was not an insult, but rather a compliment that highlighted his cunning nature. The man said that he approved of this plan. After this, the mysterious interlocutor said that, as he had suggested, they would agree on state support for Milas. But the detailed plan still needed to be discussed in more detail. The head of the academy smiled and said in a polite tone that he agreed to meet and brainstorm the terms of the agreement regarding support for Milas. The guy who was called to the director's office was about to grab the handle and open the door, but he froze when he heard Gu Chain's voice. And Ho-yeon was struck by recognition and the memory that he had heard that voice before, and under circumstances he would rather forget. He couldn't believe that this male bass voice, which still haunted him in nightmares, belonged to the director of the academy. The boy remembered how during the hunt, after the shackles on his mind were removed, Jae-hyun suggested that it could have happened because there were problems in the subspace during that time. But no one ruled out the possibility that someone might have deliberately tried to use An-ho-yeon as a puppet. Now the boy finally understood who it was that invaded his consciousness that day during the freshman hunt. This man, on top of everything else, caused the dungeon to appear and watch this whole nightmare, and as absurd as it may be, it was the director of Milas, who in essence should protect his students. The realization of all this shocked An-ho-yeon so much that he clenched his teeth in anger and wanted to kill the vile man right in his office so that he could not harm anyone else. With his hand trembling with anger, he grabbed the pen and wanted to use all the skills he had acquired during his training in Milas and use them against Gu Chain. But then he exhaled and calmed down a little. He needed to turn on his sober thinking, and anger, even if justified, did not contribute to this in any way. When his sanity returned, An-ho-yeon realized that it was dangerous to interfere now, because no one would believe him if he said that the director was the culprit. He understood that it might be worth collecting evidence, and in general, it was unlikely that he would be able to solve this large-scale problem alone. So he informed the head of the academy of his presence and received permission to enter the office. He opened the door and could barely contain his anger because he understood how many students could suffer from the antics of this ruthless man. The guy decided that he needed people he could trust. The academy's auditoriums welcomed students who lived in complete ignorance of who their respected director was. Kim Yoo-jang and So-ina listened attentively to the course material and tried to take notes on all the important points. Lee Soo-hyuk sat there as if he already knew absolutely everything that the teachers had told them. Jae-hyun wasn't very enthusiastic about writing anything down either, but he at least tried to look interested and listen to the lecture. He was not very good at it, because the guy's head was filled with completely different things. How could you think about studying when in the future you have to kill Odin himself? He kept replaying in his mind what Hela had said about how Odin must already know that he had been in contact with the faction that opposed the Aesir, meaning that Ragnarok could be happening sooner than expected. The boy was distracted from his thoughts by the loud sound of a book slamming shut, followed by the long-awaited words that the lesson was over. Instructor Jung Yi-soo said in a threatening tone that she had an important announcement to make, so the students who had been peacefully dozing during her class should wake up and listen carefully to what she had to say. The cadets, embarrassed by such straightforward words, quickly sat up straight in their chairs and assumed the most interested expression. Jae-hyun immediately assumed that they wanted to warn them about the start of the next event, which was supposed to take place in a few days. And so it happened. Jung Yi-soo reminded that, as announced earlier, the guild experience would take place in 3 days. The experience they will gain from this event will be a good opportunity for the cadets to understand how the Raider Guild operates and how it hunts monsters. Hyun listened with a grin as the instructor said that this was a unique opportunity that director Gu Chain had generously provided. The guy found it funny to listen to this, because before his return, they went to the E-Rank Guild and sat on a moldy-smelling sofa. But now, thanks to the achievements of Mila's Academy, students could go anywhere as the doors of every guild were open to them. But since they were given a choice, Jae-hyun wanted to go to the Sea God Hyesan Guild. Before returning, the boy dreamed of seeing with his own eyes this organization that held first place in Korea. The instructor announced that several students had priority in choosing a guild, a small reward for good academic performance. The nomination of priority was an offer to practice in the guild for a specific student. If accepted, the guild would give the cadets special points. Jung Yi-soo announced that cadets Min Jae-hyun, So-ina, and Kim Yoo-jaeyoung have received an offer from the Lotus Guild. A cadet named Lee Soo-hyuk was invited to practice in the Sea God organization. Hearing this, Jae-hyun glared at the guy who responded with an equally hateful gaze. Kim Yoo-jung screamed happily, as she couldn't believe that they were all invited to such a large and influential organization like Lotus. Hyun remembered Yoo Seon-yoon saying that knowing future specialists was an important factor in the competition between guilds, so it was no wonder she wanted to know which of the guys had distinguished themselves during the hunt. The instructor said that the guys need to make a decision before midnight, after which they need to prepare all the documents and send them to her as a file. Hearing such exciting news, the students began to leave the classroom, noisily discussing who would like to join which guild. Kim Yoo-jang hugged the embarrassed Seo-inu and almost cried from the realization that she would be able to see the Lotus Guild master Yoo Suneun in person. Jae-hyun watched his happy friend with a smile. He liked that she was so childishly happy about what was happening. The guy thought that most likely, and Ho-yeon would also be nominated and invited to some large organization for an internship. Hyun exchanged glances with the girls and realized that he would be happy to do his internship with them, not to mention that they were his friends. Both students were incredibly talented. Loud calls were heard on the boys' smartphones, and Kim Yoo-jung asked in surprise why the 3 of their mobile phones were ringing at the same time. The girl thought that maybe Lotus had contacted them, but then she saw a strange notification from an Ho-yeon, who asked the guys to urgently gather at Lee Jaeson's workshop. Without further ado, all those whom Ho-yeon had called gathered around the round table and waited for him to tell them the reason for this meeting. The guy told his friends what he had managed to overhear at the door of Gu Chain's office. Kim Yoo-jang decided to ask again if the director really wanted to kill the low-ranking students in the guild experience, so that the rest would reawaken. And Ho-yeon firmly and confidently replied that this was exactly how it was. He heard with his own ears how the head of the academy discussed this with someone on the phone. Lee Jae-zan was so shocked by this news that he could barely say that the issue of Gu Chain's corruption was raised every year. But this information about him went beyond all bounds of what was permissible. So Ina agreed with the young alchemist, because the director was simply playing with the lives of students who could barely protect themselves. Jae-hyun was silent, and thought hard about the fact that the Guild Experience event was much more dangerous than he had previously thought. The guy suspected the director's plans, but he had no idea that they would be so bloody. Before his return, he had only heard in passing that some incident had caused the death of several students, but now it was clear what had actually happened and who was to blame. And Ho Yan said that no one knew this information except himself and those present in this workshop. The blonde added that this meant that no one other than them could resist this evil in the form of Gu Chain. Jae-hyun knew that he had to think things through carefully, because he couldn't jump to conclusions, because if he made a mistake, they could all die. He clenched his fists tightly and thought that they couldn't just pretend they didn't know anything when the lives of so many students were at stake. But at the same time, the guy understood that although caring for others was a very noble thing, it was still worth being able to distinguish between courage and recklessness. Kim Yoo-jeng was tensely silent, because she still couldn't get her head around the fact that that smiling director was a real tyrant and psychopath. She rose abruptly from her seat and, slamming her hands on the table, said that they had nothing to think about. They had to act as their conscience dictated. The girl screamed that the lives of many students directly depended on their actions. They could not allow something terrible to happen. Lee Jae-sung said that he fully supported Yoo-jung. Even though he was scared, he was still willing to do everything in his power to help the common cause. So Ina said that if she could somehow help prevent the deaths of the students, she would do her best, because she did not want to stand aside when innocent people were dying. Jae-hyun was very surprised by such zeal and passion of his friends. He did not expect that they would respond so quickly and come to the aid of the innocent. He smiled imperceptibly, because he was proud that there were such correct and noble people around him. The boys were real hunters, whose goal was to find treasures and fight monsters, but their main task remained the protection of ordinary people. The Nornir system notified that the decisive moment had been accepted automatically. The task was to stop the director and save the students. He was also reminded that the enemies of the Aesir were watching what was happening. Jae-hyun slammed his hand on the table and told the guys that in that case, they needed to come up with a reliable plan that would help save not only the cadets' lives, but their own as well. The guys smiled because they were glad that the guy supported their idea. Their faces were shining with hope that they would succeed. Hyun picked up on their enthusiasm and said that they must not allow their vile director to carry out his plans. Once again the classroom, once again a lesson with Chong Isyu. That's how the next school day began for the kids. The instructor turned to Jae-hyun indignantly, asking if he really wanted her to believe that he had already managed to master the 4th-level magic book. Hearing that she thought it was impossible, the guy simply replied that that was exactly how it was. Jang Yi-soo was incredibly irritated and a little scared. She knew that this student was dangerous, which was a very bad sign. The director may decide to turn the boy into another pawn in his game, but Min Jae-hyun is not the kind of soldier who can be treated like that. Seeing Young Yi-soo's reaction, Jae-hyun sarcastically asked why the teacher who taught him so much made such an expression. The guy grinned and asked if she would also run to report him to that freak Gu Chain this time. The instructor was shocked not only by such impudent behavior, but also by the fact that Hyun knew about the director's request, which she obediently carried out. The woman screamed indignantly, asking how a first-year student dared to behave like that with a teacher and say nasty things about the principal. Ignoring these squeals, Jae-hyun walked closer to young Isyu and touched her forehead with his hand, causing the woman to become confused. He used the skill he had learned from the principal and said he needed the instructor to do something for him. The space around them filled with a purple glow, and the instructor froze in place, catching every word that flew out of Hyun's mouth. The Nornir system notified that the brainwashing skill had been used, and the selected target's mind had been clouded. Jae-hyun already suspected that he had become stronger than instructor Jung Yi-soo, and the fact that he was able to use this skill on her confirmed his suspicions about this. The guy knew that the most effective way to attack an enemy was to take complete control of him. That's exactly what he did with the director's henchman. It was unclear whether she worked for him of her own free will or whether he forced her. But it didn't change the fact that the woman was helping Gu Chain's power to strengthen. Hyun turned to the instructor, saying that from now on, she was his colleague for the next few days. The woman absent-mindedly repeated every word he said, as if her brain wanted to better commit the information to memory. Hyun said that now they could finally have a heart-to-heart talk, and he wanted to start the conversation with information about the dirty deeds that Gu Chain was planning during the guild experience. 3 days flew by unnoticed, and now the very day has arrived when students will go to different guilds to undergo practical training. Kim Yoo-jang couldn't believe that they would not only be allowed into the Lotus Guild building, but would also be allowed to inspect it. The girl joyfully raised her hands up and was ready to jump for joy, because she had always dreamed of visiting here. The boys turned around in unison when a pleasant male voice said that he was glad to meet such talented students of the Mila's Academy. The man was Park Sung-jae, the manager of the Lotus Guild, and he bowed respectfully to the students and announced that he would be assisting them in the guild experience. He suggested that they take a little walk and get acquainted with the building. Kim Yoo-jang jumped up and down, unable to contain her joyful impulse. Park Sung-jae led the boys from room to room, explaining what each of them was intended for, after which he showed them the spacious training hall. Finally, he led them to the door that led to the office of the guild leader herself. The door swung open and out came Yoo Sun-yoon, who said that she was the master of the Lotus Guild, and her face showed that she was interested in meeting the students. In her office, hot jasmine tea and various treats awaited the cadets. Such a warm welcome could not fail to please the trainees. Yoo Sun-yoon hospitably invited everyone to the table and suggested that they relax and enjoy some delicious food. Seo-ina noticed that Kim Yoo-jang was frozen in place strangely, as if it was the calm before the storm. And so it was. After a couple of seconds, the girl rushed to Yoo Sun-yoon asking her to give her an autograph, because Yoo Jung had been her fan since childhood. Without any pride or arrogant behavior, the woman took a blank sheet of paper and said that such wonderful fans give her the strength to move forward and develop the guild. Jae-hyun laughed at Yoo Jang's behavior and said that she was indeed a huge fan of Yoo Sung-gyun. The woman said she was very happy that the boy had made so many new friends at the academy, and Ho-young was surprised by this phrase and asked if Jae-hyun was familiar with the guild leader. Yoo Sun-yoon smiled sweetly and said that they weren't just acquaintances. Jae-hyun was one of her best students. Kim Yoo-jung couldn't believe her ears. She jumped up from her seat and loudly asked how her friend was the Lotus leader's disciple. But the woman didn't pay attention to this outburst of emotions. She said that she heard something from Jae-hyun about the guys gathered here. It was after his stories about their talents that she decided to invite the students here during the guild experience. Yoo Seon-yoon said that in fact, Lotus and several other guilds were aware of Gu Chae-yin's deception and terrible actions. It's just that the power of this vile man was so great that everyone tactfully kept quiet about his antics. Jae-hyun guessed that otherwise, the academy director wouldn't have been able to act so confidently, and he also noted that the man seemed to have the ability to open dungeons. Yoo Sun-yoon said that Gu Chae-in was hiding most of his abilities, so they didn't know everything either. She noted that careful measures needed to be taken to advance this matter. Park Sung-jae, who was standing nearby, extended his hand and released a glowing ball onto the table, saying that a display of the magic fields near the organizations participating in the guild experience would now appear. And so it happened. Literally a few seconds later, a detailed map was on the table in front of the guys. For convenience, Sung-jae's manager lifted it into the air, and now the guys looked at it curiously, wanting to figure out how it was made. On the map, there were 2 red areas that stood out and, as Park Sung-jae said, were denser and stronger than other places. The man explained that if a new dungeon was created, there was a high probability that something very bad would happen there. Yoo Seon-yoon said that they would first deal with the points located in the Lotus territory. She ordered her assistant to close the area and evacuate residents if there was a possibility of danger. Jae-hyun thought for a moment and then said that the method was not bad, but Gu Chae-in was also well prepared for everything. The guy noted that if the director realized that Lotus had interfered in this matter, he would begin to act even more actively than before. Yoo Sun-yoon was inclined to listen to her student, so she asked if he had any thoughts on the matter. After a few seconds of silence, the guy firmly said that he had a couple of ideas on how to improve their plan. He believed that those students who found themselves in a risk zone should be saved by themselves, without anyone's help. Some of the cadets found themselves in less favorable conditions than in the Lotus Guild, the gray, gloomy corridors evoking disturbing thoughts. A group of students followed their guide and looked around warily, because the offices here looked more like prison cells. One of the cadets walked along and did not hide the slight smile that was spreading more and more across his face. He thought that his classmates had written him off, but now everything would be different, because Director Gu Chain himself recognized his abilities as a raider and nominated him as the main candidate. The guys didn't even suspect what this guy was capable of in order to attract attention to himself and become a leader. The guy was distracted from his malicious thoughts by a hand that gently lay on his shoulder. He turned around and saw that one of the girls wanted to say something. A classmate stood behind him and looked at him with a pitiful look. The guy asked her what happened. The girl cautiously asked him if the place they had been brought to seemed strange to him, since she had goosebumps all over her body from the interior. The guy asked her to tell him more specifically what was troubling her so much, because he hadn't noticed anything particularly unusual. She said that she thought that if it was a raiders' guild, it should be equipped with all sorts of amenities. But this place looked like a long-abandoned organization. The guy got goosebumps from his classmate's next suggestion. The girl believed that this place could be cursed. He began to look around anxiously and notice more and more oddities. There were boxes everywhere. There were cobwebs in the corners, and indeed, it looked like no one had used these rooms for a long time. It seemed that the other students also sensed something was wrong, because they all started looking around and trying to find at least some signs that this building was being used as a guild base. The man who was escorting them led them deeper and deeper into the bowels of the building, and with each step it became darker and damper, until the students could only faintly discern the outlines of the room. He said that they had arrived. A red-haired girl named Kim Jina, who was with Jae-hyun in the dungeon, noticed something very strange that made her freeze in place. The haze around the man who was seeing them off cleared, and the girl noticed that instructor Kim Seoki was standing in front of them, who shouldn't have been there. Kim Seoki didn't expect the skill's effect to end so quickly, but there was nothing he could do about it. He would have to start implementing the plan earlier than planned. He turned completely towards the students, so that now everyone could clearly see who was standing in front of them, and raised his hand up. With a light snap of his fingers, the dark space was illuminated with a purple light, and the students found themselves trapped right in the center of the magic circle. The confused guys couldn't even move from fear, and the instructor simply said that at this point, they should say goodbye. The cheeky guy, who was so hoping that the director had finally noticed him, shouted that they needed to get out of this place quickly. Ignoring the students' frightened cries, Kim Seoki said that this was their last lesson. His face took on an even more sinister expression as he said that maybe someone would manage to get out of this hell alive. At this time, An Ho-yeon was carefully studying the map on his phone to figure out where he should move to find the students who might be in danger. After checking the route, he stopped at the entrance to some building and said that the map indicated that they should come here. As if confirming his words, the navigator on the phone notified that the guys had arrived at their destination. Kim Yoo-jang asked what kind of building it was, because it looked like some kind of long-abandoned base that had not been used for several decades. The girls began to assume that they had probably come to the wrong place, because who would lead the first-year students to an abandoned place for the guild experience? Jae-hyun didn't say anything, but only looked in the opposite direction to make sure that his allies were following them. At first glance, no one was visible among the trees, but this only proved that those who were nearby knew how to hide their presence very well. Standing behind the trees, Park Sung-jae replied that they were nearby, so the guy didn't need to worry about it. The man asked when Hyun had managed to learn telepathy, since mastering mental conversation was useful but very difficult. Jae-hyun replied that he had read a couple of great books in his spare time that helped him develop this skill. Park Sung-jae admitted that interfering with someone's mind using magic was an incredible skill. The guy was just a young talent to be able to learn it. Looking at his friends, who were not yet aware of the danger of the situation, Hyun thought that he would do everything to protect them. Through mental conversation, he also asked Park Sung-jae to be careful and get out of this situation alive. The man was very pleased with the guy's concern, so when he answered that everything would be fine, he put into his voice the warmth he was capable of. No matter how restless it was outside the abandoned building, there was peace and quiet in Yoo Sun-yoon's office, enveloping her like a warm blanket. While sipping her favorite tea, the woman analyzed Jae-hyun's actions and came to the conclusion that this child was directly copying her behavior. Park Hana stood next to her, clearly very worried. The girl said that she hoped that Park Sung-jae could help somehow, because he had been acting strange lately. Yoo Sun-yoon asked her to be more lenient with the man, although perhaps that was the beauty of the brother and sister relationship. Suddenly, the woman began to look anxiously into her cup, as if there was not tea in it, but something that could somehow frighten her. The tea bubbled and turned into a miniature whirlpool, a sign that aggressive magic had been activated somewhere nearby. Yoo Sun-yoon began to look around. She understood that danger could be lurking somewhere very close, so she needed to be prepared for anything. She turned around in her chair so that she could see what was happening outside the window and began to patiently wait for trouble to appear. Yoo Sun-yoon recalled a recent conversation where Hyun had assured her that the guild that Gu Chai-in would open the dungeon in would be Kane. The woman was surprised by this assumption, because as far as she knew, Kane was founded directly by Gu Chain. It would be strange if he attacked his own organization. But Jae-hyun was not at all embarrassed by her arguments. He still confidently insisted that the head of the academy's first target would be this guild. Yoo Sun-yoon found this very suspicious, since Kane was in the very center of Seoul, very close to the Lotus Building. It seemed to her that the man could not act so openly, because it did not look like his usual strategy. But Jae-hyun said that the information was received from the most reliable sources who were close to the director. Perhaps Gu Chae-in had something else in mind. Yoo Sun-yoon asked Park Hana to find out something useful about the Kane Guild. Perhaps some information would shed some light on the situation. Park Sung-jae's sister agreed to carry out this assignment without further questions. Within an hour, the girl had already returned with new information. She found out that this organization was actually a ghost guild. Yoo Sun-yoon didn't understand what her employee meant at first, so she asked her to be more specific. Park Hana explained that some guilds do not leave records of their activities and are used to evade taxes. She added that it was now clearer why Gu Chain had started all these shady affairs. The woman said that it seemed that her student was completely right about the principle. It only remained to figure out what this insidious and cruel man had planned. It was clear that the Lotus leader was ready to act decisively and, if necessary, to oppose Gu Chain together with the students and her employees. She told Hana to prepare her gear just in case, because if trouble knocked on their door, there would be no time to pack. They quickly ran down the corridor with the girl, and on the way, Yoo Sun-yoon shouted that they would come up with another plan in case of unforeseen circumstances. The woman touched her neck and pulled out a small clot of power. Hana asked her to be careful. The forest around the abandoned building, the so-called guild, was quiet. Absolutely nothing foreshadowed the impending disaster. The boys opened the massive door, which turned out to be unlocked, and freely entered the gloomy, damp building that smelled of old age. They stood in the middle of a large hall and decided to look around, but it was so dark and dusty that it was impossible to discern anything remarkable. The ominous silence was broken, of course, by Kim Yoo-jang. The girl asked if the students had really been brought to an ordinary abandoned house. Jae-hyun said that they had come to the right place because he felt a flow of power that was calling to them. This building had a simply terrible aura, which could mean that some dark events had taken place there. The guy ordered the team to move forward, and everyone obediently followed him, because there were no other options anyway. They passed by strange boxes that were covered in tons of dust and cobwebs, and more questions arose about this building. Hyun found himself thinking that he was feeling a very unusual mana. He thought that it would be good to send all his friends back and stay to deal with the problem with the manager alone. But it was too late to retreat, so Jae-hyun was the first to enter the ominous darkness that was spreading through the rooms of the old building. Those of the team who were especially attentive could notice how absolute darkness gave way to a faint purple haze. So Ina immediately responded and said that she felt a powerful magical response that did not bode well. Jae-hyun agreed with the girl and said that high-ranking magic had been activated in that area. He began to look around, looking for traces of the spell activation, because finding them, one could understand what kind of skill was used. What the boy noticed a second later made his pupils dilate in horror. The purple haze became denser, after which the building began to shake violently and stones began to fall from the ceiling. The whole team, as one, stopped in place and began to wait to see what would happen next. Jae-hyun was the first to come to his senses, and he shouted for the guys to immediately get away from this place as far as possible. But it was too late, because they found themselves in exactly the same trap as the students who were brought here by Kim So-ki. A magic circle appeared out of nowhere, and did not allow the guys to leave its boundaries. And Hoyeon panicked and said that he couldn't move at all, which was exactly the effect the circle had, making its victims completely immobile. A dark voice was heard, causing every member of the team to shudder in horror. It said that now they would enter the world of the Dark Elves, Svartalfheim. The Nornir system began sending alarming notifications that a movement was taking place. The danger level was high, so it was necessary to leave the dungeon immediately. But it was too late, because the irreversible process of displacement started and the room changed into an even darker hall. In the distance, on a pedestal, there was a throne on which sat some kind of creature, obviously some important dark elf. His razor-sharp teeth bared in a vile grin, and he growled that fresh meat had finally arrived. He ordered the boys to get up, because it was time for the hunt he had been waiting for so long. Svartalfheim was a dangerous and gloomy world inhabited by dark elves. They were not the beautiful creatures from fairy tales, but evil and cruel predators. This was the world that Jaehyun's team found themselves in, and now they had to survive in a place where it seemed simply impossible. Hyun thought that who else but him could have been so lucky that he and his friends were carried away for a walk in this nightmare world. Kim Yoo-jang looked around in fear and asked if they had really entered Svartalfheim. Hyun recalled that the Dark Elves were described as warriors who possessed the power of the gods. Since this place had become a prison for them, the power should have weakened, but it was still noticeable. The guy finally understood how their wonderful director decided to get rid of the undesirable students. And Hoyeon asked fearfully how Gu Chai-ying was able to use such a high-level transfer magic. He wondered who this man really was. Hyun understood that the blonde was right. The head of the academy was too strong for an ordinary mediocre person. The question remained open as to whether a common man could participate in the ceremony of transfer between the 9 worlds. Jaehyun decided that Gu Chain was undoubtedly in contact with the Asa gods, since there was no other way to explain his abilities. He ironically told the guys that no matter how you look at it, the situation is far from the best. Footsteps were heard from somewhere behind. Then a male voice confirmed Hyun's words and said that they really were in difficult conditions. Out of the darkness came Park Sung-jae, who was not with the guys in the magic circle, but nevertheless, somehow he now found himself in Svartalfheim. The boys' eyes widened and they looked at the man with their mouths open, because they couldn't believe that someone would voluntarily go to this place. And Hoyeon asked how the Lotus Guild manager ended up in another world with them. The man explained that Min Jae-hyun said he needed a skilled raider, so he came because Yoo Sun-yoon couldn't act on her own because she was being followed. Kim Yoo-jang sighed with relief and said that she was glad that the man had appeared because she was beginning to think that they would all die here. Park Sung-jae said that it was too early to make optimistic predictions, because the fact that he ended up with them did not change the situation for the better. When the red-haired girl asked him in fear why he was saying that, the manager said that they were in the world of the Dark Elves, and even an A-rank raider would have a hard time surviving there. The boys listened with concern to the instruction that if they acted recklessly, they would all be killed. Jaehyun understood that at this point, the only thing that was known for sure was that the strategy for attacking Svartalfheim had not yet been worked out. But that was for now, because the guy had seen countless attacks on Svartalfheim before his return, so he still had some experience. He told his desperate friends to stop hanging their heads, because there was no situation they couldn't handle. Hyun said that somehow they would definitely survive, and he would do his best to make that happen. Park Sung-jae watched the boys with pleasure, because it was clear that they all cared about each other, and that was what true friendship was. Jae-hyun wrung his hands decisively and said that first of all, they needed to find the students who had managed to stay alive in these conditions. In a building with a beautiful, light interior, where the columns fit harmoniously, 2 men sat and decided their serious business. One of the participants in the conversation loudly put his cup down on the wooden table and said that there was a real threat of breaking the promise. And Hoyeon's father said he clearly remembers the principal's promise that he would take care of his son's success at the academy. The head of the academy said that the man should not worry about anything because his son would easily take first place at the next event. Mr. An asked who the student who won first place in the first-year hunt was, wondering who was able to surpass Hoyeong. While calmly sipping tea, Gu Chain said that the man had seen the broadcast, which meant he should be aware of what had happened. He explained that Min Jae-hyun was a genius with a 97% aptitude for magic. This news made Hoyeong's father very confused, because in this case, it would be very difficult for his son to surpass this guy. The man could not stand it and screamed, asking how this was even possible, since almost no one had such a great predisposition. The head of the academy didn't answer, but only looked at the man with a look that said he was behaving like a capricious child. Ho-young's father took the hint and silently stared at his cup of tea, saying that it had already gotten quite cold. The director politely asked if the man would like the servant to make him a new portion of tea, but the man seemed not to hear the director at all, because all his thoughts were only about how the one whose name no one knew dared to bypass his son, whom he had trained since childhood. Ho-yeon's father suddenly stood up from his seat and said that he did not need any more tea ceremonies. At this point, he would prefer to take his leave and leave. He was so irritated by what he heard that he left without even waiting for Gu Chai-ying to say goodbye to him. The director of the Mills Academy watched the man leave carefully. He remembered that Anseoku was a military officer. He was only useful to Gu Chain because he had fairly good connections in the central government, so the head of the academy pretended to be interested in partnerships. In fact, he had always only pursued his own goals, and this time Gu Chae-in had absolutely no reason to interfere and fulfill An Seok-gu's request. Deciding that he had outplayed everyone again, the director laughed evilly, considering himself the best player the world had ever seen. He turned to the void, saying that he was not interested in games that were obviously losing, so Ho-yeon's father could end up with nothing. In Svartalfheim, things were going on without much change. The group of guys were still wandering through the gloomy, deserted dungeons, trying to find at least one surviving student. So Ina said that it was too dark in these caves, so she activates a skill called Flash to brighten the space a little. Jae-hyun stopped her, saying that it would be better to use a slightly different method. A round sphere lit up in his hand, painting the space a bluish color. He threw it up and it hovered above them, its bright light dispelling the darkness and illuminating everything around, making the corridors less gloomy. Now this dark cave seemed completely different. In the lights of the magical light, it was beautiful. Kim Yoo-jang looked at the glowing sphere in delight and couldn't believe that Hyun even had such skills. The guy said that he had been training and had finally managed to increase his D-rank magic level, and his flash was now more powerful. So Ina noted that increasing your skill level is only possible when you become an A-rank raider, and Ho-young thought that it was simply impossible, since such abilities meant that Jae-hyun had raised his skills to such a high level. But Hyun didn't pay attention to the guy's surprise. The guy simply said that they needed to move on and stop less often. Park Sung-jae nodded in agreement and said that if they slowed down, their chances of survival would become less and less. As he walked through the cave, Sung-jae thought about how he had seen and trained many rookie raiders, but none of them were worth Jae-hyun's finger. The man became curious to see how far this guy could go in developing his strength. Moving further, the team came to a section of the cave that was completely covered with stalactites and stalagmites. When it seemed to the boys that they were walking forever, they were offered to take a little rest, because their legs were already starting to hurt unbearably. Park Sung-jae agreed, saying that they had been on the road for a long time, and it was time to regain their stamina. After these words, everyone froze in place, because the light that illuminated the space of the cave suddenly went out. Kim Yoo-jang indignantly asked why the magic sphere went out, because without it, she couldn't see anything that was further than her own nose. Jae-hyun gave the girl a very small and dim light, and said that the dark elves were used to the darkness. Enemies could easily extinguish the flash, so they needed to get used to pitch darkness. Yuzhen nodded in agreement, saying that in that case, nothing could be done. She noted that taking the potions with her was the right decision, because she was already suffocating from the oppressive magical energy. And Ho-yeon supported the girl, saying that it was not in vain that she asked Jae-san to prepare more potions. Seo Ina smiled gratefully at the guy. Jae-hyun handed another flask of the potion to Park Sung-jae, and everyone in the group slowly began to consume the liquid, expecting it to restore their energy. Looking into the dark emptiness of the cave, and Ho-yeon said that there must be survivors on one of these roads, if there are any at all. Jae-hyun said that he had a way to find out if any people were left unharmed. The boy closed his eyes and activated one of his new skills, thanks to which he recognized Hugin's presence in the forest. It turned out that one of the students was still alive and not too far from where they were. Hyun said that the path to the student led straight to the boss's room, but the others could not be identified, which could mean that the cadets were dead. But then Jae-hyun noticed even more disturbing circumstances that made his insides turn over. Soina also felt it, a slight breath of very dark magic that was rushing towards them at an incredible speed. Before the girl even had time to figure out what it was, Hyun had already reacted and intercepted the arrow on the fly, which was flying straight into Ina's heart. Jaehyun realized that the enemy's attack had already begun, so he used the skill Absolute Calculation and prepared to repel the attacks. And Hoyeon pulled out his sword from its sheath, and Yujin took out her magic staff. All the guys were prepared for an attack from the Dark Elves or their minions. Park Sung-jae ordered everyone to take their positions and stand united against the enemy. From the darkness of the cave, the silhouette of some huge creature began to appear, its eyes shining with an unnatural light that stood out brightly in the shadows. And Hoyeon was the first to notice that something incredibly large was approaching the boys, with a spear in its paws. Jaehyun announced to the boys in a dark voice that they were being attacked by dark elves. Without thinking twice, the boy activated the skill, which shed light and filled the cave with a golden glow. Seo-ina looked at Jaehyun with admiration, because she couldn't believe that such a powerful energy was coming from him. Not only the brunette was amazed by this technique, but the rest of the team members too. It seemed to them that they knew nothing at all about Hyuna, because every time he managed to surprise them. Kim Yujang was not among the onlookers. The girl immediately got her bearings and, waving her magic staff, activated the skill. The dark elves came running to taste the fresh flesh, but the mana field the girl had used had not yet allowed them to get too close. So Ina came out of her stupor and also used her power. She waved her magic wand and the space around her turned greenish. The brunette used a skill called Slowdown, and now the black elves, who were quickly approaching them, moved as if they were frozen in time. The girl used a move called Shining Holy Sword and struck the enemies with renewed vigor. Even though the attack was quite strong, the monsters managed to survive, and An Ho-yeon noticed that they were all going to attack Seo-inu together. The guy used Ultra Instinct and accurately determined the place where the enemy would strike. He jumped forward and put up a shield, protecting the girl from enemy fire. He shouted for the others to join in and attack the Dark Elves right now. The first to respond to the boys' call was Park Sung-jae. The man pulled out his blade and began to circle around one of the elves, intending to find his most vulnerable spot. His blade clashed with the enemy's spear. The blow was so strong that sparks flew from the weapon, but neither of them retreated. Jaehyun watched how skillfully his comrades fought and decided that he could not yield to them in skill, so he prepared himself for the real massacre to begin. A couple of elves were just approaching Hyun, so he would try out his honed skills on them. The guy filled the space with his magical light again and told these vile creatures that they were enemies. Jaehyun used the super speed chain against the monsters, which was now more refined and had a higher level. Before Hyun began to deal with the enemies, he remembered that thanks to the attacks on Svartalfheim from the past, it was revealed that all the weapons of the Dark Elves were made with magic. This meant that the boy could destroy them all by using the absolute counting skill. More and more elves crawled out of the dark depths of the cave and moved towards the boys to kill the obstinate victims who did not want to accept their fate and become a snack. A new plan formed in Jaehyun's head, and he hurried to share its details with the rest of the team. He ordered Kim Yujang and So-ina to use only fire magic, as it caused more damage to creatures that were used to living in the darkness. While repelling another attack with magical fire, Hyun told An Ho-yeon to use the skill cry of provocation to make the enemy's movements easier. The blonde had already entered into direct conflict with another elf, but managed to say that he understood the instructions. An Ho-yeon's eyes flashed with a bluish light, and he activated the skill that Jaehyun spoke of. The dark elves, who were already approaching them, suddenly slowed down and practically stopped moving altogether. Hyun told Park Sung-jae to kill the slow elves, since they were very easy bait in that state. Manager Sung-jae found it strange that the guy was leading the process as if he knew something about the dark elf breed. It seemed like this freshman had experience fighting them. The man activated the 5th level stealth skill, and traces of his presence in the cave completely disappeared, as if he had dissipated into space. The dark elf who stood nearby and was about to attack was now left with nothing, because his prey had slipped away right from under his nose. But the prey had turned from victim to hunter and was now in a much more advantageous position. Swinging his blade, Song-jae struck his short-sighted enemy. The elf never understood who had wounded him and let out black blood, which was now spraying in all directions from his wounded head. Jaehyun watched closely how his comrades fought and what strategy they followed. He decided that it was time to finally deal with these annoying creatures. He activated a skill called Fire Strike, and his fist became enveloped in flames that threatened to burn everything around him. His blow cut through the air and was aimed straight at the cluster of dark elves in order to kill as many of them as possible at once. The Nornir system reported that the boy had managed to kill at least one inhabitant of Svartalfheim. The rest of the Dark Elf people stood and did not know where to go, because everything around was burning with a clear flame, to which they were not accustomed over millions of years of living in the darkness. Kim Yujang didn't lag behind her friend. She used a skill called Fireball and directed it at the enemies. The monsters began to hide, trying to find at least one safe place where the fire could not reach. But still, there was one brave man who, despite the flames, rushed forward and prepared to attack. But he was immediately fried by the heat that Hyun created, so that now only ashes remained of him. But he awakened in the rest of his kin a desire for battle, so there began to be more and more brave elves who, not afraid of fire, jumped straight at the boys. Seo Ina entered the game. A flame was already flaring up at the end of her magic wand, and it was becoming more and more powerful. After a couple of seconds, this flame turned into powerful fiery arrows, which the girl directed straight into the bodies of her victims. The stricken elves remained standing on their feet, burning alive upon contact with these arrows. One of the dark elves growled, asking his kin how these people knew so much about their vulnerabilities, since it made their victory unrealistic. But he didn't have time to finish speaking, as an Hoyeon's sword pierced his chest, releasing streams of black blood. But still, it didn't kill the elf. He turned his head and asked in an angry voice how some man dared to attack such a higher being like him. But this chatterbox was not allowed to finish speaking again, because this time he was pierced by Jaehyun's super-fast arrow, which finished him off completely. And Hoyeon watched as the impudent creature turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared into the cave space. Seo Ina and Kim Yujang looked around and tried to find the remaining enemies, but they didn't see anyone. And Hoyeon asked with a hint of disbelief in his voice if they had really managed to defeat the Dark Elves, and Park Sungjae answered with no less doubt that it seemed like they had indeed succeeded. Jaehyun wasn't at all surprised by this turn of events, so as if nothing had happened, he said that they needed to continue moving forward, since they had very little time. Seo Ina supported the guy, saying that they had to go to the left side, but she couldn't detect the presence of living students there. Hyun replied that he could still feel the mana of the survivors in that direction. There were very few of them, but it was better than nothing. The boy looked into the dark, gloomy darkness that seemed to look back at him and said that if they were even a little late, there might not be anyone left to save. It was scary for him to realize that these first-year students could end their lives like this, being in a strange world due to the fault of the academy director. At this time, Gu Chayin, as always, was sitting in his office and was not particularly worried that people were dying because of him when there was a knock on his door. When instructor Kim Seoki entered, the head of the academy asked him why things turned out this way. He replied that he never thought that outsiders would dare to enter the guild building. The director, unable to contain his anger, loudly slammed his fist on the table. He was irritated by the fact that his plans were always being ruined because of some students who had absolutely no value in his eyes. He asked why he had to listen to the instructor's excuse when he should have done everything as expected. Kim Seoki tried to justify himself by saying that there was no need to worry. He asked if normal people hadn't died by accidentally getting inside the gate. They could have always just covered up the situation. This sentence made Gu Chain even more angry. He yelled at the employee not to make him laugh, and then activated his power. Feeling the pressure, Kim Seoki fell to his knees against his will and hit his knees painfully on the floor. But this action was not enough for the director, so he pulled the strings and squeezed the man's insides, after which he began to cough up blood. Gu Chayin said that the transfer ceremony would not activate due to people without magical abilities, which meant that there was a rat in the building that could handle magic. The instructor fell on his knees and begged his superior to forgive him, because he could not even imagine that someone would interfere with their perfect plan. The director ominously said that this matter should have been carried out quietly, because in any case, Kim Seoki knew what would happen next. The instructor didn't answer. There was fear, sadness, and some strange humility in his eyes. Thick blood began to flow in slow streams from his lips and eyeballs. This was all done by the director, who said that if even one survivor came out of there, then Kim Seoka would have less and less chance of remaining safe and sound. In the building of the Lotus Guild, internal processes were taking place. Two women were hurrying somewhere, loudly tapping their heels on the floor. Pak Hana asked her boss if she was sure that everything would be okay in the house. Yoo Sun-yoon said that the situation was truly an emergency, so if she went alone, she wouldn't attract much attention. The woman felt an ominous aura, and at that wavelength it meant that C-rank magic had been used. The children and Sungjai were in danger, and she couldn't continue to stand aside. Since there was no reaction from her earring yet, it meant there had been no casualties yet. But if she was even a second late, that could change. Without turning around, she told Park Hana that they had to hurry because more than one life was at stake. She added that if she did not return by morning, then she was obliged to immediately request help from the association and send reinforcements to her, and the head of the guild also asked to check all the cameras around. After which, Yoo Sun-yoon put on her helmet and sat on her motorcycle, which would quickly and without unnecessary stops take her to her destination. As the woman was about to leave, her assistant called out to her and told her to be careful and come back as soon as possible. The guild leader was very pleased that her employees treated her with such warmth, so she told the girl not to worry. Yoo Sun-yoon rushed through the city at the highest speed. She wanted to arrive on time, because the guys might need her help right now. She couldn't allow innocent people to suffer because of Gu Chain, much less students who couldn't properly defend themselves. At the other end of the cave, among the glowing minerals, the heavy steps of the unfortunate boys could be heard. Drenched in sweat and tears, one of the surviving students carried the guy on her shoulders, telling him that there was just a little bit left and they would get out of this nightmare. She no longer had enough strength. She felt terrible exhaustion, but she continued to move forward, carrying her comrade on her shoulders. She was so tired and distracted that she didn't notice how her foot tripped on a stone. The girl lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground, dropping the guy along with her. She cried out of frustration because she did not see a way that would help them get out of this place. She began to sob and beg the guy to try to get up because they needed to escape. The dark elves could still lie in wait for them, so there was danger around every corner. Her tears flowed like a river onto the rocky ground of the cave, and it seemed as if the ground here was soaked with the tears of those who had never been able to escape. The student began to blame herself for being useless and unable to help her classmates, because some of them were much less fortunate than her. Suddenly, the girl heard someone's footsteps. She raised her head in fear, thinking that the enemies had returned for her soul. A warm hand touched her shoulder, and she realized that there was a person standing behind her. She didn't know if this was good news or not, but the fact that it wasn't a dark elf couldn't help but make her happy. She turned her head and couldn't help but smile, because behind her stood those she didn't expect to see at all. The surviving students were finally found by Jae-hyun's team. All 5 of them stood there and rejoiced that they had found at least 2 living souls in this cave. The guy said that the student had tried hard and now she needed to rest and leave all the other worries to them. The girl could not hold back her tears of happiness. She cried and cried because it seemed to her that it was a dream, and in fact no one came to her aid. Her saviors began to blur before her eyes, and she realized that she was about to lose consciousness. And so it happened. Her body went limp and she collapsed right next to the guy she had been dragging on her all this time. Kim Yoo-jang immediately ran up to her, pulled out a stamina-enhancing potion from her backpack, and poured it into the girl's mouth. And Ho-yeon did the same with the guy who hadn't come to his senses for a long time, so the potion was the only option to get him back on his feet. After a couple of seconds, the guy coughed and began to regain consciousness. He raised his heavy eyelids and looked around. In a trembling voice, he said that they were in Svartalfar, as the land of the Dark Elves was called. Park Sung-jae told the boy that he and his colleagues had come here to save the surviving students who had ended up in this place by a terrible coincidence. The girl listened to the guys with a frown, but it was as if she was not there at all. It was obvious that these events had traumatized her greatly. Jae-hyun asked the guy what happened in that abandoned building that they all ended up here. The guy gritted his teeth and said that the others had been captured, so everyone who came with them to the guild was most likely dead. The girl added that immediately after they arrived in Svartalfheim, they were attacked by dark elves. She remembered that all the other students had been taken away, and she and Song-chan had barely managed to escape the eyes of those monsters. Although the boys managed to escape from the clutches of the monsters, they could not avoid mana poisoning. It was clear that the surviving students were embarrassed to tell all this, and it seemed as if they were trying to justify themselves, trying to explain their escape. Hyun immediately sensed their state because he was familiar with it. They thought they were chickening out. They were haunted by the thought that it would have been better to fight with their comrades and die in battle than to survive, but to think for the rest of their days that they had abandoned their friends. Jae-hyun knew that it was unwise to fight an enemy that could not be defeated with a small amount of forces. Cases of successful battles in such a situation have only been seen in films. The guy remembered how he himself had been in similar circumstances, which still haunted him, because he felt the same as these students. He closed his eyes and pushed these thoughts away, because now he had fixed everything, and when there was a chance, he saved his comrades. Hyun told the survivors that it wasn't their fault that their friends were captured anyway. They wouldn't have been able to defeat the horde of dark elves on their own. The guy asked to tell where the remaining students were taken, because perhaps they were still alive and there was a chance to save them. Song Chang hesitated. It was clear that he doubted that any of his team had survived. Jae-hyun asked if he really thought that all the students from the academy who were in the same group with him had died. The surviving guy couldn't find an answer, so the girl stepped forward and put her hand on his shoulder, trying to calm him down and show that she was there. She said that the dark elves have a king who rules them, so most likely the prisoners were taken to him. Jae-hyun suspected that these creatures had some kind of leader, and when the girl pointed to the end of the cave, it confirmed his thoughts that the boss was in that place. But Hyun was interested in one more thing. He asked the guys who brought them to the abandoned guild building. Gritting his teeth in anger, Songchan said that the man was instructor Kim Seoki. After some time, the guys came out into a spacious hall of the cave, from where 3 passages opened to other parts of the dungeon. Jae-hyun told the surviving guys and his team members not to follow him, but to stay here, rest, and wait for his return. Kim Yoo-jang was indignant, asking where he was going. She said that they were a team, so working alone was not the best solution. The guy explained that he felt a strange magical power, which indicated that there was a boss room further on. He noted that the energy of the other guys was weakening, so they needed to be saved as quickly as possible. Yoo-jang screamed that Hyun was crazy, because going there alone was mortally dangerous. Seo Ina agreed with her friend, saying that she understands how the guy feels, but it is still better for them to stick together. And Ho-yeon listened carefully to both sides' arguments and tried to figure out which side he should take. He realized that Jae-hyun was right, and that risking everyone was a stupid idea, so he expressed his support to the guy. Kim Yoo-jung got angry at him, asking why he supported such crazy ideas. Hyun said directly that the guys still wouldn't be able to win against the elves in a one-on-one fight. And besides, they needed someone to look after the wounded. So there was only one reasonable course of action left. They leave this place, and he deals with the boss. Kim Yoo-jung's eyes filled with genuine concern and fear for her friend. She asked again if there was another way to deal with all of this. Park Seung-jae also didn't want to let the guy go alone into the lair of such a dangerous enemy, but he also didn't see any other way out, and believed that Hyun was offering the most objective option. The manager said he understood Jae-hyun's plan, but asked him to come back if he realized the threat was fatal. In turn, the guy asked that Wee Sung-jae take care of the well-being of his friends. An Ho-young intervened, and said that Jae-hyun could safely go to the boss's lair and not worry about them. The blonde put his hand to his heart and said that he would protect this place and their mutual friends at any cost. Hyun smiled warmly. It was nice to know that he finally had people in his life that he could completely rely on. He patted Yoo-jin on the shoulder encouragingly and said that he would be okay. Hyun promised not to be late and would return soon. The boys watched sadly as the light that Jae-hyun had lit gradually faded into the darkness of the gloomy cave. The surviving girl asked worriedly if they really believed the boy would be okay. Park Seung-jae answered without hesitation that Jae-hyun was incredibly strong, so he would definitely be able to handle this difficult task. Kim Yoo-jang believed these words, but she still cried because she didn't want her friend to deal with these difficulties alone. So Ina, although holding back her tears, was no less gloomy than her friend. Despite her own worries, she said that everything would be fine with the guy. Yoo-jin walked up to the girl and took her hand, making it clear that together they would get through these difficulties. Ina looked at her friend with gratitude because she herself needed support. But despite this, Yoo-jin was ready to help her loved ones. This could not leave her indifferent. The red-haired girl smiled and said that they all had to do everything in their power to live up to Jae-hyun's trust. This sweet moment was interrupted by the worried words of Park Seung-jae, who sensed something and told the boys to be quieter. The team looked at the manager, and there were 1,000 questions in their eyes, but no one made a sound. The man raised his finger to his lips and whispered that an enemy was approaching them. He began to draw his blade from its sheath and told the students not to panic and to remain in their seats. Before Seung-jae could react, a creature approached him. moving so fast that it was difficult to notice. Blood splattered, and the cave filled with a sickly metallic smell. The man looked in shock as his blood slowly trickled down onto the rocky ground of the cave. Kim Yu-jeng screamed in horror because she never expected that such a strong raider could be wounded so quickly. This could only mean that the enemy was very serious. From the shadows, clawed paws slowly began to appear, scraping the floor of the cave, making a disgusting and eerie sound. The creature said that it had finally found the bugs that were squeaking as they walked through these tunnels. The enemy did not come alone. He brought about a dozen dark elves who were determined to avenge their murdered relatives. Sweat began to run down So-chan's face. He had not yet entered into direct confrontation with the elves, so he did not know that it was really possible to defeat them. The creature's eyes glowed with blue fire. He stepped forward and arrogantly said that he had finally found the worthless people who wanted to hide from him. Jae-hyun didn't even suspect the danger his friends were in. He stopped near a huge door that seemed to be calling for it to be opened. The guy didn't know what might happen when he entered the room that was behind the door, but he gathered his courage and promised himself that he would try to deal with everything as soon as possible. He pushed the door and a huge throne room opened up before him. Well, Hyun knew there was no turning back, so he decided not to delay and entered the room. In the very center, on the pedestal where the throne stood, sat a dark elf, who, apparently, ruled this dark place. The creature hissed that it was waiting for the guy to visit his chambers. The elf's sharp teeth bared in a smile, and he said that he had heard that he would soon have a guest, so he had prepared something special for him. The guy's ear began to burn a little, and the earring that had been hidden earlier appeared and began to glow. He didn't understand why the magic item was behaving so strangely, but then a guess pierced the guy's brain like an arrow. Jae-hyun realized that he couldn't feel the energy of Park Sung-jae, who the item was connected to. The loss of connection meant that something very bad had happened to the man. He was pulled out of his thoughts by the sound of the door slamming shut, cutting off Hyun's escape route. Jae-hyun realized that the situation was not going well for him because the advantage was clearly on the enemy's side. The dark elf was amused by the boy's reaction, so he mockingly asked if he liked this development. The rest of the elves began to emerge from the shadows, slowly moving towards Hyun. As if they did not want to scare off their victim, their leader said that the guy would never be able to get out of this hall. Jae-hyun clenched his teeth in tension and began to think about how he could get out of this place, because the earring continued to burn, which meant that his friends needed him. His hands clenched into fists. The guy understood that the guys were in danger. He had to find some way out and save them. The only hope was that An Ho-yeon would be able to keep his promise and protect all the students who remained with him. The guy realized that he had to trust the blonde because now he had no other choice. The chief dark elf who led this horde asked what Jae-hyun intended to do. The young raider briefly replied to his arrogant enemy that he needed to know only one thing. The fire flared up around the guy and outlined an even circle that blocked the elf's path to him. It flared up brighter and brighter, and the monsters began to retreat into the dark corners. Hyun said that they all needed to understand that by getting involved with him, they had signed their own death warrant, so it wasn't he who was locked up with them, but they with him. But there was more than one battle going on in the caves. The dark elves were trying to deal with the group that was left under the care of En Ho-yeon. The manager, who was wounded by the enemy's spear, continued to lie motionless. Without thinking about the consequences, the blonde rushed towards the manager to take him out of the line of fire and drag him to a safer place, if there was such a thing at the moment. Seeing the poison around the open wound on Sung-jae's body, An Ho-yeon realized that the blade that stabbed him was probably poisoned. Looking at the man's face, which was becoming increasingly wet and tense, the boy realized that their enemies were well aware of the raider's weaknesses. From the crowd of elves came the one who most likely brought her here and was the leader. He, like the owner of the cave, began to walk back and forth and say that they had already gotten rid of the most annoying raider. With his sword thrust forward and ready to attack, the monster hissed that now all they had left to deal with were the small fry. And Ho-yeon realized that his guess about the elves wanting to separate them from Jae-hyun was correct. They weakened them and decided to attack. Seo-ina approached the guy and said that since the manager was attacked, Chairman Yoo Sun-yoon should have sensed it through her earring. The blonde remembered their gathering in the office of the head of the Lotus Guild, when she gave the same earring to Jae-hyun. Hyun didn't know what kind of decoration it was, so he looked at it with interest and asked the woman what its use was. Yoo Sun-eun explained that she gave him the Ivaldi earring, the idea being that if one of them was in danger, the jewelry would give a signal. If something bad happens and the earring alerts her to it, the Lotus leader promises to immediately go to the rescue. Hyun then squeezed the item in his hand and told the woman that they would soon return safe and sound. Now, Ivaldi's earring was alerting the guy to alarming events, but no matter how much he wanted to, he couldn't come to the aid of his friends, because he was just trying to roast a couple of dark elves. The guy successfully coped with his task, because the evil creatures retreated and tried to keep their distance from the fire. But after some time, Jaehyun began to notice that the creatures were gradually getting used to the fire and realized that it could be bypassed. The particularly brave representatives of the dark elves began to jump over the ring of fire and slowly approach Hyun. When they got close enough for the guy to see their terrifying bodies, he noticed a strange hole in their chest area. He guessed that representatives of this breed vomit everything they swallowed with their insatiable mouths. Jaehyun remembered the last conversation with An Ho-young. Back then, he complained that he didn't have enough time. If he had at least 10 minutes to spare, it would have played into their hands. The blonde asked again if he really needed only 10 minutes to bring his plan to life. Hyun nodded and looked at his comrade. What he saw in his gaze said a lot. And Hoyeon's face was full of determination, the look of a man who had already made a decision and would not listen to anyone's excuses. Hyun had seen that look many times in the past, but seeing it now was simply unbearable. He stood there and hesitated about whether he could leave his friends without his help, because if something happened to them, it would haunt him for the rest of his life. As if he had sensed these anxious thoughts, An Ho-young placed his firm, warm hand on Jaehyun's shoulder and told him that he could go calmly. The blonde convinced him that he should go and kill the boss, and his task would be to protect his friends. But their friends could stand up for themselves without any extra help. Kim Yoo-jin activated a force mana field and began to repel the attacks of her opponents. With a wave of her magic wand, so Ina activated the same skill and combined her efforts with Yoo-jin, they doubled the power of the force field. Song-chan and his girlfriend did not stand aside. Grabbing their weapons, they prepared to fight with those from whom they had previously escaped. The guy said that if he ran away from the battlefield again, he simply wouldn't be able to look the other guys in the eye. The chief dark elf said that the raiders had tried in vain and strained their forces because they still could not defeat such strong creatures as they. The elf said that the boys would have the honor of attending the royal dinner as an appetizer for the gods. So Inu was not at all embarrassed by the evil creature's words. She continuously analyzed his every action and concluded that the elf was incredibly fast. And Hoyeon took this information into account, so as soon as he noticed a slight movement in his direction, he immediately prepared for defense. He managed to make a maneuver that resulted in his shield being hit, and not his chest, where the blow was aimed. But the fact that he managed to repel the attack seemed to only amuse the enemy. It was clear that he considered the guy prey, kicking before dying. And Hoyeon really didn't like what he saw in this elf's eyes. He would show him which of the two was the real predator. The boy activated a skill called Edge of Nothingness, and his sword strike cut through the air and rocky ground of the cave. But again, these dark, otherworldly creatures only smirked, saying that even such power would not be a big problem for them. And Hoyeon concluded that the leader of this gang of elves was very strong and different from his other kin. So he came a little closer and asked directly what kind of creature his enemy was. The enemy said his name was Kel. He was a member of the royal family of the Dark Elves, and also served as the captain of the king's bodyguards. Hearing this, Kim Yoo-jung thought that they were really unlucky today, because it seemed that this Kel wasn't just an A-rank fighter, his skills were of a much higher level. Even after such news, An Ho-yeon could not take a step back, because he understood that he had made a promise to the person who changed his views on the world. Hyun gave him the drive to be better. The boy will never forget the moment they first met. The way he stood with his back to him, not afraid that someone would attack from behind. It was as if Min Jae-hyun had shown him the side of the raiders that he had dreamed of, but had long forgotten. He set him on a path that no one could influence. It was the dream that An Ho-yeon wanted to make come true. So now he couldn't stop. He had to fight to the end to live up to the expectations that were placed on him. The blonde felt that he absolutely had to catch up with Hyun in skills and become equal to him. This was what he was striving for. The guy made a decision inside himself and began to unfasten the fastenings that helped him hold the equipment. He threw away the shield that had protected him from the attacks of his enemies all this time. Now he was more vulnerable, but he felt much freer, as if he had thrown off some shackles. This behavior greatly surprised his girlfriends, because they did not understand why he would deliberately become more vulnerable when the enemy was just waiting to attack. Kim Yu-jang shouted that he shouldn't do that, because by keeping the shield with him, he had a much better chance of emerging victorious from this massacre. But the guy didn't listen to anyone. Becoming more defenseless, he began to confidently move forward, straight to where the dark elves were waiting for him. Walking towards the enemy with his sword at the ready, the guy said that he should have done this at the very beginning. Thanks to Jae-hyun, he realized that the raider had another heart. The mentors called this phenomenon dantians. These were energy reservoirs in which magical energy accumulated. There were upper, middle, and lower dantians. If you comprehend them all, then after that comes liberation and complete knowledge of the depth of your strength. This is exactly what Enhoyeon was doing now. He wanted to discover within himself these very depths of magical energy that would help him defeat such difficult and seemingly invincible enemies. Noticing that some irreversible processes were happening inside the guy, Kel thought with horror that he had not seen such magic for a very long time. The magical light that emanated from Enhoyeon's body filled the space of the cave. It filled every corner, not allowing the dark elves to hide there. When the bodies of the inhabitants of Svartalfheim were exposed to the rays of this light, their skin began to melt, causing them unbearable pain. The blonde's plan worked, but using such a powerful force was very draining on his body. The power was devastating to the dark elves, so they stood still and could not even move as they watched the light pierce their bodies. Enhoyeon activated a skill called Unity, and from the intense exertion, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth and tears rolled down his cheeks. After a couple of seconds, he started coughing up blood. He felt so exhausted that he was ready to collapse unconscious right in the center of this very cave. So Ina started screaming, begging the boy to stop and stop killing himself, because such magical energy could be destructive to his mortal body. He held the sword with trembling hands as the Ashir system notified him that his level was not high enough to use the skill he wanted to use. Notifications came one after another, warning that all the energy in the body was starting to flow in the opposite direction. Ashir urged him to deactivate the skill, otherwise he could die in 6 minutes. As if sensing that the boy was weakened and no longer posed such a strong threat, the dark elves became active and prepared to seize the boy at all costs. And Ho-yeon understood that he was in a situation from which only a miracle would help him get out. Instead of stopping, the blonde used even more magical energy, and the space around him exploded with blue light. He brought himself to such a state that now the blood did not drip, but flowed in a stream from his mouth. Thanks to special training, he managed to obtain C-rank skills, but as he thought, such a load was still too great for the body. He wanted to use the Unity skill, the essence of which was to reach the highest level of swordsmanship. When you master the deepest basics of this business, you become one with your sword. It will become an extension of your hand and will do what you want. A bluish whirlwind swirled in the center of the cave. Such a powerful magical force threatened to engulf everyone present there. The boys could barely stay on their feet to avoid being thrown off their feet and ending up in the epicenter of this whirlwind. While the elves were trying to find a secluded corner to hide from the destructive energy, Enhoyeon attacked their leader, who wasn't really trying to hide. Glaring at his enemy, the blonde asked if his name really was Kel. Hoyeon understood that he was not strong enough to openly confront this elf right now, so for now he could only buy time. They started fighting with swords, but the guy kept trying to distract his opponent with conversations, because this could help him use some maneuver in time. Having repelled another attack, Kel struck Hoyeon's sword so hard that he was thrown back several meters. This gave the elf a slight advantage, as he could now choose a more convenient position for an attack, which he did. As Hoyeon prepared to fight back, he said in his head that if he really was a true raider, he would be able to handle this challenge. The swords clashed again, sending out many sparks. The elf turned to the guy, saying that he did not feel any worries from him at all. Kel asked if the blonde really thought that he would not understand anything. The guy ignored these questions, because only one thought was spinning in his head. It was that he had to protect everyone. His eyes burned with a blue fire. They were full of determination to stand to the last for his friends. The blonde smiled, letting 2 new streams of blood out of his mouth. He told the elf that he would make it so that he wouldn't even have time to realize that he was dead. After these words, the guy immediately rushed into the attack. not giving the enemy a chance to understand what strategy he would use next. But Kel again responded to the guy's behavior with a sinister smile. It seemed like he still considered him a victim, not a hunter. When Hoi-an was literally a couple of centimeters away from him, Kel slipped away at the speed of light, and the guy simply ran past him, not understanding what had happened, and Hoi-an turned around and saw that the enemy's sword was pointed straight at his back. The blonde was lucky that his speed was also at a high level, so he managed to jump to the side before the sword pierced his spine. The dark elf laughed, saying that this trick was very clever, but it still would not save him from certain death. And Hoi-an didn't respond to this monologue. He only gripped his sword tighter and prepared to continue the battle. He decided to try a slightly different attack, and this time he rushed at his opponent from above, catching him off guard. But the elf was an experienced warrior, so he reacted to such an attack in time and was able to repel it. But Hoi-an still managed to wound this monster. When he did this, he jumped to the side, because as was known, a cornered animal is capable of biting very painfully. Suddenly the boy felt as if his body had been pierced by a small lightning bolt, which came from his brain and stung further and further, radiating into his hand. The sword fell from his weakened palms, and the sound echoed loudly throughout the cave. The Ashir system notified that the guy's body began to collapse, all because he had drawn too much magical energy, and his mortal shell simply could not withstand such a load. Ashir literally screamed for Hoi-an to immediately deactivate the skill. All of his muscle fibers were torn apart, and the energy moved in the other direction. But the guy was not going to give up. He was ready to go against the system to end this fight with his victory. Moreover, he saw that the elf was already very close, and then attacked, so it was simply unrealistic to turn off the skill. And Hoi-an tried to block the blow, but he staggered and barely stayed on his feet. His whole body was shaking as if he had a fever. It was clear that a little more and irreversible processes would be launched in his body. Breathing heavily, the guy fully felt that he was already at the limit, but he also couldn't stop. Therefore, he activated the remains of his power, and the space around him once again ignited with blue light. All that was left was to hope that this would not be the last spark that Hoi-an would create. But an inner voice told him that this was the last time he could use his power, and he took full advantage of this last time, his body spinning, releasing waves of energy that destroyed the corridors of the cave. The dark elf could only watch in horror as the world around him turned into complete chaos. But Kel came up to him and said encouragingly that there was no need to worry. The leader touched his subordinate's face with his claws and began to suck the energy out of him, after which his clawed paw reached out towards the exhausted Hoi-an, and he said that the boy would also be useful to them. The blonde raised his head and managed to squeeze out the words that Kel was a real coward, because he only really got close to him when his strength was running out. Without listening to his monologue about how unfairly he was fighting, Kel pierced Hoi-an's body with his sword. Blood spurted out in all directions, but Hoi-an didn't even squeak. It seemed like he didn't even have the strength to make a final sound. Looking at this, the leader of the elves grinned, because he felt that his victim had finally fallen into a trap and would no longer be able to kick. Hoi-an's sword fell loudly onto the rocky floor of the cave, an ominous sound that resounded in the ears of everyone present in that place. When Kim Yu-jiang turned to look at the source of the sound, she covered her mouth with her hands in horror to keep from screaming at the top of her lungs. She couldn't believe what she was seeing before her eyes. This picture will forever remain in the girl's memory. Hoi-an hanging limply in the hands of the enemy, who slowly, enjoying every centimeter, pulls the sword out of his pierced, bloody body. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun was busy taking down his enemies with his super-fast chain that was covered in fire. The guy couldn't breathe anymore from the smoke and the smell of burnt flesh. But what could he do if the enemy could only die in such an unattractive way? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon some strange cage which stood in the darkest corner of the hall. Taking a closer look, the guy saw that there were students from the Miller's Academy sitting there, who, although they looked exhausted, were quite alive. He was finally able to find these guys. Hyun remembered how he promised Hoi-an that he would finish in 10 minutes. He didn't know how much time had passed, but most likely much more than he planned. Jae-hyun finally saw the purpose for which all this was happening, and now, all he had to do was deal with the elves and help the guys get out of the cage. While he was thinking about this, a dark elf appeared behind him, running towards him with cries of die and wanting to thrust a spear straight into his back. But Hyun was no longer a naive little boy who simply turned his back on his enemies. He knew that this would lure the enemies. And now he lit a fire in his hand. and waited for the fools to approach. When the monster got very close, the guy turned sharply and swung the fire sphere, aiming straight at his enemy's head. He had calculated the distance and speed of the blow with absolute precision, so the head of the self-confident bastard was now burning in the literal sense of the word. Jaehyun's attention was drawn to a disgusting laugh that sounded more like a crow cawing. The Dark Elf King said that the boy was a fool to think that he could handle so many of his warriors alone. After these words, whole crowds of Svartalfheim residents began to crawl out from all the distant corners. They surrounded the guy from all sides. Jaehyun shouted over the sounds of battle and said that he was confident that nothing was impossible. This amused the ruler of Svartalfheim even more. He said that the arrogance of the useless guy knew no bounds. This word became a trigger for Hyun, because all his childhood he heard from Hugin that he was useless. The boy scratched his head and told the king that he had heard those words too often, so now they meant absolutely nothing to him. But still, he will not allow anyone to talk about him like that in the future, because he is too tired of hearing such remarks addressed to him. The Dark Elves tensed, as if they sensed that something very bad was about to happen to them, and they were absolutely right. The world around them exploded with a bright light, the epicenter of which was Jaehyun. He watched with pleasure as every dark corner was illuminated, driving away everything vile from its hiding places. Hyun said that such a disdainful attitude was sitting in his liver, so let the elves only blame themselves for what happened, because they woke up the beast that was quietly sleeping in the back of his soul. The king rose from his throne and shouted that the boy could talk absolutely anything he wanted, but it would not help him avoid the death that would come very soon. These words became a sign for the elven warriors that it was time to begin a new attack. Shouting, they rushed at the guy. Jaehyun decided to try out a skill he had never used in battle before, so he activated the Devil Fire Chain. The magical power enveloped his body completely and entirely. The fiery chains did not burn, but obeyed, waiting for the owner to want them to burn his enemies to ashes. The elves screamed and went into hysterics when the fire touched their bodies, because who would like to be burned alive by just one small spark? And Jaehyun created not just a spark, but a whole fire, ready to engulf everyone who just looked in his direction. The chains circled around the warriors of Svartalfheim, giving them no opportunity to hide from the fire. They stood and watched as real horror was happening above their heads, which would most likely take more than one life. Jaehyun rushed into the battle and a real massacre began. The elves screamed and tried to fight back, but so far everything was in vain. Hyun increased the amount of energy he put into activating the skill, and an explosion thundered, so powerful that even the guy could barely stay on his feet. He turned to the king of this place and thanked him for providing him with a place to practice his new skill, as Hyun was just thinking about where he could safely try to use it. The head of the Dark Elves could not answer anything, because he only heard the screams of his ward, who was being burned alive at that very second. No matter how heartless the king seemed, even he could not watch indifferently as the scorched skin peeled off his fellows in layers. He shouted angrily, asking the boy if he really thought he would survive all the harm he had done to his people. Jaehyun turned around and looked at this arrogant monster. It turns out that he valued the lives of his people, but considered human lives to be nothing more than a hunting toy. The boy looked at the bloody bars of the cell. It was clear that the students had not been treated kindly, then asked the king if he thought he would forgive him for such an outrage against his people. The angry monster stood up and said that it was simply impossible that some ordinary person had such powerful magical gifts. Coming closer to Hyun, the elf said that even if Hyun killed him, the other 7 kings would surely come for his soul to take revenge. Jaehyun pounced on the king and punched him right in his disgusting face. A nasty crunching sound was heard, which most likely meant that the enemy's nose turned into a bloody mess. Then he activated the fire and finally told the king that he didn't care about his threats. If the other kings came, they would suffer exactly the same fate as him. At this moment, the purple blade sprayed in Hwoyeon's blood all over the cave. Kel pushed the blade deeper, enjoying the smell of his enemy's blood. He liked the feeling of his limp body, supported only by his weapon. So Aina looked at this scene with horror on her face and couldn't believe that this was actually happening. When Hwoyeon fell to the ground, a pool of blood quickly formed under his body. The girl couldn't do anything. She couldn't even catch his breath or even notice any movement. The guy didn't show any signs of life. She felt incredibly weak because she couldn't do anything, couldn't somehow prevent such a fate for her comrade. She remembered moments from her childhood, and the brunette realized that she had lost again because she was powerless and could not help a loved one. Kel turned to the rest of the boys and said that now all that was left was to deal with the unremarkable bugs. He began to playfully approach Soina, as if he were an animal and she was his live food, although perhaps this was exactly the situation. The dark elf grabbed the girl by the throat and began to lift her up, so that her legs barely touched the ground, and the brunette began to choke. Tears rolled down her cheeks, because she couldn't afford to lose. She had to do something and teach this scoundrel a lesson, but suddenly, his grip weakened and he began to look somewhere to the side, from where a pleasant, soft light was pouring. Kim Yujang also stared at the one who was emitting a golden glow. At that moment, the girl thought that perhaps they still had a chance to be saved. The elf, confused, began to ask what kind of strange magic was coming from the mysterious stranger, but his question remained unheeded. From the halo of light, Yu Xianyun emerged and addressed the dark being, asking if it was really him who had hurt so many people. She urged the elf to answer with caution, although it would not help him anyway, since he would die by her hand, paying for all his evil deeds. An Ho-yan and Park Sung-jae lay in a semi-conscious state, but they knew that they had managed to survive because they were still alive. Yu Sun-yun asked the elf again if he was really the cause of all the suffering, to which the creature could not answer, and his face began to sweat. The blonde was no longer showing any signs of life. He was lying in a pool of his own blood and was not moving at all. Looking at this whole scene, Soina was initially suffocated, and it seemed like she was having a panic attack that she was completely unable to control. The leader of the elves understood that judging by me, a woman, he would not see victory here, but he could try to win by taking someone hostage. He returned his bold expression to his voice and said that he had committed all these atrocities, and it was because of him that the academy student was now lying in a pool of blood, and Sung-jae was poisoned. Yu Sun-yun narrowed her eyes at him. She didn't want to show him any sympathy or mercy at all. Images of herself tearing this monster apart flashed through her mind. She began to slowly approach the elf, forcing him to crawl towards the wall. After a few seconds, he was at a dead end and had nowhere to run. The woman activated her power and said that she didn't want to deal with the monster anyway. Her hand glowed with a pleasant, warm light as she activated the skill called Sacrifice. The guys who were standing nearby began to notice that all the wounds on their bodies began to heal. They looked at their bodies in surprise and understood that this was all the work of the woman's power. The Escher system warned her that multiple objects were being treated at once, but that her personal life force was being used up in the process. Guildmaster Lotus felt a sudden sense of exhaustion and fatigue, but this did not stop her, and she continued to heal everyone around her. The dark elf was surprised to realize that she could use healing magic so quickly. It was an amazing skill that only a few possessed. Yu Sun-eun said that Hiller would not ignore the wounded, even if it was her enemy. When she came close, the elf began to shout for her to wait and not kill him, because the healing power would be especially painful for him. But these pleas did not help, because the chairwoman really did not like it when her people were touched, and such harm was caused to them. So Kel could only watch in horror as she reached out and used her power against him. The woman abruptly waved her hand and a powerful energy cut through the air, heading straight towards the elf. The dark creature could not stay on his feet and was literally swept away by this wave. Kim Yujang was amazed by the fact that such a fragile woman had such a huge power hidden inside her, capable of crushing even monsters like the dark elves. Everything seemed unreal, because now their enemy was literally disintegrating into small particles, burning from the inside. The woman didn't use a skill at all, but fired a shot of concentrated mana. But one question remained open. How could it be so powerful? After dealing with Kel, Yu Sun-eun immediately rushed to the victims, saying that she had to look at these two first, and then they would deal with the rest of the problems. Flying up to her manager, she used her healing skill and began to heal his body, causing the cells to regenerate and resist the poison that was poisoning the man's blood. When she finished, it became noticeable that Park Sung-jae's breathing had evened out and calmed down. Now it seemed as if he was simply sleeping peacefully. So Ina asked with concern in her voice if the manager was okay, as she was very worried that no one in their group would die. The healer replied that everything was much better than expected, but there was a problem with the other victim. She said that Ho Young's condition was worse than she thought, as the boy showed almost no signs of life and his pulse could barely be detected. But the woman did not stop and continued to heal him, using more and more of her powers. The guy's body was completely covered in light, and the head of the guild concentrated on him. The system warned her that the guy had a very deep wound, and it would require a significant amount of time and resources to heal. Yu Seon-yoon closed her eyes and analyzed his health. Ho-young's channels were simply in a terrible state, and many of the places that were necessary for using magic were also damaged. If she had been even a little late, he might never have used it. But he was lucky, because the treatment was completed, even though his health was reduced by 2%. The woman was barely breathing from exhaustion. As expected, this skill put a lot of strain on her body, so if it weren't for Jae-hyun, she would have died long ago. Kim Yu-jin approached the healer. She asked if the blonde would recover. The head of the guild answered that, of course, he would come to his senses, but he would need a few days to recover. The red-haired girl sighed with relief. She was glad that no one died, although the chances of that were quite high. When Yu Sun-yoon finally dealt with the wounded, she realized that one person was missing from the boys. The woman immediately asked where Jae-hyun was. Each member of the group was embarrassedly silent, because they could not say that they had let him go alone into the enemy's lair. Song-chan was able to answer, hiding his gaze. He said that the guy went to deal with the boss alone, because at that moment it seemed to them the only right decision. Hearing this, the Lotus Guild leader was not at all surprised, because she knew Hyun well as his ambition and excessive stubbornness, so she did not blame the guys. She carefully rose to her feet and told them not to worry, because her student would do his job perfectly. Anxiety returned to Kim Yu-jin. She wanted confirmation that her friend would be okay, but of course no one could guarantee her such luxury. The chairwoman only said that Jae-hyun couldn't just die like that, so she was sure that he would be able to emerge victorious from this mess. She said that the Dark Elves were magical creatures who dealt with their enemies using magic. Therefore, the woman was inclined to think that these creatures were no match for her student, who possessed such powerful skills that were capable of destroying them forever. Yu Seon-yoon was right about her student because he fought fearlessly, not afraid that more hordes of monsters would approach. He laughed at his enemy and said that the only way he could call for help was if he managed to get out alive, and the guy was not going to let him do that. The king of the Dark Elves fell to the ground and crawled away from the young raider in fear because he no longer knew what to expect from him. It was clear that underestimating his opponent was the biggest mistake. The king realized this when it was already too late for him. The blood that flowed down his face and neck reminded him of it. There was a dissonance in the head of the ruler of Svartalfheim. He could not come to terms with the fact that he was the king of the Dark Elves, and the guy was just an ordinary man, but he was able to win. The creature understood that now was not the best time for pride. He needed to have time to warn the other kings so that they would deal with Hyun. He rose to his clawed feet and began to think about his escape plan because he had to save the lives of his other relatives. Abruptly jumping up from his seat, the king of the Dark Elves rushed to run away, trying to move as quickly as possible so that the guy would not be quick enough to grab him. But here again he underestimated his opponent, because with the help of his super-fast chains, Hyun jumped over the fleeing king and was now flying towards him. The guy calculated the trajectory of his movements with complete precision and, grabbing the enemy by the head, lowered him to the ground, while hot chains wrapped around his body. Jae-hyun asked curiously if such a powerful being as the Elf King would decide to flee. His hand covered his opponent's mouth, so he never heard an answer to his rhetorical question. But still, the king managed to wrest some freedom to say that he would not die alone, and then bare his sharp teeth. Jae-hyun's opponent shouted that he would go to Helheim with them, after which some strange, chilling portal opened. Finally, the Elven King managed to use a secret skill that only the ruler of these lands possesses. It was called Frozen Land. The entire throne room was covered with a thick crust of ice, so now this place was even more eerie than before this anomaly happened. The king asked the boy if what he saw horrified him, because if not, he was just a fool, because now he would know what real death was. Jae-hyun laughed, asking if this was all that the Dark Elf Land's lord himself could do. He thought that the skills were quite weak. His opponent could not believe that his high skills were so easily mocked by some commoner who came from the trashy Midgard. Hyun said that he also had a surprise for his enemy for the last time, but he didn't think he would use it in a place like this. The Nornir system notified that a new skill could be learned, and then asked if the boy really wanted to use the empty map to learn the frozen land. Jaehyun answered yes to this question, and received a skill called Frozen Ground. After that, the guy activated the Absolute Calculation skill to finish off his opponent once and for all. He used this skill to completely destroy the frozen land and neutralize the king's power. The arrogant elf could not believe that his magic spells could be destroyed so easily, because this had never happened before. The guy forcibly lifted his opponent's head so that their eyes met, because he wanted his face to be the last thing he saw in the last moment of his life. Hyun said incriminatingly that when observing an opponent, one must always think one step ahead. If the elf did this, he would not be kneeling before the human now. After that, he activated his skill and used fire, which instantly spread to the elf's body, and now his head was burning as if it was created specifically for this. The system notified the guy that he had defeated Canaan, the king of the Dark Elves, thereby performing an incredible feat. Now he received the title of King's Killer. He looked at the ashes that remained of this once great creature, and thought that they really were on different levels. Jaehyun stood and silently watched as the body of this evil killer dissipated into space. His death was much more beautiful than how he lived. Because the guy had accomplished such an incredible feat, the system gave him another empty card on which he could write a new skill. When Hyun realized that he had finally dealt with all of his enemies, he ran to carry out the rest of the plan. He quickly ran to the cage where the stolen students were sitting. He wanted to believe that they were still alive, and he would be able to calmly send them back to the academy. When he got to the place where the boys were being held, he saw that they were all in a semi-conscious state. Either they were so exhausted, or the elves had pumped them with something that the boys were now asleep. The boy rushed to Park Seong, who had saved his life at the cost of his own before returning to the past, and began to listen to his heartbeat. He realized with relief that the blonde student was still breathing, which meant that he could be saved from the fate they wanted to impose on him. Haeyun knew that he had to hurry with the healing, but if he used his skill right here, others might see it. He looked around and began to think about what to do. Seeing that the students were completely unable to even think or even look in his direction, he decided to act. Jaehyun activated his sacrifice skill and began to heal his old friend, hoping that he was not too late and could still be helped. He strained all his strength, but felt that he lacked a little energy. He began to strain even more, trying to draw strength from the very depths. When he thought he couldn't cope anymore, suddenly someone's warm hand lay on his hand. The guy flinched, because he thought that he had not finished off some enemy, and now he had come to take revenge on him. But when he turned around, he saw that the teacher was kneeling in front of him. Hyun couldn't believe that the woman wasn't afraid, and came here just to save students she didn't know personally. Yusun-yoon said that by its nature, healer or healing was a very cruel activity that could only be enjoyable in two cases. Firstly, when no treatment is required after a healing session, and secondly, if you saved a person who was dying. The boy listened attentively to his teacher's story, realizing that she was hinting at the fact that he had once saved her life by healing her after the effects of long-term use of powers. They clasped their palms and, combining their powers, began to heal Pak Sonu. The boy felt that now his energy was flowing like a free stream that did not have to be pulled out from the depths of the energy lines. While for some, this story had a happy ending, for others it was one of the most tragic days of their lives. A white car was approaching the Miles Academy building, and inside it sat a man who was simply radiating waves of anxiety. Kim Seoki was behind the wheel, gripping the steering wheel so tightly that it seemed like it would just snap in half in his hands, and the man could only guess how the director would react to what had happened. The instructor's face was so red from the tension that it seemed like he was about to explode. Of course, he was afraid that Gu Chaeyin would simply kill him because their plans were falling apart for the second time. He pounded the steering wheel and wanted to just disappear. Perhaps he even thought about simply leaving Seoul and never returning. But then he lowered his head and some kind of madness appeared in his eyes, as if he realized that there was no point in the guys trying to survive, because if the director decided to kill them, then he would do so. He was distracted from all these thoughts by a knock on the glass. When Kim Seoki turned her head, she saw Min Jae-hyun standing over him. The guy's expression did not bode well. Kim Seoki began to think about what to expect from this student, because he was so strong that perhaps he should be feared on par with the director. In this, the man was absolutely right, because a second later, the guy's hand broke the glass and grabbed the man by the throat, squeezing so hard that he had no chance to breathe even a little oxygen. Jaehyun's face was filled with pure hatred as he said that he knew the man was the same freak who sent the students to their deaths. An hour ago, at the entrance to the Cane Guild, all the guys gathered and began to discuss the plan of further action because it was unclear what to do with the director and the instructor. Song-chan began to sincerely thank the head of the Lotus Guild and her manager for not remaining indifferent and helping the students survive where it seemed impossible. Yoo Sun-yoon laughed and said that if the guy was so grateful to her, then he should come to them at Lotus next time. Although the offer wasn't addressed to Kim Yoo-jeng, she said that she was also willing to join this guild right now, since she always wanted to be part of Lotus. Jaehyun wanted to tease his friend as always, but apparently the girl was too worked up, because she hit the guy on the knees with all her might to shut him up. Yoo-jeng said that she told her friend to shut up. Jaehyun whined, saying that if the girl was so weak, why did she hit so hard? The guy turned to his girlfriends and said that they had made many people worry. But fortunately, they were strong enough to cope with the task and protect themselves and their comrades. Hearing this praise, Seo Aina looked away in embarrassment and did not respond, because she simply could not find the words to describe how pleasant it was for her to hear this from a raider like Jaehyun. Seeing the brunette's embarrassment, the guy himself became a little embarrassed, so in order to diffuse the situation, he smiled and absent-mindedly scratched the back of his head. Yoo Sun-yoon said that finally the transport came for them. Now they could calmly go home and rest a little, and also recover from this terrible adventure. The small minibus was racing at full speed, and it seemed that the driver sitting there was himself in a hurry to see who had managed to get out of this mess. When the bus stopped, an excited Park Hana jumped out and immediately shouted words of greeting upon seeing the director. She ran up to her and started asking if everything was okay. The girl said that she had rushed at full speed because she had not been able to contact the chairwoman for several hours. The woman apologized and said that she would explain everything later, but first it was necessary to take the wounded and children to the guild building. When all the children were loaded into the minibus, Park Hana noticed that the director was not going to get into the car with them. Looking questioningly at Yoo Sun-yoon, she received the answer that the woman still had unfinished business that she wanted to sort out as soon as possible. Jaehyun appeared behind her and Yoo Sun-gun said that they would be alone since it was about the guy too, so they should resolve this situation right now. With a hint of sadness in her voice, Park Hana said that she understood everything, but it was clear that she was upset because she wanted to spend time with Yoo Sun-yoon. To avoid getting bored, the girl invited her brother Sungjae to join her in the passenger seat of the car, just in time to find out how everything went. Jaehyun wanted to ask how the manager's hand was doing, but before he could open his mouth, a voice sounded in his head. Park Sungjae asked the boy not to tell anyone about the problems with his hand, since it was not information that needed to be shared at the moment. The guy asked if Sungjae had used telepathy before, since it took a lot of mana, so he might feel even worse than before. The manager confirmed that he was not feeling very well, and it was evident on his face. There were dark circles under his eyes, and his face was sweating from the strain. The man asked the boy not to say anything about his problems, because he didn't want his sister to find out. The girl was very worried, so he didn't want to worry her unnecessarily. But Park Hana was not stupid at all, and noticed that her brother was acting strangely, but she did not say anything, but only noted that if he continued to stand, he would go on foot. Sungjae jumped up and ran towards his sister. Hyun watched with a slight grin. It was funny to see how a serious man was fooled by a young girl. Hana waved to the guild leader from the car window and said that they were heading to the organization's building. The chairwoman asked her to take care of the children. When Yoo Sun-yoon and Jae-hyun were alone, they were silent for several minutes, because they didn't know where to start the conversation. So much had piled up that they were simply mentally exhausted. The guy was the first to break the silence. He asked his mentor if she felt anything strange. The woman looked at him and said that she wanted to ask him the same question, because she also felt some unpleasant and strange feeling inside herself. It seemed to come from somewhere in the streets of the city and spread throughout the area. It was like a bad smell, only on a sensory level. When Jae-hyun finally got to Gu Chain's henchman, he decided to take it out on him in full. He threw him out of the car window so that the man fell loudly to the ground. His frightened gaze searched for all possible options to avoid violence against him, but when he realized that this was impossible, he began to literally tremble with fear. Yoo Sun-yoon stepped forward and asked what was supposed to happen. Instructor Kim Seok-ki didn't quite understand what was going on. The man was silent, but it was obvious how worried he was, because his face was covered in beads of sweat. Kim Seok-ki tried to understand how the head of the Lotus Guild found out about their plans. The instructor rose to his feet and began to run towards the academy student and the guild chairwoman. His actions from the outside made no sense. But then the guy saw some kind of glowing sphere in the man's hand, after which the man began to shout that he would not be lenient towards the academy student. The sphere began to multiply, and soon there were 5 burning balls around the instructor. He said that it was a mythical object that the director gave him. This ball was not intended for use in such a place, but the situation was truly critical. Screaming, the naive instructor rushed at Yu Seon-eun. He probably overestimated his own strength, since he thought that he could defeat the head of the Lotus Guild. The woman slowly turned her head and looked him in the eyes. It was clear that such a vile attack did not surprise her at all, which spoke of the unpleasant personality of the instructor. The chairwoman easily dodged this attack. It seemed like she didn't put in the slightest effort to confuse Gu Chain's henchmen. Without showing any surprise, Yu Sun-eun said that the director must have given the man an item that allowed him to use teleport, but its effectiveness wasn't very high. She said that it only allowed movement a few meters, so it did not have much practical benefit. All this time, the director of the Mila's Academy listened to the conversation between the chairwoman and his employee through a special device. The woman activated her power and asked in a threatening tone why the instructor left the students in mortal danger. She already knew who was behind this, but she wanted to get a direct answer so that she would have every reason to accuse Gu Chain of harming the students. The instructor's body began to flash with some strange purple lightning. His voice changed, and he said that he would definitely tell everything. A crackling purple sphere appeared in his hands, which was filled with magical energy, but the man said that all magicians should be dead. Yu Seon-eun immediately understood what the instructor had in his hands. He wanted to use a magic suppressor against them, which would make it easier for him to kill them. Gu Chain watched the situation closely and hoped that this maneuver would be enough to neutralize this annoying person and the overly curious student. The woman used her skills, and the space around her was filled with bright light. She asked if such a smart man really thought that some cheap trick would be enough to defeat her. Seeing how powerful the woman's magic was, Kim Seok-ki could only stare at her in shock, as he was now completely at a loss as to what to do next. The missing pieces of the puzzle that explained the strange events that had happened in the abandoned Cane Guild building finally began to come together in Jae-hyun's head. He realized that it was because of this strange magic that he and Yu Seon-eun felt that it was impossible to read the movement formula that sent them to Svartalfheim. But it was stupid to leave a trace of this very magic around the city, unless they wanted to lure him and his mentor into a trap, knowing that they would want to restore justice. Yu Sun-eun said that the instructor didn't have to say anything, because she already knew that Gu Chain was behind all these shady dealings. These words greatly excited the instructor, because he understood how angry the director would be when he found out that his involvement in the affairs was no longer a secret. The instructor's attention was drawn to a small crack that was on the magic suppressor. It seemed that this object was about to release all the energy accumulated in it. Yu Sun-eun also noticed this and knew what this turn of events could lead to. In a casual voice, the woman said that Kim Seok-ki would die right there on the spot. A real catastrophe began above the head of the director's henchman. The power of the Lotus leader gathered into an energy lump and was ready to tear the man apart. The last thing Kim Seok-ki saw was a blindingly bright light that seemed to be trying to burn him out from the inside. Perhaps it was also burning the director's presence out of his head. After that, there was a powerful explosion, which was probably heard by several neighboring areas, but no buildings were damaged because it was just light, but it had an effect and neutralized the enemy. Kim Seok-ki screamed in pain as it burned away all the bad in him, so that when the process was over there was nothing left of the man. Jae-hyun looked at this amazing magic, and now understood why the woman was called a holy maiden. She really did possess simply divine power. She used an active lightning summoning, which helped her deal with Kim Seok-ki, and thus not harm the civilians who were nearby. It was an A-rank skill that was directly linked to the brain. The strength of this skill varied up to 1,000 degrees depending on the user's ability. The magical item that the director gave to the instructor fell to the ground and broke into small pieces, and this became the finale of the showdown with Kim Seok-ki. After all these terrible events, it was very pleasant to find myself in a cozy room of the academy dormitory. Seo-ina lay on her soft bed, hugging her pillow, thinking about all the things that had happened in the past 24 hours. She replayed in her head over and over again the memory of how Jaehyun saved her life by catching an arrow that was meant for the girl in midair. She buried her face in the pillow, embarrassed, and realized that she was very pleased that the guy had protected her. It seemed that he cared about her. Then the girl remembered that Jaehyun had very quickly reversed the magic. But this required considerable skill and a high level of magical abilities. Seo-ina understood that in order to become as strong as the guy, she needed to train even more and develop her abilities. But still, these thoughts faded into the background when she remembered Jaehyun's smile and how he helped her. She decided that she would definitely need to thank him later. It was very unsettled near the Mila's Academy building today. After all, reporters from all the news channels flocked there to find out the Academy's opinion on the current situation. All the correspondents wanted to hear the director's comments on this matter. People gathered outside the school, indignant that the students were in danger with a person like Gu Chain. The man was in an extremely bad mood, especially when he was informed that public opinion about the Academy, at the moment, has an exclusively negative connotation. Jung Yi-soo reported the news that some people are speculating that the principal created a ghost guild and abandoned the students there. Gu Chain didn't hide his anger, so he growled and slammed his fist on the table. This news couldn't help but make him emotional. He looked at his broken tablet and didn't understand what was going on and how he managed to get himself into this mess. The instructor reported that a whole camp of reporters had set up near the academy, and various media outlets were also trying to contact them. She wanted to know what comments to give about this. The man grabbed his head and said that the woman should close the academy and avoid any interviews and comments. Jung Yi-soo declined and obediently said that she would carry out all of the boss's orders. Left alone, the director reflected on the fact that most likely there was someone who knew his plan, and this meant that there was a snitch inside Miles. The man was also upset by the fact that Kim Seoki was most likely dead, otherwise he would have already made contact. He looked at his phone, which was lying there and was blowing up with various messages, and decided that he needed to get down to business. The director decided that the information war could only be resolved with information warfare. Gu Chai-ying called certain people and expressed his desire to request several custom articles, regardless of their price. The rest of the academy students had no idea what kind of monster they were locked in the same building with. But Hyeon could no longer smile so sincerely while walking along these corridors, because he knew the truth about this place, or rather about the person who ran it. Suddenly, Min Jae-hyun jumped up to him and cheerfully kicked him in the side, asking if the guy was okay. Hyeon was a little scared at first, as he was still recovering from the events that had happened, but then he laughed and shook his friend's hand in greeting. The blonde said that he already feels much better, all thanks to him and the chairman. When the guys caught up, Ho-young said that if it weren't for Hyun and Yoo Sun-yoon, he most likely wouldn't have gotten out of that place alive. But Jae-hyun didn't share these thoughts, and he was also worried about more important issues. The guy asked why the blonde did this, for what purpose he tried to kill himself by using too much magical power. Ho-young was embarrassed and didn't immediately find an answer, because he felt awkward saying that he wanted to be like Jae-hyun. But it seemed like Hyun understood everything without further ado, because he smiled and told the blonde to continue moving in the same direction. And Ho-yeon didn't even immediately understand what was being discussed, because he didn't think that his friend possessed such insight. Jae-hyun didn't explain anything, but simply said that the reason could be thought about later, just let him continue to do what he thought was right. After that, Hyun patted the guy on the shoulder and said that he would go the other way, since his audience was there. Finally, the guy told his friend to take care of his body, because the others were very worried about his well-being. Ho-young smiled and clenched his fists resolutely, because now he understood that he was choosing the right path, the one he had dreamed of since childhood. When Hyun came into the room, he decided to check his stats and realized that he now had a power rank of A, as well as additional attack power when facing monsters with the dark attribute. The guy scratched his head and thought that after the Cain Guild, he had a lot of things to take care of, so he was a little out of it. If he had known, he would have checked his stats earlier. He judged his abilities to be quite satisfactory, but his strength and mana were always lacking, so he decided to ask Jae-zan to deal with the essence. Hyun thought that the young alchemist would most likely be very excited since he enjoyed working with new materials so much. Then the guy noticed a very strange skill that appeared in his characteristics. His eyes widened in surprise when he read that he had gained the ability to create magical tools that used mana to create weapons needed for battle. The guy remained standing there rooted to the spot, because he couldn't believe that he had such a unique skill. It turns out that he could create weapons that were most suitable for the battle conditions. Jaehyun thought that there were some benefits to traveling to Svartalfheim after all, since he now had such an impressive advantage in battles, since he would always have the necessary weapons at hand. Without thinking twice, the guy decided to try out a new skill, and concentrating his magical energy, he directed it into the desired flow and tried to create a blade. A couple of seconds later, a perfectly balanced dagger appeared in his hands, which amazed with its convenience and sharpness. Not every master could forge such a weapon, but here it appeared literally out of nowhere. The Nornir system notified him that the skill had been successfully mastered, and the equipment item had been created on the first try. Jaehyun smiled, and couldn't say a word. He understood that he had an extraordinary power that could make him an invincible warrior, who would be very difficult to compete with in battle.